with the Intellion. She's playing quickly. I feel like she thinks she's got it.
See what can happen on this turn
And the
for
draw for
Reagan.
You've been patient. You've been waiting all this time, but you ready. You've been putting in that grind, so let's go. Champions are hard to find, but you know the goal when you're ready to shine. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's on the battle, then let's go. 'Cause you'll never stop. Show them what you got.
Riding through another turn. And the Palpin is going to join it.
Very impressive showing and a really good understanding of how these teams work.
Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road.
Mindfield wants to go for a sweep of his own. Scrafty has already knocked out 2 Pokemon.
He said this match was too hot. I need to cool things off here with an ice beam.
A Bastion, it rumbles onto the field, and the smackdowns are adding up.
Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands.
26 miles from Peach Arch border crossing with a view of the harbor and the northern mountains behind it. We are here in Vancouver, British Columbia, home of historic Pokemon 2022 Cindy winning with Shadow Kanto Ninetales, 2023 Dialap winning with Shadow Swampert and Shadow Alolan Ninetales. I am Alpha Phoebe, joined here by Stephanie Christine. How are you feeling this morning?
I am doing great, Nick, and I am looking forward to finding out who is going to join these storied legends here in Vancouver for the 2024 season. Let's take a look, though. We are in the middle of our journey to Worlds right now, and we can see Honolulu just on the crest of the hill. But first stop we have to make up next is in London for EUIC, the European International. Then we have Orlando, Indianapolis, and Los Angeles here in North America. We will end up with New Orleans for the North American International before the crowning jewel, the summit of our journey in Honolulu. Let's take a look at what trainers need to do in order to qualify for Worlds.
Of course, in addition to winning a championship, earning an invite, you can also earn invites from championship points. First place earning 200, cascading down from there, depending on tournament attendance. Even 64th place can earn you a good amount of championship points. And in order to qualify, US and Canada, you need 500 points, Europe 400 points, and Latin America, which just got a bunch of new regionals added, which is great to see. 300 championship points, Oceania 250, and elsewhere 200. So lots of ways to qualify, lots of championship points on the line.
And there are so many trainers looking to join that list to earn those championship points or to earn all of the glory with a win here today. But we are going to have to take a look back and see some of the more recent victors that from this season.
Yeah, Knoxville recap. Here we go.
Hello, Pokemon trainers. This is Will Dunphy, and I'll be recapping the 2024 Pokemon Go Regional Championships in Knoxville. Over 120 trainers converged at the gateway to the Smoky Mountains for an exciting weekend of battles, proving that win conditions can be found anywhere, even in the deepest of valleys. The top performing team from the past 2 NA regionals fell short as Shadow Gligar and Shadow Whiscash made outsized impacts. On Championship Sunday, Rockhaven 703 was sent to the losers bracket by Dunebug and his double boosted Annihilate.
It is double boosted, Caleb! It is double boosted!
Magic Mason conjured victories against Awesome Ev and Rise to the Occasion before succumbing to Dunebug as well.
A boost again!
No way!
Look at
He's
the counter
forced
adding up.
stages.
You can't even get to the power whip.
Rockhaven 703's focus never eroded as he persevered through the losers bracket where he would eventually meet Magic Mason. In a decisive Game 5, Magic Mason ended the seesaw of momentum in the losers finals and powered himself through with Charjabug.
think it's going to be enough, almost enough to pick up the knockout. 2 Mudshots go through, and the X-Scissor knocks out the Whiscash.
This set the stage for a rematch between Doombug 97 and Magic Mason in the grand finals. Doombug proved unstoppable though, as he swept the finals, finishing 18-1 and making history as the first North American trainer to win 2 regional championships in the same season.
Doombug becomes your back-to-back champion here at North America.
The road to Worlds is paved with thrilling victories and narrow defeats. Begin your own championship journey by visiting Pokemon.com/compete.
And what a run from Doombug it was. And that was a great point from our co-caster Speediest Chief. The downfall of Vigoroth. We see so many Annihilates on these teams. 0 Vigoroths in these top 3.
But what I do see is something that Vigoroth is looking to counter, and that is Lickitung across the board. I see Whiscash across the board, and that Shadow Gligar across the board. Those are certainly some of the most popular of the Pokemon that were chosen in Knoxville. You can see that Shadow Gligar right there in the number 1 out of the top 12. But yeah, Annihilate looking like a very strong showing.
Yeah, and Lickitung, as you'd mentioned, number 2 in day 2, both being brought very frequently and performing quite high. So that was our Knoxville. We also have a lot of NA regional champions. So we added Doombug, and he is, of course, going to be the first person on this list of champions to appear twice, once in a black and yellow t-shirt and once in a blue t-shirt.
And there are going to be some trainers looking to match that achievement. J-Jan is here this weekend, as well as Lyle Jeffs III, looking to also maybe have a 2-time appearance on our championship list. Or will there be someone new?
We'll have to see. And you can see just how impactful winning 2 regional champions can be. Doombug out on top by over 100 points from the next competitor, Nighttime Clasher, who himself is just coming off of a very recent championship win. So it's a really tough and tight leaderboard. The top 16 fight for potential travel packages is really, really fierce.
It is, but thank you so much to Doombug for working on the staff this weekend. Let's give some of those other trainers a chance to earn some championship points. Other trainers, let's take a look around the world. Let's take a look at Utrecht, our previous champions here in Inadequance, Pablo Indinas and Normalheim. And Inadequance up there with that Giratina Origin, brand new availability in Pokemon Go, as well as a Wigglytuff to win the tournament.
Yeah, very strong core pairing, really tough to beat, and you got to see just how well it performed against the rest of the meta. And even the top 12 at Utrecht, we don't see Giratina here whatsoever. We do not see Wigglytuff here whatsoever, with that new access to both Disarming Voice as well as Icy Wind. Really, really outpaces a lot of other charm users.
It does. Let's take a look as well at some of our European champions. We have here Zijwilis, Galaxica Bolton, Padomon, Colin 6. There's Nighttime Clasher with that signature Togedemaru, as well as Arceus Aurelius, and most recently Inadequance, who is going to join them upcoming in Stockholm as well as Bologna.
And of course, they also have the ability to perform well on their own European leaderboard. Padoman rising up into first place. This is so much closer than the North American. Only 4 points between him and second place Stone Collection, and a lot of other great names up there in the top. Inadequance, number 7 there. I'm sure he's got to be happy about that.
He does, but that competition is fierce, looking for that travel package going to the top 3, both in North America and in EU. Now, if you take a peek outside, the forecast is a bit rainy, a bit cloudy. Let's take a look at the forecast, though, for inside the convention center, and what we have some Pokemon that are trending upwards.
Yeah, trending up. We have Cresselia, a psychic type. Recommended moves: Psycho Cut, Grass Knot, Future Sight. Opting typically not for Moonblast. Moonblast being able to hit back against Dark types, losing matchups typically for Cresselia. So you have a little more punch with that same type attack bonus Future Sight, but you're giving up a little bit of coverage.
Let's take a look at what's trending downwards, though, and the first one we are going to see is that Alolan Sandslash being so weak to those counter users, as well as for example, for that Annihilate and that Vigoroth.
And of course, fire types that we've seen have a little bit more resurgence lately. And of course, I'd already mentioned it, 2022, we're in Vancouver. That Shadow Kanto Ninetales, maybe we'll see some fire types erupt here this time.
Yes, also trending downwards is a Pokemon I think trainers are sleeping on a little bit, and that is Poliwrath as a counter user. Poliwrath obtained counter during its community day, and it also has access now to both Scald and Icy Wind. And trainers aren't really using it now, again, favoring the Annihilate, favoring the Vigoroth, but I still think Poliwrath has a lot of play.
It definitely does. Those two coverage moves that it has, Scald, Icy Wind, very great. But let's talk about another water type that's kind of hopefully making its way into the meta. That's going to be Shadow Feraligatr with recommended attacks of Shadow Claw, Hydro Cannon, and Ice Beam. It has great damage and great coverage with really hard-hitting Shadow bonus Hydro Cannon.
Yes, also access to Crunch, another potential possibility if you're looking for that debuff chance. Feraligatr's looking to make it rain inside the convention center as well with that Hydro Cannon, looking to maybe take out some of those Glygars.
And we've talked a lot about what's going on in the PvP world here in Pokemon Go. Let's take a look at the broader sense of what's happening in Pokemon Go. We have the events, the March content here. Of course, we had those Primal Kyogre raids not that long ago. This weekend, I believe, is Primal Groudon. And then next weekend, we have Shadow Mewtwo.
Yes, trainers are going to be out in droves looking to get those Shadow Mewtwo raids. Mewtwo is such a popular Pokemon in this series. We also have our April content update here. We're going to see Mega Heracross for the first time in Pokemon Go, as well as some other 5-star raids. I see that Mega Charizard X making a return as well. Celesteela and Kartana, as well as Shadow Entei in raids. Lots to look forward to.
Kartana and Celesteela are going to be debuting their shinies for the first time, so I know people will be hunting for those. Speaking of hunting, make sure that you go out on April Community Day Classic to hunt those Bagons. You need to get that so that you can get the featured attack Outrage on Salamence, a very hard-hitting move, and it's of course a fan favorite Pokemon as well.
Yes, and we have lots of fan favorite trainers to take a look at. We have so many trainers that have already qualified for Worlds, but there is still room on this list for more. Who is going to be joining our World qualifiers today?
There's so many wonderful names on this list. I love reading through, seeing names from different regions, JW Naldo from LATAM, Out of Pocket from North America, Tomahawk UK, our newest European caster to join the crew from EU. People from all around the world have qualified for Honolulu, and I can't wait to see who adds their name to the list from Vancouver.
Yes, let's take a look at a few of our trainers who are here in Vancouver today and ready to try to add their name to the history books. We have SS Thorn and Magmar Man, both of whom I saw at the Go Challenge last night. And all three of these trainers, known for their spicy picks. I'm going to focus in on Emma 5 Cents for a moment. She does consistently well at the tournaments that she is available to come to. Portland, she did Toxicroak in 2023 and top cut with it, and also had a very strong performance with Greninja in Portland this season.
And if I recall correctly, that Toxicroak performance was actually before it got access to Shadow Ball, so that was with the older, not quite as powerful moveset. In addition to those three trainers, we do have a trainer that has already qualified for Worlds that we got to look out for. Of course, it is Lyle Jeffs, who has done so strong. 2024 Pittsburgh Regional, our very first regional of the season, is the regional finalist. 2024 Charlotte Regional Champion as well. He's had 2 rock-solid performances here.
And he is going to be out looking for another one. He wants to win all the tournaments. He wants all of the championship points. But we also have another trainer to watch out for, and that is Rubik's Master. Rubik's Master, the Portland Regional finalist in 2023 and the Worlds finalist at Worlds last season, coming in only second to the same trainer, and that is its accent. It's Axon isn't here this weekend, so will Rubik's Master take the crown for himself?
Yeah, I think that's a really great point to make. He hasn't had the opportunity to go to an event where it's Axon hasn't been. You see, he's only at 300 or so championship points, so he still has to earn his invite to Worlds this year. He's got a lot on his plate. I'm sure we're going to see a great performance from him here in Vancouver.
Yes, and I believe he was at the challenge last night, too. I cannot recommend going to those cups and challenges enough. I'm sure we're going to be talking about it a lot throughout the broadcast today.
Yeah, so we've talked about how we think the players are going to do. Let's think about how we think the casters, the Pokemon, are going to perform. We see 3 Feraligators on this list, 2 Shadow, 1 on Shadow. Of course, Stephanie, you don't like those Shadow Pokemon.
And they're suffering, Alpha Phoebe. You have to purify them and show them that love. But I know that 20% Shadow boost to Feraligator. I just think the regular one is going to be a little bit more common. I also see a lot of Guzzlord, and I see Jim opting for the Giratina Origin, hoping someone is going to repeat Inadequence's performance from Utrecht.
And if you took a look at my caster predictions, I chose a few Pokemon that core break Giratina and Wigglytuff. Plots are going to be doing quite well against both, and Skarmory also going to be doing quite well against both. Umbreon, good against Giratina, not so much against Wigglytuff, but that's a lot from us. Let's take a look at, or not take a look, excuse me, let's hear from you back on social media. We love to talk a lot, but we also love to hear from you. Tweet us on X using that hashtag #PlayPokemon, as well as on Instagram, and follow the action. You're talking about it before. Follow it on Facebook. You can follow on YouTube. You can follow on Instagram. You can follow at TikTok. So many different locations where you can watch the action.
Yes, so be sure to follow those channels and let us know what is going to core break the meta today. Which trainer is going to be adding their name to the history books and claiming their glory here today in Vancouver.
And that's enough from us. We got to get to the action. Take it away, Will and Jim.
Welcome in, trainers. We are coming to you live from Vancouver Harbor, but don't let those pristine waters fool you, because it's going to get really epic in here in our venue today. I'm Speedy's Chief 2 here with Wholesome. How are you feeling, Wholesome?
I'm doing great, Speedy. It's great to be back. I think it's been a couple months here since I've been behind the casting desk, but very excited for a little bit of a new meta that we're still adapting to here in Vancouver. What I'm very excited about, though, this is actually my 3rd year in Vancouver, Speedy, and we initially crowned one of our very first champions. It was Cindy. Then we had Dilap Chung. Neither of them are there here for today's championship, so we will see a new regional winner. Really exciting stuff.
That's always a discussion we have, right? Which trainers are going to go back-to-back? Are we going to get another Dunebug situation? Maybe another Lyle Jeffs, who is here this weekend? Could we have a 2-time regional champion? But those repeat champions are always some to look out for. But that being said, Jim, for those trainers that are just tuning in, maybe aren't that familiar with the tournament format, let's run through a quick video explaining how things are going to go this weekend.
This 2024 Regional Championships event will be showcasing exciting Pokemon Go matches all weekend. Trainers from around the globe are here to compete for over $125,000 in cash prizes, travel awards, and championship points to qualify for Worlds 2024 in Honolulu, Hawaii. This tournament is a 2-day event, with our trainers competing in a double elimination bracket using the Great League format in Pokemon Go. Matches are best of 3, except for the winners finals, losers finals, and grand finals, which are each best of 5. All matches are played in a Bring 6, Pick 3 format. This means trainers will create a team of up to 6 Pokemon, but only 3 are brought into each game. Who is taking home the title of Regional Champion this weekend? Who will secure the points to qualify for Worlds 2024 in Honolulu? Stay tuned this weekend and watch all the action live. If you want to learn more about upcoming Play Pokemon events, visit Pokemon.com/play.
All right, well, there you have it. We have a lot to look forward to this weekend. In addition to our regional, it's actually Groudon Raid Day as well. So I think we're going to see a lot of activity out on the floor with trainers catching Pokemon. Now, that said, we are getting a little bit closer towards the end of the season. We're not there yet, but it's really been interesting to follow along and see how some of these different metas have adapted through some of these seasonal changes and things like that. What are you most looking forward to here, Speedy, as far as today's regional? What's some of the changes that we've seen here in our World of Wonder season?
Well, speaking of the World of Wonder season and the season updates in general, every 3 months, Pokemon Go kind of gets a reboot or a meta update with our in-game seasons. And Stuttgart was really the place where all things changed. A Medicham fell out of the meta. There's just this huge void left in the space of counter users. Lots of Vigoroth, Annihilate, and Poliwrath. And to answer your question, Jim, that's what I'm most looking forward to. Are we going to see more Poliwrath? Will we continue to see the Vigoroth dominance? What's actually going to happen this weekend? But we also have a really up-close look at our most popular Pokemon for today in Vancouver. I'm shocked here to see Gligar and Lickitung tied. What do you think, Jim?
Yeah, that is a little shocking. I mean, but if I have to say, what are the 2 top most consistent Pokemon throughout this entire season, meta shakeups or not, I have to give it to both Gligar and Lickitung. So no shocks there. Rounding out our top 6, we also have the Whiscash, winner of 7 straight regional or special events at one point. We also have the Annihilate, the Cresselia, and the Charjabug.
Fun fact, we actually have more Vigoroth regional champions since the Stuttgart update than we have Annihilate champions. So very interesting there to see Annihilate place far ahead of Vigoroth. Only 16.4% usage for Vigoroth. But Jim, I'm really excited for the Dragons. I'm really excited for the Guzzlors, the Shadow Dragonaires of the world. I think what all these trainers are trying to do is the same thing, though. They're trying to bring the best possible Pokemon to win the tournament and gain those invaluable championship points. And the championship points race is on, Jim. These trainers want the travel awards. They want to make their way to Honolulu, Hawaii.
That's right. And for those North American trainers, many of them, we saw Rubik's Master, I think currently at 322. He's going to be trying to get to that 500 threshold. But again, we have trainers from all around the world with their different respective championship point thresholds. In addition to the championship points, to the title and glory of regional champion, there's also prizes here that we can take a look at. Speedy, walk us through.
No, absolutely. First place does win that $2,500 award and 72 booster packs. And you can kind of read down the list here. It pays in order to place high in the tournament this weekend. Top 4, of course, look great. But if you're tied for 5th, tied for 7th, you can also walk home with a little bit of money, maybe put towards another regional or special event, and also some booster packs, which are always fun to open.
Maybe even help pay for your next regional travel, right?
That's what I'm getting at, right? These trainers are trying to make their way towards Honolulu, Hawaii, but they have to earn their path, right? Whether it's through local cups and challenges or regionals or special events.
That's right. All right, I do want to ask you a little bit. We saw some of your caster predictions. I'm very curious, what are some of the indicators that you're seeing that may have influenced some of your caster picks, Speedy?
I'm just, the biggest question on my mind is, where is Shadow Feraligatr? That Pokemon came out with the addition of Shadow Claw on the new season update, but we haven't seen it anywhere. The highest placement for Shadow Feraligatr so far since the season update was actually in Goiânia. It was 9th place, just barely missing that top cut.
When you look at the top 8 from Goiânia, it was actually a little shocking. It almost felt like the previous meta. We weren't seeing too many changes, but I'm hopeful that here in Vancouver that we'll actually be seeing a pretty big shakeup. Now that said, we're going to get ready for our first set of battles. Let's move over to the stage and introduce our first 2 contestants.
Now, on the left side of your screen, that is a very familiar face. That is Lyle Jeffs III, your reigning Charlotte Regional Champion. If you remember, he did it with Vigoroth a few short weeks ago. Team looks completely different. He's facing off against Cannonballs, which has an even spicier team. Sorry, couldn't get my words out there.
You know what? I'm seeing on both teams, though, we do have that Lickitung Shadow Gligar core, which I think is just one of the most consistent cores throughout this entire meta, shifts or not, throughout this entire 2024 season. Let's take a little bit, I think, of a deeper dive, though. Lyle Jeffs, a household name at this point. He's going to be bringing that Registeel, the Poliwrath. Some people said it's on the way out, not according to Lyle Jeffs here. We also have the Shadow Gligar, the Shadow Sableye. We've seen lots of great play featuring that Power Gem charged attack Speedy, followed by 2 bulk monsters here, the Lickitung as well as the Cresselia. Again, running Future Sight, which I think has overtaken Moonblast as far as its popularity goes.
Yeah, Future Sight is just so incredibly valuable for hitting targets like Annihilate, like Polyrath. We're going to look here at Cannonball's team, though. There's a lot going on here, right?
I like what's going on here.
I like what we have here. We've got a Glisopod, a Bastiodon. We have the Pachirisu as well as the new Psycho Cut Gallade, right? That's an upgraded moveset for that Pokemon. We also have the Shadow Gligar and Lickitung core that you pointed out. Out of those top 4 picks, though, what do you think has the most core-breaking potential against Lyle Jeff's team?
I'm really curious to see how that Shadow Gallade is going to be performing because of how quickly that it can generate energy with Psycho Cut, and then having a hard-hitting, albeit non-stab, charge attack in Leaf Blade, it can absolutely unleash charge attack after charge attack after charge attack. So let's see how these trainers build their teams. This is going to be the start of our tournament. Lots of great battles to go. These trainers are still locking in, though, trying to make those determinations for how do I want to start my tournament? What do I want to start gaining momentum with? What do I maybe feel the most comfortable with? But Speedy, I think we're ready to get locked in here for game number 1 for the 2024 Vancouver Regional Tournament.
Consistency is Gligar in the lead for Lyle Jeffs III versus the Lickitung for Cannonballs. I really like this lead here from Cannonballs. Lickitung is a very safe lead. It's a very neutral Pokemon. You can play out your way out of a lot of situations, but knowing those matchups is key.
A lot of trainers, what they like to do when they're faced versus the Lickitung is get a hard-hitting charge attack like this dig onto the Lickitung, then swap in their own Lickitung. So I'm curious to see if Lyle's actually going to be trying to employ that, maybe make a catch for one of these body slams. Keep in mind, he does have that Shadow Sableye that double resists those body slams as well.
Very nice timing there from Cannonballs to go for 5 licks and then the body slam onto the Shadow Gligar. And Jim, it seems like you're suggesting that trainers like to watch the Lickitung mirror match. Well, you're right.
I don't know how much they enjoy watching it, but they certainly like bringing it in here, and that's exactly what we're seeing. Lyle getting a great catch on this body slam, going to absorb all of that neutral damage, and at this point, you do have residual energy still on that Gligar that you can employ later in this game. Could be great versus that Glisopod later on.
Well, not just the Glisopod, but also the Gallade and also the Pachirisu, right? Gligar has incredible flex play here for Lyle Jeffs, so he's very clever to switch it out, keep it in the back with about 30% HP in case he wants to use it later. But like you pointed out, Jim, we're in the Lickitung mirror match. Lots of body slams getting thrown, but actually the Power Whip, this is very aggressive by Lyle Jeffs. I don't think this is enough to knock out.
I don't think it's enough to knock out either, but I think that one body slam, you'd have to throw 2 body slams. This now maybe puts Lyle in a position where he can actually lick all the way down, come out into this next matchup with a lot of residual energy, maybe even 2 body slams. Here comes the body slam from Cannonball, though. Does not do that much, and will you be able to get a full lick down? Actually, yes. Comes out with the body slam, ready to maybe go into either this Glisopod or this Shadow Gligar. A shiny Shadow Gligar, might I add.
Double resisted licks into the opposing Lickitung, and now we get Gligar with neutral wing attacks. Shiny Shadow Gligar, say it 3 times really fast. Here comes a body slam from the shiny Lickitung from Lyle Jeffs. Also, his switch timer is also expired, so he's able to send in another Pokemon if he wants to, but he does get that valuable Protect Shield. Also, this is a best buddy shiny Shadow Gligar.
Very interesting to see here, actually, as well, because you don't really want to bring in your Glisopod with the double resisted Shadow Claw, so I understand the justification for Cannonballs to start shielding. We actually have a quick swap here at combo play. Lyle Jeffs bringing in the Gligar and had that stored energy. Here comes the Aerial Ace. Not enough to knock out the Gligar, but brings it dangerously low. This is going to force the swap now into this Glisopod.
That bug typing really betraying the Glisopod here with the super effective wing attacks, just raining down. And here comes the Aerial Ace, trying to apply pressure to take away that final protection from Cannonballs. He does get it. Cannonballs looks like he's going to gear up here for a Shadow Claw down, and that's great, but at what cost, Jim? You have no Protect Shields, your Glisopod's at half health, and now there's a Shadow Sableye with 2 Protect Shields for Lyle Jeffs.
I could even see Lyle Jeffs potentially coming in with the Lickitung, absorbing that energy. You're not going to get Shadow Claw down, but no, we have the Shadow Sableye coming in instead. At this point, you have to shield something. These are neutral X-Scissors. Again, X-Scissor did get buffed a couple seasons ago, and actually lets it go. Okay, this does put this Shadow Sableye dangerously low.
Yeah, he knows there are going to be 2 X-Scissors no matter what, so I think he's deciding to shield one of them. Can use that protection on the second X-Scissor and look for probably a Shadow Claw down. We saw the Shadow Claw down in reverse, right? Cannonballs versus the Gligar. Now Lyle Jeffs is on the better end of that exchange. Goes for the foul play on Charge Attack priority and wins it. Gonna fire that off against the Gligar and I think win this game.
I like that play from Lyle. He recognizes there's still a Charge Attack, wants to retain a Protect Shield just in case that he needs to use it, but no, had the energy, able to win that Charge Attack priority, knock out the last remaining Pokemon for Cannonballs, and take a 1-0 series lead.
This is definitely an uphill matchup for Cannonballs, given that he's facing off against a former regional champion, and you can tell by Lyle Jeffs' body language at the end of that matchup, that was a lot closer than he had hoped, right? He hoped to just have a solid, easy win in his first round, but no wins come easy against these trainers in Vancouver.
Well, let's take a look at this replay. We saw that catch again, just like we said, get a lot of damage out from your Shadow Gligar, get that catch on the Lickitung, actually gets a lick down as well later on in the match. matchup has a great matchup with the Galissapod, the Flyer up against the Bug. Despite the farm down from Cannonballs, Lyle Jeff's actually able to just use one Protect Shield, get some energy, and then close out with that Shadow Sableye.
Shadow Sableye has definitely been a European phenomenon, right? We've seen 3 make top cut this season. All 3 are from the EU region. So it's going to be interesting to see if Lyle Jeffs can pilot that Pokemon all the way through the bracket here in North America. Cannonballs needs to find a way to fight back.
Well, what's going to be difficult is how do you core break that Lickitung Shadow Gligar? I was mentioning the Gallade, and that's just not going to be the answer. You're taking super effective fast attack damage, both from the wing attacks as well as from the licks. Yes, it can absolutely hit back, but you have to probably find a different matchup to gain energy and then unleash it into those Pokemon rather than getting stuck in those matchups. Now, one interesting Pokemon here could be that Pachirisu. It's not going to perform very nicely into that Gligar. I mean, it does resist the wing attacks, right? So that's really great. But versus the Lickitung, it actually has very comparable bulk, so it may be able to withstand some of those body slams with just such a high stat product that it has.
I think it's so poetic that we get Pachirisu in the first round of our Vancouver Regional, because that is a regional Pokemon, those Pachirisu appearing in Northern Canada. And it's just really, in my mind, again, poetic to see it here in the first round of Vancouver. I believe 2 Canadian trainers as well. But that being said, we're going to see what happens here, because both trainers are locking in here for game number 2. If Lyle Jeffs wins this, he moves on to winners round 3, and Cannonballs falls to that loser's bracket. But just like you pointed out, Jim, we see the Pachirisu in the lead.
Yeah, so this is an interesting matchup. Obviously, we're going to be having a negative matchup for the Pachirisu, but it does resist the wing attacks as well. We see a quick pivot into the Lickitung, though, by Cannonballs. Here comes the Aerial Ace by Lyle Jeffs. Wants to actually throw a charge attack before this Lickitung is able to reach the body slam. I think that we might see another pivot here, which will bring in the Lickitung. Yes, that's exactly what we see, Speedy.
Hey, not only are we in a similar situation here, game number 2, we also have the same exact team composition for Lyle Jeffs. He knows this is a very consistent team, and if you look at the rest of his Pokemon, for example, Poliwrath, totally outmatched by a lot of these picks that Cannonballs brought to Vancouver this weekend. So it makes sense to kind of go with a consistent team. Gonna go for an aggressive power-up here from Cannonballs. At this HP range, at this juncture in the matchup, you can kind of throw whatever charge attacks you want to, but on the efficiency side, Body Slam is usually the pick that most trainers elect for.
I would have liked to have seen the Body Slams there, yeah. Maybe when it's really when you get down to that low HP scenario where you know a Body Slam's not going to knock out, but a Power Whip either does knock out or puts it in a lick down range is really when you want to start employing that. But Speedy, here we go. Body Slam after Body Slam firing out from both of these trainers, and actually a catch bringing back in the Pachirisu is Cannonballs here, going to catch this neutral Power Whip. So we've seen a lot of Power Whips actually.
I have to say, Cannonballs has an unconventional team, but his mechanics are very, very sound. We saw earlier in game number 1, the Gligar versus Lickitung, he timed his licks perfectly. We saw the catch and the switch there. Another perfect execution by Cannonballs, giving our Charlotte Regional Champion everything he can handle.
Yeah, so these fast attacks are not going to be adding up very quickly whatsoever. Resisted wing attacks, although that is quite impressive damage despite being resisted, firing right back here. Here comes the Thunder Punch. So this is only mono electric.
Yeah.
Typing the charge attacks, the fast attacks, you're only throwing these electric type attacks, and it is single resisted. So you have to like this for Gligar, but eventually this damage will start adding up.
Gligar going to almost maximize the total stored energy here before choosing to fire the dig into the Pachirisu. Protection coming up here from Cannonballs, but again, Lyle Jeffs has so much energy, he's just 2 wing attacks away from the second dig, and he wins a charge attack priority tie.
What's really curious is to see how can Cannonballs maybe get energy on this Shadow Gallade in the back. It does not want to match up versus the Shadow Claw user. Okay, down goes the Pachirisu with the dig. There's still 2 shields on the side of Lyle Jeffs. This Shadow Sableye looks very, very strong. It's going to have to get through this Lickitung, but Cannonballs actually chooses to bring the Lickitung out onto the field. Oh, wow. It doesn't get to the Aerial Ace. This is a lot of energy for this Lickitung.
Recognizing that the Gligar was on the 5 wing attack cycle, Cannonballs executes a perfect lick down there, but he's going to get body slammed in return by Lyle Jeffs' shiny Lickitung, and it will pick up the knockout. He's down to his last Pokemon, which is Shadow Gallade, but it's versus the Sableye, Jim, and those Shadow Claws are just ripping through its HP.
Lyle just brought all 3 Pokemon that are going to be the answers to this Shadow Gallade. Unfortunate for Cannonballs. Down it goes, and a very clean 2-0 victory there for Lyle Jeffs, maintaining the momentum that we've seen from many other regionals, starting the day off strong here, Speedy.
I just had to chuckle a little bit because you're right. I mean, the odds were stacked against the Shadow Gallade. It was like 1 versus 3 at that point. Shadow Gallade really had nowhere to go. But I do think there's a lot to be said about the team from Cannonballs, right? It kept Poliwrath on the bench. Also, Lyle bringing Poliwrath instead of Vigoroth? I didn't even make that connection, but what's going on?
That is a little interesting, and one of the interesting things in general is just where fighting types are in the meta.
Yeah.
I sometimes say that there's only room for one true fighting type, but we also have to account for the pseudo fighters, things like Vigoroth, just like you said. So again, congratulations to Lyle Jeffs. He was able to get a very clean 2-0 victory with a pretty standard team that we saw there. Lots of Lickitung, lots of Gligar, complemented each other very well in those matchups.
Well, our first comment to start that series was consistency is key, and that's exactly what Lyle did there. He's not a player that's going to really surprise you with a lot of flashy picks or hard team reads. He's not going to call, lead a Skeledirge to a Ferrothorn. He's not going to make those kinds of picks, but he's going to outplay his opponents over time. Be very patient with how he executes a lot of his games, and I think that's exactly what we saw there. No matter the competition, right? A lot of trainers might not recognize the opponent, might say, oh, I can make a bold pick here. I could lead something kind of risky. Not Lyle. Lyle wants to win here in Vancouver and become a two-time regional champion in 2024.
Without a doubt. We're starting to see some of those two-time champions like Dunebug. But first, let's move to the replays. Again, from game number 1, we did see a nice catch from Lyle Jeffs, bringing in that Lickitung to absorb all the energy. Gets a lot of energy on his own, able to farm down and then get that good matchup with Gligar versus Golisopod. Just needed to withstand a couple of charge attacks, but again, with that shield advantage, 2 protect shields, able to have no problem closing it out with the Shadow Sableye.
If I'm not mistaken, Jim, Golisopod was one of my caster predictions for Knoxville, and it went so under the radar that nobody even brought it up during the broadcast, all right? Not a lot of appreciation for Golisopod, but Cannonballs, I think that was a great pick. Unfortunately, game number 2, Shadow Sableye makes a commanding Shadow Claw down to get the victory. Jim, what's the key difference, right? Because most trainers are used to seeing the purified Sableye, and if you've only watched this season, this might be the first Sableye you've seen in general. What's the difference between the Shadow Sableye and the purified in terms of how it plays?
Yeah, great call out. So in Pokemon Go, normally you're going to be seeing the standard variants, but there are also, just like you said, purified as well as shadow variants. Purified are going to get access to the exclusive move Return, which does have some play specifically for the purified Sableye. It's actually in part of its preferred charge attack move sets. Now, Shadow is what's really unique in that not only are you taking 20% additional damage in your Shadow variant, but you're also dealing 20% additional damage, fast attacks as well as charge attacks as well. So that can maybe take you in a position from 1 charge attack knocking out or 2 charge attacks knocking out to maybe in your non-purified form needing additional.
Or a pure Shadow Claw down.
Yeah, exactly.
Right? With that increased damage output. I look at Shadow Sableye as a Pokemon that a lot of trainers use to take control switch advantage, just like purified Sableye, but they tend to use both protect shields in those situations and just try to brute force their way through the matchups with the Shadow Claws. So again, very interesting to see Lyle choose that here for Vancouver. I wonder what he saw in the meta to make that pick. Maybe all the Cresselia, maybe anticipating a Gallade or 2. I'm not sure.
I think it is the Cresselia. I think if I'm looking at one of the strongest Pokemon right now that has great bulk, great movesets, and actually a pretty favorable meta as well, just looking at the surrounding Pokemon, I think Cresselia stands out for me. It was my #1 caster pick. And when I look at that Shadow Sableye, I think it's so strong because of the infrequency of Moonblast on Cresselia. There is not a lot of fairy type damage right now, which is its only weakness as Sableye. So I think it makes it a lot safer again. We've historically seen that purified Sableye as that safe swap, but I think now that Shadow Sableye may actually have superior play.
So very, very nicely played there. Jim, you pointed out that Colin was really a turning point for Cresselia. Picking Cresselia at this point is like picking Metacham last season, Jim. Come on, it's going to show up. But
without a doubt.
Let's talk about somebody else who showed up. This is Lyle Jeffs being interviewed by Alpha Phoebe. Gentlemen, take it away.
All right, thank you, Will and Jim. I am joined by Lyle Jeffs. Talk to us a little bit. They were talking a lot about Shadow Sableye. What prompted you to use that Pokemon? Why maybe did you have it built?
I felt like it was pretty solid and neutral into the meta right now, and with like shield or energy advantage, it really can put in a lot of work. I actually built this Sableye to help Nighttime Clasher scrim for Liverpool, and since then I've been using it quite a bit. So I guess I got to give a big shout out to him for that.
Gotta have some love for other regional champions. You talked a little bit before this interview to me about the strength of Shadow Gligar in the matchup. Why did you think it would perform so well?
Well, he didn't really have a good check to Gligar. I knew he was going to be playing Gligar Licky against me, so I decided to build a team of 3 that I felt like gave me the most flexible options with shield and energy advantage. That's basically how I try to build around my game plan.
And he had a lot of spice picks on his team: Gallade, Pachirisu, and Bastiodon. What outside of Gligar, how did you try to make room on your team for countering this Pokemon.
Yeah, he also had a Golisopod, which I thought was interesting. Again, all of his spice picks were losing matchups to Gligar, so just helped me kind of deal with that. My main concern was dropping shields early in case he did have the Shadow Gallade in the back, because I knew its charge moves could output a lot of damage. So that was my only real concern with the lines that I had ran, and I did make a nice catch game 1 to preserve my Gligar, which I thought would be useful, and it ended up being very useful. So,
all right, well, great insights from the man himself. Good luck on the rest of your run. I know you want to take home a Canadian regional for your home country. Let's go ahead and send it back to the casters.
As well as Lyle Jeffs. Congratulations to Lyle Jeffs, a clean 2-0 victory. I want to go back to some of the comments he made about Gligar, actually. I have to say it's one of the most consistent, flexible, and impressive Pokemon that we're seeing in this current meta. If we look at the roughly 20 various regional and special event tournaments that we've had throughout the season, actually, out of the last 14, 10 Gligar or Shadow Gligars on those winning teams. Speedy, what makes it so flexible?
That's a great question, Jim. I feel like it's also important to point out that Gligar is definitely a North American phenomenon as well. If you look at the previous top 8s, right? If you look at the last 4 regional championships in the NA region, and you analyze those top 8 trainers from each, so 32 trainers in total, 22 Shadow Gligar on those teams. It's not only a very common pick, but like you said, it's a very high achieving pick as well. It's just so incredibly neutral. It's only weak to ice, and then if you look at, well, not only weak to ice, but its most, I guess, egregious matchup is against ice types. And if you look at ice type Pokemon in the current meta, Dugong, Shadow Alolan Sandslash, maybe the occasional Frostlass we see from time to time, they just aren't as prominent as they used to be. So Gligar, while not quite as safe as Lickitung, I do think it has incredible flex play. And that's part of the reason, Jim, I picked Shadow for Alligator as my caster pick, because it's a Pokemon that could come in, one single Hydro Cannon would devastate a Shadow Gligar, and that's what I'm hoping to see this weekend.
We see mostly Shadow Gligars, like you said, rather than the standard non-Shadow variants. So just like you said, Hydro Cannon be such a powerful move, having that Shadow bonus from the Shadow for Alligator. I hope to see that matchup at some point. Now, we saw a lot of the Lickitung Gligar core there from both teams there, from Cannonballs as well as Lyle Jeffs. To me, that screams, where is Skarmory? Is there some opportunity for Skarmory to shine here in this Vancouver tournament?
I mean, the Lickitung Skarmory matchup isn't as bad as you would think, right? Because you do have the neutral licks. Resisted body slams or not, they still add up over time. But I agree, the Gligar versus Skarmory matchup is really abysmal. I think we saw that a couple times in San Antonio when Arrow would lead his Skarmory into an opposing Gligar. Then the immediate switch out would occur, right? There was no trainer that wants to be in that matchup. And due to Pokemon's unique damage application, Dig still does a bit of damage. In spite of Skarmory being a flying type, it still has that steel subtyping.
No doubt. There's always flexible plays, and that's why we see them so well represented. But we have our battlers ready on stage. Let's go ahead and move over and introduce our next set of battlers here. We have Pokepete 35 and Monkeybug 12.
Pokepete rocking the Mystic hat. Gotta say, that's the coolest team. He's got a Medicham, Lantern, Lickitung, Tropius, as well as Galarian Stunfisk and Walrein. This feels like a throwback team, right? We haven't seen Walrein since our first season of Play Pokemon.
This feels like a meta from when I first casted Vancouver back in 2022. So yeah, that's a little bit of a throwback, just like you said. Over on the right side, though, with Monkeybug, actually seen some new Pokemon, right? We have the Wigglytuff, which we saw featured on Inadequence's victory in the Utrecht special event. And then we have the Abomasnow, the Altaria, the Galarian form for Weezing. I don't know that I've ever seen that in the Play Pokemon format. Let's take a look at a little bit of a deeper dive, though, for both of these trainers' teams. We'll start with Pokepete here. Speedy, go ahead.
No, absolutely. Pokepete brings Tropius, a Pokemon that we've seen a lot in Go Battle League, had a lot of core breaking potential in the Spring Cup, but now bringing it to Play Pokemon, I'm very interested to see how it's going to succeed. And I think kind of a similar thread is the Gligar, right? Being double weak to Ice-type damage. If you don't see an Ice-type on the opposing team, Tropius might be a good pick. This is a power-up punch Medicham as well. This is not Dynamic Punch. This is not Psychic. This is a Medicham that's going to kind of snowball its way in matchups and really pile on the damage as time progresses. But break down this team. You pointed out the Wigglytuff there, but how about the Talonflame? How about the Shadow Alolan Sandslash?
I want to say for Pokepete's team, lots of weaknesses to fighting, but a lot of weakness to fighting here on this team as well. Here for Monkeybug, we have the Abomasnow as well as the Alolan Alolan Sandslash. Last thing they want to see is a meta champ. So it's very, very unfortunate in that sense. But I'm very interested to see how this double fairy team is going to work with Galarian Weezing as well as Wigglytuff. We saw great play from Talonflame, especially over in Europe. I think it was the Arceus Aurelius team and the Inadequance team both getting lots of value out of that Talonflame and squeezing in some very, very ultra slim margin victories there with that flying fire type Pokemon.
Well, to back up that counter weakness, you've got Pokemon like Galarian Weezing. So let's see what happens here, because PokePete35 and Monkey Bug are about to throw down. Heading into game number 1, we've got a Galarian Stunfisk lead versus Abomasnow. Big question here, Icy Wind or Weather Ball Abomasnow?
All right, let's take a look, and it does look to be the Icy Wind, so it will have the ability, a little bit slower pacing than the Weather Ball, but you'll be able to get to that attack debuffing move. Icy Wind, Monkey Bug shielding up the first Rock Slide, probably wants to get a debuff out here and make those Rock Slides hurt a little bit less moving forward.
That's a high-level play, right? Because you don't want the full effectiveness of the Rock Slide, but going here for the Energy Ball, this is a surprising play. PokePete probably expecting the Icy Wind or Weather Ball, does not protect shield, and that's a ton of damage onto Galarian Stunfisk.
And that's huge, because if you look at this team here for Monkey Bug, all 3 Pokemon do not want to see this Galarian Stunfisk. You look at the Altaria, don't want to take those Rock Slides. You look at the Wigglytuff, and all the all the charms are going to be resisted. So I'm very surprised, but also very pleasantly surprised to see that Energy Ball land right away and get a significant amount of meaningful damage. Now you have to shield these Icy Winds.
I think PokePete is recognizing too that his Galarian Stunfisk is going to be very valuable, so he does give it his first Protect Shield of the game, going for the Rock Slide. After the Icy Wind debuff though, this is not going to be enough to knock out the Grass and Ice type Abomasnow, dropping it down to the Yellow, but it's not that weak. Going to see another Charge Set get fired off any moment here. Here comes another Icy Wind, Jim.
Question for PokePete is, does he want to invest 2 Protect Shields to try and go for switch advantage? It looks like he does. Out comes the second Protect Shield, has a Rock Slide almost ready to go here. A little bit of an overfarm and is able to now unleash this Rock Slide. This should be enough damage to knock out this Abomasnow. Will it provide a nice farm down though, perhaps for this Altaria, perhaps for this Wigglytuff?
Oh,
no, in comes the Altaria. Will he be able to get to another Rock Slide? Trying to go for the full farm down, does not get it.
Flashbacks to World Championships 2022, right? Unable to get the full, unable to get the Rock Slide there. Dragon Breath does get the full farm down. Going for a Sky Attack against the Wall Rain. In my mind, the question is, when is Monkey Bug going to switch out? Because you're taking double super effective damage from the Powder Snows and eventually the Icicle Spear as well.
Okay, well, almost an immediate swap out. You did get some meaningful damage there with that Sky Attack, and now this Wigglytuff in a no-shield matchup is going to be racing to try and get to this Disarming Voice, and not before this Lantern is able to get to a Surf, however. Very quick pacing, very consistent Pokemon here, and this is a relatively neutral matchup. I like the scenario for PokePete, but how can Monkey Bug fight back?
Yeah, the Lantern is not a Pokemon that we talk about too much here in our team previews, but it's definitely a solid backdrop that so many trainers rely on. Like you pointed out, Jim, going here for the Disarming Voice, trying to chip down the Lantern, trying to knock out with a couple more charms, but it won't quite get the job done as another Surf does come through. The question is, if you're a Monkey Bug, can you Dragon Breath down this Lantern and then Sky Attack the Walrein to win the game?
Let's see here. We already saw this Walrein go down below 50% HP. Here comes the farm down. That's step number 1. Can you get to another Charge Attack? No, the Icicle Spear is loaded and ready to go. Just like you mentioned, this is double super effective damage into this flying dragon type. Here comes the Icicle Spear, and it takes down the Altaria. Game number 1 going to PokePete and his Walrein.
Yeah, that's a lot of damage there from the Icicle Spear into the Altaria. That's a matchup that we used to see in previous seasons of Play Pokemon. A matchup that Walrein is always going to win. Oh, I guess 99% of the time Walrein's going to walk out of there or flop out of there with a win.
You're going to need a lot of energy advantage on that Altaria to try and take down that Walrein. I think even 2 Sky Attacks without Dragon Breaths aren't going to do it. But let's take a look at this replay here. I tried to go for that farm down, I think, was Monkey Bug, but no, PokePete was able to get to that last Rock Slide and define the switch advantage pacing for the game, able to then get his Walrein lined up versus that Altaria. Wigglytuff did its very best to try and take out the rest of the roster, but not able to get through the bulky Water Electric type Lantern.
I guess we're hopping right into game number 2 here. Our trainers are locked in, ready to go. Galarian Stunfisk makes a return. Actually, PokePete running the exact same team he ran in game number 1. Monkey Bug makes the adjustment to go for the Alolan Sandslash with Shadow Claw.
Okay, here comes the Ice Punch. This is not the super effective Drill Run, but actually able to get to the Charge Attack at the same pacing as this Rock Slide coming from the Galarian Stunfisk. Actually has a Charge Attack priority, but with the higher attack stat here on the Alolan Sandslash. Thank you, Speedy as Chief, able to actually win that and go first when it throws this charge attack.
Now, Monkeybug did something very interesting in game number 1. I think recognizing that Galarian Stunfisk was going to be very detrimental to her back line, she was able to kind of force the matchup down into a critical mass where then she's able to farm down with Altaria. Is she going to do something similar here? We already see the double Protect Shield on the Alolan Sandslash. She recognizes that she's chipping away at her opposing Galarian Stunfisk, and she did not see Medicham either in game number 1. So Sandslash might actually be a really good pick here.
Yeah, I think she's actually been building her team around that Medicham, bringing 2 Pokemon in the back that have some strengths with that Altaria as well as that Wigglytuff. Now that said, there's going to be a lot of pressure on this Shadow Alolan Sandslash, not only to take out this Galarian Stunfisk, but also for that Lantern in the back as well. It does have lots of positive matchups, and thankfully you're only taking these neutral rock slides here, not building up to that Earthquake. Bringing it relatively low here, but I don't know that you can Shadow Claw down. Will we potentially see a catch this time? No, now forcing a decision for Pokepete. Do you shield up this Ice Punch and win switch like last time? No, a change in direction this time.
Change in direction. I anticipate Lantern coming in here because the Powder Snows are so heavily resisted by that Alolan Sandslash's typing. We do get the Lantern. Gonna look for some sparks here. Monkeybug trying to reach for the Drill Run, recognizes she can't quite get there, goes for the Ice Punch instead. This is resisted damage, right? We've got a Water type Lantern versus an Ice Punch coming from Alolan Sandslash. However, it does give Monkeybug the control of the situation. Does she decide to come in with the Wigglytuff or the Altaria? Comes in with the Wigglytuff. This could be really tough for the end game.
What this sets up now, Speedy, is going to be, again, the Wall Rain into the Altaria matchup, which we saw how disastrous that was for Monkeybug in game number 1. So here comes the Surf, gets some nice neutral damage out into this Wigglytuff, has the next Surf loaded, almost able to get to this Thunderbolt as well. Okay, Pokepete able to unleash both charge attacks here. Surf, Thunderbolt, this is going to be very close to knocking out the Wigglytuff.
Now, Pokepete is predicting the same team as game number 1. He knows that it's Altaria in the back, comes in with the Wall Rain, and just like he pointed out at the end of game number 1, Jim, this Altaria needs so much energy to beat Wall Rain, and especially when it's down a Protect Shield like this, there are almost no win conditions, right? As long as you fire the Icicle Spear, the win belongs to Wall Rain.
Yeah, back up against the wall there. No real win conditions at that point.
Back up against the Wall Rain.
Back up against the Wall Rain, Will. That's right.
There
Absolutely.
It is.
All right, a nice little pun here to start off our morning. Great win there from Pokepete. He got the alignment that he needed every time. That Wall Rain, which we don't see a lot of, ended up being incredibly effective there versus Monkeybug's team. I think Lantern did everything that it needed to do, win those neutral matchups versus the Wigglytuff, and then just sets up the sweeps there for the Wall Rain, both in game 1 and game 2.
Well, if you look at the team composition there for Pokepete, he's got the Tropius, the Medicham, the Galarian Stunfisk, and the Lantern. He needs something for Gligar, and that makes total sense to bring in a bulky water and ice type Pokemon like Wall Rain. I'm always interested to see because we kind of count Pokemon out. We don't think they're going to be viable. We don't think they're going to be successful. And then you have a trainer come in like Dunebug with Skeledirge and just win the entire tournament. And you say, you know what? That Pokemon actually is pretty good.
Yeah, absolutely. And I want to go back to a little bit of the team building from Monkeybug there. We saw 2 times a Pokemon weak to counter, weak to fighting in the lead, both with the Abomasnow and then also with the Alolan Sandslash as well. And then 2 checks to those counter and fighting type users there with the Altaria and the Wigglytuff. So I like the team building, but Pokepete went in a totally different direction. No Medicham whatsoever. And said, hey, I'm just going to bring all my strong answers to this Altaria with the Lantern, with the Wall Rain, and then also the Galarian Stunfisk as well.
Yeah, sometimes when you only have one resistance to Dragon Breath on your team, it just makes sense to kind of double or even triple down at protecting against that weakness. But that was a fun series to watch. Let's take a look back here as Pokepete does claim the 2-0 victory here in winners round 2. Galarian Stunfisk in the lead. That was a matchup we saw in both game number 1 and game number 2. And I think that even though he didn't align his steel type Pokemon against the Wigglytuff, against the Altaria very often, still managed to find the wins.
You know, it's interesting because this Wigglytuff, really the only Pokemon that it didn't want to match up against was that Galarian Stunfisk, and Monkeybug both times was able to mostly neutralize that Galarian Stunfisk. Unfortunately, with shields down, that Wigglytuff wasn't able to get enough value, and then with that terrible alignment with the Altaria going up against its worst enemy, the Wall Rain. Just very, very challenging. Game number 2, very similar to what we saw in game number 1.
Yeah, very, very tough situation to be in, but very well played there by Monkeybug. Very excited to see how she continues to progress through this tournament, and then hopefully at more challenges, cups, and regional championships in the future. That being said, Jim, we've seen Poliwrath, we've seen a couple of picks we expect expected to see no Annihilate yet. Even though we've only been through 2 rounds, I do think we will get a lot of Annihilate soon.
I think we're going to see some Shadow for Alligator potentially as
I
well.
hope.
I think those are, and that's a really interesting matchup as well because they're both very new in the meta. I don't think we fully fleshed out exactly how each individual matchup versus some of those meta Pokemon really play out. And I'm very curious to see specifically how the 2 of them match up because you've got just the sheer power of counter from Annihilate. The same type attack bonus, stab counters going into a neutral Pokemon there with that Shadow for Alligator. But at the same time, you then have your Shadow Claw from the Shadow for Alligator.
Hitting right back.
Hitting right back for super effective. So it's a very, very close matchup. And if you kind of just look at their overall bulk, they're very, very similar.
Well, let's hear from the Walrein winner himself. This is Pokey with Stephanie.
Thank you so much, Will. I am here with Pokey Pete to find out a little bit more about that match. Congratulations on the early tournament win. How are you feeling?
Feeling good, yeah. It's nice to get the first win out and makes my nervousness less. So, feels good.
Yeah, it can give you a good confidence boost going into the rest of the tournament. Tell me a little bit more about your team that you brought today. You said you have Tropius on your team, but didn't bring it to this first match.
Yeah, I have Tropius on my team, but I'll use it if the right matchup. But this matchup didn't see any good use for it, so I decided to keep it in the back.
All right, what about some of the other Pokemon on your team? What kind of led to some of those decisions?
Just all things that kind of go around Tropius and like what kind of that combines good with Tropius. Like Lantern and Tropius is a pretty good core team, I find. So I kind of base it all from around Tropius, pretty much.
Awesome. And then I believe we've seen you before, I think Portland last season as well. What brings you here to Vancouver today? What are you exciting? What are you hoping for?
Well, Vancouver is my hometown, so I'm happy to compete in my hometown regional. And I'm looking forward to a good time here.
Yes, thank you so much for hanging out. I'm happy to see some local trainers here competing today. Let's go ahead and throw it back to our casters getting ready for the next match.
Well, Pokey Pete is trying to be a hometown hero, but next up on stage in just a few short moments, we have a trainer that traveled all the way from Latin America to compete here in Vancouver. One of actually multiple trainers who made the trip and are trying to win gold here.
That's right. We're going to be seeing the return of Rocha Babyface. So a very popular content creator. Very excited to see him here on the stage shortly. Now, I want to talk actually about that Tropius very quickly because when we take a look at people's comfort levels with Pokemon, sometimes it almost goes back to, okay, what have people been playing in Go Battle League recently? And we just recently had the Spring Cup, which was an interesting meta, I think, featuring water, a little bit of some grass, you know, a little bit of, we saw a lot of Tropius though, a lot of Tropius indeed. So I feel like maybe that had some influence with what this pick was here for this open Great League format.
Well, that's just one of the benefits of Go Battle League, right? Because not only can you try new Pokemon, see what you like to play, what your play style might be, but it also gives you a chance to learn new matchups. I frequently, Jim, will go through lists of suggested teams that I see online on X, and I'll say, oh, I'll try this team, and I kind of, going through a set or two, I find what I like, right? I might try a Skeledirge team one set and then try an Annihilate team the second set. I typically gravitate more towards the Annihilate teams personally, but it's always good to experiment. Glaring Weezing was also on the same note. I played a ton of Glaring Weezing in Go Battle League, and it was really exciting to see it on stage here in Vancouver.
Yeah, I would have loved to have, you know, seen it actually get some action there because it has some really interesting matchups. You mentioned it, but it actually double resists fighting, which is going to be one of the, I think, the few Pokemon that actually has that advantage that can just hard wall a Pokemon, something like a Metachamp potentially, especially now that so few are running Psychic.
Yeah, exactly right. A Pokemon that can be very, very useful. But our next matchup is going to be really exciting to see as well. A little bit more of a pivot towards the traditional. These trainers are seasoned battlers. They've done tons and tons of practice scrims, maybe some local cups as well, and challenges. So let's see what they brought to Vancouver today.
All right, well, we're going to move over to the stage and officially introduce both of these battlers. We already mentioned him, but I think he needs no introduction. Rocha Babyface, popular content creator. I think you and I actually got to see him down at the Latin America International Championship as well. So yeah, he definitely has quite a bit of traveling that he's done here in the Americas, coming all the way up to Vancouver, all the way down to Sao Paulo, Brazil as well. He's going to be running the Registeel, which is the first time we're going to be seeing that in action, as well as the Shadow Whiscash, which has become very popular in the meta as well.
Well, we saw Dunebug win San Antonio with Shadow Whiscash, but it hasn't really seen the same success since. Definitely a lot of Whiscash presence as we take a look at King Lugia's team, also bringing the water and ground type Pokemon. Now, it wasn't on my caster predictions, Jim, but if I was countering my own caster predictions, I would have selected Azumarill, and that's definitely a Pokemon that King Lugia decided to bring. Let's break down Rocha Babyface's team in a little more detail, though, because he's a very talented trainer, has appeared in multiple tournaments. Talk to me about the reasoning here behind the Mandibuzz and maybe the Cresselia moveset.
Well, the theme for this team is bulk. All 6 Pokemon here, you're not going to be seeing those relatively fragile Pokemon that can just unleash hard-hitting charge attacks and in many cases one-hit knock out some of those Pokemon. I don't really think there's much one-hit potential here from any of these Pokemon, but what it does give you is flexibility to stay in even negative matchups, withstand some of those charge attacks, and maybe try and find a better matchup later in the game. So Registeel, Lickitung, with fewer fighters in the meta, still has a lot of room to play and operate there.
On the opposing side, King Lugia with Charjabug, as well as Azumarill, Talonflame, Lickitung, Gligar, and Whiscash. Talonflame has definitely been a more EU-centric Pokemon, right? We've seen 7 Talonflames make top cuts over the past 4 regional championships, but I think it has a lot of merit here in Vancouver. Fire and Flying, very rare typing combination, and it can hit for so much damage.
Yeah, that Talonflame has some great targets, right? The Cresselia, running Moonblast, might I add, so it's going to be resisting all of those charge attacks. Registeel, even Lickitung, still a good matchup there. Needs to watch out for that Whiscash and Lantern, though, especially that Lantern. Resists all of its fast and charge attacks, would be a devastating matchup there. We're going to move into these battles here, guys. We've got Rocha Babyface versus King Lugia. Here we go, game number 1.
Oh, tough lead here for Rocha Babyface on the left. We see Charjabug from King Lugia in the lead situation. Instant pivot into the Lickitung. Like you pointed out, Jim, always favoring the bulk, right? Tons of HP product, tons of ability to move around, and your favorite matchup on camera again, Lickitung Mirror.
It wouldn't be a Pokemon Go play Pokemon Regional Championship if we didn't see Lickitung versus Lickitung. Now, I want to call out one key item here. With Lyle Jeff, we always saw him throwing a charge attack with his first Pokemon into that Lickitung and then swap, whereas King Lugia actually just quickly swapped right into his Lickitung in response to Rocha Babyface's Lickitung. This means that he's behind in energy, and this could be challenging to maintain switch advantage.
I'm going to caveat your caveat, right? Because Rocha Babyface switched so quickly that the Volt Switch damage transferred to the Lickitung. So in that sense, King Lugia has a damage advantage on the opposing Lickitung. Maybe a couple licks down, but that one Volt Switch could be a big difference maker.
Let's see what's going to be more impactful. Will it be that Volt Switch damage, the HP advantage, or will it be the energy advantage in getting to that last Body Slam? It's going to come down to the wire here. And in fact, switch clocks are now going to be back up after this Body Slam from King Lugia's Lickitung. There may be some room to operate here and maybe bring in a different bulky Pokemon here from Rocha Babyface.
Important distinction to note as well is that Rocha Babyface's Lickitung did win the charge attack priority tie. So if these two Lickitungs align their body slams again, his will go first no matter what. We're going to see a body slam from King Lugia connect and almost equalize out the situation here for the two Lickitungs. But the switch and the pivot, here comes shiny Gligar into the Lickitung matchup.
Yeah, you know that Rocha Babyface really wants to realign this Whiscash into that Charjabug rather than that Mandibuzz. So actually, in comes the Mandibuzz right now. Since King Lugia is hard blocked, Rocha Babyface has no problem also hard blocking his Mandibuzz, knowing that he can get some good value here. Those digs are going to do absolutely nothing into this Mandibuzz, so you have to rely on these aerial aces, which are a little bit of a less efficient move when it comes to damage per energy.
And this is just a downside of not being able to maintain control of switch advantage, because King Lugia had such a positive matchup in the lead, Charjabug versus Mandibuzz, but since he made the switch into Gligar, yes, it was a good catch, yes, it distributed the damage a bit, but it allowed Rocha to put his Mandibuzz in a position to succeed. These kind of minor decisions, right, can have big impacts as the game moves on.
We also have to keep in mind information that both of these trainers have. Rocha Babyface has only revealed 2 of his Pokemon, the Mandibuzz and the Lickitung. He swapped back into his Mandibuzz. At this point, Rocha, though, knows all 3 Pokemon from King Lugia. He saw the Charjabug early on, we've seen the Lickitung, and now we've revealed the backline, which is this Gligar as well. But no, we actually have a quick swap here. In comes the Charjabug. It's going going to be met by the Dark Pulse from Rocha Babyface. Switch Clock should be coming back up here. I think he can actually pivot out of this matchup into the Whiscash.
And gorgeous timing there by Rocha Babyface. 1-turn switch, 4-turn Volt Switch for 5 turns total. He goes for the Snarls and fires off the charge attack there, then sends in his Shadow Whiscash into this matchup. Also, upper Protect Shield. I think Rocha Babyface has really kind of wrestled away control of this matchup, and it happened in that Lickitung mirror.
Okay, well here comes the Scald, and keep in mind, Scald is a unique move in that it has the opportunity, a 50% chance to debuff your opponent's attack as well. It looks like it did not go through there. A little bit of bad luck for Rocha Babyface. Now comes the X-Scissor. This is neutral damage. It's going to be fired off versus the Shadow Whiscash. This is still a very respectable move despite the mud shots being despite the Volt Switches being resisted by the Whiscash.
It is respectable, but that typing from Whiscash kind of shows a bit of disrespect, right? Shrugging off the X-Scissor, ready to throw another Mud Bomb, and that is a big knockout into the Charge Bug. King Lugia kind of running out of options. He's got 2 weakened Pokemon and no Protect Shields. Switch Timer kind of waiting the clock, trying to get that Switch Timer back, but still a very tough position to be in.
But this actually allows Rocha Babyface now to swap back into his Mandibuzz, and if we're talking about core breakers for the Gligar, Lickitung core, I think that Mandibuzz is actually one of those best matchups because you're resisting those licks, and then you're only having to take these aerial aces. In fact, you only need to get to your own aerial ace as Rocha Babyface, and it's going to be very challenging for that Lickitung on King Lugia's side to lick all the way down and try and sweep this matchup.
Rocha throws immediately because the neutral wing attacks are going to do more damage than the resisted licks, and that's very clever because that allows him to gear up for another aerial ace. King Lugia recognizes that, so he throws the Body Slam to try to interrupt that cycle and get the knockout, which he will, but Rocha Babyface is just kind of playing this out, right? He's being very patient, comes in with the Whiscash to tie this up.
That's right. You just need one charge attack. Anything will do at this point. Don't need to go for the Scald. Here comes the Mud Bomb, and Rocha Babyface, despite a tough lead there with the Mandibuzz into the Charge Bug, able to actually win switch and get the realignment and take game number 1. Mandibuzz looked very strong there despite a tough lead.
Something that you pointed out, Jim, the bulk on Rocha Babyface's team. If he would not have won that game with the Mud Bomb there, he would have won by virtue of timeout, which does not happen very often in the Great League. That's typically an Ultra League phenomena, right? Where you have to keep in mind how many Pokemon you have in reserve in order to win the timeout win condition, right? Mud Bomb does get the knockout, Aerial Ace into the opposing Gligar, and almost gets off another Aerial Ace, forcing his opponent to throw energy, forcing King Lugia into making mistakes.
If we see just maybe like if we see that same matchups in game number 2, I would like to see King Lugia stay in a little bit longer with that Charger Bug. You will be able to get to your X-Scissor before that Lickitung from Rocha Babyface gets to its own Body Slam. Throw that X-Scissor, then swap in your own Lickitung so you can retain that switch advantage. You can then have your Gligar not matched up versus that Mandibuzz. But at the same time, that Whiscash was a little bit of a core breaker when we look at King Lugia's team. Does well versus the Charjabug, does well versus the Gligar as well. Really just needs to avoid that Lickitung, which it was able to do. We're not going to wait around here, though. We're going to move right into game number 2. We're seeing the return of the Mandibuzz, this time versus the Whiscash on King Lugia's team.
Yeah, Rocha Babyface leading the Mandibuzz 2 games in a row in spite of seeing the Charge Bug in game number 1, and it does pay off in dividends here for him. Gonna look for a Scald here. Would have wished for maybe one more Mud Shot on the timing there, but the Scald will come through nonetheless. Do we get a debuff?
Yeah, that's going to be the big question. It can actually early on influence matchups very significantly. Yes, we do see the attack fell indicator there on Rocha Babyface's Mandibuzz, so now these Dark Pulses aren't going to be adding up quite as much. Whiscash itself is a relatively bulky Pokemon, doesn't even take it down below half HP.
Now, because of the turn cycles, Whiscash is unable to get to the second Scald before the second charge attack from the Mandibuzz. I really appreciate here throwing the Dark Pulse, a harder hitting charge attack before another potential Scald debuff comes through.
The big question for me is, it actually brings in the Lickitung. This is a little interesting because this is not a good matchup for Lickitung, but you do have to keep in mind that this Mandibuzz is debuffed, so you really don't want to swap out necessarily as Rocha Babyface, despite having your Mandibuzz a bit weakened from its attack. This is really the best matchup you're going to have versus Lickitung.
In a lot of situations, when your opponent stays in an unfavorable matchup, it means they have a double or even triple weakness to your lead Pokemon, but I didn't get that sense in this lead situation, right? Whiscash versus Mandibuzz is very neutral. King Lugia making the pivot into Lickitung, maybe trying to lure something out, but he doesn't get anything. Instead, he just gets continued to be hard-walled by the Mandibuzz here.
I think a lot of trainers, they think, well, I debuffed your attack. You don't want to stay in this matchup anymore now, do you?
True.
So maybe forcing a swap out to then realign that Charjabug versus the Mandibuzz. But Rocha Babyface, nice discipline, just staying in, recognizing a good matchup is a good matchup, and I'm going to leverage that good matchup, getting tons of value here from this Mandibuzz, already taking the Whiscash down close to the red HP, and now now is going to be bringing down this Lickitung very close to the red as well. I don't even think it's used a Protect Shield at this point here. Just lots and lots of value from this big, bulky Mandibuzz.
The switch timers are expired for both trainers, so they can make pivots if they so desire. But here comes another Dark Pulse from Rocha Babyface. He knows that the Mandibuzz is not quite within Lick Down range because it is so heavily resisted. Now he makes his own pivot into the opposing Lickitung to save his Mandibuzz for later.
Speedy, I feel something in the air in this matchup. It feels like it may be another timeout game brewing right here in Vancouver. But yeah, we have the Lickitung versus Lickitung. I think for our 6th consecutive game now at this point, we're seeing this mirror matchup play out. However, King Lugia's Lickitung is quite low. Now you mentioned switch clocks. I'm curious to see, the switch clock is up for King Lugia. Do you want to stand and try and get to one more body slam? No, opts to actually swap into the Charge-a-Bug.
Jim, you said you felt something in the air. It might have been all the saliva from the Lickitung mirror matches we've seen on screen. Here comes a body slam from Lickitung into the Charge-Bug. Now seeing all 3 of the Pokemon here available for King Lugia, this actually gives Roach Babyface an additional degree of control because he can throw his body slams, he can play this matchup out, but he can just pace himself and bring out his Shadow Whiscash whenever he's ready.
For those of you at home, take notes. Roach Babyface throwing great move timing each and every charge attack that he's throwing, optimizing every little bit of energy that he can squeeze during the middle of those Volt switches here from King Lugia's Charge-a-Bug. In comes the X-Scissor though. We're gonna see if Roach Babyface hangs on. Yes, he does. His Lickitung able to get a little bit more, a little bit of HP still remaining. Gets this body slam, and again, switch clocks may be able to swap out of this matchup here as well. No Protect Shields remaining for King Lugia. Do we see this Lickitung go down? Yes, it does. So it is now 3-2 Pokemon for King Lugia. His switch clock is not quite up. Oh, and we actually have a catch here, catching the X-Scissor on the Mandibuzz. Roach Babyface needs to keep in mind though the timer on this game. He's now let 2 of his Pokemon faint. He only has 1 remaining. While he can sweep, there may be a timer situation where he's actually able to win 2-1.
Yeah, exactly. Roach Babyface needs to go bowling here and knock some of these pins down. He gets the knockout onto Lickitung, but he's got 2 more to pace through. Doesn't even wait the switch timer. Could have waited the switch timer there to play for that timeout win condition. Goes for the Mud Bomb immediately into the opposing Whiscash.
There were 8 seconds still on the clock that he could have waited that would have got us closer and closer to that timeout. He does have energy to continue stalling the switch clock here, but there are still Protect Shields on the side of Roach Babyface. Used one, opts to use another here as well. He needs desperately to remove this Whiscash from the field. Timer's coming up. Will this Mud Bomb be enough? I don't think we saw an attack fall there, so I'm hoping that from this Shadow Whiscash, this will be enough to do it, but I think that we may run into the timer for a 2nd consecutive game.
In comes the Charge-Bug. He's got very little HP and does get knocked out with 1 second left on the clock. Roach Babyface plays for the timeout advantage, but he takes the win in advance of that. I mean, multiple ways to wrap up that game. He chose the latter.
Yeah, absolutely. Roach Babyface getting a 2-0 victory. It's going to be a long day for Roach Babyface. When you're running that team of 6, all of your games are going to be close to that time there. So congratulations to Roach Babyface. Again, World Traveler here in Vancouver, showing a very dominant 2-0 victory. You got to love what you're seeing here. Despite having a rough lead in game number 1, able to work his way out and then leverage a good lead in game number 2. Recognize when a good matchup is a good matchup. I love the way that he stayed in versus that Lickitung with his Mandibuzz.
I don't know about you, Jim, but it's the reason I don't play Umbreon if I do a cup or a challenge. I don't play Mandibuzz. I don't play those Pokemon that are so bulky. I just don't have the patience. I get so antsy. I can't do it.
That's right. Well, let's take a look at our replays from game 1 here. We'll start off with, we took a look at that Shadow Whiscash up against that Charge-Bug, able to knock it out, which was one of the most important Pokemon to knock out. Then gets the Mandibuzz versus the Gligar. A great matchup there, and able to close things out there with the Shadow Whiscash, knocking out the Lickitung at the timer for game number 1.
Very solid win there by Roach Babyface. Again, that Lickitung mirror match in the mid-game really kind of sealed this game up because he had such a tough lead scenario with the Charge-Bug into the Mandibuzz that wrestling away control switch advantage allowed him to position his Whiscash against this Charge-Bug as he brings it out right there.
That's right, and don't forget though, we had this catch after the Volt Switch, brings in the Mandibuzz, able to absorb all of this energy, and then we were a little bit worried for Roach Babyface with the timer there, but able to just get enough damage out, both from his charge attacks as well as from that Mud Shot damage to take the game just before the timer. A clean 2-0 victory. We've seen 3 straight 2-0s here from these trainers to start off our Vancouver regional tournament.
There's so much depth of skill expression and gameplay in Pokemon Go, and it's not obvious when you first look at it, right? A lot of trainers, maybe even in other titles, think we just kind of tap on our phones and hope for the best, but it's so much more than that. You look at trainers like Roach Babyface playing towards the timeout win condition when he needs to. You look at Lyle Jeffs being very consistent. You look at Yakobrovich, right, in the APAC region, playing very defensively, bringing the same Pokemon over and over and just kind of beating his opponent down over time. And then you look at trainers like Arceus Aurelius making the hard calls, leading the Talonflame into the Alolan Sandslash. And even you look at Inadequance right over in Europe, bringing his Giratina, but bolstering it with his Wigglytuff and Vigoroth combination. There's so much variety across the world for Pokemon Go.
I agree, 100%. And it's interesting, we haven't seen too much of that variety so far here in Vancouver. That's something that I would like to see more of. We saw a lot of Lickitung there, but one of the interesting Pokemon for me was Mandibuzz. Let's actually find out a little bit more from Rocha Babyface. We're going to turn it over to Alpha Phoebe with Rocha Babyface.
All right, thank you, Jim. I am joined here by Rocha Babyface, who, along with a bunch of teammates, came up from Mexico. Talk to me a little bit about how this journey has been for you up into Vancouver with so many of your friends.
Yeah, well, honestly, it's a very long journey, and also it's very, very cold, and I'm not a cold person, but it's a really good city, and the venue and the energy is really, really nice.
And normal types have been the focus of the past few months in Pokemon Go. You have one on your team, Lickitung, and you have one right here in your hands, Wigglytuff. Talk to us about your choice of normal type for your team.
Yeah, I was running a different team yesterday at the challenge, but I got into some troublesome matches, and I think Lickitung is just the safest mon, honestly. Just take it out of the Vigoroth out of the way, and it's good to go.
And we just saw in Europe Inadequance win with a Giratina on his team, even in the face of so many Lickitungs in the meta. Why do you think he was able to do so well with that Pokemon if Lickitung is such a strong, powerful Pokemon?
Yeah, for sure. Inadequance is a really, really strong player, and I also had a Giratina yesterday at the challenge, but maybe I lack the knowledge of using it, maybe the shield scenario, the 1-2. And I think Inadequate did great because of he played really well around it, and the other 5 Pokemon did really good against Lickitung, so he just had really good knowledge of the game.
And as we wrap up here, I know, of course, the friends that you traveled with, you'd like to shout them out. Anyone else that back at home maybe, or maybe some other people out in the crowd who are maybe not participating that you'd like to shout out?
Yeah, I want to shout out Nico, he's a friend of mine, Poncho and Jessica also, and the chat that always gives me company on my streams.
All right, well, great to hear. Good luck in the rest of your journey here. And obviously, you're a very well-talented player. Let's go ahead and listen to some other journey aspects from another talented player, Dunebug.
Dunebug has won 13 straight games to start this grand finals.
And back in 2016, Pokemon Go was the first ever Pokemon game I played. I'd never played a single Pokemon game before learning about Pokemon Go. When I was a freshman at college, there was a wild Dragonite that spawned, and the whole campus literally ran to the spawn. And it was such a frenzy. It was such a fun time. I've just gotten to love the game and love the Pokemon series. It's just been a really fun learning experience, and the community is great. It's just fun competition.
Dunebug, who's absolutely on fire.
I have a sports background. I'm a competitive person by heart, so it was pretty easy transition to competitive play. My favorite moment was probably winning Arlington last year. The tournament before that, I came off being reverse swept in the losers finals, which was very heartbreaking end to a tournament. And then I was able to come back and win Arlington. Felt like such a big step for me. I would look up to the previous world champion, Nick Saxon. He's a really good friend of mine. He's been very helpful in my journey with team building and practicing, and he's just a very nice person too.
What an epic end to that battle. It doesn't get closer than that.
My number one goal is to win Worlds, but I would just love to do well at Worlds because the last 2 World Championships, I haven't done as well as I wanted. I've learned that I am really competitive. I am also one of the best players in the world. A lot of people say that about me too. And I like winning.
Hello, Pokemon trainers. This is Will Dunphy, and I'll be recapping the 2024 Pokemon Go Regional Championships in Knoxville. Over 120 trainers converged at the gateway to the Smoky Mountains for an exciting weekend of battles, proving that win conditions can be found anywhere, even in the deepest of valleys. The top performing team from the past 2 NA regionals fell short as Shadow Gligar and Shadow Whiscash made outsized impacts. On Championship Sunday, Rockhaven 703 was sent to the losers bracket by Dunebug and his double boosted Annihilate.
It is the
Magic Mason conjured victories against Awesome Ev and Rise to the Occasion before succumbing to Dunebug as well.
A boost again!
No way!
Look at
He's
the counter
forced
to adding
stations.
up. You can't even get to the power whip.
Rockhaven 703's focus never eroded as he persevered through the loser's bracket where he would eventually meet Magic Mason. In a decisive Game 5, Magic Mason ended the seesaw of momentum in the losers finals and powered himself through with Charge Above.
I think it's gonna be enough, almost enough to pick up the knockout. Two Mudshots go through and the X-Scissor knocks out the Whiz Cash.
This set the stage for a rematch between Doombug 97 and Magic Mason in the grand finals. Doombug proved unstoppable though, as he swept the finals, finishing 18-1 and making history as the first North American trainer to win 2 regional championships in the same season.
Doombug becomes your back-to-back champion here at North America.
The road to Worlds is paved with thrilling victories and narrow defeats. Begin your own championship journey by visiting Pokemon.com/compete.
My friend Charlie, she got me into Pokemon and she doesn't play anymore. I'd been into Pokemon my whole life, but I'd never actually picked up Pokemon Go. I picked it up 2 years after everyone else.
And of course, we've got Abunoff at the top there, the regional champion.
First starter I picked in the first Pokemon game I played, Pokemon Platinum, Torterra. Such a cool Pokemon, great design, best grass type, and overlooked Pokemon. Yeah, I love Torterra. For a long time I was hesitant, like, should I take part in PvP? Am I good enough? Am I cool enough? Going to tournaments with like fellow Chicago locals, seeing them in person, battling in person, bonding, talking, having a good time. I wouldn't be where I am today if it wasn't for those tournaments back then. And I will always remember in my first big tournament win, sitting in my dorm room in the middle of COVID, no one around me. I told myself, if I can win this tournament, I can surely do bigger and better things.
He competed in Indianapolis, the North American International Championships, and then the Open India qualifier as well, getting 9th place in that. And then now in 2024, the year of Abhinav.
I'm in a transitional phase of my life, just graduated college. So I told myself, push hard this season, qualify for Worlds, and then one last hurrah. Now that I've done it, I have to kind of recalibrate my goals for the rest of the season, I guess. Portland definitely is maybe the biggest notch in my belt, but a lot of boxes ticked, you know. Wanted to do it for like India and for Chicago, wanted to qualify for Worlds. I feel like I proved not just to the world, but to myself that this is something that I'm really good at and that I should continue doing because I'm one of the world's best.
So it's really all on the line here. Whoever wins this series is going to go to the World Championships.
It's a very emotionally charged experience playing this game because, you know, things happen in the flash of a second, and in a completely non-Pokemon context, I've learned about who I am as a person, what makes me happy, what makes me sad.
And Abhinav will be your Portland Regional Grand Champion!
I'm on a faction or like a team. We're called the Chicago Stars. And our captain for the longest time was a trainer called Barnabas. He sadly passed away recently due to cancer, and I have so many great memories playing in-person tournaments with him for so many years, and one of the biggest reasons I've grown into who I am right now.
Welcome back, trainers. We are here in Vancouver for the Pokemon Go Regional Championship Series. If you are just tuning in, maybe even for the first time, welcome. My name is Stephanie Christine, and I am joined here with Nick.
We have such great action here already in Vancouver, and I'm excited to keep it going. We're just getting started with the day. We are still in winners round 1 and 2 of this tournament. So much more action to go, and a lot of people from different locations. We, of course, had that interview before with a few of the people down from Mexico. This is a Canadian regional, one of our few Canadian regionals, and I'm always excited to see how the Canadians can show up. We have a lot of jest between at least North America and Europe about going back and forth and maybe who wins what regionals, etc. But I also like to have a little bit of rivalry here between North America. In North America, can Mexico or America or Canada take wins here in Vancouver? It'll be interesting to see.
We have a lot of trainers looking to perhaps be the hometown hero, and we have a couple of trainers getting ready on the stage who have shown up before to some previous Canadian Regional Championships. While we wait and we are getting settled, Nick, what is this tournament all about? We tend to have a lot of new viewers, especially on a lot of social media platforms. What are we doing here today?
Yeah, that's a great question, Stephanie. So Pokemon Go, of course, is a game that you know for, walking around, catching Pokemon, maybe on your commute to work, or maybe on a weekend walk through the park, or maybe you're at a venue like here and you're out in the crowd and you're catching Pokemon at the Vancouver Regional Championship as well. You collect those Pokemon, you power them up to under 1500 CP. We are playing this in the Great League, and you bring a team of 6 different Pokemon, and in each battle against another trainer, you choose a team of 3 and go head-to-head against an opponent's team of 3. And it's, of course, best of 3 in double elimination. So you have a number of chances to fight and prove yourself and prove for your team that you are the very best and deserve to be here.
Yes, and trainers are looking to win prizes and glory here today, and also a ticket to Worlds. Let's go ahead and take a look at 2 competitors down on the stage.
Yeah, on the left side is Gordon the Flash. On the right side is Motiques. As you had mentioned, they've both participated in the Canadian Regionals. Very interesting teams here. I love to see Guzzlord on Gordon the Flash's side. Of course, Lickitung there has to avoid Motiques. Vigoroth, of course, being pushed out a little bit by the Annihilate, but interestingly enough, the Annihilate here is actually on Motique's side. Double counter users there, and if we look for Gordon the Flash, actually no flyers available. Has the Cresselia, has the Charger Bug, both solid. And there, of course, was that Shadow Gligar as well, a flying and ground type that has sort of different play against a fighting type that maybe covers an Ice Punch, an Ice type charge attack.
Let's take a look a little bit closer at Gordon's team. I can see that Cresselia, and it is running Moonblast. We can definitely have that conversation. Moonblast versus Future Sight on Cresselia. Opting for Moonblast here, potentially looking for some different coverage. Also, I love that choice of Guzzlord. It was on my caster pick, so maybe Gordon will be able to make my dreams come true here today. Let's take a little bit closer look at Motique as well. I think you were talking about the Annihilate earlier.
Yeah, there's no doubt that Annihilate performs so well in these tournaments, opting for Night Slash instead of Ice Punch, so maybe a little bit more afraid of that Gligar matchup. However, as we've seen in previous tournaments, there is a lot of boost potential with that Night Slash, so it can overcome some more negative matchups and potentially flip something in a 2-shield matchup. We are going to be letting our battlers think of their teams, see which Pokemon they want to bring. Probably not a Farfetch'd and a Vulpix from Motiques, but he did bring those Pokemon as his buddies up on stage.
Yes, and these 2 trainers are locking in. I am excited to see how this is going to go. Let's take a look down on the field of battle, and we have Lickitung versus Altaria, a very classic matchup that we tend to see. Both of these Pokemon try to do a lot of pressure with their fast attack. Lickitung using the fast attack Lick versus Dragon Breath coming from the Altaria.
And this is a pretty neutral matchup. Lickitung has the ability to win certain shield scenarios, whereas Altaria, I feel like, is somewhat in the driver's seat. Dragon Breath being same type attack bonus deals a little bit more damage, and therefore we actually see a near simultaneous swap. Gordon the Flash switching in Cresselia and Motique switching in the Vigoroth, throwing the Body Slam first. I like this a lot, making sure that he doesn't fall behind in that pacing, doing a little bit of chip damage there. Body Slam being neutral, and these counters are not very effective resisted damage.
The Vigoroth goes for the Body Slam first. Vigoroth here is really looking to just continue to chip away at the Cresselia's health. Gordon going for the Moonblast, takes a little bit more energy, does a little bit more damage, also has that 10% chance to cause a attack drop, but not going to happen here.
Yeah, we definitely see some of the trainers in the championship series being a little bit addicted to those debuff moves, throwing maybe the not so effective move, but instead Moonblast being the right move of choice there, knocking out the Vigoroth. In comes Altaria. Great timing from Motiques here, throwing the Sky Attack before another charge attack could be reached by Gordon the Flash, actually opting for a shield.
And the Cresselia going in turn. Motiques knows that this is Moonblast, knows that it cannot be Future Sight, so opts for the shield to protect against that super effective damage. Gordon the Flash immediately pulling the Cresselia back in, but Motiques has the answer with that Azumarill. Look at how much damage those bubbles are doing, Alpha Feed.
She's got hearts in her eyes. Azumarill in such a great matchup here. Water type into ground type, as well as flying, so Ice Beam being double super effective. Able to pick up a one-hit KO here against Shadow Gligar, so Gordon the Flash throws up a shield.
And that Shadow Gligar is going to get to continue, but now it is defenseless. All the Azumarill needs to do is get to that Ice Beam to knock out the Shadow Gligar. Is Motiques going to shield? No, has confidence that the Azumarill is going to be able to tank that dig, even though it is a Shadow Gligar. But Shadow Gligar cannot take this hit, and it goes down. All Gordon is left is with this Lickitung, but it has so much energy, is able to get the fast attack down, and it has several body slams of energy. Motique has this protect shield, but has to decide when is the most opportune time to use it.
Yeah, one body slam not threatening a knockout. We see the Dragon Breath come through as another body slam is being thrown. Motique's really great understanding of what attacks his Pokemon can take. A third body slam able to be reached by Gordon the Flash. So much energy built up from farming down that Azumarill.
Yes, and all of that energy is so impactful here. The Altaria just not able to get to another charged attack, and the first match goes to Gordon the Flash. Alpha Feed, what do you think was really just a key moment in that matchup?
Honestly, I think Motique's lining up the Azumarill on that Shadow Gligar was really big. It still didn't quite have the impact. I think the farm down on that Lickitung was probably the biggest thing for Gordon the Flash, but we can see it again here in the replay. Cresselia landing that Moonblast, knocking out the Vigoroth. Great no shield by Motiques, knowing that the dig would not knock out and a Ice Beam would still be able to be reached, and then Lickitung, body slam after body slam after body slam.
Yes, energy management is such a key aspect of playing Pokemon Go, knowing when to save those charged attacks for later.
And knowing the dimensions of certain Pokemon, so Motique's Azumarill, it takes so long to get to Ice Beams. It's 5 bubbles, that's 15 turns, quick maths with Big Phoebe. It's very slow pacing, whereas Lickitung, it's able to get to them in 12 turns, so that's 1.5 seconds difference between the pacing to those charge attacks and the damage output that you get from Licks into Azumarill is meaningful, even though Azumarill is now, it's been what, probably 3-4 years since XLs were introduced. It has a little bit more bulk than it used to back before level 50 was a thing. It's still really impactful. Those licks do really add up.
Yeah, something also that's just so noticeable now is that bubble buff helping out Azumarill. The damage that those bubbles were doing to the Shadow Gligar. Note that it's Shadow Gligar, so its defenses are down by 20%, and the bubbles are super effective. But I think being able to apply that fast attack pressure, because you don't think of bubble as a fast attack pressure move, but it really is so impactful and keeps Azumarill hanging around in the meta.
And Azumarill's a bit of a tough spot for Motiques because of the Pokemon that I think Gordon the Flash is likely to bring. Lickitung, Cresselia looking very solid here. Going into game number 2, it's a pretty more neutral lead. It's going to be Shadow Gligar into Vigoroth. Shadow Gligar does have the benefit of resisting the counters from Vigoroth. However, body slams do add up. and the same type attack bonus body slams from Vigoroth do a lot of damage.
And you are going to see that damage applied right away to that Shadow Gligar. Motique's deciding this Vigoroth is going to be better served later on in the matchup. So pulls it away, and now we have the Altaria versus the Cresselia. Two very bulky Pokemon that are going to be battling it out here, trying to pressure a lot of damage, chip away at the health, and also potentially we're going to start seeing shields be utilized, especially because Cresselia does have access to the super effective Moon Blast.
It's a bit of an interesting switch from Gordon the Flash, given that he does, a switch out from Motique's, excuse me, given that he does have a Charjabug in the back, and that would pair up worse against that Shadow Gligar than the Vigoroth. Potentially, one thing he has going for him, though, is a big farm down here. Actually, no, winning switch advantage against the Cresselia. Gligar, forced to throw energy, did not want to take those Dragon Breaths into its Shadow variant, really starting to add up, and I think Motique's in a great spot here now.
And that Vigoroth, saved for later, hoping to use it a little bit later in the matchup, is going to come back in here. The counter's still not very effective, but that Shadow Gligar is very low on health. Motique's is going to use a Protect Shield, maybe trying to figure out what does Gordon have in the back. Will my Vigoroth, is it the Lickitung back there? No, it is the Charjabug, but now that Vigoroth has Rock Slide, it can really apply a lot of pressure to the Charjabug. Will Gordon the Flash decide he is going to shield? Lets the Rock Slide through. A little shake of the head there. Was really hoping it was going to be a Body Slam. And now we have a Charjabug mirror going for the X Scissor. Charjabug, for those of us who play it, we know that we get to these X Scissors. We 3-volt switches to the first one, then 2, then 3, then 2, then 3.
Yeah, it's a very aggressive Rock Slide from Motique's. I think had to catch Gordon the Flash off a little bit. One thing Gordon the Flash does have going for him, though, is that he had shield advantage, and he has a ton of energy on this Charjabug. Next X-Scissor coming through. I think Motique's recognizing this is not enough to threaten a knockout. I'm at another one, and Gordon the Flash would need to throw immediately in order to try to threaten a knockout on my own Charjabug. That comes down to a Charge Attack tie, and actually a switch into Gligar, going for the Farm Town. 2-volt switch is not enough to knock out.
And the Gligar is able to get to a charged attack, but the Vigoroth is able to go first and is able to throw the Body Slam to clear the Shadow Gligar off the field of play.
A bit of a mistake from Gordon the Flash, doing an additional wing attack there to get to the dig energy, had the Aerial Ace loaded, now throwing the X-Scissor with 2 loaded. The second one, I think, will be enough to pick up a knockout. It's going to be really close. Actually, accidentally going for a Volt Switch instead of throwing the X-Scissor there.
Yes, I really want to key into that. That's something we often call over-tapping. So a lot of times Pokemon Go trainers, we get so excited and we're tapping on the screen because that's what we do. That's how we gain energy on our Pokemon. But it's important when you want to throw that charged attack at the precise moment, you have to stop tapping. So we're seeing a lot of those fast attacks go through because then the fast attack has to complete before the charge attack can go off.
And that was such a pivotal moment in this game. Winning switch Altaria into that counter swap of Cresselia. Cresselia just not quite threatening hard enough with those Moon Blasts. It does not pick up a one-hit knockout. And then the Body Slam, the over tap there by Gordon the Flash, doing one more wing attack. And here we see 1 Volt Switch instead of throwing that X-Scissor immediately. A bit unfortunate there. I think had that charge attack come out immediately, it would have been really close to knocking out. I'm not sure if it would have been quite enough damage, but it looks like potentially the judges looking at that play, and maybe this might be a match under review. We'll have to wait until we actually get word from our judge.
Yeah, but let's talk a little bit more about the impact of over-tapping, because sometimes that really is a mistake I think a lot of trainers who are newer to the game make, and how impactful that is on something like a Charjabug versus for something like an Altaria or a Lickitung. Because when a Volt Switch is a 4-turn fast move, or heaven forbid you over-tap on a Talonflame, I'm thinking Incinerate, that can lose you so many matchups.
Yeah, and you get stuck in those long 2.5 second, 2-second animations. It can be really impactful if your opponent's using Dragon Breath, a hard-hitting 1-turn fast attack, or even counter a hard-hitting 2-turn fast attack. You can end up taking so much additional damage. You could potentially let your opponent get a catch in if they know that, oh, they need to throw after this 1 Volt Switch. I have a really great opportunity to catch. You put yourself at a really tough disadvantage if you end up using an additional long turn duration fast attack when you don't need to.
Yeah, you can let your opponent get an additional like 2 counters in the time that you're waiting for the fast move to complete, so you can throw your charged attack. So, Nick, if these long, slow, heavy, fast attacks, there's such a risk with them, why wouldn't everybody just run moves like Dragon Breath?
Well, we have seen that a fair frequent amount of times in the Go meta, that the Go meta centralizes around 1 and 2 turn fast attacks. We've had recent buffs to Incinerate, which is why we've kind of seen a reemergence of Talonflame and Skeledirge recently being introduced to the game as well. Volt Switch, it's good typing-wise. Electric does so well against water types and flying types, and those are pretty dominant types in Go Battle League as well as the Pokemon Championship Series. So, and then if you're thinking more in depth about electric type fast attacks, you have Volt Switch and you also have Thundershock. Those are the 2 mainstays. Spark, of course, being the option for Lantern because it's its best option. Volt Switch just deals a little bit more damage. It provides you a little more farm down opportunity, and that's why Volt Switch as well as Incinerate are typically used a little more frequently than other 4-turn fast attacks such as Confusion.
So kind of a high-risk, high-reward situation.
Definitely. If you're in a bad matchup, you don't have as many opportunities to maneuver about. We've actually, I think, seen some Charger Bugs opt for Spark in the past, but it is definitely the not as favored fast attack compared to Volt Switch.
All right, and we do see Charger Bugs on both of these teams. These trainers are talking out a little bit, but I think we are still getting ready for the game number 3. Gordon the Flash has left this Whiscash and Guzzlord on the bench so far. Motiques, that Azumarill you mentioned, nowhere to be seen, doesn't really have a lot of places to go, doesn't really have a lot of targets up against Gordon the Flash, and Shadow Gligar also staying on the bench for Motiques.
Yeah, I mean, Shadow Gligar definitely has a lot of great neutral play into the matchup. I want to focus back in on a Pokemon you mentioned, that Guzzlord. I feel like it's super hard for Gordon the Flash to bring it, and that's why we haven't seen him bring it either the first 2 games. We have 2 counter users. We have Azumarill. Both are so good. Charge Bug, it's more neutral. You have a lot of great play as Guzzlord because you're doing neutral back with the Dragon Tails and the Dragon Claws, or even you could opt for a Crunch or Brutal Swing, depending on which charge attack you've opted for on your Guzzlord to hit for pretty meaningful neutral damage. But because X-Scissor is super effective and the Charge Bug gets to it so quickly, it's pretty threatening. It doesn't threaten a one-hit knockout, but it threatens to do 70-80% of the total health of that Guzzlord. Maybe a little bit less, maybe 60 to 70. And if you do that on an already chipped Guzzlord, or you switch into a Charm user, and one Charm does 40% of Guzzlord's health. It doesn't actually do that much, but you know, you can threaten a potential switch and fast attack down if you do land a hard-hitting X-Scissor.
Yeah, Charger Bug. It's not something you necessarily think of a high-damage Pokemon, but it's so versatile. It's something, one of my personal favorites, especially to use in the Go Battle League. It's a personal favorite of mine in this Show 6-Pick-3 format as well. Definitely a fun Pokemon to use, but again, we have that high-risk, high-reward of using those slow, heavy, fast attacks like Volt Switch. It looks like our trainers are now getting ready. Just to recap again, we are 1-1. This is going to determine the winner of Winners Round 2 Group D. Heading down to the field, we have Cresselia versus Vigoroth.
Now, this is a great matchup for Gordon. That's why we see Motiques immediately switch out. And I like this from Motiques, that Shadow Gligar is very safe. Going in for that safe swap into that Shadow Gligar provides him an opportunity to put Gordon the Flash on the back foot. Will Gordon switch out after this Aerial Ace? Yes, into Lickitung. This is a very safe matchup for Lickitung, but Lickitung also looks pretty good all around, and also dodging, very importantly, that Vigoroth.
Yes, here is that first heavy-hitting charged attack going up against the Lickitung, but the Lickitung says, nah, I'm good. I'm going to stick around. Doesn't even put it under half health. Lickitung is just so bulky, which is why we've seen it time and time again here in the Championship Series.
Yeah, Lickiting's the type of Pokemon that you can often take a short rest, look away from the screens a little bit, you look back and oh, the Lickitung is still there. It's so healthy. It's got so much bulk. You can see that's the third aerial ace landing. It's building up to 1.5 body slams now, actually allowing Motiques to switch out. And this body slam, although it's still neutral against the Vigoroth, it would have been much better if it landed against that Shadow Gligar.
Yes, but that Shadow Gligar is now going to be able to lurk in the back and perhaps get some additional damage on one of Gordon's other Pokemon. Vigoroth wants to put that energy somewhere, so going to send it into the Vigoroth, taking it down to half health. Gordon has a couple of different options here, bringing in the Cresselia to bring in that opening matchup once again, or the Gligar could potentially would have worked well as well. Here we're going to see the Grass Knot thrown first.
Yeah, Grass Knot coming through, not enough to pick up the knockout. I like that no shield again from Motiques. It was a good idea from Gordon to flash because, oh, maybe I can threaten a shield with this immediately charge attack throw. Maybe Motiques thinks that I'm going to be able to get a knockout and he wants to try to get a body slam off. Actually, going for the fast attack down, Motiques able to reach another body slam here. This is going to do so much extra chip damage to the Cresselia. Cresselia going to be dropped deep into the red.
Yeah, but Gordon is saving those two Protect Shields for the Shadow Gligar, recognizing that it's a fairly bulky Pokemon, but a lot of charge attacks could knock it out. Motiques getting to the Aerial Ace, and here I think we are going to start to have to see Gordon. You've got to use those Protect Shields at some point, and expends the first one here, and then going into the Altaria. Motiques with 2 Protect Shields remaining to Gordon's singular one.
And I think the question for Gordon here is, can he strip away both of those Protect Shields from the Altaria? You want to be able to land a hard-hitting, super effective Moonblast, but Altaria very comfortable. No shielding the first Aerial Ace, second Aerial Ace coming through, pulling the fourth shield, and I think Motiques has to be doing some mental math here, recognizing I need a shield for that Cresselia. That's going to be the hardest hitting charge attack.
Yes, but that Dragon Breath is just melting that Shadow Gligar away. It's going to be trying to get to another Aerial Ace, and it will get there. But Motiques, again, has to think, can I survive this and get the Shadow Gligar off the field? I need this Protect Shield. Can it get rid of the Shadow Gligar? It gets to the Sky Attack, but there's only 1 HP remaining. How healthy is that Cresselia?
That Altaria has done so much damage. She got to that final Sky Attack, and she's done so much Dragon Breath damage. In comes the shield to protect the Grass Knot. Will the Cresselia be able to reach a second one in time?
It's 1 Psycho Cut away, but it faints. That was a photo finish of a match, but Motiques takes the victory here. I am going to have to see that end of play again.
That was so tight throughout that entire matchup, and we got to give credit to both of the players there at the end. There were a lot of variables going on there, a lot of energy on the Pokemon in the back, a little bit of health, not much time remaining in that end game, and they both played it to the best of their abilities. That was definitely well played by Motiques there to be able to prevent that final charge attack from being reached by Gordon the Flash.
Yes, lots of Pokemon that are just hanging on by a thread. Very exciting stuff here in that last matchup. Just, again, really exciting. We saw a lot of that Cresselia. We saw a lot of that Gligar on the side of Gordon. But that Vigoroth and Altaria combo just ended up working out really well for Motiques.
And speaking of threads, let's go ahead and draw a thread through that previous matchup and see if we can weave a story of how it played out. Game number 1, Lickitung into Altaria, not quite able to pick up the knockout, but able to pick up the lick down.
And here we have the Sky Attack in the second game, knocking the Cresselia out, but the Shadow Gligar in turn fainting the Altaria. We have that Charge Above Mirror with the Gligar coming in, but 2-volt switches just wasn't enough, being resisted on the Gligar. And then that is going to start wrapping up the second game. There was that over tap that we mentioned earlier. Look at the health bar on that Vigoroth, Nick.
Yeah, that body slam being so impactful, pulling the Cresselia so low and preventing it from reaching that final grass knot. We really see exactly how impactful each of these small, minute happenings are in these battles, because if that body slam wasn't reached by that Vigoroth, that would have meant that that Cresselia reached a grass knot. The Gligar would not have been able to threaten a knockout, and that would have been game for Gordon the Flash as opposed to Moteeks.
But Moteeks goes ahead and moves on, but it is not game over yet for Gordon the Flash, because this is a double elimination style tournament, and we just watched a match from the winner's side of the bracket. So he still has a chance, although the road is difficult down on the loser side of the bracket. One more loss and the tournament run is done for today.
You have all that extra pressure, and you also very frequently have significantly more matches as well, because you have to push through all those losers rounds. But we've seen it before, and I have to imagine we'll be able to see it again. There's always going to be someone coming from the losers bracket into grand finals, right? That's the way that double elimination works. The question is it someone who maybe just got knocked down from the winners finals, or is it someone who's really fought their way tooth and nail, maybe from losers round 1 of day 1 and not day 2?
Speaking of tooth and nail, there is a Pokemon with some very impressive teeth that we are not seeing in the tournament right now, and I want to look at this top 12 bracket. Alphaphoebe, where is my Feraligatr?
It's not the top 12 Pokemon, unfortunately, and although it does frequently bear its Ice Fangs, it doesn't seem like Vancouver, even though we are pretty far north. It's just not quite cold enough for it up here. We do see Registeel and Skarmory in the top 12, 2 Steel types. We've seen Steel type kind of really take a hit the past few seasons, and it's really coming back to try to answer that Cresselia, that Pokemon that, we were predicting to be rising up. It answers Cresselia with Grass Knot and Moonblast and or Future Sight. Steel types. Steel types resist all 3 of those typings, both Grass, Fairy, and Psychic.
That they do, but I am not done talking about Feraligatr. I want to try to convince the people out there that Shadow Feraligatr, or regular Feraligatr if you're me, is meta, is an option. Again, let's take a look at that spotlight. Shadow Feraligatr here, recommended with Shadow Claw, Hydro Cannon, or Ice Beam. We mentioned at the top of the show as well that Crunch is another solid option as a charged attack, because it gives you a little bit of different coverage depending on your team composition in a Show 6 Pick 3, or even if you're just in the Go Battle League, what other charge attacks you have on your team. This is the Strong Jaw Pokemon. When it bites with its massive and powerful jaws, it shakes its head and savagely tears up its victims.
So Stephanie, I have a question for you. I know you're acting your heart out for Feraligatr. Did you bring it on your team yesterday?
I did not bring it on my team yesterday, but it was fun. I do want to talk a little bit about other ways that trainers can get championship points. Even here at the regional event, it's not just this event that has championship points. There's also cups and challenges happening today, tomorrow. There was one last night that I, on a bit of a whim, I competed in and was able to face trainers like Gordon the Flash as well as SS Thorn yesterday, who were out there trying to earn additional championship points.
And we talk so much about earning championship points from these regional level tournaments. Those locals that you've been talking about are also great. You can get up to 50 championship points from one of those cups and up to 15 championship points from those challenges. And I've been to a number of cups and challenges myself in the local area. One of our good friends, Enhoff, we often, she often draws me as an opponent. We don't like facing off, but in a small tournament, Boston, depending on the location of the tournament, doesn't have the largest turnout, so we often face each other, and it's always a good time, but it's not always what you want to see at the beginning of a local tournament.
what I do want to see is these two trainers who are ready to go over on the stage. We have Shadow Brady versus Tiwa Stell, bringing that cute little Bonsley on the as a plush. I believe that's one of the newer ones that has come to the Pokemon Center, and it looks very, very fun up there. But I want to take a look at on these teams, because I am seeing a bit of fun from both. There's that Poliwrath that people have been sleeping on. I am excited to see that from Shadow Brady. Shadow Charizard feels like a blast from the past, as well as Shadow Obama Snow. Really interesting in the meta coming from Shadow Brady.
Yeah, Shadow Charizard has been absent for so long. Maybe Shadow Brady thinking, I know I can fix him. I can bring him back into this meta where Whiscash and Lantern have been both very prominent. I think it has some play against Twastel's team. It's taking resisted damage from the Steel Wings, from the Skarmory. It's a bit of a more neutral matchup against Charjabug. It will probably want to avoid that Guzzlord because one Dragon Claw won't necessarily threaten a knockout, and Dragon Tails will add up against Shadow Charizard.
Yeah, let's really take a look at Shadow Brady's team, because again, really interesting picks. The Shadow Abomasnow looks like he is choosing the Weather Ball rather than the more recent addition of Icy Wind. I personally prefer Icy Wind because you can debuff your opponent. The Shadow Charizard as well, like you mentioned, that is such a powerful pick. And then the Poliwrath that people has been trending downwards like we talked about in the forecast, but I'd like to see it have its chance.
And then on the other side of the table, it is Tiwa Stell with the Shadow Gligar, Annihilate, Guzzlord, Shadow Whiscash, Skarmory, and Charjabug. So I think the Shadow Gligar, Shadow Whiscash core has been around for a long time. It's been paired with Annihilate and Charjabug and Skarmory a bunch. Bringing Guzzlord is a bit new, and you know me, I always talk about Guzzlord. I'm obsessed. Like, I need to talk about this Pokemon every time I see it. Bringing in Crunch as opposed to that other Dark type charged attack, Crunch having the option to potentially debuff over Brutal Swing. They're both very similar in terms of energy and damage, so you'll see both being brought very frequently. I think people will typically opt for Crunch more often because of that potential debuff chance. It provides a little bit more flexibility to the Pokemon.
It does, and these trainers both are using Pokemon. Some of them are a little bit more flexible than others. Shadow Charizard, I feel not to be a very flexible pick. That is another. When we talk about high risk, high reward, also that Shadow Abomasnow feels very inflexible when you're up against a counter user, or even just if somebody lights a match in the room, that Shadow Abomasnow is going to disappear. Let's take a look though at the two flyers that we have starting off this match. We have the Shadow Gligar versus the Skarmory. Shadow Brady opting to bring in the Lickitung into this matchup, which is a much more neutral matchup than one would think.
Yeah, Lickitung being able to do neutral licks is very good, even though the body slams are resisted. Interesting from Tiwa Stell here, not opting to immediately switch into the Guzzlord, waiting to throw a Sky Attack first, and great timing from Shadow Brady, able to land this body slam, which will help that Gligar out in the future, putting the Skarmory just maybe above 65% health. Guzzlord in a really great spot because of the damage from that Sky Attack, able to fully farm down here, but Poliwrath looks pretty decent in the back if it's able to get an energy advantage.
Yeah, Lickitung just doesn't want to see this Guzzlord. Lickitung really relies a lot on its fast attack, and it doesn't do anything up against Guzzlord. So Tiwa Stell has a lot of energy leaving this matchup that it is going to be able to throw into whatever Shadow Brady brings in next. Looking to bring it into the Shadow Gligar. We mentioned that Crunch. It has the potential to debuff, and Tiwa Stell has two of them ready to go.
First Crunch comes through, does a good amount of chip damage, and now actually opting for the Dragon Claw. I like this from Shadow Brady, recognizing I don't think a Crunch quite knocks me out. It's actually just the Dragon Claw, which will do a little bit less damage and provide him the opportunity to reach for the... Oh! Unfortunately for him, he goes for 3 wing attacks there, allowing the damage from the second Dragon Tail to land, knocking out that Shadow Gligar. He should have just reached for the Aerial Ace instead of going for the dig.
A tough judgment call there from Shadow Brady, and there is the Shadow Gligar in the back from T-Wastel. Now, Poliwrath has a lot of charge attack pressure here for the Shadow Gligar. However, Shadow Brady, I think, recognizing that with 2 shields remaining on the side of T-Wastel, was not going to be able to win that battle.
Yeah, letting that charge attack go through and kissing his Poliwrath goodbye. That's game number 1. Really well, really good team composition coming in there from Twastel. Lined up everything perfectly, had a solid lead. That Skarmory into Shadow Gligar. Shadow Gligar really struggles. Only able to hit 4 singly resistance to damage by reaching those digs, and we saw not quite able to reach that dig into Guzzlord, really sealing the deal here.
Yes, I agree. And then that Poliwrath having to take just additional damage there from the Shadow Gligar. Would have loved to see like an Icy Wind or a Scald, but you would have needed to reach 3 of them. It's got to peel away the shields and then throw a charged attack, and just there wasn't enough time. T-Wastel here being featured, placed top 16 in Portland this season.
And I want to go back to what you were talking about before, that matchup between Poliwrath and Shadow Gligar, excuse me. Because of the pacing, we saw that Poliwrath had a little bit of energy advantage going into that matchup, but the pacing of Gligar is so fast. Shadow Brady recognized, I'm just always going to get outpaced. Even if I land these debuffed, these debuffs, these Icy Winds into that Shadow Gligar, there's still not going to be enough wiggle room for me to be able to get an Icy Wind through before I have to let an Aerial Ace through. And that really just kind of sealed the deal there in that matchup in that endgame.
It did. So again, T-Wastel here with 1-2 versus Shadow Brady 0. If he wins again, he gets to move on in Group C here in winners round 3. Shadow Brady looking to make a comeback here and looking and finding the charge bug. Shadow Brady nodding his head, saying, I think I'm going to stick this one out because I resist this Volt Switch damage. However, the Shadow Abomasnow has to watch out for those X-Scissors coming from T-Wastel's Charger Bug.
Yeah, taking 20% more damage from the X-Scissors is going to be painful. However, I think the Abomasnow, because it resists those Volt Switches, as you mentioned, it can comfortably no-shield the X-Scissor and reach a Weather Ball. I know it's a bit painful, but it's still able to reach this, win the Zero Shield matchup. The question is, will T-Wastel invest a shield here to win switch? No, opting for foregoing switch, which is actually very good for him because he's got energy advantage going into this matchup. The question is, opting for the Gligar mirror matchup. I think Shadow Brady should have potentially gone in with the Charizard here because Charizard's going to be paper thin to the Dragon Tails coming from T-Wastel's Guzzlord.
That is going to be a rough matchup, but it looks like both of these trainers willing to stay in the matchup. However, they do both have switch available if they want to go into the Pokemon that they have kept in the back end of the matchup. Gligar, that Aerial Ace lands. Shadow Brady maybe hoping to have some energy going into whatever T-Wastel has in the back, but decides, no, I'm going to let my Shadow Gligar go. I'm going to let it go down. I'm going to let it faint, and then just maybe get some energy here from the on the Charizard. But here it is, the Guzzlord. We see that Beast Ball come out, not a Pokeball that we see coming out very often. And there is T-Wastel opting to use a Protect Shield.
I really like that no shield from Shadow Brady. It allowed this Shadow Charizard to ramp up on energy a little bit more quickly. However, it's just taking so much damage from these Dragon Tails. Some other guys might have tried to throw some Dragon Claws there, but just not enough health. Shadow Brady recognizing that he was not able to win that game, and that is going to be a 2-0 victory for T-Wastel. Very solid understanding of his team composition and a bit of a celebration from the Whalmers and the Whale Lords that are so known here in Vancouver.
Yes, this is my very first time visiting this beautiful city, so I've heard the call of the Whalmer before on these broadcasts, but I've never been here to witness it myself. So my very first Whalmer call here in Vancouver.
That matchup, though, was so solid. And, I was going to pivot back into that, but I want to talk more about Whalmers. We've seen one of our good friends, PvP Steve, over from Australia. He loves that Pokemon, and he's made so many solid runs with it. It's a Pokemon that I think
I don't know for certain, but I would put some money on him being the only person to ever have run Wailord in the Pokemon Championship Series. Maybe someone else has run it, but maybe not done quite well enough of it for it to be in my memory. I could be wrong. I'm sure you all at home can type it in chat and be like, oh no, I used Wailmer and Wailord as well, so always happy to be proven wrong here.
All right, let's take a look back at the matchup we just had with Shadow Brady and T-Wastel. Shadow Brady just could not get a foot in the door in either one of these matchups. Going down with both of them, still with 2 shields in his pocket.
Yeah, Skarmory just not ever aligning in game number 1 where he needed to, and then T-Wastel recognizing the strength of Guzzlord in game number 3. Shadow Brady really not in a spot where he wanted to shield there, gets that energy advantage, but the pretty quick switch from T-Wastel allowing him to go for the Dragon Tail down. Could have maybe gone for a Crunch debuff as an opportunity there, but Guzzlord's so great. It's why I love talking about it. It's so bulky. And even with that immense bulk, those Dragon Tails really do add up.
Yeah, we were hoping for Guzztober back in Toronto, but now it appears we have a Guzzlord celebration here in Vancouver in March.
Yeah, I was thinking about different ways that we could maybe combine the name of the Pokemon Guzzlord with March, and nothing really works out.
It doesn't work as well as Guzztober like we were hoping for.
Yeah, I only have bad ideas coming to my brain, so I'm just not going to say any of them whatsoever.
Good idea.
It's a great idea. It's, you know, sometimes on the cast I like just saying almost anything that comes to my brain, but you got to filter out some of the bad ideas so that we keep it a little... I like being silly, but we got to keep it a little serious here sometimes.
All right, let's go ahead and get serious about the next couple of trainers. One of them is definitely one to watch, and that is going to be Rubik's Master. Again, we mentioned it earlier on in the show. He just cannot get past its accent. His regional finalist performance, as well as at Worlds, its accent just proved to be the stronger trainer. However, its accent nowhere to be found today. So that is just a little bit of a sneak preview of what we are going to be seeing next.
Yeah, someone else who might be happy that its accent isn't here could be T-Wastel. Let's hear from him about how he thinks Guzzlord played for him in that last matchup.
Welcome in, trainers. I'm here with T-Wastel, who just had an incredible 2-0 victory over his opponent on stage. Tristan, tell us about your team and your trip to Vancouver this weekend.
Yeah, so I drove up from Seattle yesterday, got in like around 3 p.m., and I actually attended the challenge that they held here yesterday. That was at 5. I was running a different team, and it didn't go so hot. I went 1-4 in the challenge, and so decided, okay, it's time to, look, do some reworking, figure something else out. So I think the only 2 Pokemon that were on my team yesterday that I'm still using is the Shadow Gligar and the Shadow Whiscash. Otherwise, I just totally tore it up and started fresh. And yeah, the Guzzlord is a Pokemon I haven't used too much, but it's been very powerful so far this weekend. It has a lot of positive or neutral matchups, and so I've really enjoyed using it so far.
I feel like the local cups and challenges are such a good way to kind of prove, Pokemon, test them in battle environments, and maybe, like you said, you arrive and you figure out that something just doesn't work the way that you thought it would. But I think it's really cool that you found a solution. Guzzlord looked incredible. Tell me about Guzzlord and also about Abomasnow. Do you have Abomasnow on your team?
No, Brady had Abomasnow.
Brady had Abomasnow, I'm sorry. Well, Abomasnow wasn't a problem for your Guzzlord. Maybe that's where my brain was.
Yeah, the Abomasnow, luckily that second game, I was a little worried because my line was a little weak to it, so I was happy to catch it in the lead with that Charjabug. And I know that matchup can be a little tricky for the Charjabug if the Abomasnow spends shields, so I was pretty thankful that he opted to not let that X-Scissor go, because that meant I was able to take it out in the back with my Gligar and then set up the Guzzlord to be a lot safer.
Awesome, Twastel. You said this was your 5th appearance on stream. Is this your first stream win? Tell us about that.
It is. Yeah, I've had a tough time on stream so far. My first stream match was against Lemon Lime, who's a very talented player. He beat me, And then I've also had to play some other very talented players like Shadow Mimikyu and our world champ, it's Axon. So I was 0-4 on stream coming into today, so was a little nervous when I got put on stream so early, but happy to finally, break that stream curse and get a win on stream. Really satisfying.
Awesome. Well, congratulations, T-Wastel. Best of luck on the rest of the tournament. Everybody, if you're rooting for T-Wastel or other trainers here at the regionals, let us know on social media. That's all from us for now. Back to you, casters.
Alrighty, thank you for those insights, and I definitely agree. We both have a little bit of experience in the Pokemon Championship circuit, and we both have experience playing on stage, and it definitely adds a lot more tension to the battles, a lot more stress, and I also don't have the best record up on stage as well, so I can definitely sympathize a little bit there.
Yeah, I am 0 for 2 on my on-stage performances. Both were gritty battles, but I had two very fantastic opponents. Cindy, who is actually here today, is one of the opponents that bested me last in the North American International last season.
Yeah, so we'll have to see if she is going to have a long run here and maybe come back for the title. Our other champion, Darlap, unfortunately unable to make the tournament. I think travel was a little bit difficult for him.
Yes, but that leaves an opportunity here for Rubik's Master. As we were saying earlier, just a second place, just not able to take the crown at the tournaments he has competed at. But here he has this opportunity because It's Axon is nowhere to be seen. Can Rubik's Master win his own championship title here tonight?
That's definitely got to be on his mind. But let's go ahead and go to the stage. The players are ready. They're looking at their teams. They're trying to figure out what their best lines of 3 are in. Speaking of the man himself, Rubik's Master on the left, Viper Snipe on the right, and we have some really unique teams here. Cresselia, a Pokemon that we, as casters, predicted was on the downfall in Alolan Sandslash, Chargebug, Shadow, Poliwrath, Talonflame, and Altaria. Another one of these double flyer teams, maybe a combination that we haven't seen as much before. I think we typically see Gligar as one of the 2 Pokemon paired up, but Altaria kind of taking its place as the flyer that has a better matchup against Lantern.
All right, let's take a closer look at Rubik's Master's team here over on the left-hand side. So talking about the Cresselia, there is that future sight where we've seen a lot of trainers opt for that same type attack bonus charge move that Cresselia really benefits from, because future sight matches the typing that Cresselia has, both being psychic type. Really interested to see, like you mentioned, the double flyer strategy of Talonflame and Altaria. A very different double flyer strategy than we've seen throughout this tournament record. Also, Talonflame, very interesting. It's missing something, Alpha Phoebe. Tell me about this decision.
It's rocking Brave Bird and Fly, which provides a little bit of different coverage than Flame Charge. And I think we've seen it a little more frequently here in the Pokemon Championship Series these past few months. On the other side of the table, it's Viper Snipe, and we'll have to see if this trainer has brought Viper himself. And no, it's not there. We have Purified Sableye, Azumarill, Skarmory, Chargebug, Whiscash, and Shadow Dragonair. So it's a bit of a fight between Shadow Dragonair and Altaria. Which of the 2 is going to be the better Dragon Breath user?
Yeah, Altaria really benefits from how bulky it is. Altaria is just able to tank quite a few more charged attacks in comparison to Shadow Dragonair, which is a bit more flimsy. However, Shadow Dragonair, known for its attack power and able to just melt through Pokemon if given the opportunity. So can Viper Snipe set up that Shadow Dragonair with that opportunity, or is he going to be aiming for to have a different Pokemon shine?
One thing I want to point out, kind of going from Viper Snake back to Rubik's Master, is that Alolan Sand Slash that we talked about, it fears those counter users. And if you look at the other side of the table, Survivor Snape does not actually have a single counter user. So I think Rubik's Master is going to be very comfortable to play that Pokemon. It's also, of course, double weak to Fire type, but no Fire type, so it looks so safe. Sableye neutral matchup. Azumarill, depending on the Azumarill's moveset, and if I look closely, if I peer through my looking glass, it is running Ice Beam Play Rough, so that is a positive matchup for that Sand Slash. It is a Shadow Alolan Sand Slash, and it's running Shadow Claw as well, so that is a little bit better for that Sand Slash. Skarmory, solid matchup, but with Steel Wing being the move of choice, it's a bit more neutral because you're dealing neutral damage as opposed to resisted damage with that fast attack. Charger Bug, very neutral. Whiscash, a bit of a losing matchup for that Alolan Sand Slash. And then, of course, Shadow Dragonair, another positive matchup for it. It looks so safe.
Something else that looks pretty safe right now is this Altaria being able to do a lot of really good neutral damage here in this opening matchup against this best buddied Purified Sableye on the side of Survivor Snape. Survivor Snape going for the foul play right away instead of trying for that hard-hitting return.
Yeah, Altaria really showing her love for this matchup here. So solid. Sky Attack coming through, doing a lot of damage. I think actually pivoting out. Rubik's Master going into that Charger Bug, pulling out the Whiscash. I love this. It's a solid ABB line from Rubik's Master. Pulling out the Whiscash with the Charger Bug, making sure that Altaria could potentially get a farm down later. Great team composition from Rubik's Master.
Yes, and we have here the Whiscash going for the Scald damage. Like you mentioned earlier, Alpha Phoebe, this, we mentioned the Shadow Alolan Sand Slash on the side of Rubik's Master looks really good, but this Charge Bug also looks really good here into Survivor Snape's team. There's a lot of neutral or just really positive matchups for it.
Yeah. Mud Bomb coming through, great timing from Survivor Snape. This is going to threaten a knockout into the Charger Bug. I would expect to see a no shield for Rubik's Master, saving those shields for that Alolan Sand Slash in the back. Altaria coming in, going to get a big farm down, reaching for the Scald for a potential debuff. This will be a nice debuff if it lands. That 50% chance will potentially force Rubik's Master to switch out before throwing a Sky Attack, and it does not look like the debuff occurred.
No, and here we have Charger Bug needs 3 Volt switches in order to get to its charged attack. Rubik's Master with excellent timing, getting as much damage as possible, and there it is, the Shadow Alolan Sand Slash coming in and is ready to do a lot of damage. Rubik's Master really setting up the Shadow Alolan Sand Slash for success in game 1.
Yeah, with 2 shields on his side, I was a bit surprised to see Survivor Snape going for the discharge there. I think that would have been a pretty safe X-Scissor bait, but if the bait was called, it would have really just not done any damage whatsoever. Going for the next discharge here, Rubik's Master needs to make another call. Actually, no shielding this time. This is going to be a neutral discharge. It does a decent amount of damage. Will Rubik's Master be able to make it to a drill run here, doing 2 Shadow Claws, allowing that full Volt switch through? However, I don't think it's going to apply because I think this drill run will knock out.
And it does. The Charger Bug goes down, so some very good timing. And we're going to see a simultaneous knockout. However, because Rubik's Master was able to hold that Altaria with low HP in the back, was able to win the matchup. So really just expert timing by Rubik's Master. We've talked a lot about fast moves today, but really Rubik's Master just kind of being patient and making sure that Survivor Snape not able to make a catch, which would have been difficult to do as a Volt Switch user.
Yeah, you're stuck in those animations for so long. Going back into the replay, we see the knockout. Great team composition from Rubik's Master, recognizing, okay, the best answer is that Whiscash for my Shadow Alolan Sand Slash. How can I draw that out? Charger Bug safe swap. Draws it out, frees up that Shadow Alolan Sand Slash for that end game. As just a really great great team composition from Rubik's Master where he had the plan the entire time. And some interesting facts about Viper Snape is a match win rate percentage of 60% that season. That's very solid. You're playing so many top tier battlers here, so if you're above 50%, you're honestly doing great.
I would tend to agree. I think in schooling, 60% isn't as great of a grade. However, here in Pokemon Go PvP, 60% is pretty fantastic. Rubik's Master has a win rate percentage of 80% this season. However, he hasn't played in a lot of official tournaments this season.
Yeah, I think he's been more or less contained to the Pacific Northwest, and we only have a handful of regionals in this area. Portland, of course, Vancouver, where we are now, and also I think we've had some a little bit closer. I mean, I can't call Los Angeles Pacific Northwest, but Sacramento's kind of getting closer, right? Kind of.
Well, what's getting closer is the start of this match. We have Altaria into Charjabug. Altaria feeling it very good because it is going to be only taking neutral damage from the Volt Switches, from the discharges. No reason to throw an X-Scissor here, and there is Rubik's Master making a beautiful catch onto a Charjabug where that damage is going to be resisted.
You know, and I would say almost a bit of an unnecessary catch. However, he's playing the same game as game number 1, pulling out that Whiscash, making sure that that Altaria has play. Later on, can farm down the Whiscash, come out with charge attacks. X's are still neutral damage into Whiscash, able to put in some pressure. I think able to get off another X-Scissor here. Going to knock down this Whiscash probably pretty deep into the yellow.
Yeah, not only making sure the Altaria has play later, but that Shadow Alolan Sandslash in the back is going to just be able to tear through the rest of these teams, especially if Rubik's Master employs that same strategy of game 1 by saving Protect Shields for the end of the game.
Viper Snape forced to throw another Mud Bomb here before Rubik's Master reached a third and threatening X-Scissor, knocking out, going to provide the Altaria a farm down, immediately switch, and I love that from Rubik's Master, knowing that if I wait too long, Viper Snape could potentially switch out, and this time not even able to reach for the Scald, going for the Mud Bomb. This is double resisted by the Flying type. It's going to do no damage. I think Rubik's Master would have still no shielded if it was a Scald, but not even being threatened by the debuff chance is so good for Rubik's Master here.
Yeah, Rubik's Master just looks so solid here in game 2. Like we mentioned earlier, these electric typed charge attacks are only going to be doing neutral damage, and Altaria, known for being a very bulky flyer, being able to take 2-3 charged attacks before being knocked out of the sky. However, this Charjabug can't take any more, so Viper Snape having to pull it away and bringing in the Sableye, which this just isn't a favorable matchup for it typically, but this Altaria is pretty low in health.
Altaria doing so much for Rubik's Master. She don't know where to draw the line in terms of how much potential she has, avoiding a Azumarill every game. So Viper Snape really feeling uncomfortable with that choice, that hard answer to Altaria, shielding up. Now the drill run, Rubik's Master feeling very comfortable with his ability to get to these charge attacks. I don't even need to bait an Ice Punch. I have 2 shields. Shadow Claw is doing good neutral damage to me, but I can reach another drill run to knock out.
And that drill run is approaching, and it is definitely going to knock out. So Viper Snape does not have his switch timer available to even attempt a catch, so is forced to throw a charged attack here. The switch timers are coming up quickly, but not enough time. So this drill run is going to clear the Sableye away from the field of play.
Sableye being knocked out. Charjabug coming back in with just a little bit of health, but Shadow Claw, 3 Shadow Claws from that Shadow Alolan Sandslash, able to knock out that Sableye, or excuse me, that Charjabug. Game number 2 goes to Rubik's Master, and that Azumarill, it was just a cheerleader. It was on the sidelines that whole entire game, not really able to do much because of the way that Rubik's Master had formatted his team. The Shadow Alolan Sandslash with Shadow Claw, able to push it away. Charjabug, able to push it away. Cresselia, able to push it away. And he also has Pokemon that are pretty weak to it. Like Poliwrath is obviously not a great matchup, but we talk a lot about Poliwrath and Pokemon that can soak up that energy. And even Azumarill, Water Fairy typing, resists every single typing that Poliwrath has in terms of its own typing and its charge attacks and fast attacks, minus Mudshot, but you don't typically see Mudshot, you typically see counter. It doesn't like taking multiple Scalds. 2-3 Scalds plus the Shadow counter really damages Azumarill.
Yeah, we didn't see the Poliwrath at all, but let's go ahead and look at what we did see as we go through this series. And what we saw was Rubik's Master employing the same strategy twice, saving that Shadow Alolan Sandslash in the back of the matchup with shields and was able to just tear through Survivor Snape's team. So but what is Shadow Alolan Sandslash weak to? It's weak to counter users, it's weak to fire. Survivor Snape had neither.
Yeah, it's so good in the right teams. It's contentious because counter, double super effective, melts it. You have no play against any counter user within the meta. You can hit for really solid neutral damage with either 2 of your charge attacks, but fighters don't typically take super effective damage from Ice Punch or Drill Run. So you're stuck in such bad spots against those Pokemon that are able to knock you out in 6, maybe 7 seconds.
It does, but we were talking about just how beneficial Steel can be in this meta. What Steel type would you use if not Shadow Alolan Sandslash?
I feel like for me, it's generally been Registeel. It's able, with its hard-hitting charge attacks, to pick up a shield advantage, which can be very, very influential in a lot of the plays. But let's go ahead and hear from Rubik's Master himself about his choice of Steel type, why he thinks this is the meta for that Shadow Alolan Sandslash. Take it away, Jim.
All right, thank you, Nick and Stephanie. I appreciate both of you guys taking us through the matchups. I am Wholesome_, aka Jim, here with Rubik's Master. We want to just take a quick minute to get some of your thoughts and reflections on your most recent match.
Well, I thought Altaria was pretty good in this matchup, so I really liked it. And I built a team of Altaria, Charjabug, and Alolan Sandslash. And I built that team. I would safe swap Charjabug to pull out the Whiscash, and then Alolan Sandslash would be able to sweep whatever's in the back line.
Okay, a lot of great strategy here from Rubik's Master. No stranger to success, though. We've seen you perform significantly well in previous tournaments here. How are you feeling about the meta, though, in our current tournament here in Vancouver versus some of the metas that you've played in the past? Do you feel more or less comfortable?
I think the meta is pretty balanced. I spent a lot of time team building. I feel like my team still might have a couple holes, but I do like this meta. It's probably not the worst meta we've had. So I've been having fun team building, and I really like the team that I brought here today, so hopefully I can do well with it.
All right, I want to ask you maybe a little bit of a tough question here, but what's your motivation at this point? Obviously, you've had success at the regional level, at the world's level as well, but what is motivating you now, and what's that next challenge for you?
I mean, it would be amazing to win an entire regional, but I still don't have my world's qualification, so being able to do well in this tournament would allow me to get that qualification. So I'm trying to go for that.
I think you're at 322 championship points currently, trying to work your way closer to that 500. Hopefully you can do that. Before we wrap up here, any other shout outs that you want to have or any other last comments?
Well, I want to shout out my family back in Washington State, and as well everyone who came up here with me, and of course to all the Washington battlers that I've scrimmed and played against over these many years.
All right, well, thank you, Rubik's Master. That's all we're going to have time for here. Thank you so much. Wishing you all the success. We're going to take a quick break here and actually hear from one of our Top Cut trainers as well, Mama Climbs. We'll see you soon.
Competitive Pokemon Go I got into back in 2021. Yes, that's when a lot of grassroots tournaments were happening, and I got invited by some local Discords to join. The biggest memory that sticks out to me since I started competing in competitive Pokemon Go would actually probably be in the San Antonio Regional that happened back in December of last year. I made top 16 for the first time, and that was a huge milestone because I've been really trying to improve my game, and that was like nice little milestone for me to really feel like it paid off. My favorite Pokemon, that's easy. That is Mawile, the Steel Fairy type. I think it's a really, really cool design and it's just an awesome typing. I think one that just comes to mind immediately is Defai, one of the casters in Pokemon Go PvP. I think she's an incredible battler herself. She has incredible insight into the game, as well as just a good attitude, and she's an awesome person to be around, so that's someone I look up to. I would love to battle Lyle Jeffs, because he beats me every time, and I would love to finally beat him. I think my favorite evolution is Sylveon, just because I am very partial to fairy types, and obviously that is the fairy type evolution, and it's just very cute. There are many amazing Pokemon regions. I think Kalos is one that I really like, just because that's when the fairy type was introduced to the game, and there's just a lot of really cute Pokemon like the Dene from Kalos, the Pikachu clone from that generation. Absolutely not. Illegal. No. Pineapple is not supposed to be hot and mushy. It's supposed to be like crisp and cold. It would have to be my sister or my brother, who are both in Sweden. So yes, I would call my siblings.
Playing Pokemon Blue, that was like a big part of like kind of growing up and getting introduced into the Pokemon world. I used to spend many hours playing that on long car rides. Who's my starting Pokemon? Most likely Blastoise. Squirtle.
One of the titans of North America, Lyle Jeffs III.
My brother introduced me to battling in Pokemon Go, and I sort of started from there doing some grassroots tournaments.
Pittsburgh Regional Finalist, NAIC Top 8, which sent him to Worlds, where he got top 33.
I just really like the aspect of me versus another trainer, using my skills and abilities to sort of outwit them and outplay them. My favorite moment from competitive play Pokemon history was actually the very first EUIC. Pokemon Go on that big stage was just sort of like eye-opening to me and really inspired me to start my own play Pokemon journey. Last season I qualified for Worlds due to a trickle down at NAIC. I was actually able to win a regional this year and prove to myself that me making Worlds last year was in fact legit.
Lyle Jeffs has the opportunity to claim the championship.
Continuous top cuts, getting so close, and he's done it!
It feels amazing to win a regional, especially after Pittsburgh when I finished second place. What I've learned since I've started competing is just how amazing the community is. This is one of my favorite parts of coming to these events and getting to hang out with everyone, the ups and downs of the tournament runs. The community that I'm a part of, they're motivating me to try to make them better and to try to make myself better.
And in these battles, a long-time dream has been achieved.
In terms of like people that I look up to, obviously it's Axon, the world champion. We all want to strive to be a world champion. My number one goal this season, I would say do well at Worlds. I was a little underwhelmed with my performance last year in Japan. Probably, I would say win Worlds, but maybe that's a little too ambitious. I will be winning the World Championship this year.
My name is Leo Marin Torres, and Patuman in the game.
So many times he's tripped up, but now he wins this! Patuman is Yorkato's Regional Champion 2024! Give it up for Patuman, resetting the record and then finally winning it! After getting second place twice, he is now the champion!
My motivation right now is kinda crazy, you know, because this is my third grand final. I lost twice, now it's great to finally take it all. With the experience of the other regionals, I thought, okay, I have to be focused. I cannot be sad for this, and let's try to win that 3 matchups in a row.
Please give a huge cheer for our champion. It is Padaman!
Tonton is a great player. He has so much level. He's the UAC champion of 2023. It was a complicated opponent to beat. I will try to go to more regionals. Also, UAC will be a great option because that could give me great points. And then if I can get maybe that travel award will be nice. And then I will have to prepare for Worlds, and let's see.
British Columbia, Canada, we're already having a great tournament shaping up here already with a lot of familiar faces and some even better plays. We just saw Rubik's Master have a very dominant victory, and I'm looking forward to seeing some more success from him in the future. Guys, I'm Wholesome_, joined by Speediest Chief here. Speedy, how you feeling?
I'm feeling great. We had a flurry of last-minute signups here for the Vancouver Regionals. We were kind of looking over the player list earlier this week, kind of thinking there were 1 or 2 favorites to win it all, but just at the last second, right, the 11th hour, so to speak, trainers like Rubik's Master, T-Wastel just showed up here. Hey, Donis as well, another trainer I really want to see on stage. All these trainers are here, and I think they all have a legitimate shot. It's hard to bet against Rubik's, right? 3rd place finish in Worlds last year, took Axon down to the limit. It was really tough. Or 2nd place finish.
2nd place finish, yeah,
exactly.
yeah. And that's kind of, you know, part of the questions that I ask him is just what is that motivation? You had so much success. If you look at his resume, I mean, it far exceeds most trainers that you'll run into. But still, that exclusive 1st place, that champion title, I know that's something that he's very, very hungry to chase after.
For a long time, Rubik's only losses were actually 2. It's Axon, the only trainer in the world to beat him. That has recently changed. But we're going to take a look here at our new trainers on stage because we have way more battles to go. We're going to kick things off here with Andrew Minyares versus Dapper Disc. This is a very sneaky high-level matchup, right? These aren't 2 trainers we mentioned before, but Andrew Minyares, 2nd place at NAIC in our 1st season of Pokemon Go in the Championship Series versus Dapper Disc.
Yeah, Andrew's actually qualified for Worlds already, if I'm not mistaken. It's
true.
But just like some of his teammates, he wants to continue that practice, ensure that he is staying in ship-shape form so that he is ready for that Honolulu, Hawaii Worlds tournament. So I'm very curious to see how he's going to be matching up here. Let's actually take a look at his team specifically. We're seeing the Registeel, Purified Sableye. A lot of Sableye today. Met with the Vigoroth, the Shadow Whiscash, Shadow Gligar, and Cresselia.
Yeah, definitely want to counter Cresselia, right? A Pokemon that's so viable in the current meta. Maybe even to address the Annihilate weakness too, because Registeel and Vigoroth definitely have a difficult time against the Ghost and Fighting type Pokemon. And then who can bet against the standard backdrop of the Shadow Gligar with the Shadow Whiscash? Running Future Sight Cresselia, it looks like he's also able to hit harder against Poison types, against Fighting types, giving a lot more coverage options as well.
You know what? We're seeing, I think, a little bit of a resurgence of Shadow Whiscash. I think it was one of the most dominant Pokemon, and maybe fell away for a little bit. We're seeing it again here, without a doubt. And in fact, you can see Shadow Whiscash represented here on Dapper's team as well, alongside Annihilate, Shadow Gligar, Lickitung, Skarmory, and then Lantern. A lot of water in this meta, it seems like.
I got some disappointing news also. We're not going to see a Lickitung mirror in this series. I'm so sorry.
Darn it. We got 6 straight games of that on our side. Now it's going to break the streak. So unfortunate to see. Well, you know what? One of the themes for me has been identifying what's that core breaker for that Shadow Gligar Lickitung core that we continually see. I mentioned Skarmory. We do have a Skarmory here. We got to see actually some Guzzlord earlier as well, which is a great answer to that Lickitung, especially. It has a positive matchup versus the Shadow Gligar. But don't forget, we also saw that Mandibuzz as well. So we're seeing trainers have different adaptations for almost the same outcome.
Flying type Pokemon pair incredibly well with ground and water types. We saw Rocha Babyface running his Mandibuzz and Shadow Whiscash. Do we get the classic Skarmory and Shadow Whiscash core? It looks like we might just get exactly that, Jim.
All right, well, here comes the Vigoroth faced versus the Skarmory, and we'll have neutral counters and neutral rock slides. Keep in mind, these are not same type attack bonus. So in the one shield matchup, you have to give a little bit of an advantage to the Skarmory. We actually see a charged attack priority, though. Here comes the rock slide coming through. Dapper will have no problem tanking this on his Skarmory, and is actually going to be unleashing his own charge attack on charge attack priority.
Rock Slide was such a massive upgrade for Vigoroth, previously only having access to Bulldoze and a Brick Break. It's just a great move, and the Brave Bird comes through, sneaking between those 2 Protect Shields. In comes the Whiscash, and these Mud Shots are so heavily resisted. The Skarmory can actually afford to stay in. Maybe try to catch Charge Attack, goes for the Sky Attack, and the one turn kind of DC because of the switch in allows Dapper Disc to get this Charge Attack off.
Yeah, and Andrew knows this isn't a Brave Bird, but still, this is a Shadow Whiscash. You don't really want to take that amount of damage. Now, the one nice thing for Andrew is he's going to be able to reach 2 Scalds prior to Dapper Disc Whiscash that is so far behind in energy. He did have to invest a Protect Shield, but now if we start to see some attack debuffs, this could very, very significantly influence this matchup. First one goes through with no debuff. Now actually here comes the Mud Bomb, which will threaten to knock out Dapper Disc Wizcash as well.
I really like Andrew Minyaras with the counter punch here, the 1-2 Scald Mud Bomb combo to take away that Protect Shield and try to force his opponent back, because it definitely feels like Andrew's on the back foot in this matchup. Scald gonna get fired off here by Dapper Disc, recognizing the Shadow Wizcash will take so much damage, does use Protect Shield. Attack drop does occur, but he's gonna go for the Mud Bomb.
I expect Andrew to want to protect his Wizcash here because he doesn't have a great answer for that Skarmory in the back. That Skarmory is still relatively healthy. He has a Cresselia, which only does resisted damage. So he's gonna need to figure out, how am I going to neutralize that Skarmory? My Vigoroth has almost been completely removed from the field. My Cresselia is going to have a lot of struggles, but that Wizcash almost goes down there, but finally able to get to one move, and this does give him switch advantage. The only thing I'm worried about is, does this just give energy to the Skarmory to be even more devastating?
Dapper Disc looking for the undercharge there, but ends up resulting in the Mud Bomb knockout. Tapping for the Cresselia. Andrew wants out of that matchup, goes for the switch here into the Lantern. Now, at this point, you have to be cognizant of a Grass Knot catch, right? If you throw it at the wrong moment, your opponent could decide to switch.
Yeah, great call, Will, because this Cresselia is going to have to do a lot of work here. I think, in fact, for Dapper Disc, he's probably just content getting any damage that he can from his Lantern, bringing the Skarmory to absorb all of this energy. I don't even think the Skarmory is in range that one Future Sight is going to knock out. I think it's going to be able to tank this, still get to a move, and therefore force Andrew to actually throw some additional energy, perhaps a double resisted Grass Knot.
It's so close, but the Cycle Cuts can't get the job done, and Andrew can't close the door on the Skarmory in time. Here comes a flying type charge attack from the Skarmory. This is going to be the Brave Bird, second Brave Bird to connect in this game alone.
Yeah, now we're just going to see the cleanup at this point. Yes, Vigoroth comes in, but you've got almost a full HP Lantern at this point, able to spark down, no problem. There's a Wizcash still hanging out here. It's not going to hang on for long, though, and game number one going to Dapper Discs and his incredibly impactful Skarmory.
Would have been really tough to win the game for Andrew, even if that Future Sight would have knocked out the Skarmory, because Lantern is such a bulky Pokemon. It's got so much HP product, so you need to land at least 2 of those Grass Knots, and in the meantime, I don't know, maybe a second Thunderbolt comes through, maybe the double Surf is enough to knock out the Cresselia. There are a lot of win conditions for Dapper Disc at that point.
Well, what I want to highlight is how decisions early on in the game can make huge influences even late in the game. That Skarmory landing that Brave Bird early on, taking out that Vigoroth was so impactful. Looking at this replay, you can already see in this scenario, this Cresselia had just too much work to do. Has to take out a Skarmory, but unfortunately for Andrew, not able to get that Grass Knot off before the Brave Bird comes and just wipes the field of that Cresselia. At that point, you have a huge HP disadvantage. The Lantern able to clean up, no problem. But like I said, I think that Skarmory early Brave Bird into that Vigoroth and the no shield, I think really set the pace for that entire game and put Dapper Disc so far ahead, it was hard to come back for Andrew.
I'd call it a finesse play, right? That was very high finesse to throw that Brave Bird in the middle of those 2 Protect Shields, just totally disregarding the resources that Andrew had available to him. Speaking of Andrew, favorite Pokemon includes the Porygon family.
I never would have guessed that with the plushie there on the, on the table there. Just kidding. But yeah, no, Porygon is something that we don't see a whole lot in the Play Pokemon Championship series here. It does have some interesting types and moves, specifically with Tri-Attack, actually, which is another move that has a chance for a debuff, and actually relatively powerful attack as well. Not really necessarily known as a game changer here in this meta, though.
Well, if Andrew was looking for a lock-on Zap Cannon user, he brought Registeel in its stead. That being said, though, he's down 0-1 here against Dapper Disc, and our winners round 3 of Group D. Like I pointed out at the beginning of this series, Jim, this is a very sneaky, high-quality matchup. These aren't 2 trainers that we talk about, you know, every single championship event, but they are so talented, and I'm really looking for Andrew to try to make his way back into the game here.
Well, I think Andrew really likes his Vigoroth. I think that he sees how many neutral matchups it has, with the exception of that Annihilate. I wouldn't be surprised if we see him bringing it. Yes, we see him again in the lead again here in game number 2, this time with a much more favorable lead into that Lickitung. We see a quick swap into the Gligar. This is going to bring out the Shadow Wizcash, which was going to be reaching for these Scalds here. Needs to be a little bit cognizant of some of the damage that this Gligar can output, but one Scald, devastating, Will.
Just look at how these pieces are starting to fall. The great Protect Shield on the dig there. Whiscash lineup against Shadow Gligar. If Andrew's able to maintain control switch advantage, he can put his Sableye up against the Annihilate from Dapper Disc. So definitely on the back foot here. Dapper Disc needs to get creative.
Yeah, and it's interesting because we actually just let the Scald go through. So Andrew has used a Protect Shield at this point, but look how much energy that he has. You really need to land this Power Whip if you're going to take out this Whiscash at this point. Maybe you can just over farm and take it out with a Body Slam later on, but you're going to do a lot of work into this Lickitung with this Shadow Whiscash. Here comes the first Scald. No debuff. We haven't been seeing a whole lot here, Will.
Doesn't throw the Body Slam, wants the Power Whip instead, but the second Scald going to come through here, and that HP advantage, that bulk that Dapper Disc might have been able to leverage to keep himself in this game is rapidly disappearing. Now you're forced to throw the Body Slam this late into the matchup, and now, just like we saw in an earlier series, Jim, the Shadow Claw pressure, I think, is going to become a factor.
Without a doubt. I think that when you look at this Annihilate, that has a lot of great matchups.
The Simul Switch!
But the last thing that you want to see is this Sableye. These Shadow Claws add up so fast. Meanwhile, you're also resisting those counters. You need desperately to land this Shadow Ball here, and now it's decision-making time for Andrew. Does not want to take a Shadow Ball, doesn't want to risk it at all. Shields up this Shadow Ball, and that's going to be putting him in a great position to go for a full farm down here.
Dapper Disc full sending that hard-hitting charge attack just like he did with his Skarmory in game number 1. This time, Andrew ready for it. We see the Protection come up here on the foul play, but again, this is just kind of a formality at this point because the Annihilate has lost so much of its HP. Another foul play will strip away this final Protect Shield, and there's an almost completely healthy Vigoroth in the back.
That's right. Yeah, you're really just trying to see, hey, is there any still open window for a win condition at this point? You do get to that Shadow Ball. Great, you've neutralized this Sableye. Step number 1. But just like you said, that Vigoroth is still hanging out. And despite that being such a terrible matchup for Vigoroth, you only need one counter at this point. So that's all that she wrote there. Yeah. Here comes the Lickitung. And again, that is just the best possible matchup now for this Vigoroth. So Andrew definitely getting some good recognition for the team that he needs to build. I like the way that he benched that Cresselia there, and this was just a very clean victory here to tie up the series 1-1.
We talk about players that are trainers that play it safe, that kind of choose the same Pokemon over and over and try to outplay their opponent. Andrew made a hard team read there, and it paid massive dividends to win that game number 2. Sometimes the skill expression can't even really be shown because the lineup is so difficult, so challenging, and the best trainers kind of put themselves in a position to let their skills shine. Unfortunately, Dapper Disc unable to do that in game 2.
Yeah, and Andrew, if you look at his decision-making from a shield perspective, his shield on his Shadow Whiscash translated to so much value. He was able to get those Scalds off versus that Lickitung, and that Lickitung, you know, doesn't have a great matchup versus that Vigoroth, but it can do a lot of work still. Taking a look at the replay, Will, go ahead.
The second Scald connecting into the Lickitung just kind of sucked away any chance here for Dapper Disc to come back into the series because not only did he have tough alignment, he also had no HP. So even when that second Shadow Ball connected into the Sableye, it was not enough. Vigoroth just kind of moonwalks out of this matchup with almost all of its HP.
My questions here in this game 3, will be, do we see the return of Cresselia? Do we see the return of the Skarmory? I think that those are two of the most impactful, albeit kind of divisive Pokemon here that we could bring between these two trainers. I think that Andrew wants to play things safe, just like you said.
Yeah.
I think that he really likes that Vigoroth. As long as he's able to avoid that matchup with that Annihilate, it looks pretty good across the board. Now, the one exception to that is taking a Brave Bird on the chin from that Skarmory. That's one thing you want to avoid as well. But other than that, I think it's got pretty solid matchups.
More like on the whiskers, Jim. But
that's right.
But I think for Dapper Disc, the kind of gravity of this matchup kind of hinges on the core of Annihilate and Skarmory. Two pivot Pokemon. Skarmory, of course, much more effective in game number 1. But if he brings both of those Pokemon, it really limits the options here for Andrew. I mean, Annihilate versus the Registeel or the Vigoroth is really tough. Skarmory versus the Cresselia or the Gligar is very, very difficult. So maybe you kind of reach for a third option if you're Andrew. Maybe the Sableye makes another appearance here, yet again, game number 3. We're going to find out, but he hasn't brought Registeel at all. I don't anticipate him bringing that here either.
I think the only reason he would be bringing that Registeel if he's trying to make a hard read on that Skarmory yet again.
True.
He does have pretty neutral matchups into that Skarmory, though. If you look at his lineup, yes, he's got the Gligar, yes, he's got the Cresselia, but other than that, he's got pretty neutral to positive matchups. So I think that he has enough balance that he doesn't necessarily be forced to bring it. Let's find out, though. Game number 3, decisive game number 3. Here we go.
This is a very tough lead for Andrew Miñares, but Dapper Disc had the courage to lead his Lickitung after encountering that Vigoroth in game number 2. We see the same swap into Shadow Whiscash. This doesn't get much better, Jim. There's still so many ways that Lickitung can hit back.
That's right. Well, here comes the first body slam and actually baiting that Power Whip, so this does force the shield from Andrew. He does not want to see his Whiscash off the field. Desperately needs to try and flip switch at this point. Actually goes for the Mud Bomb. A little bit surprising here. You would have thought that we would have seen a Scald maybe go for a debuff potential, knowing that there's the opportunity to still swap out though. Maybe just wants to go for the consistent damage.
Maybe consistent damage, maybe trying to bait away a Protect Shield from the Lickitung, but he doesn't get either of those. We're going to see the body slam come through. The second Protect Shield from Andrew, and this is looking really, really tough.
Yeah, all things going the way of Dapper Discs right now. And if you think about this, realistically, he's got 2 great answers to that Registeel that Andrew wants to get aligned versus his Lickitung here. Here comes another no shield.
No shield.
Oh my.
Second Mud Bomb rattling off here from the Whiscash. Anticipate the back-to-back because Andrew really likes this kind of 1-2 punch with this Whiscash. He did it in game number 1. He's coming back to that in game number 3. Mud Bomb after Mud Bomb, just trying to shovel the dirt onto this Lickitung.
Okay, well, he's letting this one go as well. This Whiscash does still have some additional energy, but going straight for this Annihilate, going for the full counter down, I believe.
He took 2 Protect Shields. I think that's a great bargain to let the Lickitung go at that point. First Protect Shield of the game for Dapper Disc does get deployed on the Scald. Debuff does not come through, and Annihilate is just raining havoc on the Sableye here.
Well, you're thinking to yourself, all right, well, this Sableye, it's got to get some value here, but again, no Protect Shields. This Shadow Ball is neutral damage, so it's going to hit quite hard. These are resisted counters, but no, we have a swap out. This is going to bring in the Gligar. You might even be in range where this Gligar can farm all the way down.
Andrew called the Skarmory in the back. Jim, you were right. He tried to call it out. He brought the Registeel. Now that he sees the Gligar and the Annihilate, he knows there's nowhere for Registeel to go.
And you have to give it to Dapper Discs for making a huge play early on. It's so tempting to swap out of that matchup when you say, hey, you know what, I can bring in my Annihilate here into this Whiscash. No, he just stayed in, and then that Registeel has no target, so it played exactly into what Dapper Discs wanted, that swap that Andrew did early on.
And you see there the expression. I mean, he knows it. Registeel's on the field. He is able to take away that final Protect Shield. So as we look at this matchup on paper, it's going to look closer, right? Both trainers expending all their resources, but at the same time, it wasn't really that close. I think the Shadow Gligar was in full control of this matchup, and just a really tough team read there for Andrew.
Yeah, I mean, Registeel, let's be honest, is a hard pick versus Dapper Discs' team. Yeah. Annihilate, the Gligar, the Whiscash. He brought it all, basically, here versus that Registeel. There was not that Skarmory, and that is going to be a tough spot for Andrew Miñares' Registeel. So congratulations to Dapper Discs. Maybe a little bit of an underdog in that scenario. We have a world's qualified Andrew Miñares here, unable to get the victory there. Congratulations again to Dapper Discs. But that was winners round 3, so no losses at that point. That's going to send Andrew down to the loser side of the bracket. He still has a lot of opportunities to still climb his way back to day 2.
Well, Dapper Discs might be turning into, shifting from an underdog into a dark horse in this Vancouver Regional Championship, because, I mean, that was really impressive. To take down Andrew, that's a massive confidence builder early on in the tournament. A lot of trainers, like, for example, Tiwastel was paired up against Rubik's Master in his first round of his challenge yesterday, and he wasn't able to take him down. But just imagine the confidence boost you get from taking down a world's qualified trainer early on in the tournament.
No doubt. You already have 2 wins under your belt, and now you go take down someone at this caliber. I think that just skyrockets your confidence, certainly. Now, I do want to quickly just mention steel types in this meta here.
Sure.
We've actually seen a relatively diverse array of steel types. We have seen the Shadow Alolan Sandslash, we've seen the Skarmory, we've seen the Registeel. Is there one that sticks out to you as is the best at this point, or is it really just depending on your team?
Steel is so polarizing because you have a counter user on almost every single team. Of the last 10 tournaments, 3 of those top finishing teams did not have a counter user, but they had Whiscash. So if you look at Annihilate, Vigoroth, you look at Whiscash, maybe even a Quagsire, and then you look at Gligar being able to straddle a lot of matchups between steel types and fighting types, it's so tough to bring steel. And I think that's why Skarmory has really shined, because you kind of minimize those weaknesses. You hone in on either being weak to Registeel or Lantern. But if you choose Registeel, you're weak to Whiscash, you're weak to Annihilate, you're weak to Gligar, you're weak to even to Charge-Bug is a tough matchup. So it's really difficult to kind of pick your steel type. I don't know if you agree, but I didn't even mention Shadow Alolan Sandslash because that's like off the table for me.
There's a lot of factors that go into making that decision. I think it's how it best complements your team. But before we get too far, let's actually take a quick look back at some of these these highlights from these games here. Again, Andrew Manharas here early on we saw struggling versus that Skarmory, taking that Brave Bird from his Vigoroth early on, then having nowhere for his Cresselia to go, able to then have Dapper Disc Lantern clear out that game number 1, put him in a good advantage.
Well, a key kind of advantage that Dapper Disc had in this series was just being unpredictable. Landing the Brave Bird early on in game number 1, and even kind of going down to this deficit because the team composition was so tough in game number 2, he doesn't do the predictable thing in game number 3, right? He's able to bounce back, bring a different team, and not fall into the trap that Andrew has set.
That's right, but then when we shift gears a little bit here, after we wrap up this game, and we did see the Vigoroth sweep, right? So great read there by Andrew. But as we move to game number 3, Andrew trying to force a swap out by Dapper Disc, bringing in his Whiscash into that Lickitung. Dapper Disc says, no, I have 2 great answers for anything that might be good versus my Lickitung here, probably that Registeel, and we were able to see great play, great energy management, and Dapper Disc taking a nice 2-1 victory.
Yeah, the double digs there from the Shadow Gligar are enough to take down the Registeel, and unpredictability was definitely key, right? A lot of these trainers kind of anticipate you to play safe, play conservatively. Maybe they anticipate the bait will come early on in the matchup. So definitely a very well-constructed series by Dapper Disc to knock out a Worlds qualified competitor. But speaking of Worlds qualified trainers, we have some coming up here in just a moment, Jim.
Ooh.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to it, yeah.
I'm
I
excited
don't even
for
think
that.
I've seen them yet. You got some inside information there, Will.
Maybe. I've been peeking at the screen. You know what else I've been looking at? I've been looking at social media. We have some incredible posts from you, the community, that you've been sharing from home. Look at this from Jangles21. He says, this never happens to me.
You know what? I think it does happen to him. I do follow him actually on the the X, formerly known as Twitter, and I have seen several, we'll call it nice,
nice
catches that he's been able to make here. But yes, he's got the hundo, as we call it, the 15-15-15 there for that perfect Groudon here on Primal Groudon Raid Day. It's not to say you can't go do that as well. We'll have to maybe during the break see if we can kind of catch up.
Yeah, I mean, you're a prolific remote raider yourself, Jim, so I'm definitely excited to see you continue to grind out these Groudon raids. Speaking of Primal Groudon Raid Day, here from Nick, had a successful Primal Groudon Day with the locals. Caught 24 Groudons, including 2 shinies and 1 that is 96% perfect.
Yeah, it's great to see kind of the gathering of people, not only here at these regional tournaments, but for some of these raid days as well. We just had Kyogre Raid Day, and it was great to see some locals there. We now have Primal Groudon Raid Day as well, and these are incredibly impactful Pokemon, especially in the Master League and as well as for raids.
Pokédaxi here. Apparently somebody threw the Pokeball way too hard, Jim.
You know what? That is a strong trainer there, without a doubt. Yeah, those Pokeballs, I think they're made of some pretty hard metals there, but to really get that amount of force, oh my.
I mean, you have to have a strong one to contain a Groudon, to contain a Dialga, right? So
makes a lot of sense.
It all makes total sense.
That's right.
But turning back to Vancouver, we have more incredible competitors taking the stage right now. One familiar face, I might have fooled you there, Jim. You have seen this trainer before coming onto the stream, but he's up against a trainer that I think is another kind of dark horse contender, a trainer that performs consistently well but hasn't had the breakthrough moment yet. So unlike that earlier matchup where Lyle Jeffs was able to really lean on his Shadow Gligar in the first round of the day, he's gonna have to get a little more creative against Jay Brandsey.
Okay, well, I'm very, very excited to see Lyle back on stage here. You mentioned consistency with Lyle, and actually in his interview, he talked about his own consistency as well, saying, okay, this wasn't a fluke here. I didn't just qualify for Worlds just on a whim and then not be able to repeat that. He is having success winning a regional here this season as well, and we've already seen him now advance several rounds in this tournament. I think that if you look at the North American trainers, he's definitely up at the top right now as far as just where he currently is in this set of trainers that we've seen with repeated success.
Lyle Jeffs is one of those names that when you see a player list, you pinpoint trainers like him, trainers like Wadaj, trainers even like Andrew, and you say, okay, any of these can take it the whole way. Any of these can actually win the entire competition. But speaking of the competition, our trainers are all set up on stage. Let's take a look at these teams and see what we have on deck.
All right, well, Speedy, like you mentioned, we have seen a little bit from Lyle already. We got to see a lot. He mentioned it in his interview. The Lickitung and the Shadow Gligar just operated so well in his first round opponent. Now, that said, I'm very curious to see how that Poliwrath is going to be performing for him as well, and maybe a little bit of Shadow Sableye as well. We talked about Steel types in the meta. Registeel seems to be still a very strong pick, but I think that the amount of answers to it continues to expand. So definitely kind of a win hard, lose hard type of matchup, though. Digging a little bit deeper here, though, versus into both of these opponents. I think we're going to start with Lyle here. Let's take a look at the movesets as well. I think the Shadow Sableye to me is the one that stands out the most, simply because it does have that power gem rather than that return that the Purified variant has. Gives it a little bit better play versus Ice as well as versus Flyers, and you know, those can be some tough matchups. The Altarias, the Alolan Ninetales, things like that. Gives it a way to fight back.
It also helps the Sableye against other types like Ice, right? You can actually land a super effective power gem instead of just a neutral foul play or neutral return. But I anticipate that Lyle will use that Shadow Sableye to kind of brute force his way through switch control situations. With that being said, Jay Branzies, this is the first time we're seeing his team here. He's got Whiscash, Mantine, as well as Chargebug, Annihilate, Lickitung, and Shadow Alolan Sandslash. Now, we talk about the Poliwrath for Lyle Jeffs, but look how many just obstacles there are to it. We've got a Chargebug, a Mantine, and the Annihilate all kind of staring down that water and fighting type on the opposing side.
That's right. And you know what? I want to take a quick minute to highlight the Mantine. I know that you like to dive deep into the kind of the different metas between the European meta versus the Americas meta, we'll call it. I feel like Mantine we see very regularly over in Europe, not so much in North America, but I think it has a lot of strong play. Let's see if it gets featured here in game number 1. Let's move into it. Lyle Jeffs versus Jay Brancy.
Now we've got a shiny Chargebug on the field versus the Lickitung. A very safe, neutral pick here for Lyle in the lead, just like we come to anticipate with his playstyle. He's not going to give too much away, and he definitely thinks that on his team, he has enough anti-Annihilate pressure to keep that Pokemon away from the lead situation, and he was right.
Okay, here comes the first Body Slam, and pretty neutral matchup here. You have to give a little bit of an advantage to Lickitung simply just due to its bulk. Here comes the first X-Scissor. You're actually able to hang on as this Lickitung through 2 X-Scissors, no problem. However, the second Body Slam from the Lickitung does put this Chargebug dangerously low and at risk of actually getting farmed down as well. So let's see if Jay Brands wants to just stay and have a soft loss for this matchup, maybe set up a farm down for his Shadow Alolan Sandslash, or maybe exit this matchup now that he's released all this energy.
It's going to be a little bit tricky because controlling switch advantage will be very impactful for Jay Brandsy if he's able to do that. Body Slam coming through here from the shiny Lickitung is not quite enough to knock out, but Lyle Jeffs going in for the Shadow Claws, and he gets it. That's the power of the Shadow Claws from Sableye.
All right, and that energy advantage could be the difference here in this matchup. When we take a look at what can be coming in here, nothing wants to see a Sableye up energy. So here comes actually the Powder Snow Shadow Alolan Sandslash. It's going to get outpaced to these moves, at least initially, with this energy advantage that Lyle Jeffs has created. Here comes the first foul play. One would even be devastating. This is shadow on shadow damage. 20% more damage output as well as 20% more damage received.
Powder Snow a little bit tough. I mean, it is still same type attack bonus that the Sandslash has that going for it, but it's not going to shred through that Sableye quite the same way. Ice Punch does get queued up here, and this is actually very tough for Jay Brandsy because if he would have sent out the Mantine here, later he would line up his Shadow Alolan Sandslash versus the Cresselia, but he's going to have to get really creative to win this game.
But this Cresselia looks so strong. This is not the Shadow Claw variant of the Shadow Alolan Sandslash, so it's a little bit less threatening to that Cresselia. Cresselia actually can land 2 Future Sights to knock out that Shadow Alolan Sandslash, win the Zero Shield, believe it or not, especially with a little bit of an energy advantage. Here comes the swap, though. Jay Brandsy bringing in the Mantine. Unfortunately, this Shadow... Oh, actually makes a foul play. Tries to maybe get a catch there.
Tries to get the catch there, but now realizing he can't get the full wing attack down, Jay Brandsy is forced to throw the Aerial Ace here and kind of soaks in this energy from the Mantine. Lyle Jeffs does that better than almost any trainer that I watch, right? He always distributes the energy, distributes the damage, and keeps the Pokemon in the fight that he knows he needs to win. And now that the Cresselia doesn't have to kind of contend with the barrage of Aerial Aces, it can comfortably control this matchup.
And I really like not bringing in that Shadow Sableye there. You didn't have that Power Gem. You're not going to be able to knock out that Mantine. So absorb some of this energy, save that energy for later for your Shadow Sableye. It has destinations without a doubt. So we're going to see where that gets applied. Will it be on the Shadow Sableye? Will it maybe be versus this Mantine? But this Cresselia just looks so strong. You can probably just go for the Grass Knot here at this point. I think that 1 isn't going to knock out, so 2 Grass Knots might be the more efficient play energy-wise.
Got to keep an eye on the switch timer though, because the 2 Grass Knots are the formula, but the switch is now available. Jay Brandsy goes for it. Lyle Jeffs recognizes he can't get off the charge attack, so he holds the energy and throws the Future Sight instead. Masterful play.
Masterful play indeed. You got to respect that discipline that Lyle Jeffs. He's waiting. He knows that play is an option. He's just saying, I'm not going to fall for it. So I will wait that turn. It's fine if I get behind one fast attack, I know that my lose con is maybe throwing that grass knot, but here comes the ice beam. This should be enough to knock out.
This is going to knock out, but guess what? He banked the foul play for a rainy day, and here comes Shadow Sableye versus the Man Team to get the knockout. Lyle Jeffs had plan A, plan B, and plan C.
It's like he's 2 or 3 minutes ahead, it feels like, of his opponents in some cases. He is just masterfully navigating through this first game here. Always knows, okay, I know what my win condition is. I know where I need to have energy stored. I know where I can tank moves. I know when I need to be manipulating switch clock. Great play by Lyle. I'm very, very impressed early on here.
A lot of trainers are able to kind of build in a mental timer when they see their opponent switch. In their mind, they start counting down the 60 seconds until they're able to switch again. And Lyle Jeffs just demonstrated that on full display. And again, it's so important to recognize the charge type priority ties. There's an inverse relationship between bulk and attack. And a lot of the bulkier Pokemon tend to have a lower attack. So banking the foul play there really bailed Lyle Jeffs out, because if that Man Team got to the aerial ace there, if Sableye didn't have an attack already ready to go, he would have won the game.
I agree. Yeah. So just like you said, just great heads-up play, great recognition of when I need to wait, when I need to store a move. Just for any trainer at home that's trying to emulate someone, trying to look at some of the intricacies of the Pokemon Go PvP, Lyle Jeffs is a great place to start. He's not just good at one thing, he's good at it all, and that's why you've seen so much repeated success here from Lyle. Now that said, there's some things that we haven't seen from Lyle here, primarily some of his Pokemon, like Poliwrath and the Registeel as well. We've seen a lot of action from that Gligar Lickitung core, and he seems to really be liking that Shadow Sableye. In fact, I was expecting him to just farm down that Charjabug with his own Lickitung. That's a good scenario to be in, but he recognized, hey, I can maybe, instead of having a good scenario, have a great scenario. With an energy advantage, with not many counters on the side of Jay Brancy, this Shadow Sableye looks very, very strong.
I think a lot of trainers hold the memory of the previous games into their mind really, really firmly. And as we saw in game number 1, the Cresselia was such an issue for Jay Brancy, so I definitely expect him to kind of adjust, kind of pivot. He brought Charjabug and Shadow Alolan Sandslash in game number 1, and neither of them found the target they wanted until it was just too late. So as the series develops, I don't expect Lyle Jeffs to make any hard reads like Andrew did, bringing the Registeel in game number 3. I expect him to continue to play neutrally, and maybe a 1 or 2 surprises, but it's going to be kind of a slow burn, a simmer, if I may, throughout the rest of the series.
Well, I think that Poliwrath can make a lot of sense because we've seen the Shadow Alolan Sandslash and the Lickitung. So let's see if we end up getting... Okay, game number 2 here, we see the Poliwrath. This Poliwrath might have a lot of work to do, though, because that Shadow Alolan Sandslash is still hanging out in the back. The question is, how much damage can Jay Brancy get into this Poliwrath, maybe landing a Power Whip to neutralize it? That could set up this Shadow Alolan Sandslash to have great play later in the game.
Look at alignment and how important it is. We got a Shadow Gligar on one team and a Shadow Alolan Sandslash on the other. I don't need to explain how that's going to go if those two Pokemon see each other, but here comes a full send Power Whip from Jay Brancy, trying to wrestle away control of this matchup early on, and Lyle lets it through. Super effective damage, but it's not enough due to the icy wind.
Well, that's step number 1 for Jay Brancy to get back into the series here. He needs to neutralize this Poliwrath. It is so dangerous for a Shadow Alolan Sandslash. In fact, I don't think he wants to give any tells whatsoever that, hey, I might be weak to this in the back. Let's just allow my Lickitung to go down. I've done most of the work here. And in fact, Lyle wants to make a quick swap here as well. I like that play, but here's what's really interesting. Do you stay in this matchup as Jay Brancy? No, he brings in the Shadow Alolan Sandslash. This now frees up this Gligar to potentially sweep this matchup for Lyle.
Here's the thing, right? Jay Brancy stayed in the lead situation with his Lickitung against a counter user. That tells Lyle that there's another Pokemon weak to counter in the back. So he saves that Pokemon for the Alolan Sandslash. And I guess bringing out here as Jay Brancy, this is kind of the best value you're going to get. It's just going to be really tough when he finds out that there's a Gligar in the back.
Yes, that is going to be one of the best possible answers to your Charjabug. Charjabug is such a great Pokemon in the meta because there are so many hard meta Pokemon that it just answers very well. Due to its bulk, due to its typing, due to its moveset. But unfortunately, one of the hard answers is one of the most common Pokemon, and that is going to be that Shadow Gligar here. So here comes the next Body Slam. This is actually very close to knocking out this Shadow Alolan Sandslash at this point. Jay Brancy doesn't want to invest in it whatsoever. He's going to put it all on this Charjabug at this point. It has lots of energy, but needs to get 3 Pokemon off the field here. This is going to be an uphill battle, Will.
Charjabug has a lot of HP to power through. Is going to connect the X-Scissor here onto Lyle Lyle's Lickitung. But the bad news gets worse because in comes Shadow Gligar. Even though it is a flying type, it is a ground type, and ground double resisting electric means that everything is going to be resisted here.
And I think for Lyle, he's just recognizing, okay, I don't want to fall into a trap here. I don't necessarily need to go for a catch. Jay Brancy, in fact, he has 2 Protect Shields. He recognizes that this is not going to be a winning formula. This one is going to go the way of Lyle. We're going to speed ahead here a little bit and go to the 2-0 series sweep. Great play by Lyle. Great team building by Lyle as well. Now that said, Jay Brancy, I think still had a lot of great plays as well. But when you just look at how is someone doing most things right versus someone doing everything right, Lyle just looked so strong there. And for me right now, he has all the momentum on his side this tournament.
Yeah, as our colleague likes to say, Home Slice Henry, right? He saw the writing on the wall. Jay Brancy knew that he was unable to win that game number 2 and just kind of lets things go. Kind of punts to the next round mentally, right? Because he's fallen down to the loser's bracket, going to try to continue his run. And like you said, Jim, I mean, we're here in a harbor, and Lyle Jeff is just sailing through all of his competition so far.
Yeah, absolutely. I want to quickly call out before we move to our highlights. Well, you have to make decisions in the middle of the matchup, in your lead matchup, in your middle matchup, as well as at the end. Sometimes those early decisions can influence what happens at the end. We saw Jay Brancy there actually had the opportunity to stay in with the Charjabug versus that Lickitung, but instead it says, no, it's a better play for me to bring in that Shadow Alolan Sandslash. It has a better matchup versus that Lickitung, but that good decision there translates to a bad decision later on in the matchup there. Lyle Jeff just knew that, probably was expecting that in the back, and forced him into that decision. So I love it.
Yeah.
Let's take a look at these highlights. What do you think?
Let's do it. Let's do it. Decisions have impacts just like a stone falling into the water. They have ripple effects. Body slam here from the Lickitung, and then the switch out into the Sableye to get the Shadow Claw down. Really kind of set Lyle up for the rest of this game because, yeah, the Lickitung goes down. Yes, there's a bulky Manty on the opposing side, but he held his energy, chose his moments, lands the Future Sight, and then he's able to foul play for the win.
That's right. We didn't see a ton of play from that Mantine. I think it'll be interesting to see later in the tournament if it ends up getting some great play. But Lyle here in game 2 got the lead win versus the Poliwrath, but then still with the Poliwrath still swaps into his own Lickitung, forces in that Shadow Alolan Sandslash, and that sets up his Shadow Gligar to have a dominant matchup versus that Charjabug and take a clean 2-0 series lead. Congratulations again to Lyle. I think he's moving on now to round 4.
Yeah, I believe so. We talk about a lot of trainers who are maybe dark horses, maybe up-and-coming trainers, but that just shows you can be 5% better, 10% better than your opponent, and the gap looks like a chasm, right? Yeah. I think Jay Brancy is definitely a high-quality competitor, but Lyle Jeff's really displayed his experience, winning Charlotte, having so much success earlier this season, and he's continued to do that. I mean, I think it's kind of ironic, right? Because Lyle Jeff said in his interview, I didn't want it to feel like a fluke that I made Worlds. I wanted to feel like I earned it. And he said it felt great to win a regional championship. I guess we're all seeing what he can't see. We're seeing that he's really, really a stellar player, and it just shines in every game that he's in.
I completely agree. And it's a funny fact here. He's actually recently gotten into the content creation scene as well. So he's been displaying some of his talents to trainers all over the world, which is great to see. If I'm looking for a team for Go Battle League, in many cases, my first stop is going by and seeing what Lyle is running because he is just so talented, has great meta reads. One thing I do want to call out specifically with Lyle is that, he's running very common Pokemon. Not necessarily the Shadow Sableye, but that Lickitung and Gligar, we're seeing it almost every game. But he is just so adept at those Pokemon. We're seeing so many people run those Pokemon, but when you've got Lyle versus someone else running those same Pokemon, you can start to see that skill difference between how he pilots those two Pokemon so masterfully.
There's a phrase I've heard you say, Jim. It's driver, not car, right? And I think that the driver there for Lyle Jeff is definitely, a Formula One racer. He's definitely zooming through all the competition, but I'm really excited for this next matchup because we have another trainer traveling from LATAM. This is Eomero on the left side of your screen, a trainer that, if you recall back, right, ages ago, at our first regional championship in North America, Indianapolis, he was runner-up against King IV in our first regional championship.
I remember, yeah. That was in Indianapolis, 2022. It was. Seems like a lifetime ago. To look at all the strides that we've made since then, Will, it's been...
and the suit upgrades, my goodness.
The suit upgrades, for sure, yeah. Thank you.
I'm excited to see how he fares against Jacko Loco. A lot of these kind of signature Pokemon that we've seen rise to the top of the meta. We see them at the top of the usage charts. We also see them on championship winning teams, and it's kind of not so often that we see a big kind of shake-up, right? I think these trainers scrim against each other, they practice, and these Pokemon kind of bubble to the top, and then you kind of play with the pieces you're given.
Well, speaking of bubble, I want to talk a little bit about this Mantine here as well. Probably not running bubble here on this team, probably running that wing attack, fast attack, but we had seen it actually there on Jay Branzy's team. It didn't get a lot of feature, unfortunately. But give me your read versus some of the other flyers that we see, the Alterias, the Glygars, sometimes the Skarmories as well. Where does Mantine fit in this meta?
If you ask me personally, Jim, I don't like it.
Okay.
I don't think it's that strong of a choice. I think it's slow to move through matchups. It doesn't deal enough damage, but Eomero has actually played this Pokemon quite a bit. We saw him make top cut with Mantine before with Bubble Beam, and he's bringing back the Bubble Beam. So not Bubble, Jim, but he does have Bubble Beam on his Mantine. Didn't mean to rhyme.
You're a poet and he didn't even know it.
Oh my gosh. Purified Sableye, Registeel, Shadow Whiscash, Lickitung, and Annihilate round out this team. Also, that's a Ice Punch Annihilate, and we have not seen an Ice Punch Annihilate make top cut since Nighttime Clasher won Liverpool with it.
I think we've mostly been seeing Night Slash lately, and a lot of boosting as well. Sometimes that a little bit of luck can catapult you up in your victories. But let's take a look here on this opposing side as well. We have the Whiscash, I think non-Shadow, the Vigoroth, the Charjabug, Skarmory, Lickitung, Shadow Gligar. This is a pretty standard team from what we're seeing in our current meta.
Yeah, this looks a lot like Lyle Jeff's team that he used to win Charlotte, right? These Pokemon are definitely staples, and like you pointed out earlier, the question comes down to how well these trainers know these Pokemon and how well and effectively they can pilot them through a series.
Well, I'm very curious to see where this Mantine gets aligned. If it gets aligned versus Whiscash, that's great. If it gets aligned versus Charjabug, not so much. We're going to move into game number 1. We're immediately seeing this Mantine. It's going to be aligned versus the Vigoroth. You talked about the upgrade for Vigoroth with access to Rock Slide now. This makes this matchup much, much harder for Eomero and his Mantine.
Mantine does pack the Bubble Beam, but we see the swap trying to catch the Rock Slide onto the Shadow Whiscash, but Jacko Loco doesn't fall for it, instead going for these neutral body slams, and suddenly a kind of a clever play there by Eomero is going to backfire because the body slam does so much damage to the Shadow variant.
Realistically, Jacko Loco now has 2 great answers to this Mantine. Yes, this Vigoroth is a good answer, but you've also got that Charjabug hanging out in the back as well, so Jacko Loco is totally happy to just hang around in this matchup, fire these body slam after body slam after body slam, and still dictate switch alignment.
Whiscash's reign here on the field is going to be short-lived, in my opinion, because the Scald connects, and that's great, but no debuff comes through, and 2 counters are all it takes to KO it and control switch advantage. And like you pointed out, Jim, with the Charjabug versus the Mantine, that's almost like Gligar versus Shadow Alolan Sandslash. We know how that matchup is going to go.
Oh, and he brings back in the Mantine, actually still able to get to this Rock Slide. The wing attack down is going to be a little bit delayed here. Needed 1 more wing attack at least. Here comes the no shield as well. This is going to be a lot of super effective damage onto this Mantine. I actually like this play, considering the circumstances, knowing that there's still a Charjabug hanging out in the back. This Mantine is not going to be your answer to sweep. You'll take whatever you can get here, though. This Ice Beam doing a little bit more damage than that Bubble Beam. Normally we see, I believe, the Aerial Ace, but no, here comes the Sableye here. It wants to immediately get some fast move pressure off, but it's going to have to get through this Charjabug and these X Scissors.
Yeah, these are some neutral X Scissors coming through from the Charjabug into the Dark Ghost type Sableye. And we do see the first protection from Eomero. I think that's a great call, but in comes the Whiscash now, and because you have that protection advantage as Jacko Loco, I think it's safe to just go straight for the Scald here, try to slow down the Sableye. You're recognizing that Sableye is Eomero's really only chance to win this game, so if you can kind of bog this Pokemon down with some debuffs, that's definitely what you need to do.
Now, the thing to keep an eye on is going to be Switch Timer for Eomero. With all that energy, he's going to be able to get 1 additional charge attack off, delay that Switch Timer a little bit longer, and I think he may have the opportunity to potentially catch that next Scald. But is he going for the charge attack priority? It looks like he was. Jacko Loco, though, did not want to throw. He actually wants to overfarm. Here comes the return. A no shield would be devastating versus his Whiscash. Here comes the return. It doesn't quite knock out, though.
The Scald debuff, right? I think if there's no debuff there, the return might bring this Whiscash close to being knocked out, but it's just not enough. Now we see a second Scald connect. No KO into the Sableye, but this is actually playing into Eomero's hand because he can come in now with the Mantine, but unfortunately can't get the knockout yet. The Scald does come through. Is there a situation where you can Shadow Claw down the Whiscash and land a foul play to win this game, though?
Yeah, we'll have to see here. You don't really have a ton of HP here, and definitely not going to be able to get there. The mud shot's going to be just enough.
Yeah.
And yeah, I mean, that was a tough spot for Eomero. He had 2 really tough, hard answers to that Mantine. So maybe with a different team composition would have had a little bit more luck there, but in game number 1, Mantine was not the answer.
Definitely not the answer. Got it in a kind of a neutral position in the lead there against the Vigoroth, but just finding the charge bug on the opposite end is something you never want to see in a situation like this. And the Vigoroth, so much value. That's the word I want to focus on, Jim. Incredible value getting the knockout into the Whiscash and the Rock Slide into the Mantine, and there's just nothing Eomero can do.
I mean, Eomero was trying to avoid that Rock Slide to begin with. That was the whole reason that he swapped out, trying to catch that Rock Slide. Come full circle, hey, you're still taking that Rock Slide, and now it's lined up versus that Charger Bug as well. So it went from bad to worse there for Eomero. He's going to have to kind of circle up here and figure out what's my strategy going to be moving forward. Am I going to be anticipating that Vigoroth Charger Bug combo again? If so, what's going to be my answer to that? Is it going to be the Annihilate? Is it the Whiscash? There's a lot of different he has a flexible team. That's the one thing that I like. I think the least flexible Pokemon is actually probably that Mantine.
It's such a tough challenge, right? There's an additional kind of obstacle for trainers that travel out of region, because if you're around the North American circuit, you probably are familiar with Jacko Loco, have seen them on stream before. But for Eomero, this is a new trainer that he doesn't have experience against. So kind of losing that first game is kind of a setback, kind of a punch that you need to recover from. And I feel like, going into that first game, Eomero had a plan, but leaving the game, he said, oh, Jacko Loco's got hands.
That he certainly did. I think that sometimes you may just you may not anticipate just the solid play from an opponent. Hey, someone I don't know that well. But then, oh, wait, this is someone that is just a masterful trainer. You weren't anticipating it. Let's move into game number 2 here, though, Speedy. We have the appearance of the Annihilate. It's going to be matched up versus the non-Shadow Whiscash here. A relatively neutral matchup. The one thing that Whiscash has going for it is that it's able to reach these Scalds much faster than these Shadow Balls. So you're going to be able to potentially put a little bit of a damper on this Annihilate before it's even able to get to its hard-hitting charge attack.
Don't have to worry about a Night Slash boost because the Ice Punch Shadow Ball moveset here from Eomero kind of limits his options, but a Shadow Ball connecting here could lead to a full counter down. Jacko Loco made a great call. Game number 1 does not make the call here. Shadow Ball connects. 2 more counters will get the knockout, but the switch, the pivot, again, sending in the Whiscash here.
Okay, this is interesting, though, because you do have the Shadow variant. So these Scalds from this Whiscash are going to add up significantly faster than versus the non-Shadow variant. After some Mud Shots, actually 2 Scalds does potentially threaten to knock out this Lickitung. As long as you're able to use your Protect Shields and hopefully shield these Power Whips, there is still a lot of play for Eomero's Whiscash.
This is a very crafty bait from Jacko Loco. Just right before that Scald comes through, he baits the Body Slam and does strip away Protect Shield. Now, Eomero kind of in a strange position because he knows another Body Slam is going to come pretty quickly, but he also has to watch out for the Power Whip and a Protect Shield as well from the Lickitung. These 2 trainers are like slugging it out.
Yeah, what I like here, it's actually really interesting for Eomero's team. He actually has a decent amount of weakness to this Lickitung in general, so the fact that he's able to get a decent amount of pressure here frees up his Sableye a little bit more, but Eomero does not want to take a Power Whip. Down goes the Whiscash. There's still a good amount of this Lickitung that you have to get through. Meanwhile, these licks are adding up super effective. You need to desperately reach this Ice Punch. You do get there, but actually a catch on the Body Slam. Double resisted. Great play from Eomero.
Crazy catch here on the Body Slam, and he's going to look for the Shadow Claw down, but the Switch Timer is also available for Jacko Loco, so he does not allow the Sableye to get any additional energy. Switches into the Charge Bug. This is a game of baits here, Jim. I don't think double foul plays enough. I think this Purified Sableye needs to land a return to win this matchup, but it's going to come down to the wire.
All right, well, here is a huge shielding decision. We saw a no shield earlier trying to call a Body Slam from Eomero. This time, he goes for the bait himself. Jacko Loco, he actually falls for the bait, and okay, but has the double X Scissor ready to go. He can actually, I think, throw these back to back. I don't know the switch clock is up here. Eomero's a little bit of a tough spot here.
Does he have the foul play? He does.
Okay.
Wins the charge attack priority tie. That's going to chip down the Charge Bug even more, just like we saw at the end of game number 1. It's coming down to slim margins of HP.
Now here's the deal. We know that there's an Ice Punch loaded on this Annihilate as well, so you don't quite knock it out here. Now the question is that do you really want to give any energy? Does this knock out, I guess, is the first question. It's going to bring the Sableye very, very low. How much energy is Eomero going to be able to get? Can he maybe get the full farm down? Okay, a simultaneous knockout.
Simultaneous knockout. Annihilate hits the field, just a slim margin of HP. There's a Lickitung and a Whiscash. You need to remove the Lickitung as quickly as you can because the super effective licks add up very, very quickly. In comes, and the switch, the peekaboo play to catch the Ice Punch on the Lickitung.
doesn't even throw the Mud Shot, comes in just for a brief moment, swaps to the Lickitung, absorbs all the energy. Mud Bomb is stored. A great play from Jocko Loco. Never underestimate your opponent here. We are seeing Jocko Loco bring out all the stops here, lands the Mud Bomb, clinches the series clean 2-0 series sweep here in the winners semis. Congratulations to Jocko Loco. He'll be moving on to winners finals for Group A.
Jocko Loco on a mission. That's the first smile I've seen him crack all series long. He's been smoldering on stage ever since he took his seat, but there you saw a slight celebration of a very, very controlling and very, I guess, triumphant victory against Eomero.
Yeah, no doubt. It's really interesting to see kind of the differences between just the very kind of stoic, methodical plays in those Lickitung versus Lickitung matchups, and then some of the more flashy plays that we see with that peekaboo play, just like you mentioned as well. And when you have that right mix of both of them, you just seem unstoppable. We were just talking about Lyle, but Jocko Loco just seemed equally impressive here as well, and that could be an interesting matchup to look forward to later on in the tournament.
They might cross paths later, but let's take a look back here at that series. That was a commanding 2-0 victory for Jocko Loco against Eomero, but it was an exciting one to watch. I mean, game one, not so much, right? We had the man team versus Charge Bug eventually, but the value from the Vigoroth really defined that early game.
Absolutely. I think that again, another scenario, Jocko Loco understanding, okay, when does it make sense to actually, yes, respond to my opponent's swap, or when does it make sense to actually stay in? This is another scenario where staying in was the right decision. Set up a good matchup to then set up a even dominant matchup with that Charge Bug into the man team. Eomero was not able to get enough value out of that Sableye in game number 2, that simultaneous farm down, but it did come down to this beautiful catch here from Jocko Loco. Peekaboo saving that Mud Bomb, ready to go and knock out that Annihilate. Masterful play.
It's really tough to call because looking at the Lickitung there, for every counter, excuse me, for every counter from the Annihilate, you get 2 licks as the Lickitung. Could the Lickitung have knocked down in 4 licks? Or did it take the Mud Bomb? It's kind of hard to say, but there were very limited options there for Eomero, and the Peekaboo play, like you said, masterfully done. And knowing he had the Mud Bomb stored on the Whiscash, it's so critical. Like in late game situations, Jim, I often forget, how much energy do I have? Do I have the charge attack ready? Am I going to be able to throw this? Do I win charge attack priority? But Jocko Loco, I guess he knew all the answers.
He knew all the answers, certainly, and to your point, the later you get in the game, I feel like opens more doors for errors. And in early games, yes, I'm keeping track of my opponent's energy, right, things like that. Okay, I'm in the mid game. I remember they swapped out with 1 Volt Switch. When you're at that end game scenario, it's very hard to remember, okay, is their switch timer up? Do they have a move bane? Things like that. Jocko Loco had all the answers, just like you said. So it's very, very great to see, and I wish him luck later on in the tournament. But that's not it for Eomero. He's made it. He's done a really great job so far. He's going to move down to the loser side of the bracket. He'll have more opportunities to potentially make day 2 as well. That said, we've seen lots of great plays here so far. A lot of you maybe just tuning in for the first time, you're saying, hey, how can I be great as well? Let's actually take you over to a spotlight video featuring none other than Will Dunphy here to walk you through some best practices.
All right, trainers, get ready to take some notes. It's time to study Pokemon types. In Pokemon Go, there are 18 total types. Some Pokemon have a single type, while others are dual type. You can identify a Pokemon's type in the inventory menu or on the top right of the battle screen, similar to the Pokemon TCG. Every attack in Pokemon Go has 1 type property. Similar to VGC, the type property of a Pokemon's charge attacks are displayed on screen during battle. We can use this scale to see how damage applies in Pokemon Go PvP. Neutral, resisted and super effective, double resisted and double super effective, and triple resisted. In VGC, flying type Pokemon are immune to ground type attacks. However, in Pokemon Go, no types are immune to other types. The closest comparison to immunity in Pokemon Go is triple resistance. More on that later. Unlike TCG, no Pokemon in Pokemon Go can use a special ability to remove their type's weaknesses. Therefore, every fast and charge attack will deal at least a tiny bit of damage, leading to improbable, unexpected, and exciting win conditions. Let's begin with the interactions between fire, grass, and water. Fire is super effective to grass, grass is super effective to water, and water is super effective to fire. When 2 single-type Pokemon battle, their attacks are usually neutral, resisted, or super effective. However, dual-type Pokemon are much more complex. To determine effectiveness for dual-type Pokemon, consider each type individually. For example, a Psychic-type Confusion from Bronzong will deal super effective damage to Poison and Fighting-type opponents. When Bronzong battles Toxicroak, that damage becomes double super effective, because Toxicroak is both a Fighting and Poison type. Some Pokemon single resist, double resist, or even triple resist attacks from other types. For example, Steel-type Pokemon single resist Dragon-type attacks, while Fairy-type Pokemon double resist Dragon. A Fairy and Steel-type Pokemon like Mawile will actually triple resist Dragon-type attacks. These are all of the double resistances in Pokemon Go. If you combine one of these double resistance interactions with another single resistance, you get triple resistance. Let's deep dive into a complex dual-type matchup, Beedrill versus Skeledirge. Beedrill's fast attack Poison Jab is neutral to fire, but resisted by Skeledirge's Ghost type. Skeledirge's Incinerate is neutral to Beedrill's Poison type, but super effective against its Bug type. Beedrill's X-Scissor, a Bug-type attack, is resisted by both Fire and Ghost, making it double resistant. Skeledirge's Disarming Voice is a Fairy-type attack, which is neutral versus Bug, but resisted by Beedrill's Poison type. Skeledirge's Shadow Ball is neutral to both Bug and Poison. Beedrill's Drill Run is neutral versus Ghost, but super effective versus Fire, resulting in super effective damage. Always keep a close eye on the screen while battling. Super effective or not very effective appears when Pokemon use their fast attacks. Protect shields turn red when shielding super effective damage, purple when shielding neutral damage, and blue when shielding resistant damage. Lastly, make sure to check the type icons at the top right corner of your screen. The power of a charge attack depends on the Pokemon using it, so an Earthquake from Swampert likely hits harder than one from Clodsire. A Pokemon that uses an attack that aligns with its type will receive a slight damage bonus, called Same Type Attack Bonus or Stab. Finally, buffs and debuffs can swing the momentum of an entire battle. An Icy Wind debuff will lower all of a Pokemon's attacks, and a Night Slash boost will raise them. That's all from me. Best of luck in your future battles, trainers.
Continuing our run through this tournament here in Vancouver, British Columbia. I am Alpha Phoebe, joined by Stephanie Christine. We're just having so many great battles, and I'm so excited to continue our way through the rest of this tournament.
Our trainers have so much on the line today. They are battling for championship points, they are battling for prizes, and they are battling for glory. Who is going to be the champion here in Vancouver in these Great League battles? Show 6 best of 3.
Yeah, Vancouver has been such a storied location in past years. As I mentioned in our intro a little bit, the introduction of Shadow Kanto Ninetales to the 2022 meta was so impactful because fire typing was a typing that hadn't really seen much play before, but it really had a great spot because Trevenant and Shadow Walrein were two of the premier Pokemon of that type. and both of them don't do very well against that Kanto Ninetales because Walreign's main damage source was Powder Snow and Icicle Spear, and both of those Ice-type charge attacks are going to be resisted by Fire typing. And then, of course, Trevenant, you're never going to want a Fire type against your Grass type.
And there is a Fire type that I am seeing over on the right-hand side of the screen. Let's go down and take a look. We are going to be seeing Ryblet versus Magmarman. Magmarman known for the spice, and it is not lacking today.
Yes, that is a Unovan Stunfisk, not the typical Galarian Stunfisk we see. Obstagoon, which has been in and out of the meta for a while. Jellicent, which is very strong and has been very strong in the Open Great League, but hasn't seen a ton of play in the Pokemon Championship Series. Another Abomasnow, Talonflame is great to see as well. And then looking at that Cresselia, it'll be interesting to see what moveset it has. And on the other side of the table, it's Ryblet, and I believe this is one of his first tournament showings for himself, running Shadow Dragonite, always a bunch of fun to watch.
Yes, I believe one trainer that has been that is a little known for using quite a bit of Shadow Dragonite would be Wadaj. We've seen quite a bit of that Pokemon, and then it kind of disappeared for a while. So excited to see it back on the stage today, along with that Cresselia again running Moonblast.
Yeah, and the Cresselia on the other side is running Future Sight, so no access to Moonblast for that mirror matchup, and very importantly, no access for, the Ryblets does have access to Moonblast for that Obstagoon, so can hit back for super effective damage as opposed to just neutral damage. A story of Cresselias and a story of Flyers. I've mentioned it a couple of times today already. Double Flyers has been very common in this 2024 meta. We see another take on it. It's Shadow Dragonite and Skarmory. Very interesting core pairing. Again, one doing better against Lantern than the other. And it's that Shadow Dragonite into Abomasnow.
And that Abomasnow is going to feast on it. So we see a quick swap out into the Vigoroth. Magmarman staying in there, taking a couple counters on the Abomasnow before switching into the Unovan Stunfisk. We hardly ever see this in tournament play. What is with this Unovan Stunfisk, Nick?
It has pretty decent coverage with Mud Bomb and Discharge, ground types being resisted by flying types, and electric doing super effective. It just doesn't quite have the hard-hitting moves that Galarian Stunfisk has, and steel typing is a generally very solid defensive typing in all of the games, as we were kind of hearing about from Speedy's Chief in that last video. We see the counter swap into this Unovan Stunfisk is putting a little bit of pressure on Ryblet here, pulling up that first shield, but counter's going to do so much damage to this Unovan Stunfisk.
But looking for a body slam to clear it out. Magmarman actually opting to shield the Unovan Stunfisk here, even though it is at low health, wanting to be able to throw this Discharge. Ryblet having to make a decision, do I preserve this Vigoroth or not, and does. So Magmarman able to draw that final Protect shield from the Vigoroth.
Oh, baby, we have shields down and a Talonflame ready to go to town. Instead, actually opting for coming in with the Abomasnow, a bit interesting. I think maybe trying to preserve the health on that Talonflame for later.
Yeah, because that Talonflame's health is going to go down against something like a Charjabug or a Dragonite. So now bringing in that Talonflame, and again, shields are down. So Magmarman is absolutely free to throw this Fly into the Dragonite. And even though it's not the heavier hitting Brave Bird, Fly still knocks out. And the other benefit of Fly, that Talonflame's defenses are just fine.
Yeah, Talonflame, you can hear it. You're singing that shriek of knocking out that Dragonite in one hit, and Flame Charge here going to be doing super effective damage as opposed to just neutral, going to be able to almost completely knock out, and one more Volt Switch not able to pick up the knockout, so the next Incinerate knocks out the Charjabug.
And the Abomasnow coming in. It's got plenty of health, so Magmar Man able to comfortably shield here, and the fast attack is going to register, and the Vigoroth will be knocked out here. I really, really like how you called out that Magmar Man was saving the health on the Talonflame for later. That was crucial because you could see how much damage the Charge Bug Volt Switch and the Dragon Breath on the Shadow Dragonite was doing to that Talonflame. If Talonflame had come in a little earlier or had stayed around longer, I don't know if it would have stayed on the field long enough to throw those charge moves.
Yeah, having the Body Slam going to that Abomasnow, which was not as important, was key. Fly. So much neutral damage into Dragonite. Flame Charge, so much super effective damage into that Charge Bug, and just not able to get to that charge attack. Riblet recognizing the damage is going to apply before the charge attack is able to be thrown, and then Abomasnow, even though it was in that bad lead matchup at the very beginning, it was able to sweep up in the end.
And Magmar Man looking confident here. Also rocking that Alolan Raichu on his hat, something he is very well known for the spice. So we saw the Talonflame, the Abomasnow, and the Unova Stunfisk. What about the Jellicent? I haven't seen a ton of Jellicent here in the official tournament series.
Yeah, it's a great, solid Pokemon, but I feel like it gets outclassed because the typing is a bit odd. And of course, you know, Magmar Man, very well known for using off-meta teams, and he definitely, as you saw on screen, it's definitely what he thinks makes his team special. Going back to that Jellicent, Ghost and Grass, they're both, or excuse me, Ghost and Water, getting a little ahead of myself there, are both really solid timings, but the Ghost being weak to Grass, or the, oh my gosh, I am mixing up my words so badly right now. The Water being weak to Grass, and the Ghost taking super effective from Dark and other Ghosts, and it doesn't have Shadow Claw. I think that's kind of why we see Jellicent not as in the meta. It gets really hard answered by things like Sableye or Registeel, and those matchups, you would prefer to have a little bit more neutral play. I do think this meta, though, is pretty solid. It's going to have a decent matchup against Whiscash, against Skarmory, against Vigoroth. We'll have to see how it plays out here.
And what we have here in front of us is a shiny Charjabug up against the Cresselia. Charjabug has a great matchup, being able to throw those X Scissors. Again, it's 3 Volt Switches, and then it's just 2 to the next one, and it goes back and forth like that, 3 and 2. So Charjabug can comfortably handle this Moonblast, and it's already at 2 X Scissors, but there is the problem with those long, slow, fast moves. Magmar Man being able to quickly catch the X Scissor on his Unova Stunfisk, and Riblet brings out the Vigoroth to start countering it down.
Yeah, this is a solid switch from Riblet, saving that Shadow Dragonite for the back. Its fast attacks are going to be very solid against all of Magmar Man's Pokemon here. And actually, on his whole team of 6, he does not have a singular Dragon-type resistance. So I think we're going to see Riblet bring that Shadow Dragonite every single game. Next Body Slam coming through, not going to quite threaten the knockout. Really bulky Unova Stunfisk, actually opting for a Mud Bomb here is a bit peculiar because I'd be surprised if he makes it to another charge attack. We'll have to see. It's going to be quite close.
Yeah, and the Vigoroth has the energy. It will be looking to land this Body Slam. Magmar Man has to make that decision. Do I want to preserve this energy, and decides against it. Instead is going to bring something in to get a little bit of energy off of the Vigoroth to go into this mid-game matchup.
Yeah, it's going to be very similar to game number 1. However, Riblet has that Shadow Dragonite in the back, so although Magmar Man is preserving the health and shields for Talonflame, it's not going to be quite as impactful. We see the almost complete farm down, but another Body Slam's able to be reached by Riblet. This is going to be really impactful, making this Cresselia being on even lower and lower health, and the energy that's being built up here, there's 2 shields remaining, and the Charjabug has still got about 50% of its health left.
It does. That is a very healthy Charger Bug, and that is going to come in. It has a move ready to go. So Ryblet is deciding to use a Protect Shield here. What Magmar Man is looking for is for the Protect Shields to go down. Brings in the Incinerate, and that Incinerate damage did register, taking the Charge Bug down even lower in health. But here is the problem. Magmar Man does have shields, but I don't know if the Shadow Dragon Knight needs them because it's going to be melting away so much of this Talonflame health on fast move pressure alone.
Actually able to reach another fly here. Great timing by Ryblet, recognizing I need to try to at least pull away a shield here. The Talonflame has got so little health. This is a charge attack tie. Talonflame's next fly will come through. We've seen it before. This will be enough to knock out. The issue is does Ryblet have enough health on that Charger Bug? Will 1 Volt Switch knock out this Talonflame?
And we will see it is enough. So then Magmar Man comes in, does have a move ready on the Cresselia. So we're going to see the Protect Shield come up with the X-Scissor. And then we see the next one go through right away. That will knock out the Cresselia, and Ryblet takes a game here, tying up the winner's semis for Group B.
That was so close. It came down to 1 or 2 Psycho Cuts in the end. If Magmar Man was able to outpace to another charge attack in the end, or maybe potentially if he had, instead of Moonblast, if he had that Future Sight, maybe those 2 Future excuse me, Magmar Man does have Future Sight. Maybe if he had Moonblast, he was able to pace a little bit more quickly. The dimensions of these matchups are so dependent on the moveset choices that the players make. Back into the replay we go. Vigoroth able to win switch advantage for Ryblet in the beginning of the game.
And here we see that body slam from the Vigoroth connecting with the Cresselia. The Cresselia's health getting lower and lower and lower. And we could see how much damage that Shadow Dragonite was able to do to the Talonflame. Enough so that 1 Volt Switch would be enough to knock it out. And then we saw the back-to-back X-Scissors take the Cresselia off the field. Magmar Man really employed the same core strategy in both Game 1 and Game 2. Trying to wear down Ryblet's Protect Shields and then saving the Talonflame in the back with high health and both shields remaining. However, it did not work out for Magmar Man that second time.
Yeah, Talonflame, the adjustment from Ryblet just really helped to cover for it, putting that Dragonite in the back. We'll have to see what Magmar thinks about that team composition, putting everything onto the wings of Talonflame. Does he try that for game number 3, or does he try to switch up his team compositional idea, maybe putting emphasis on a different Pokemon so that, what we're maybe seeing a little bit of here is maybe a little bit of an ABA strong to Shadow Dragonite. If he has 2 Pokemon that'll do really well, it's going to be that Cresselia as well as that Abomasnow. If he plays ABA strong to it, that might be a good team composition to catch Ryblet off guard.
We will have to see. Ryblet too has a decision to make. He saw Magmar Man use a similar strategy 2 times in a row. Ryblet has to make the call. Is Magmar Man going to go for a 3rd time using that strategy? Or because it didn't work out for him the second time, will he be trying something completely different? So really having to make these decisions before you lock in your team.
And it looks like they are both ready, both taking in a deep breath to calm themselves into this really impactful game number 3. It's going to be Charger Bug into Unova Stunfisk.
Yeah, and this is not a matchup that you see very often in the tournament series. We can see that the Unova Stunfisk is outpacing 2 Mud Bombs right now.
And Mud Bomb coming through, it's only going to be doing neutral damage here, not really scaring the Charger Bug all that much.
And the Charger Bug is ready with back-to-back X-Scissors. Let's go ahead and see what this is going to do to the Unova Stunfisk. Again, still kind of that neutral damage. That seems like a very neutral matchup. Ryblet actually opting to go right into the Vigoroth, absorb this Mud Bomb from the Unova Stunfisk, deciding to preserve the health on Charger Bug for later, perhaps trying to save it for this Talonflame.
Yeah, this has been Ryblet's game plan for each and every game so far. Going for that Vigoroth save swap, and Magmar Man finally putting his Talonflame not necessarily all the way in the back. He doesn't have a great answer for Vigoroth save, so shielding up that first Rock Slide is key, though, putting Ryblet kind of on the back foot here. Do I want to shield up this Flame Charge, or do I want to try to get off another Rock Slide? Opting to no shield, go for switch advantage, and now he's got Whiscash in the back, so he's in a pretty decent spot to try to answer this Talonflame. But Magmarman also brought the Abomasnow this game too, which will be a great answer for this Whiscash.
Yeah, so Magmarman has to try to get that Abomasnow aligned on the Whiscash. Looks like Talonflame are going to be trying to chip away the shields using that charged attack of Fly for a lot of neutral damage. The Whiscash has to get this Scald through on the Talonflame. Will Magmarman save his Protect shield? He does. The Scald connects, knocks the Talonflame away, but now he has the alignment he needs with the Abomasnow on the Whiscash.
Yeah, Abomasnow going to be coming in, opting for Weather Ball as opposed to Icy Wind. Going to make this late game a little bit less decisive. However, Magmarman, with the typing advantage that he has in this final matchup, X-Scissor just not quite doing enough damage against this Unnovan Stunfisk, and I believe, if my memory serves me correct, he has a shield advantage. I think it is 1 shield to 2 shields for Magmarman. No, it's actually 1 to 1. Pacing to this next charge attack, Ryblet actually able to reach it first.
Yeah, so the Unnovan Stunfisk, I believe this is going to be enough to knock the Unnovan Stunfisk off of the field of play. Now we have the Abomasnow, which will take super effective damage from those X-Scissors being a Grass-type Pokemon. However, it does not have the chance. Ryblet instead saving the last shield for the Whiscash, who is going to be throwing Scalds into the Abomasnow. Not very effective, looking for an attack drop.
Not getting it this time. The question is, will Magmarman go directly for that Energy Ball? He does. This is a crucial shield call from Ryblet, but opting to no shield, I think Magmarman pretty comfortably could have reached a second Energy Ball and picks up the knockout for game number 3 and pushing his way to his winners finals of Group B. We'll see him back on stage, and it's not the end for Ryblet getting knocked down into the loser side. He still has the ability to fight towards a run to day 2 if he gets a few more wins.
Yes, and that Talonflame, I think, really contributed to the wins that Magmarman was able to bring to this match. Saving it in the back in the first 2 games, winning that first game, losing the second, but then instead bringing it in the mid-game in the 3rd round, being able to align it against the Vigoroth really helped Magmarman win this final game of the series.
So let's get a bit of a refresher on exactly how the Talonflame usage differed in these games. We have the replay ready to view. In game number 1, it was up against that Charge Bug, that Flame Charge, able to do so much super effective damage, and it had previously already knocked out that Shadow Dragonite with a Fly.
And we have that Vigoroth going down. This is the 2nd game where that Ryblet is able to win, using the Vigoroth, able to clear that Unnovan Stunfisk. This is the one where Magmarman had the talent, was trying to save that Talonflame in the back for later. However, the Shadow Dragonite was able to whittle down the health of that Talonflame just enough so that final Volt Switch was able to knock it out.
And then going into game number 3, we see how Magmarman opted to change the play with Talonflame. He must have been thinking that my Talonflame thought she needed me, but I actually need her. In this game number 3, able to take it by placing that Talonflame in the right spot, utilizing the shields correctly to block that Rock Slide, and getting the alignment correct at the end game, getting that Abomasnow against Whiscash.
Yeah, Ryblet looking for a win condition there at the end, thinking maybe Magmarman will bait and I can call it, and maybe that'll work out, but I just think that Abomasnow had the win.
Yeah, we saw just how much damage that Scald did, and it was a non-Shadow Whiscash as well. So even if the debuff landed and another Scald came through and an Icy Wind, or excuse me, a Weather Ball Ice, not Icy Wind, was called, I still don't think there were enough dimensions left in play for Magmarman to lose that game.
And typically typically when we see Abomasnow here in the Championship Series, a lot of people run it as the Shadow variant, but I noticed that Magmar Man didn't, using the regular Abomasnow. What is a big benefit for that, other than, of course, the love and affection you are showing to your Pokemon?
Honestly, that was going to be my first answer. Pokemon that have double weaknesses, I prefer most of the time as Shadow variants because, you know, if you have a Abomasnow versus a Talonflame, you're really never trying to fight for a switch advantage in that position because the Talonflame can just incinerate you down. Same goes for like Alolan Sandslash. You prefer to have the extra oomph, the extra fighting power in neutral matchups that Shadow variants have with the extra 20% damage on their attacks. So I personally would prefer a Shadow variant for that case. If I had to guess, it's because Shadow Abomasnow is a bit too frail, and in certain matchups, it can lose switch advantage where it should theoretically win, such as against a Shadow Swampert or even a Shadow Politoed. If you take too many water-type charge attacks like Hydro Cannon and Weather Ball Water, they can flip the matchup if you're going for straight straight Energy Ball and not baiting with Icy Wind.
I am not surprised at all that you know that about Politoed.
It's because it happened to me. I was the Shadow Abomasnow user, and a Shadow Politoed won a 2-shield matchup because I went straight Energy Ball instead of baiting, and it's honestly my own fault. I should have baited. I should have known my opponent was going to try to win switch advantage, but it happens. It happens to the best of us.
Well, let's take a look at one of the best of us, which happens to be Magmar Man. Jim is ready with an interview. Go ahead and take it away.
Alrighty, thank you, Stephanie. I appreciate it. I am here with Magmar Man 26, coming off his fresh 2-1 victory. First off, just want to get a little bit of a recap. How did you think those last matchups went?
Those last matchups were honestly so stiff. I know it was a fairly rock, paper, scissors victory in Game 3, but it did not feel like that at all.
Well, you're known amongst the community for running what we call the spice picks. We've seen the Emolga in the past. Now we're seeing the Inovan Stunfisk. I want to just double click on that Stunfisk for now. What is some of the methodology for bringing that Pokemon, and how has it performed so well?
So yesterday I was playing the Go Challenge, and I played extremely weak to Charjabug, and I just got rolled over by it. So I'm like, you know what? I want to be able to beat Charjabug, and I also don't want to be super weak to like any other flyers outside of Gligar, but I mean, I can fill up the other slots with Gligar answers. So Unova Stunfisk, I've been running it in a couple of cups as well. It seemed to have performed fine, and I think it played a pivotal role in these games, especially against the Vigoroth.
All right, well, thank you for the clarity. One other question. When you're building a team, are you typically building your team around one Pokemon that you specifically want to feature? Or are you more so building your squad around Pokemon that you're seeing in the meta and as a response to those Pokemon?
It's kind of half and half, because like yesterday, again in the challenge, I was fighting a lot of Charjabug, a lot of Shadow Gligar, and like a lot of Cresselia. So I was like, I think Talonflame works really well here. And Talonflame Unova Stunfisk, based on what I saw in yesterday's challenge, covered a pretty wide swath of the meta. It was really just like water types that were kind of rough, and even Unova and Stunfisk can provide some solid like punching against those.
Without a doubt, and we're not really seeing much grass in the meta these days, so a lot of room for it to definitely flex its, I don't know that it has wings. True. All right, well, before we wrap up, I know you're representing your home country here as well. Obviously, you had a lot of success over in Toronto as well. What would a tournament win mean to you here in Vancouver?
It would be absolutely phenomenal. I honestly just wanted to make it to like the championship point stage, but winning Vancouver would be absolutely pivotal for like my future success, I think.
All right, well, we look forward to seeing more from you. Lastly, any shout outs that you want to have? Any friends or family at home or anyone here at the tournament that you'd like to say hello to?
Shout out to my parents, who I would hope that they're watching the stream, but even if they aren't, that's totally fine because you guys have other responsibilities. Shout out to the KD46 Discord, because I know you guys are really hyped for this matchup. Shout out to all my other friends who I should think are watching this, and they might be checking the VOD, who knows. And I think that's about it.
Well, thank you, Magmar Man. Congratulations again on your victory. You'll be moving on to the next round. I'm sure there will be more that we see from you. But for now, we're going to turn it back over to the casters. Take it away.
All right, thank you so much, Jim. It's always great to get those insights into the players' minds. I have to imagine, if you're using spice picks, you might be thinking, it's not fair, because I knew you like the back of my hands. When you're thinking about your team, you have so many different plays you can make, and you know, speaking of spice teams, speaking of teams that we don't see too often, Chenyu on the right side of the screen has a very, very unique team. A lot of maybe individual Pokemon that we've seen on teams where they're paired up with maybe 5 other meta Pokemon, but this team has so many unique picks.
I love Chenyu's team. The Annihilate, Abomasnow, Skeledirge, Wigglytuff, Guzzlord, and Lantern. That is such a fun combination. Skeledirge was actually on my caster picks. It is a Pokemon that I think has the potential to just do so well. Pair it up again with the Guzzlord, also on my picks because I love me some Guzzlord. But let's take a look. We've seen Rubik's Master on camera today already, running that Future Sight on the Cresselia and the Shadow Poliwrath, as well as the counter user for his team. Again, Rubik's Master on the line today is looking for a tournament win, is tired of coming in second place.
And he's also looking to qualify. So many championship points on the line. If he does quite well, I think he has a potential to get that qualification from this event. On the other side, we talked about it a little bit. Chenyu has so many different Pokemon that we see kind of scattered between teams. Annihilate, Skeledirge, Wigglytuff, Guzzlord are the 4 Pokemon that are really keying into me. Opting for Brutal Swing on Guzzlord as opposed to Crunch, and then Wigglytuff, Charm, Disarming Voice, Icy Wind. Charmers have not always had, or Pokemon that use the Fast Attack Charm, haven't always had great debuts in the Pokemon Championship Series because they're very one-dimensional. But because Wigglytuff has really interesting typing, it does really well against a Ghost-type Pokemon because it is normal, and it does really well against Fighting-type Pokemon because it's Fairy. It kind of covers that normal typing with that dual typing, and Charm is just such an oppressive fast attack that it can overcome a lot of more neutral matchups.
Well, let's see how this matchup is going to go. Is it going to be neutral? Is it going to be polarizing? Are we going to see high risk, high reward? There is so much to see. Let's get down to the field of battle, and we see actually an Altaria versus a Lantern, which is an interesting matchup ever since Lantern's fast attack of Spark started doing a lot more damage.
Yeah, Spark makes this matchup significantly more even. I think the control is in the Altaria players' hands because they have the option to shield up the Thunderbolts. They're doing a lot of good neutral damage with their fast attacks, and they have the option to go for the Moonblast, which will do a lot of good neutral damage. The Lantern, very bulky in its own right, able to very comfortably no-shield that, and now Rubik's Master could theoretically go for a full fast attack down.
And going to throw here a Thunderbolt, looking for the guaranteed knockout. The Surf wouldn't quite do it. Rubik's Master, throwing all of that energy, it's going to hit a Protect Shield and not its intended target. Rubik's Master now able to Dragon Breath down the Lantern and can throw a bunch of energy into whatever comes in next. Seeing that it is the Skeledirge, Rubik's Master knows that Incinerate is going to take some time, so I can throw a couple of Dragon Breaths before the Sky Attack. Many other trainers would have gone for the Sky Attack immediately.
And really importantly, he did 3 Dragon Breaths. If he had done 4, you would have risked taking the damage from the Incinerate and losing all of that energy it stored. Really great play from Rubik's Master there. Chenyu now throwing the Shadow Ball. This would be a lot of good neutral damage. Great shield call from Rubik's Master as well. And in comes the Guzzlord. Looking at the moveset of the Cresselia, Psycho Cut, Grass Knight, Future Sight, it has no super effective damage against this Guzzlord. It's completely walled off.
And so really having to rely on this Talonflame. Now remember, Rubik's Master's Talonflame is not running the moveset we would see typically with that Flame Charge. Instead, using both Brave Bird and the fly charged attacks. We saw him, he was really hoping that Brave Bird would connect, because now he's forced to bring in the Cresselia, and without Moonblast, there's just not a whole lot that this Cresselia can do. Still gonna probably be going for the Future Sight to benefit from the same type of attack bonus. No, oh, that would be because we want the Grass Knot instead. I need to rewatch Speediest Chief's video.
Yeah, it is double resisted. In the video game, it is immune to a psychic type attack. Grass only being resisted by the dragon is the option of choice, but you can just see Chen Yu can completely farm down at this point. He had basically 2 brutal swings and can also opt to switch in the Skeletor, which is not threatened by the Grass Knot either. Throwing this disarming voice, Chen Yu has so much energy loaded onto that Guzzlord. The real issue is there are shields down. If Rubik's Master can get to a Brave Bird here, he could potentially get a win charge attack tie here and get the knockout.
And charged attack tie actually getting the knockout. Chen Yu played this so well. The fact that Rubik's Master walked away with it is incredible, especially with that Cresselia. It's like Rubik's Master was playing with, you know, his 2 thumbs tied behind his back and still having to tap the phone. That Cresselia just weighed him down in the end. And still just being able to really utilize the Talonflame and the Altaria, his 2 flying type Pokemon that he brought in.
And we saw that a lot of this game was not actually determined by the lead. We can often feel like a lot of games are determined by the lead, but Chen Yu had a really strong backline answer to the rest of Rubik's Master's Pokemon. Unfortunately, not quite playing the last moments of that game to perfection. I think if he had stayed in with that Guzzlord, I think if he had not given Rubik's Master the opportunity to get a full Incinerate down of the Skeledirge, he would have been in a much better spot. We talk a lot about Cresselia and the moveset choice. After seeing that game, you tell me what your favorite moveset option is on Cresselia.
It is tough, because again, I like the neutral damage across the board of Future Sight. However, that Guzzlord matchup is rough. And again, I think it just speaks to how talented Rubik's Master is, having been stuck in that matchup and still able to win the game is just phenomenal gameplay. Again, you can really tell Rubik's Master out here for the win, for the qualifications. He is dialed in.
And Rubik's Master must be thinking, Talonflame, I gave you everything, and you pulled through so clutch in that end game, reaching 2 charge attacks before switching out against the Guzzlord, I believe pulling both shields, and then reaching the Brave Bird in the end game as well to get the knockout. Just Talonflame put the team on his back.
Really did. But again, Chen Yu had really good plays as well in that first game and constructed a really interesting team with the Skeledirge and the Guzzlord. 2 fairly off, like slightly off meta, slightly spicy picks, pairing it with the Lantern, which is more of a standard meta choice. Here are 2 Pokemon on the field that are interesting. The Shadow Poliwrath into the Guzzlord. Guzzlord loses that matchup, so we see an immediate swap, and now we have the Altaria into the Skeledirge. Skeledirge is going to love throwing those super effective disarming voices into the Altaria.
Rubik's Master is so smart. He's keeping that Shadow Alolan Sandslash in the back. This is such a great counter swap. Altaria able to, I actually, the one difficult thing, I was about to praise him for keeping that Shadow Alolan Sandslash for the Wigglytuff in the back. The one tough thing is, I think there are some energy scenarios where Skeledirge is able to win the 2-shield matchup against Altaria. So Chen Yu might have the opportunity to win switch here.
We will have to see, because we are not there yet. First first, this Skeledirge is going to throw another disarming voice into the Altaria, and Rubik's Master decides to let it go. That Altaria has done enough here. So can't bring in the Shadow Alolan Sandslash. It cannot hang on through those Incinerate, so you have to bring in the Poliwrath, and you have to try to throw a charge attack into the Skeledirge to clear it off the field.
A bit unfortunate from Rubik's Master. I think he could have thrown one more counter and picked up the knockout there. Switching out immediately, it is going to be the Shadow Claw variant of the Alolan Sandslash, counter swapped by Guzzlord. Actually, Rubik's Master feeling probably fairly comfortable here, able to take one Brutal Swing from the Guzzlord, land 2 Ice Punches before a second charge attack is reached, and Poliwrath can get a farm down and come out with a good amount of energy for that Wigglytuff. Wigglytuff, not able to pace to charge attacks very quickly, could potentially get outpaced. Actually, opting for the shield against the Brutal Swing also makes sense because, again, Wigglytuff not able to get too many charge attacks.
No, Wigglytuff is a Pokemon that really benefits from that fast attack of Charm. That is where its power lies. So here we're gonna see it coming in and dancing on to the field, and we are gonna see this Shadow Alolan Sandslash start to really expend that energy from the last matchup. We're gonna see the Ice Punch come through, does a lot of damage, but Chen-Yu does have a Protect Shield. Look at how much damage these Charms are doing, though, onto the Shadow Poliwrath.
Getting it to the Disarming Voice first, Rubik's Master maybe a bit of a misplay here. Going to be knocked out here, and the question now becomes, because of that no shielded Ice Punch, will he be able to get to 2? No, actually, Chen-Yu able to get another Charm through. Going to be able to knock out this Steel-type Pokemon with a Fairy-type.
That is certainly not something that you see every day there, Nick. We have a tied game here in the winter semifinals for Group C. Rubik's Master versus Chen-Yu. Nick, you mentioned perhaps a couple of misplays there in that last game from Rubik's Master. What do you think really cost him that win?
I think when he switched into that Shadow Poliwrath, he expected to be able to outpace. Also, this swap, losing switch advantage here, was pretty smart by Rubik's Master. Able to potentially get a farm down with Poliwrath would have been another place for improvement. And then here, the pivotal moment, I think, is getting outpaced by that Wigglytuff to the charge attack, unable to strip the last shield, whereas if that shield was removed, that Ice Punch would have been able to knock out. Could have potentially also gone for 2 drill runs as opposed to Ice Punches. I think doing a little bit more damage into that Wigglytuff would have been key to allow that Poliwrath to maybe get a counter down, because although Wigglytuff does quite well against fighting type users, it typically does not like counter too much because it deals neutral damage, and counter is just such a good fast attack.
Yes, and all of that is easy for us to say because we get to see all of the cards on the field. It's a lot more difficult when you are sitting there in the hot seat. And now these two trainers are battling out. This is for the winner semis of Group C. Rubik's Master trying to get that first victory in a regional tournament. Chen-Yu trying to utilize all of these off-meta Pokemon, all bringing them together, all on one team, just trying to, like, Avengers assemble all of these different Pokemon that are key, that tend to be your one spice pick. No, we're bringing them all together, and then Lantern is thrown in there for a bit of stability.
Now I feel you. Additionally, I want to go back to a point that you made. It's like up on stage, it's so hard to know the exact energy counts. It's so hard to know exactly all the best things to do, a Pokemon to save in the back, because you don't know your opponent's team of 3. Even when you're not there, up on stage, it can be so tough. Even in Go Battle League, reading an opponent's third Pokemon in the back is difficult, but let's see if these two trainers can make these predictions. Game number 1, it's a good lead for Chen-Yu in that Dragon type is going to be resisting the Incinerates here, but the flying type damage of Fly and Brave Bird are going to be quite threatening as well.
what is really threatening is just looking at that Guzzlord on the other side of the field. I certainly would not want to be staring down that Ultra Beast. We can see Rubik's Master has 2 flies ready to go. Incinerate does a lot of damage and it charges up those attacks very quickly. 1 fly connects, and then we're going to see the Altaria trying really hard to knock out the Guzzlord before it is able to throw this Dragon Claw, but not quite able to do it. So that attack is going to land. It is going to soften up that Altaria for the Skeledirge, and we're going to start seeing those super effective charge attacks come through.
Great timing as always from Rubik's Master. Sky Attack coming through, not going to necessarily threaten the Skeledirge, but still pulling the shield. It's a bit tough for Rubik's Master. The Skeledirge has a lot of play against his remaining Pokemon, so I might not be too surprised to see a shield here. Instead, actually opting to no shield, probably bringing back in that Talonflame. Fire resists fire, and Talonflame has a lot of stored energy.
It does, and is going to be opting to throw a fly quickly. However, the Skeledirge is going to be allowed to throw that Disarming Voice first. Rubik's Master has to use the final Protect Shield here before throwing the fly into Chenyu's Skeledirge. We see protecting the Skeledirge wants to stay around, tries to absorb the last of this energy. So we see 1 more fly is going to get thrown. The next Incinerate comes through. This is going to knock the Skeledirge off the field of play, but whatever comes in next, this Talonflame is dry. It is low on energy and low on health.
Now, that's a bit of an interesting shield choice there from Chenyu. Getting outpaced to that next charge attack, especially when you had a Lantern in the back. I think that charge attack, that shield might have been a little bit more useful on this Lantern. However, in the 0 shield matchup, Lantern still has a decent amount of play because Sparks can do a good amount of damage, and Surfs really add up. 2 Surfs, depending on the exact stats of the Pokemon, can sometimes knock out. In comes the next Xers. They're going to put the Lantern quite low, but not quite threaten a knockout.
No, so looking to use these Volt Switches, hopefully to knock out, but we are going to see that Chenyu is able to throw the Surf. That Talonflame is still back there, but remember, it has no energy. The Guzzlord comes and sneaks through, knocking it out. So there is the Talonflame, and it can't quite get the Incinerate. We see a look of confusion there from Rubik's Master.
Yeah, that was a bit of an unfortunate happenstance where it looked like 2 Dragon Tails registered damage before 1 Incinerate. I believe the judge will likely have to look into that and how that might have impacted the outcome of the game. Remember, that was a game number 3, so the decisive game. So we want to make sure that we get all of these things correct. And like I said, I wouldn't be surprised if this leads to a match under review.
Yes, but while we wait to listen, here it is, match under review. So while we wait for the judges, for the judge team to take a look at that matchup, like you said, Alpha Feed, we want to make sure that everything is playing smoothly, that the correct trainer comes out with a victory here. Let's take a look at what these trainers have been doing so far. We've really seen that pairing of Guzzlord and Skeledirge from Chenyu in both of the matchups, doing quite well. And then we've really only seen Rubik's Master stay with that Altaria. That has really been his key Pokemon. Instead, choosing to switch it up a lot from game 1 to game 2. Only thing he's really left on the bench is that Charjabug. So does that Charjabug have any play at all into Chenyu's team?
It's tough because you don't want the Charjabug to ever get matched up against Skeledirge unless you have like a ton of energy. Guzzlord is also, I prefer Guzzlord over Charjabug in that matchup. Wigglytuff is also going to be more Wigglytuff favored rather than Charjabug favored. And then of course you have good matchups still, Lantern as well as Annihilate. So it can be tough. It can be tough, and also we've been talking a lot this whole event about the impact of longer turn duration fast attacks, and maybe he just wants to stay clear of that 4 turn duration fast attack.
Yeah, and we do have confirmation that they are looking at the leg on that final switch in, that brought up that situation that you mentioned where it looked like 2 Dragon Tails were able to connect before that Incinerate was.
Yeah, and here we go. Looking back at the end of the game, we see the Guzzler coming in, a great snipe by Chen Yu, but 2 Dragon Tails here. Dragon Tails is a 3-turn fast attack, so that's 6 turns total in order to get the second Dragon Tail to apply. Incinerate's only 5 turns, so the damage should apply before 6 turns. The question becomes...
Nick, I think 6 is greater than 5.
That's true.
6 is greater than 5.
I think that is true. The question just really is, and what they're probably discussing on stage is how that impacted the outcome of the game, right? We can know that there was an issue, but the real work of the judge is to kind of dissect that problem and say, okay, this happened. We can see that this issue happened. Did it impact how the result of the game would have come out? Would the Talonflame have been able to knock out the rest of the Pokemon on Chen Yu's team? And we really, here behind the caster desk, trust our judges in making the right calls because they know the game so well, and even if the judge on stage isn't 100% sure, they can always call in the head judge to get confirmation, make sure that they're making the right call. And we have such a talented pool of judges at all of these events.
Yeah, and really, again, just thank your judge staff. Thank all of the great humans who make these tournaments run. We cannot have these fantastic championship tournaments without all of our fantastic judges and staff members who work so hard, both on the floor and behind the scenes.
Yeah, and I've only worked one event myself as a judge, and they typically also work a little bit longer hours than we do behind the casting desk. So it can be a very tiring event. And here we go. We see Talonflame coming in. 1 Dragon Tail damage applies. 2 Dragon Tails damage applies before the Incinerate does. So that's really what they're going to be discussing. That's likely what that judge is thinking about. And we actually do see, I believe, our head judge up on stage discussing the impact likely of that, the outcome of that final few moments of that battle.
I always love to see Charles, also known as CCO, live on these broadcasts. So thank you so much to our head judge there.
Yeah, he's a great guy, very talented at the game, and really brings a lot of strength to the team. Of course, there are other people who bring a ton of strength as well. And I'm, of course, a little biased towards Charles because he's a good friend of mine, so.
Yes, and a talented chess player.
Oh, yes. We've also played a few games of chess, but...
More than a few.
We also got an opportunity to play with your casting partner back from, that was Knoxville, right? Where you casted with Nighttime Clasher?
I did.
Or was that Charlotte?
Charlotte.
Charlotte. All right. All the events have kind of melded together for me a little bit, and we're going to have to give them up on stage a little bit more time to discuss the ramifications, and it looks like we do have a conclusion. It is going to be Chen Yu who has won that 2-1. It's a really tight end game there. Of course, we did see the issue that occurred, and I guess as the judges ruled that it was not impactful to the outcome of the game there.
Yes, so again, thank you to our judge staff for handling that, and congratulations to Chen Yu. However, Rubik's Masters Day is far from over. It is a challenging road ahead, though, in the loser side of the bracket, but he does still have that opportunity to try for that championship win and for the qualification that he is still seeking for Worlds this year.
Yeah, loser side can be a little bit of a slog, but we've seen so many people make impressive losers side of the bracket runs, and it can be a little bit demoralizing to take your first loss. The nice thing is you usually have a good amount of time to reset, recalibrate yourself, and focus up again for your next matchup so that you can kind of change your outlook. You know, you might be a little down on yourself for maybe making a few misplays or whatever. But if you have the time to recenter yourself, to refocus, and go into that first losers round match, you have that opportunity. Looking back at game number 1, we saw Altaria able to farm down the Lantern, and Disarming Voice really just not Chen Yu was not able to quite work around that Talonflame in that endgame.
Yes. So there we have game number 2. We have the Icy Wind and the Poliwrath. We are going to see the Disarming Voice knock out the Shadow Poliwrath here. Taking a look here at the second game.
And it's a bit, you see these matchups where a Wigglytuff is able to take out a Steel type. It's not your fault you're living in a madhouse. Sometimes that's just how this game happens. Pokemon are able to take out their counters. We see the switch into the Guzzlord, able to knock out that Charger Bug, and although it was also able to knock out the Talonflame, remember, there was still a Lantern in the back. I don't think the Talonflame would have been at a charge attack.
No. So again, thank you so much to our judging staff. We trust them 100% to handle all of these matches under review.
Yeah, very talented. They work so many of the events, and I always let you say it, but I'll say it myself this time. Make sure you hashtag thank a judge for all the work that they do at these events. It definitely would not be possible without them.
Yeah, and what also would not be possible is to have oh my goodness. It would also not be possible to have these tournaments without fantastic players, and we are going to be having some more fantastic players on the stage shortly. We have Darker Catherine versus a very familiar name to this circuit, a very familiar name to Vancouver, and that is Cindy, also known as Greenish spelled backwards.
Before we get too ahead of ourselves, though, let's listen to another talented battler that we just saw up on stage. We have an interview with Rubik's Master.
All right, everyone, I am here with Chen Yu, who just took down the 2023 World Championships runner-up Rubik's Master. Chen Yu, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling pretty good. Like, I was like pretty nervous because like he's like number 2 in the world, and then, I mean, I don't know what I can do, so I was just like trying my best. Yeah.
Yeah, well, you actually had a great display of skill, and your team is so unique. I mean, I was talking with Jim backstage. I said it looks like you just took all of your favorite core breakers and you put them on the same team. Tell us about how you made your team.
Yeah, so I want to thank for Tactical and in Eloquence. Like, they post the YouTube videos for their local cup, and then this is pretty much the team in Eloquence was using, and he was using like Castform, and he kind of suggests you can use like Scarage or like Telephone for fire, and I try that. I also want to thank for my local Pokemon communities in the Northern California that I did many like challenges and cups and the practices for that, and then I'm glad like I kind of know how to use the team, and I did pull out the win. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly right. Well, Chen Yu, you're actually close to your World Championships qualifications for Honolulu, Hawaii. I think you said you're about 40 points away. Are you excited? Are you ready for Worlds?
I mean, I'm definitely not ready. I need to practice a lot, but I'm just like trying my best here in Vancouver, like because like 2 years back I was here and I was knocked out by 2 streamers like RioJiv and then 6-4 Ninja. So I'm pretty happy that I did much better than what I did 2 years back.
Quick question, is there anyone you want to shout out, anyone you want to thank for your success?
I think I want to thank for my family. Like I was like playing Pokemon Go since day 1, and then I did kind of play a lot, and I got into the PvP thing, and then thank for my friends in Taiwan. Like I learned a lot from them, and then my family like never stopped me from playing. So like that's why I can just go to regionals and then try my best to see what I can do.
Absolutely, Chen Yu. Thank you so much for your interview. Good luck in the rest of the tournament, and casters, back over to you.
Well, a bit of a slight apology there. That was not Rubik's Master. That was Chen Yu, of course, and congratulations to him for knocking down, obviously, one of the largest competitors here, one of the trainers that we definitely thought would make a large run. As you had mentioned, he's not out of the tournament, just in the loser side of the bracket.
Yes, and as I also mentioned earlier, we have 2 fantastic trainers here coming up next. We're going to be looking at Group B winners round 4, I believe. Taking a look at Darker Catherine, who is going to appear on the left-hand side of your screen, and Cindy, who is going to appear on the right. We know Cindy from winning the first Vancouver Regional back in 2022 for Pokemon Go, using that Shadow Kanto Ninetales, really putting her stamp on the history books for Pokemon Go in its inaugural season.
I'm really excited to see what team she decided to bring here. I think I'd love to see another fire type. We have fire types actually making a good amount of play here in this last battle set that we saw. It was going to be Skeledirge and Talonflame, both kind of fighting back and forth with those Incinerates, with those charge attacks, and I love fire types. They're a lot of fun. They are kind of a play hard, hit hard lifestyle, and landing blast burns is just always so much fun.
It truly is. What I'm going to have fun with is checking out these two battlers on the stage. Let's go down to the field of battle and see who we have in front of us. And we are going to take a look again. Darker Catherine on the left and Cindy on the right. However, we do not see any fire types on either side of the battlefield. Instead, opting for, I see a pair of Annihilates, bringing so that newer counter user that we have in the meta.
Yeah, no fire type moves available whatsoever on either side, so we're not going to see any Pokemon burned alive today. But we do have a lot of shadow types. We have Shadow Abomasnow, which we had been talking about before, Shadow Gligar, which has been so present, Shadow Alolan Sandslash, which, you know, I have to feel like we might have been wrong as a caster group. It's doing so well. This is winners round 4, so Darker Catherine's made a long run today so far, and we'll have to see how it performs against Cindy's team. Looking a little bit deeper into the movesets of these Pokemon, Purified Sableye on the standard set of Foul Play and Return, that Sandslash on Powder Snow instead of Shadow Claw this time, Azumarill opting for Ice Beam and Play Rough, and also really key to point out, Annihilate on Shadow Ball and Ice Punch as well, so no Night/Boost shenanigans.
No, and just also I want to note quick, Darker Catherine took out J-Jan 2-1 just before this matchup. J-Jan being another kind of favorite to do well in this tournament. Here we have Cindy, who is running that Annihilate. Cindy actually knocking down SS Thorn. So these two ladies are absolutely rocking it here today.
Looking at the movesets on Cindy's side, opting again for a Weather Ball Ice over the Icy Wind. Very peculiar. I think that is 2 for 2 on Abomasnows that you and I have seen that have been rocking the Weather Ball Ice as opposed to Icy Wind. And Registeel on the typical moveset. We see Future Sight on Cresselia, but no Guzzlords on the other side of the table, but there is a Sableye.
And what we are going to see first, though, is this Shadow Alolan Sandslash's worst nightmare, a counter user on the other side of the field. Darker Catherine is going to make an immediate swap into that Sableye to try to get some damage done on that Annihilate. Annihilate here running the Night Slash, which has easily been the preferred moveset after Dunebug went afoul with it in his recent regional win.
Sableye looks so good for Darker Catherine, so safe against Cindy's team. No dark types there to answer and to be able to soak up all the foul plays. However, Cindy did go for a Night Slash to chip down the Sableye, but Sableye is still able to hold on. A Surf and a half are reached by Cindy. Going for the first one now, I think this would threaten a knockout, but the Lantern is quite low. Darker Catherine opting for a shield. I think she gets outpaced to this next charge attack. Yes, the Surf coming one fast attack before, but Darker Catherine has the option to double shield, win switch advantage, and realign that Shadow Alolan Sandslash elsewhere.
And that Sableye has some energy to expend, and these lock-ons are going to be doing virtually nothing to the Sableye. So Darker Catherine actually opting to build up to 2 foul plays to use them for later, trying to flex some of that energy management.
Foul Play is going to be a little bit more damaging, a little bit more threatening to the Annihilate in the back for Cindy. Zap Cannon coming through, no shields remaining for Darker Catherine, gets the attack drop, and now I think Cindy can quite comfortably no-shield the Shadow Ball. I don't think it's going to quite knock out, and she could potentially farm up to a Focus Blast, which will threaten the knockout into Annihilate, even though it's double resisted.
Yes, we talked about those resistances earlier. And again, even double resist and Annihilate is just not that bulky. And we're seeing Cindy gonna try to switch out immediately, not wanting to give any additional energy to the Pokemon that will be coming in. Darker Catherine completely waiting out the timer and ends up throwing a foul play into this Annihilate.
Cindy switching immediately to the Annihilate. As you had called out, 2 foul plays are loaded. The question now becomes, does the Sand Slash have enough energy? Does it have enough potential to pick up a knockout against this Annihilate? It's so tough. The no Shadow Claw, so no super effective fast attack damage, and reaching a Night Slash, although this is just neutral, it's going to pack a heavy hit.
Yes, Annihilate, known for its attack. There's the Night Slash, but here is the Ice Punch, able to get there right away. Is this going to knock out?
It does! In comes the Registeel. It's going to be a fast attack down. It is not Shadow Claw, and the lock-ons come in first.
Oh my goodness, that was down to the wire, Nick. I had no idea who was going to win that. It was down to those resisted fast attacks.
It was a position where Darker Catherine really probably felt like all hope was lost, but that Ice Punch reaching it just in the nick of time. Just in the nick of time?
The nick? Oh my god.
Sorry, I had to. Let's go into the replay. You don't need to keep hitting me with the cue card. Able to get that farm down. Darker Catherine really forcing switch advantage with 2 shields, saving those foul plays. I thought that was key to try to overcome this Annihilate bleed.
And here we go. We're going to see that fast attack down. We do not often see a Pokemon get locked on down here in the championship series, but that Registeel able to do it. So by 1 HP in the Dream, Cindy is able to go into this next matchup with a game win advantage. But however, Darker Catherine has a clear advantage going into game 2 with the Annihilate in the lead. We're going to see Cindy make in that immediate swap into Lantern. Darker Catherine brings in that Sableye swap, something that we used to see a lot of, is a little rarer now.
Yeah, it's a bit interesting that Darker Catherine is saving the Shadow Alolan Sandslash in the back and coming in with what seems to be one of her best Pokemon into this neutral matchup. Of course, energy, being down on energy, the Shadow Alolan Sandslash would not be in a good position, but I would have to imagine that she expects that Annihilate in the back for Cindy, given that Cindy brought it in game number 1, and I guess maybe Darker Catherine could be predicting a Cresselia in the back, and maybe that's why she opted for this kind of ABB strong to Cresselia, and coming in with the Annihilate is going to get a massive farm down, but might have to shield a Surf.
Yes, so that Surf is going to come through. Does Darker Catherine want to value the health on this Annihilate? No. Really going to be saving those 2 shields for the Shadow Alolan Sandslash, but the shields are not going to be what it needs if it meets up against the Annihilate.
It's kind of sad how both of the Pokemon in the back for Cindy will just do such little fast attack damage. This is an incredibly risky Shadow Ball here. Shield comes up at the last second from Cindy. I might have preferred to see the Ice Punch, because although counters aren't doing that much damage, in the 2-shield matchup, they will start to add up.
They will. Darker Catherine opting for the Protect Shield here. The Night Slash is going to hit that shield, and that there is the next Ice Punch. Again, Darker Catherine, I don't think we've talked about this, is running Ice Punch on her Annihilate, which, again, is the less favored move after Dunebug really showed off the boost.
Is a great bait there. Night Slash coming through for Cindy. The question is, can Darker Catherine land a Shadow Ball onto this Annihilate? It's going to be crucial for her to have a chance here. Oh, going for a... I think Darker Catherine might have waited a turn there. It looked like she was waiting, but Cindy's still able to get the catch.
And that Shadow Ball is going to connect, and then here is that Shadow Alolan Sandslash. Very happy to not be up against the Annihilate. However, there's no shields left to hide behind. If the Registeel were able to Focus Blast, it would clearly knock out. But Darker Catherine able to get to this drill run, and it does clear the Registeel off the field. But look at these counters, Nick.
Annihilate saying, I can't back down. I need to take this Alolan Sandslash out of the game. Annihilate in the back for Darker Catherine has a little bit of health, but I don't think it's going to be able to pace to a charge attack.
No, because Darker Catherine did use that Shadow Ball on the Registeel, it was helpful in being able to assist the Shadow Alolan Sandslash in knocking out the Registeel. However, that Shadow Ball was really needed for the opposing Annihilate.
Yeah, that set really, to me, came down to Annihilate and how it was used by both of those trainers. Darker Catherine really set herself into a great position. Having all that energy, having those shields, getting energy advantage against Cindy's Annihilate. Unfortunately, it was a really great catch from Cindy to neutralize that Shadow Ball into the Registeel, which can very comfortably take that. And then the pacing, requiring Darker Catherine to throw a charge attack because that Focus Blast, double super effective, threatens a knockout, put Darker Catherine on the back wheel for the rest of that game.
Yeah, let's go ahead and take a look, not just at that game, but the games, both games from that series that Cindy took 2-0. Starting off back again at that first game, we are going to see the Sableye knock out there, and then there is that Focus Blast. Resisted, however, it does still knock out the Annihilate. We are going to see Cindy here. This is that race of resisted fast attacks, and the Registeel just barely hangs on.
Game number 2, we see Switch being won by the Lantern, and unfortunately the Drill Run knocking out, being required to throw an Annihilate Night Slash, able to pick up the knockout and the farm down in the end from Cindy. Kind of a strange observation I had in that set is that Cindy was using 2 gray Pokemon. Both Registeel and Annihilate are gray. And you gotta be wondering if those Pokemon, aren't you tired of blending into the background? Don't you want to have some more colorful flourishes? You know, you and I, we're wearing our purple day today. We're flourishing our colors.
We are, but something else that was allowed to flourish was that setup of 3 from Cindy. She brought the exact same team of 3, just switched up the lead. In the first game, bringing, I believe, the Annihilate in the lead, and in the second game, bringing the Registeel. Darker Catherine also brought the same line of 3, but it didn't work for her in either setup, bringing the Sableye as the swap both times, and then the Shadow Alolan Sandslash in the lead in the first game, Annihilate in the second game.
Yeah, that Sableye had so much great play. Unfortunately, I don't think it was ever put in the best position to shine, because even though it's not a shiny, it is like purplish colored, so you know it's shining more than those gray colored Pokemon. But I think in both games it might have faced up against Lantern, which just outbulks it.
Yes, you mentioned shining. Well, we have one trainer that has really been allowed to shine here in the 2024 season, and that is Dunebug, our San Antonio champion. Let's go ahead and hear a little bit more about him.
Dunebug has climbed all the way back to the Grand Finals, reset the Grand Finals, and won a best-of-5 versus Arrow to become your Grand Champion.
It feels amazing to win this regional. This one was circled on my calendar ever since it was announced because I'm the reigning Texas Regional Champion from last year. So I knew I had a lot of pressure on me, and it just feels amazing just to win again. My strategy was pretty consistent throughout the whole tournament. I made a couple adjustments with some of my team comps that I brought. I used Registeel way more than I did in day 1, and Whiscash was really good for me today. The most difficult matchup from day 1 was the rematch against Pokémon Go, because he was the one who knocked me down to loser's bracket in round 2 of the winner's side. The Clodsire was definitely a pick that threw me off a little bit because it put in some good work against my team. So I had a chip on my shoulder. I wanted to get my revenge against him. My plan to counter Clodsire was to chip it down with some of my more neutral picks, and then hopefully my things that are weak to it could maybe get some advantage for the other 2 Pokemon he brought. When I was able to get past him, it just felt amazing.
What an epic end to that battle.
That's what gave me the momentum to go to the end. After losing in round 1, I was not feeling great about how I was doing in this tournament, but I used the words from my father, who's no longer with me. He always told me, you're gonna fail, but if you keep putting in the effort, you'll eventually work your way back up, and make it to the end. And those words have stuck with me ever since he left me. So this win means everything to me.
Junebug, who's absolutely on fire.
People should consider me as a threat because I'm not a quitter. If you knock me down to the loser's bracket, I'm gonna keep fighting. And if you see me again, I'm gonna beat you because I don't quit. Being knocked down from winner's side in round 2 to win 14 games in a row, I don't think that's ever happened at a Play Pokemon Regional. It's just a storybook ending to this regional for sure.
This was Junebug's event.
When it comes to team building, I like to build something on my own that I think will beat the meta, and I think it's a couple steps ahead of where the meta is at right now.
With the team ability, I am definitely trying to stick with the meta. There are a couple in my team that aren't meta, just so that way I can have that block ability. But I am definitely trying to stay with the meta and learning from the greats, hopefully.
When I'm building a deck, I would like to make it spicy, but I definitely consider the meta. So now I was making my Mew deck. I was debating on if I should do like a hybrid between Fusion Strike and Double Turbo. Then I just picked to go with Double Turbo. It's still spicy list though.
When I'm building my team, I like to not go by the meta because it makes it harder for people to counter you.
I tend to go somewhere on the fun side of the decks. Cloth Electro just happens to be semi-meta, so it's just super exciting, but I go for the fun decks more so the meta decks.
The way that I prefer to approach it is to look at the more meta options. In the beginning, when regionals and these types of events started, I wanted to aim towards building a spice team, but I ended up not being as successful as I would have liked to have preferred. So as I've gotten more and more experience, I've learned kind of sticking to the core meta mons until I feel like I've improved my abilities enough where I can try to run some unique options. That is my best bet in finding success in these events.
My friend Charlie, she got me into Pokemon and she doesn't play anymore. I'd been into Pokemon my whole life, but I'd never actually picked up Pokemon Go. I picked it up 2 years after everyone else.
And of course, we've got Abhinav at the top there, the regional champion.
First starter I picked in the first Pokemon game I played, Pokemon Platinum, Torterra. Such a cool Pokemon, great design, best grass type, and overlooked Pokemon. Yeah, I love Torterra. For a long time I was hesitant, like, should I take part in PvP? Am I good enough? Am I cool enough? Going to tournaments with like fellow Chicago locals, seeing them in person, battling in person, bonding, talking, having a good time. I wouldn't be where I am today if it wasn't for those tournaments back then. And I will always remember that my first big tournament win, sitting in my dorm room in the middle of COVID, no one around me. I told myself, if I can win this tournament, I can surely do bigger and better things.
He competed in Indianapolis, the North American International Championships, then the Open India qualifier as well, getting 9th place in that. And then now in 2024, the year of Abhinav.
I'm in a transitional phase of my life, just graduated college. So I told myself, push hard this season, qualify for Worlds, and then one last hurrah. Now that I've done it, I have to kind of recalibrate my goals for the rest of the season, I guess. Portland definitely is maybe the biggest notch in my belt, but a lot of boxes tick, you know. Wanted to do it for like India and for Chicago, wanted to qualify for Worlds. I feel like I proved not just to the world, but to myself that this is something that I'm really good at and that I should continue doing because I'm one of the world's best.
So it's really all on the line here. Whoever wins this series is going to go to the World Championships.
It's a very emotionally charged experience playing this game because, you know, things happen in the flash of a second, and in a completely non-Pokemon context, I've learned about who I am as a person, what makes me happy, what makes me sad.
And Abhinav will be your Portland Regional Grand Champion.
I'm on a faction or like a team. We're called the Chicago Stars. And our captain for the longest time was a trainer called Barnabas. He sadly passed away recently due to cancer, and I have so many great memories playing in-person tournaments with him for so many years, and one of the biggest reasons I've grown into who I am right now.
Welcome
Welcome back, trainers, to the Vancouver Regional Championships here on Vancouver Harbor. It's been an exciting clash of some of the world's best, especially here in our North American region, right? I'm Speedy's Chief 2 here with the Wholesome _.
Thank you, Speedy. It's nice to have everyone back here. I hope you guys are enjoying the tournament so far. I think there's been a lot of things to learn here from some of these top trainers that you've been seeing. We've been seeing some style plays with some catches. We've been seeing some consistent plays, especially in some of those mirror matchups like Lickitung versus Lickitung. But what we're also seeing is maybe some core breakers to the established metas that we've seen throughout the season. One of the Pokemon that stands out to me, actually, it was not in my caster prediction. It's one that's been in previous ones, but the one that stands out this tournament so far to me has been Guzzlord.
Okay.
We've seen lots of great Guzzlord against all of things like the Talonflame, the Lickitungs. We've even seen that have some success versus some potential counters as well. But I wanted to ask you, what's standing out to you so far?
I mean, Guzzlord was in my prediction, Jim. I think it was in at least 2 or 3 different predictions, so kind of missed the boat on that one, I think. But anyway, Guzzlord's been really impressive. I think the antithesis, though, to the Guzzlord pick is actually Wigglytuff, a Pokemon that had a ton of success at the Utrecht special event. You know, Martine able to win the entire tournament with it. I think Wigglytuff has a ton of core breaking potential, and it's just now being unleashed here in the North America region. We've actually seen it, Scuffo as well played Lickitung at the Utrecht special event. So I feel like some trainers are starting to become wise to this Pokemon, and it's got tons of targets. So Guzzlord, Wigglytuff, I guess the edge goes to the fairy type, right?
We've seen really only a few normal types in general, really just Lickitung for the most part, but now we're starting to see the Wigglytuffs, the Vigoroths, things like that. I don't know that we're going to see any Noctowls anytime soon.
Probably
not. Enough of that. Let's move over to the stage. We have a couple battlers that we're going to introduce to you here. We already saw one of them on stage. I believe it was T-Wastel, who actually broke his stream curse from what I understand. I think you mentioned this in the interview.
Yeah, I'm telling you, just like Abhinav said in that trainer spotlight video, everyone has goals, right? T-Wastel's goal was to get a win on stream. That's definitely what he wanted. He also wants to qualify for Worlds, and that's what Mushroom Queen wants as well. She's really trying her best here in Vancouver to progress through the bracket and make it to that final goal. But look at these teams here. I mean, we've got the Guzzlord you pointed out here, Jim, but on the right side, we have a Giratina Origin farm as well. The Clash of the Dragons is on.
I'm really excited to see how well that Giratina is going to be performing, especially with the absence of Lickitung, right? When you're just thinking, okay, what is going to be that main answer to the Giratina Origin? Lickitung is almost on every team. I think we saw at least over half of teams here in day one. Now, I'm very curious to see how it's going to be matching up versus T-Wastel's team. Let's take a closer look at these teams, though. We've seen a lot of Annihilate recently. One of the big key differences is, do you run Night Slash? Do you run Ice Punch? We're going to be seeing Night Slash here. To balance that team, though, we have Shadow Gligar, Guzzlord, Whiscash, Skarmory, and the Charjabug.
I mean, this team just feels so balanced, right? If you're worried about grass-type opponents, you've got your Skarmory, Charjabug, Gligar. If you're worried about fairy-type opponents, you've got your Skarmory. Maybe that's the only hole, the only weakness that I see inherent on the team, but T-Wastel has definitely constructed a very, very complete system. On the opposite side, though, Mushroom Queen, she's got Talonflame that we just saw a Talonflame from Chenyu take down Rubik's Master. That is a Pokemon that's been heavily favored in the EU region. Talonflame making its way across the Atlantic.
What's really interesting is to see a Pokemon like Giratina Origin, right? It does have simply only those Ghost type attacks. Yes, you can run Dragon Pulse as well, but Ghost is typically such a universal coverage that unless you're going up against a Dark or a normal type, you have a lot of targets. So I'm very curious to see how she's going to unleash it here versus T-Wastel's team.
Jumping right into game number 1. This is the winner semis of Group C. We've got Flying type Skarmory lined up against the Giratina Origin.
All right, well, Giratina's going to be able to pace the charge attack slightly faster, able to reach these Shadow Balls in 7 Shadow Claws, whereas it will take 8 of the Steel Wings for T-Wastel. I imagine we're going to see Mushroom Queen throw the charge attack first. Yes, indeed, she does. Going for this first charge attack, T-Wastel wanting to respect the Shadow Ball and shields up with the first Protect Shield.
Yeah, great shield call early on by T-Wastel. They're going to build up some additional energy, and after all the Steel Wings have just kind of taxed away the HP here for the Giratina Origin form, Sky Attack is going to be pretty dangerous because after that, a few more Steel Wings will get the knockout.
Okay, but not before Mushroom Queen's going to be able to reach a second Shadow Ball. Actually goes for a catch here. The Dragon Tail goes through, so I think that's going to take the Giratina off the field. Great heads-up play by T-Wastel to absorb all this resisted energy.
Resisted damage. Shadow Ball still takes a chunk out of the Guzzlord, but things go really bad here because Abomasnow hits the field. One of those core breakers we talk about time and time again. Abomasnow has so much play into this team from T-Wastel.
You have to look at what's the opportunity cost of making that play. Yes, you were able to catch a Shadow Ball, but what that means now is you're going to have your Guzzlord lined up against this Abomasnow rather than what could have been a Talonflame, which is a much, much better matchup. So how does T-Wastel pivot here to potentially try and sweep, maybe with his Gligar later on? Still a lot of HP on that Skarmory, let's not forget.
Mushroom made a great call there because she doesn't want her Abomasnow lined up against the Skarmory as long as she can prevent it, but it's going to come out anyway. But still, you get so much value out of the Ice-type Pokemon. Making this switch, trying to catch a Sky Attack, gets the Incinerate through, Jim.
That is a huge call out, getting an entire Incinerate through. When you have a one-turn window like that, to squeeze in 5 turns worth of energy, that is absolute efficiency. And catching the Sky Attack so you can save that Protect Shield for an Aerial Ace later on. All right, no Fly Brave Bird combo here. Mushroom Queen instead is running the Flame Charge. So we're going to start to see this damage ramp up, and T-Wastel, respecting what could have been a Fly, actually shields up the Flame Charge. Now these Incinerates are 1-stage attack boosted.
2 wing attacks and the Aerial Ace thrown here by T-Wastel. I anticipate the Protect Shield here from Mushroom Queen, and that's what we get. Gonna go probably for 1 more Incinerate before throwing a second charge attack. Looks like it's gonna be the Fly. Recognizing that the Incinerate damage is so impactful against the Skarmory, this makes so much sense. Fly is a little bit more energy efficient than the Flame Charge.
That's right, more energy efficient and less overall energy as well. Going to potentially allow this Talonflame to reach another charge attack. You know, though, here comes T-Wastel with the Skarmory Sky Attack. It leaves it incredibly low. Don't forget, though, the Abomasnow had the Icy Wind stored as well. So this is looking great here for Mushroom Queen.
Mushroom throws the Icy Wind and gets it through, and with it, the knockout into the Skarmory here from T-Wastel. Mushroom Queen makes a little gesture to the crowd, and it's well-deserved because that was a very, very quality win over a very quality opponent.
Yeah, I think she feels very excited after that first matchup, and a relatively neutral lead when we look back at that, the Giratina versus the Skarmory. They're both doing neutral damage. I think the key moment there was that swap in by T-Wastel. Yes, you're catching that resisted Shadow Ball, but again, at what cost? You're now having that improper alignment, having the Abomasnow versus your Guzzlord, where it maybe could have been instead the Talonflame. That still, oh, here we go. Let's look at this replay.
And I think the reason that this kind of went sour for T-Wastel is because he went against the inherent structure of his team composition, right? He had 2 flying-type Pokemon on his team with the Gligar, the Skarmory, and the Guzzlord kind of sandwiched in the middle, but he makes the switch in. And yes, there's an Ice-type Abomasnow back there, so you prevent your Gligar from lining up against that. However, once you run an ABA-style team like that and you make a switch, you kind of sacrifice the structure that you've already put in place in the lock-in screen.
Yeah, and you know, to your point, that is definitely not a matchup. I think if you have to choose, Guzzlord is probably what you want versus that Abomasnow. The one silver lining with the Gligar is that you are hitting super effective with your wing attack, fast attack damage.
Exactly.
So maybe towards the end of the matchup, you can maybe finish it off, but taking double super effective Powder Snows, very, very challenging. Let's take a look at Mushroom Queen there. It looks like, oh, I think I missed that little piece there. Speedy, did you catch that one?
7 years of Pokemon Go action. There it is.
There it is.
Thank
you.
Shout out to
Production team.
Production in the back, always putting on an A+ show. Has been playing Pokemon Go for 7 years. Definitely a long-term commitment for so many trainers here this weekend who have caught so many unique Pokemon over the years, trained them up, and have selected a few to bring to their team.
What's wild is seeing some of the dates caught for some of these Pokemon that trainers are bringing to these tournaments. In some cases, they're from 3, 4, 5 years ago, which is really wild to see. Fun fact about T-Wastel, his favorite Pokemon is Sableye, not represented on his team of 6 here. Kept it on the bench here. Got a nice little Bonsley there, the plushie as well.
Yeah, sorry, Bonsley. I hope you didn't hear that Sableye was actually T-Wastel's favorite. But either way, we can have more than one favorite, right? That's fine.
That's right.
Heading into game number 2, though, T-Wastel on the back foot against the Giratina Origin Form team and Abomasnow core from Mushroom Queen. We get a familiar lead here from T-Wastel.
All right, well, this is a much more favorable lead for the Skarmory here on T-Wastel's team. Going to be hitting super effective versus that Abomasnow. Immediately in comes the Talonflame. This will now bring out the intended target this Guzzlord wants. It is the Talonflame. Still needs to respect these flies, but able to tank one, no problem. You know you're not running that Brave Bird, so this is going to make things a little bit easier for T-Wastel.
This matchup is one of the most difficult matchups to time in terms of fast attack duration because you have a 5-turn Incinerate versus 3-turn Dragon Tail. So it's really difficult. If you go for the two Incinerates, then your opponent is going to get in 2 extra free turns. But a Protect Shield coming up here.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised here, knowing just how bad of a matchup this is. The one thing to keep in mind, though, is with Flame Charge specifically, you're still able to ramp up your Incinerate damage. And with how low HP this Guzzlord has, there may be an opportunity for Mushroom Queen to turn this matchup.
Gonna allow the Dragon Claw through here onto the Talonflame. This won't quite be enough to knock out. Actually, excuse me, it is. I'm sorry, it was quite enough to knock out. In comes the Abomasnow looking for a big Powder Snow down. I think it will achieve that goal. Gonna arm the Icy Wind for the next Pokemon that comes in.
Well, if you think about that, even shields, all right, so that's one thing. But now you get a much more manageable farm down as the Abomasnow, so you don't have to worry about taking a Dragon Claw. So I could see some logic there to Mushroom Queen's plays. Has the Icy Wind ready to go. This is going to land for neutral damage versus the Skarmory, but you're most likely going to swap out of this matchup. And now that's okay, actually, tried to go for a catch there, I think, Speedy.
I saw, yeah, tapping on the Giratina Origin form. Doesn't get the switch off. Has to decide how important Abomasnow is and what that prediction for the third Pokemon in the back is. Based on game number 1, we did see the Gligar, and here it comes yet again into game number 2.
You know, I think we could have potentially even seen just stay in and throw a Brave Bird. That does set up your Gligar in a little bit of a precarious situation, so I think T-Wastel here just recognizing Gligar doesn't have a lot of play, get whatever value I can out of it, which is probably going to be one singular Aerial Ace. Or actually, no, going for this dig, knowing you're only going to get to one charge attack, makes more sense to go for the one dig rather than 2 Aerial Aces, which you may not get to.
Higher energy cost usually means higher damage output as well. Looking for the fast attack down, does achieve that goal. Now Skarmory is going to come in here with the Steel Wing Pressure. Ominous Wind, kind of a game changer, but if T-Wastel is going to keep his counts, he knows it's not the Shadow Ball. It actually protects shields anyway.
And I still think at this range, you're probably not going to get knocked out by an Icy Wind from Mushroom Queen's Abomasnow. Does have the charge attack ready to go. This will help soften up this Skarmory, but you're going to have to land, I think, a second one. I don't even think we're in Powder Snow down range at this point. Meanwhile, T-Wastel is rapidly pacing to that Sky Attack. Here it comes. T-Wastel will be able to get off the Sky Attack and, you know, actually even up the series here because this was such a better lead for T-Wastel here. Able to get the alignment that he wanted, not only for the Skarmory, but specifically for that Guzzlord. I think it's been the key Pokemon in both of these games here, and we find ourselves in a 1-1 series tie right now.
Not just a good lead, but also being able to maintain that advantageous position in the secondary matchup, right? We saw the Talonflame versus Guzzlord really fighting things out, and T-Wastel wrestled away control of that game with the Guzzlord Dragon Claw into the Talonflame. That really kind of led to the victory there because, as we've seen before, in particular with Roach and Babyface's earlier matchup, you can get a good lead, but if you don't execute at every step of the match here, it doesn't ensure a win in the end.
Yeah, I did like this play here from Mushroom Queen, which was the full farm down. Because you took one Protect Shield and were able to chip away a little bit more HP from that Guzzlord, you're able to get a full farm down without having to take any sort of real charge attack damage. That said, that Skarmory was just a bit too imposing by the end. Gligar did everything that it needed to, set up that Skarmory to sweep the matchup.
Heading into game number 3, the question always becomes, are these trainers going to wipe the slate clean, or do you keep on going with what's been working? We've seen T-Wastel run the same team back-to-back. He favors the Guzzlord and Double Flyer. Meanwhile, Mushroom Queen changing things up a little bit here and there, but does lean on that Giratina Origin form and Talonflame.
I would like to see 2 answers to Guzzlord. We've, in the first 2 games, I think only seen 1. I would love to see 2 answers, and this time we do have 1 answer in the lead here. It is the Poliwrath. It does get lined up right away. We see a quick swap out into the Gligar. This is going to bring in the Giratina Origin. Let's see how this matchup plays out. I think you're going to need 2 charge attacks from T-Wastel to knock out, but 1 Shadow Ball from Mushroom Queen would be very devastating.
Those decisions look quick, but I'm pretty sure the Mushroom Queen gave this a lot of thought. If she does see the switch in, or excuse me, the switch out of the Guzzlord, what Pokemon is she going to reach for? Chooses the Giratina Origin form. We saw how much damage the Shadow Ball did in game number 2. It almost knocks out the Gligar, and T-Wastel respects it, but here comes the boost. Mushroom Queen is rolling with Giratina Origin form.
There are few things as a Pokemon Go trainer that feel as good as getting an ominous wind boost, but there it is. Now the dig, you're able to tank this no problem. Without that boost, probably would not have been able to hang on. Not only are you more defensive, but your attack has been raised as well, so you can now knock out, instead of with a Shadow Ball, with this ominous wind. Go into this next matchup with energy, and look at this, actually going to come out very close to this next ominous wind, maybe even Shadow Ball. Can you fast attack down? No, you get to another ominous wind.
Even gets the ominous wind to boot the Giratina Origin form, really pulling through in a decisive game number 3 here for Mushroom Queen. Resistant or not, that's still meaningful chip damage. In comes the Poliwrath fast swap into the Talonflame, and out comes the Firebird versus Skarmory.
You can see the emotion on Mushroom Queen's face. You can tell just from her face that she is feeling absolutely great about this matchup. Yes, okay, any charge attacks here will be...
Brave Bird, Brave Bird.
Will be able to be tanked, barely, and I'm a little worried if I might get farmed down here. No, able to hang on, get to this flame Flame Charge. The great thing, though, for Mushroom Queen is regardless of this Talonflame, Poliwrath has good matchups across the board at this point, and I think will be able to close out. So getting just enough from that Talonflame, Guzzlord gets a little bit of an energy lead, but Poliwrath, not only is it hitting super effective with its counters, but it has Icy Wind to hit for super effective and drop the attack of that Guzzlord.
This is still going to be pretty close, though. T-Wastel fires off the Dragon Claw before any potential debuff shenanigans can occur. Gonna look for another Dragon Claw, and there's only one Protect Shield still in the game, and that's for T-Wastel. A Dragon Tail comes through as well, which helps him pace even faster.
Yeah, giving a little bit of a window of opportunity for T-Wastel is Mushroom Queen, throwing on not proper timing. This is going to allow T-Wastel, like you said, to more quickly reach another Dragon Claw. But with that attack drop, I think this is going to allow this Poliwrath to safely be able to tank this, and now with shields down, reach one more Icy Wind, maybe even just a full counter down here to secure game number 3, and that is all she wrote.
That is a counter down and a knockout for Mushroom Queen, taking down T-Wastel, a trainer who has tons of accolades, crossed a lot of thresholds here. You're right, achieved a lot of goals, but still has more than he wants to accomplish. But congratulations to Mushroom Queen. That was incredibly well played.
Absolutely. I like the way that she was building her teams as well. I was almost saying, hey, maybe bring 2 answers to the Guzzlord, but if you're finding that alignment either with your Abomasnow or with your Poliwrath, then there's really not a need for the 2 answers. In the 2 games that she was able to get the proper alignment with Abomasnow or Poliwrath versus the Guzzlord, she won both of those games. And that's why I think it was the most pivotal Pokemon for T-Wastel. Very alignment dependent there.
Well, let's talk about the role of the dice, though. Sending out that Poliwrath in game number 3, T-Wastel has Charge-a-Bug, Annihilate, Gligar, and Skarmory on his team of 6, and she still chose the Poliwrath to lead.
That's absolutely wild. Very, very risky, but it absolutely paid off. In fact, let's take a look back here at some of these highlights and recap game number 1. Again, we saw the Abomasnow. It did get lined up at some point versus that Guzzlord to take it off the field, but it needed to work its way through that Skarmory as well, and Skarmory was the key in the first couple games for T-Wastel. However, I believe that Mushroom Queen was able to get the initial knockout there for game number 1.
Game number 2 was definitely Skarmory's revenge because the Guzzlord does the hard work of controlling switch advantage against the Talonflame. In comes the Abomasnow. Like you pointed out, Jim, the full Powder Snow down is big here. That gave Mushroom Queen a bit of a chance. However, the Skarmory prevailed in the end with a devastating Sky Attack.
That's right. As we moved on to game number 3, though, again, we got some great alignment along with a little bit of luck here as well. A boost from that Giratina Origin, getting a big dent there in that Guzzlord. Then Skarmory doing its very best to dominate the skies. But you've got the Fire Flyer here, which is Talonflame, able to do most of the work here and set up Poliwrath to finish off this game versus the Guzzlord.
Yeah, incredibly well played by Mushroom Queen. T-Wastel trying to get things done, but could not quite close the gap in the end. Mushroom Queen advances in our winner's side bracket. T-Wastel falls to that secondary bracket, but that could mean anything, right? It could mean a Dunebug run where he just goes all the way back to end up in the grand finals, or it could mean that his tournament's coming to an end soon. It's impossible to tell, and it's in his hands.
I think in the past, a lot of people have been seeking, okay, who's going to be that person who has that run? We've seen it several times now from the loser's bracket. It's not necessarily an uncommon thing. We've seen a lot of top talent already move down into the loser side of the bracket, so I still think it's anyone's game at this point, and I'm very, very encouraged to see some of the trainers that have had not necessarily struggles, but are looking for that top cut start to have a lot of success here. So congratulations again to Mushroom Queen.
Well, let's actually, speaking of Mushroom Queen, let's hear from the Giratina Master herself. This is DeFi and Mushroom Queen.
Giratina Master is right. I am DeFi 250 and I am here with Mushroom Queen. Tell me about your emotions. That was a crazy series.
It was very wild. Game 1 and 2 felt very 50-50 back and forth. And then game 3, when I had a feeling Guzzlord was going to come in the lead. And so I was like, I'm going to lead Poly, and he's bringing Skarm every game, so I'll just leave Talonflame in the back, and it totally worked out. So I was super happy about that.
Totally worked out is an understatement. That was a fantastic game. Tell me a little bit about that Giratina Origin. What was your inspiration? How did that all work out for you?
Well, obviously that would be thanks to Inadequence. I saw how well he had performed for him, and so basically I just asked everyone in the community around me, I'm like, please, do you have this Giratina for trade? I'll trade you anything you want. And finally, thanks to Himari Sky, I got a $14.99 CP, and I was just so stoked to finally be able to use it.
That is fantastic. Who would you like to shout out here today? Some community members maybe from that trade, but who else is with you here today that you would like to thank?
Oh my gosh, I have so many names to thank, but I definitely want to thank Emma 5 Cents because we drove to this tournament together and she's been an amazing support and help for practice. And then, oh my gosh, my entire community from the Bay Area. Most of them are actually here. I don't want to list everyone, but you know who you are. And then, of course, to my factions team for always being there to support me. And yeah, it's been amazing.
All right, congratulations. We are looking forward to seeing how well you do in the rest of the tournament. We'll go let you get ready for your next match, and I will toss it back to casters.
All righty, thank you, Stephanie, and congratulations again to Mushroom Queen. It was great to hear the strategy involved there. Like you said, a bold play to bring that Poliwrath, but she had a feeling.
She did, absolutely had a great feeling, and I want to capture that feeling as well of the trade, because the community is one of the biggest aspects of Pokemon Go, and one of the best places to get together with your fellow trainers is at these tournaments. So when you can meet up with a trainer, do a Giratina Origin trade, and get a $14.99, that's incredible. There's only one better than that. It's the $1,500, right? And I still have yet to get mine, so I might do some trades later.
All right, I look forward to seeing what you end up with. You know, not only is just the trades though, but the PvP spawns and all the gyms and stops here. Yeah. I was able to do quite a few Primal Groudons myself. I did not get the perfect, but you know, I was able to get a lot of resources.
Halsum is an intense raider. You were like, hey, can we walk into this Groudon? It's only a few steps away. I said, yeah, sure,
I had to drag him to it. Yeah, he was a little reluctant.
I was hesitant,
but,
right? But you know, it's worth it.
Yeah, worth it for the resources, no doubt.
It's been a great event so far here in Vancouver. We have really talented trainers ready to take the stage. One is actually the brother of the Charlotte Regional Champion. I'm really excited. I'm trying to quiz you here if you remember who it is.
Charlotte Regional Champion.
Lyle Jeffs.
Okay, yeah. I was actually going to get that, but you didn't give me an opportunity to answer.
Oh, I couldn't wait. I couldn't wait to tell you.
That's okay. I'm looking forward to some more Lyle in my life for sure. But I think that actually we wanted to take a look at the schedule.
Oh, yes.
Yes, let's take a look at the schedule for the 2024 season. Again, we're more than halfway through at this point, Speedy. We're here in Vancouver. We still have a lot to look forward to, including 2 ICs, International Championships in the form of EUIC, which will be in April. And then we also have NAIC, which will be in June. We still don't have the date here for Honolulu, Hawaii for the World Championships, but that is what everything leads to that we are most excited for.
Well, in between that is also Orlando and Indianapolis, right? And as well as Los Angeles. So if you are looking at this schedule and you see these trainers on stage, and you're feeling inspired and you want to compete, there are chances to do that. So make sure to get out to your local cups and challenges, and also try to attend a regional championship if you can.
We've got West Coast, East Coast, and Central. So no excuses at this point. We hope to see you at a future one, without a doubt.
Without a doubt. Well, that being said, Jim, I think we have really exciting trainers ready and queued up here shortly, but I'm excited to see one of these picks. We've seen our Giratina Origin form, we've seen tons of Guzzlord, but there was one Pokemon on our caster predictions that we called out over and over again that we want to see. It just got Shadow Claw. I'm not gonna spoil it this time.
I'll spoil it, since you didn't give me a chance to answer your question earlier. It's the Shadow Feraligatr. I'm very excited to see it. We've been even theory crafting some matchups about how certain ones play out, which ones we were expecting to see here today. We're more than halfway through at this point, and we've yet to see it on the stage again. The Shadow Feraligatr. I would argue one of the biggest beneficiaries of the moveset updates for the World of Wonder season. Again, it was a Pokemon that had potential always, and we talk about this all the time. Sometimes Pokemon are one moveset change away from being irrelevant to impactful. So I'm very curious to see how it's going to play out here for Blob's team.
Well, on the left side of your screen, we have Ivabe versus Blob. NA, Ivabe bringing Guzzlord, Shadow, Gligar, Annihilate, Skarmory, Lickitung, and Chargebug. This team feels a bit familiar. I think we've seen similar compositions all weekend long so far, but Blob NA bringing a couple of core breakers here. Not only does he have his own Guzzlord, he also has Feraligatr and Skeledirge.
We've seen some action from the Skeledirge already today, and it has very interesting combinations of Fire, Fairy, and Ghost type attacks between his fast and charge attacks. We'll get back to that in a second. Let's start with Ivobe's team here. Again, the Guzzlord, we just saw a lot of great play. It's a very pivotal Pokemon, sometimes can carry a team, sometimes can be your biggest weakness as well, especially if you run into fairies. It's going to be complemented by the Shadow Gligar, the Annihilate with Ice Punch, Skarmory, Lickitung, and the reliable Chargebug.
So just like we saw from T-Wastel, the potential to run Gligar, Skarmory, and Guzzlord together is there for Ivabe, but also the Ice Punch Annihilate could be a little bit tricky because, I don't know, looking at this team here, I think personally I prefer Night Slash. So you can hit against the Skeledirge, you can hit the Cresselia a bit more reliably, and also you can match the pacing of Shadow for Alligator.
Now, the one thing that's going to benefit is the Guzzlord matchup. You are hitting already super effective with the counters, but to have Night Slash and the Shadow Ball both be resisted is a tough spot if you're trying to unleash some energy. Now, I wanted to go back to the Skeledirge because it has very interesting damage typings, not only for its charge, but for its fast attack as well. A combination of fire, fairy, as well as shadow. There's only one typing of Pokemon that resists all three of those. Do you know what it is?
I do not.
That's okay. It's fire and normal. So maybe we see a Litleo one of these days here, Speediest Chief.
Maybe. Don't tell Arrow. He'll bring it. Here we have our Shadow Gligar lead from Ivabe versus the Vigoroth from Blob. Look at the back lines. Charge Bug on both sides, but Skeledirge for Blob NA and Guzzlord for Ivabe.
Well, you think that the Skeledirge would have a lot of disadvantages versus something like a Guzzlord, right? With Guzzlord being able to resist fire and ghost type, but it has that double super effective disarming voice fairy damage that does threaten to one-hit knockout that Guzzlord as well. For now, we're in a relatively neutral matchup, though. Ivabe does have a lot of energy, wants to hang on to that energy, invest the first Protect Shield to not take this body slam damage.
Well, if you're Ivabe and you see the counter user Vigoroth here in the lead, you definitely want to handle this Pokemon and clear the path for Guzzlord. A lot of trainers will bring a key Pokemon like Skeledirge, like Guzzlord, and they'll try to make a call about what Pokemon they need to eliminate in order to kind of unleash the full potential of their closer.
Okay, and nice timing there by Ivabe, throwing the Aerial Ace just before this Vigoroth is able to reach its next charge attack. This will take Vigoroth off the field and actually still come out, I believe, with 4 wing attacks. Should allow her to get to now a dig as well. Don't want to take that last Incinerate damage. It does go through, but not before the damage registers and you're able to get this dig off. This is going to force the shield, but we need to keep an eye on all of this energy because this energy has so many destinations at this point against Ivabe's team.
Yeah, and the Skeledirge has so much loaded and ready to go. In comes the Guzzlord. This is a Dragon and Dark-type Pokemon. It's going to take double super effective from the Disarming Voices if they do connect. So this is a really tough position to be in because you don't want to send in the Charge Bug either. It's going to take so much damage from the Incinerates.
Okay, well, good timing. Actually opts to go for the Dragon Claw. This is actually not going to knock out. Nonetheless, we see a shield coming from Blob. Could have been the Crunch, perhaps the Brutal Swing. And oh, actually a quick swap out, perhaps trying to catch that Disarming Voice. This is now going to be a battle of the bugs here. Charge Bug versus Charge Bug. A little bit of an energy advantage for Ivabe, but the one thing we have to keep in mind is the energy on the Skeledirge. As long as it has a Disarming Voice going into that Guzzlord matchup, good advantage for Blob.
Yeah, especially if it wins the charge tech priority tie, right? So in order to win this matchup, I think Ivabe has to get some additional energy back onto her Guzzlord, and it's really tough because you can't catch an X-Scissor onto Guzzlord. You can't take that additional damage if you're already anticipating the Disarming Voice. So how she pilots the rest of this matchup is going to be really important.
Yeah, I don't think this X-Scissor is going to be quite enough to knock out. It might put it in range where a couple Volt Switches will knock out. I'm thinking 3 at this point, but Blob has lots of energy already and is in fact going to be able to launch here this X-Scissor. This will be enough to knock out, barring any sort of undercharge that we see, and this will bring back in the Guzzlord. I think we're only going to see 1 Dragon Tail from the Guzzlord, maybe 2. Very nicely called there, Speediest Chief. This is not going to be enough to get to a charged attack, however.
It's not. Disarming Voice is ready to go. This is not a high energy, high damage charge attack, but double super effective makes a difference. Disarming Voice gets the full knockout onto the Guzzlord.
And that is just how dangerous that Skeledirge is. Non-same type attack bonus, Disarming Voice. But again, even though you think on paper a Dark Dragon Pokemon would have so many advantages versus a Fire and Ghost Pokemon, no, that Disarming Voice coverage move completely covers it and actually puts the advantage there for that Skeledirge and leads to a 1-0 series lead for Blob. Now, I think the most pivotal moment there was that farm down initially from that Skeledirge. Able to get 2 Incinerates and that much of a head start, I think, dictated the pacing for the rest of the game.
Yeah, a Pokemon that's so devastating and so useful as a closer. You do not want to give that Pokemon additional advantages like an energy head start. But heading into game number 2, you look at the team here for Ivabe and you think maybe Lickitung is a better answer, right? It's neutral. It can kind of go toe-to-toe with the Skeledirge. It's forced to throw Disarming Voices back to the normal type, but then you look at Blob's team and you say, oh, why not just bring Guzzlord? Because Guzzlord counters the obvious adjustment of the Lickitung.
Yeah, when I look actually at Blob's team, the Guzzlord seems to have tons of play. It's interesting because, yes, you do have to watch out for bug damage, of course, which would be from that X-Scissor, but at the same time, you're resisting the Volt Switches. It's actually not that bad of a matchup versus the Charge-A-Bug. Quick fact about Blob, by the way, placed top 16 in Knoxville 2024, so it has had recent success here in this current season, wants to try and replicate and in fact, actually surpass that.
Ivabe, meanwhile, placing top 16 in Vancouver last season. So trying to make that return, but get a better placement overall. Heading into game number 2, this could be decisive because if Blob wins game 2, it sends Ivabe down to that loser's bracket, and they're in the winner's semis.
All right, well, one of the best matchups for this Charge-Bug in general in the meta is that Cresselia. So a great lead for Ivabe. Actually, we now see a quick swap for the Skeledirge from Blob. This is going to bring in the Lickitung, and just like you said, what's going to be that answer from Ivabe's team? It is the Lickitung. Despite having all your charge attacks resisted, you can withstand these disarming voices, and you obviously can't throw any Shadow Balls whatsoever.
Yeah, this is a pretty precarious situation to be in, but counterintuitively, the Power Whip is actually the better charge attack to go with here because the Body Slam is double resisted, meanwhile Power Whip only single resisted. It's like Guzzlord versus a Fairy type. You never throw Dragon Claw into a Fairy type Pokemon because it's double resisted, so you opt for the Crunch instead. Here comes the second disarming voice. Ivabe is doubling down on the Lickitung.
Yeah, but you can still just see how threatening this Skeledirge is. You're now almost at this next disarming voice. You got to, not able to get the lick down. This is either going to force a terrible situation from Ivabe with being down a shield and not getting switch, or having to use both protect shields. Says, no, I don't want to go down both protect shields. I will give up switch, and you don't even take the incinerate damage. That is one nice thing there for that Charge-A-Bug. But now, instead of being lined up versus that Cresselia, you're lined up versus a Vigoroth, which again has access to Rock Slide, which is quite threatening.
Yeah, there's still a lot of play here for Ivabe. I don't think she's out of it just quite yet, but here comes the X-Scissor from her Charge-A-Bug into the opposing Vigoroth. Blobane, just like his brother Lyle, is leaning on this normal type counter user, going for the Rock Slide immediately, like you called out, Jim, and no Protect Shield.
Okay, well, that's a little interesting. This does not knock out, but it does put you in range of a Body Slam, maybe even a counter down if the matchup goes long enough. Could we potentially see a swap out? That'd be a little risky, I would think. But yeah, here comes the X-Scissor. At this point, you still have your Cresselia, and I think that unfortunately, I don't think you can get any sort of farm down whatsoever, so I think it forces a shield here for Blob.
It does. One counter in the Body Slam that takes 3 turns to activate that sequence. In the middle of the Volt Switch, Ivabe can't escape, so she has to come in with her own Gligar and try to wing attack down, but Vigoroth has so much energy, actually going to throw the Body Slam here and chip away the Shadow Gligar.
I'm a little surprised. I would have expected to see Blob have an immediate swap, save that Vigoroth to be the answer to the Charge-Bug a little bit later on, but now that said, keep in mind there are no shields on the side of Ivabe, so it will allow Blob to farm up to overcharge, as some would say, and end up with a lot of energy going into that matchup versus the Charge-Bug. Maybe even have a Moonblast ready to go by the time the Charge-Bug is back on the field.
It's so tough because once you see a Cresselia come out, I mean, even if you don't have a typing disadvantage, it just feels like you're facing a really tough obstacle because this Cresselia has so much HP. Moonblast connects, gets the knockout. Charge-Bug is the last hope for Ivabe. She goes here for her X-Scissor to try to deal some super effective damage and the Protect Shield from Blob.
I think one X-Scissor is not enough to knock out. I think you need a second X-Scissor. Then there's a shield. That's a third X-Scissor. Then I think you need another X-Scissor for the Vigoroth as well. There is a lot on the back of this small bug here. You really need this one to knock out as Ivabe to keep your winner's bracket hopes alive, but no, the energy is there for the Cresselia. Despite being resisted, this Grass Knot will be plenty to knock out this Charge-Bug. And we're going to see Blob NA with a very clean 2-0 series sweep.
2-0 victory over Ivabe, another trainer that traveled from the LATAM region to compete here in Vancouver this weekend. Her tournament's not over. She made it to the winner's semis in Group D, is going to fall down to that loser's bracket, but still has a chance to run through that bracket, make her way into day number 2. But, I mean, incredible plays all around. It was fun to watch.
Will, you called out the Lickitung versus Skeledirge matchup. That was one of the potential responses to that Skeledirge. That's exactly what we saw in game number 2 there. Didn't seem to be the answer for Ivabe there, and I think it just really shows the strength of that Skeledirge, especially versus her team.
I wanted to make this quick aside as well, because a lot of our very talented competitors actually switch over to being judges from time to time. Doombug97 was judging that match, and if you remember, in San Antonio, he took Skeledirge all the way. So I'm sure he's kind of, smiling a little bit, kind of of impressed with the Skeledirge play that he saw, because you're right. It's such a powerful Pokemon. Incinerate, after the season update, it does so much damage. It really chips away at anything on the other side of the field, and the Lickitung came really close, 1 or 2 licks away, but it just wasn't enough.
What we saw plenty of was Skeledirge. What we didn't see was the Shadow for Alligator.
At all. We didn't see it at all.
Let's take a look back at these highlights, though. We can recap both games for you. Again, 2-0 sweep there for Blob. Game number 1, we saw a lot of Charjabug, and in fact, it was still the Skeledirge story there. We got to see a disarming voice. Again, okay, you're thinking the Dragon Fire type. What chance does a Fire Ghost have? Well, plenty of damage, able to knock out in game number 2 that Lickitung, which was supposed to be the answer for it. It was the MVP for the series for sure.
Yeah, Skeledirge was so incredible there for Blob NA. He could really rely on it, not only to close matchups, but also in a pinch, right? In a tough switched in situation, Skeledirge still got the job done. Very tough series there for Ivabe, but again, her tournament run is not over. Blob NA, meanwhile, looking to kind of break new ground, make it to day number 2, maybe even make it up that bracket even further here in Vancouver this weekend.
All right. Well, so far throughout this tournament, I think we've seen a lot of the usual suspects. We've seen a lot of Lickitung, a lot of Gligar. We've seen some Cresselia. What has been the standout surprise to you so far, Will, if any?
It's hard to say, right? Because you have your core meta. When we look at the top usage charts, we see those top 12 Pokemon, like you said, the usual suspects, the very, I guess, staple Pokemon of the Open Great League. And even though those change over the seasons and over the in-game seasons and seasonal shifts, there still is kind of a formula that most trainers stick to. And it felt like, especially last season, North American trainers in particular would only bring like one kind of wild card choice, maybe one Guzzlord or one Talonflame or one kind of off-meta pick, but it feels like we're getting entire teams that are attacking the meta. Magmar Man is a good example.
Yeah.
Bob NA is a good example. Chen Yu is another example, taking out Rubik's Master with Abomasnow, Guzzlord, and other wild picks like Wigglytuff. I mean, who knows?
Who knows? I know who may know, and that is Blob NA. We're actually going to take it over to Alpha Phoebe, aka Nick. He's going to be standing by with Blob NA.
All right, well, thank you, casters. I am Nick or Alpha Phoebe, joined here by Blob. A solid win there, 2-0. You got to be feeling pretty well. You know, for Alligator was your spice pick. Didn't really show up too much there. How has it performed for you elsewhere?
For Alligator, it's been not too bad. Only used it twice so far, won once and lost once, so it's hit or miss, but good bench pressure maybe.
I mean, if you can only win or lose, if you bring for Alligator, you have a 50% chance of winning, so you know, that's how it works, right? That's how the odds work. I wanted to focus in on Cresselia. You opted for Moonblast instead of Future Sight. Talk to me a little bit about that choice. What meta picks prompted you to choose that moveset?
Yeah, I ran Future Sight at Knoxville, but since the move change, I've seen a lot more Guzzlord, Darks on the rise, and the fire types kind of slowed down a little bit, so you don't need Future Sight as much, I find.
Valid. You know, fire types Talonflame and Skeledirge, well, you had one of your own, right? They do really well if you're running Grass Knot and Moonblast, so, you know, having Future Sight's great there, and if it doesn't actually come into play, that's totally fine. Skeledirge, let's focus back in on that last Pokemon pick. How has that been for you? You know, it's a little bit slow, a little bit clunky, but great coverage, right? What are some of your thoughts about that Pokemon?
Yeah, I like Skeledirge. I was using Talonflame before, but since Lantern is getting a bit more popular and Wishcash is slowing down, I thought Skeledirge would be a better fire type, and it's been working out pretty well for me.
All right, well, great to hear that. Congratulations on the win. And we'll have to see if we have any more from you in the future. Of course, you just won, so we'll see you in the next round. But good luck in the rest of your run, and I'll send it back to the casters.
All right, thank you, Alpha Phoebe, as well as Blob. Congratulations to Blob. Remember, only 2 outcomes. There is win or lose. And ties, actually,
and
as well.
ties, 3 outcomes.
Thank you, Alpha Phoebe. I want to correct myself as well, though. I think the first thing we said in the broadcast is that we're not going to be seeing a repeat winner here, but we actually do have Isoneer, aka Cindy,
Oh,
that we've
yeah.
seen on stream as well. So we wanted to make sure we shout her out and clarify that. Now, we've been talking about the meta here, Speediest Chief. There's one absent typing that historically has been well represented within the play Pokemon meta, and that for me is the grass typing.
Oh, of course.
Superior won, I believe it was 5 straight regionals at one point. It was the defining Pokemon almost in the early season for 2024. What has changed here at the latter half of the season?
It's got to be one Pokemon and one Pokemon only. It's got to be Skarmory. Skarmory getting Steel Wing and having these Steel Wing energy increased during the seasonal update really kind of shifted everything, because as we famously have talked about in Go Battle League, sometimes you could even kind of put your phone down in a Skarmory versus Venusaur matchup, and you can come back to it later and still win that matchup. That's how dominant Skarmory is. These trainers are trying to avoid those hard counter matchups, those unwinnable situations, so they leave grass at home. A lot of trainers have opted for Abomasnow as a little bit of grass coverage, but the two leading grass coverage options are actually not grass types at all.
Yeah.
It's Cresselia and Lickitung.
Yeah, and even Abomasnow, it's operating more as an ice type attacker than it is a grass attacker. And in fact, the grass is, for the most part, a bit of a vulnerability for it. But I want to talk about, you talked about the ripple effects of grass being mostly out of the meta. What does that open up for other Pokemon?
Whiscash, right?
Yeah.
It opens up water, but not just water, but water ground, who take double super effective damage from grass types. It makes Whiscash incredibly safe. As we saw, 2 Scalds from a Shadow Whiscash almost KOs Lickitung on its own. So when you look at that matchup, it's not that bad. Even though there is the Power Whip asset available to the Lickitung, it still has to land it still has to build the energy to it, and all the while, Whiscash is building energy, debuffing, and slowing it down.
And I think that's one of the reasons that we've seen more crest plays with all of these waters. We now have this kind of pseudo-grass Pokemon, Cresselia, able to actually win a lot of those matchups.
You actually made a good point backstage. You said that this Cresselia phenomena really started with Colin over in Europe.
Yeah, I think that since then, I think our last 3 regional winners have actually had Cresselia on their team. So not huge surprises for me. We're ready on stage, though. I think we already moved over here. We've seen some Dapper Discs before. I believe that we already casted one of his games. We saw some Motiques, though, as well earlier, I believe, from Stephanie and Nick. Walk us through these teams.
No, of course, Dapper Disc with a very impressive win earlier on in the stream. Shadow Whiscash, as well as Annihilate, Shadow Gligar, Lickitung, Skarmory, and Lantern. I'm telling you, trainers at home, if you're watching, you can take these teams and bring them to a local cup, bring them to a challenge, and you can do well, because these are very well-balanced, powerful teams. On the opposing side, though, Motique's trying to break up the kind of established balance with Azumarill as a very interesting choice. I mean, you've got a Water Fairy type Pokemon that has been good in the Great League ever since its very inception, and it's still coming out to play Pokemon Championship events.
Well, you talked about the lack of grass in the meta, and that's just one additional +1, we'll say, for Azumarill. Taking a look over at Dapper Disc's team, though, the Shadow Whiscash. I think we're seeing more Shadow than we are non-Shadow from a Whiscash perspective, but we also have the Night Slash Annihilate, the Shadow Gligar, the Lickitung, the Skarmory, and then the Lantern. Lantern, just like we were hearing from Blob, seems to have a lot of play in this meta.
No, it absolutely does. Lantern is one of those Pokemon that you can never count out, and against a Pokemon, against a team like Motique's with Azumarill, I anticipate Lantern. I anticipate a lot of Lantern because you have coverage against Gligar, you have coverage against Azumarill, and you can still go toe-to-toe with a dragon flying type like Altaria. Altaria is one of those dragons that we have discounted pretty heavily. We talk about the Guzzlords. We even saw Shadow Dragonite earlier, but Altaria is still good.
You know what? When we look at Lantern, the 2 walls that we're going to see for Lantern are grass types and dragons. Grass types mostly non-existent, and then dragons were mainly only seen Altaria, and then some Guzzlord. Yes, Guzzlord's going to be one of the hard walls there, but if you can navigate around that matchup, I think there is a lot of play. Let's move into game number 1. This is the winner semis for Group D, Dapper Discs versus Motiques. We have the Lantern making an appearance, this time versus the Annihilate.
Lantern definitely a very safe pick, and that's what Dapper Disc goes with for his lead Pokemon here. Also with the sturdy backdrop of Whiscash and Shadow Gligar, he's got a ton of flex play.
Okay, well, we're going to see this first charge attack come out, builds all the way up to the Shadow Ball and throws the Shadow Ball as well, is respected by Dapper Discs. We see the first Protect Shield come out. Have to feel pretty good about that. You've already got a Thunderbolt stored and going straight for it, not messing around, going for a Surf Bait. Here comes the Thunderbolt. Motique's opts to no shield this. In comes a lot of damage, potentially putting in farm down range as well, but definitely won't be able to make it to a Shadow Ball. Can you get this last Night Slash off? Yes.
Does get the Night Slash, but Dapper Disc showed his ability to count fast attacks and recognize when those hard-hitting charge attacks are coming through, knows this is just a Night Slash. No chance for a boost because Annihilate gets immediately knocked out. And at the cost of a Protect Shield, he eliminates a powerful counter user from Motiques. At this point, you're kind of within farm down range as the Lantern, so gonna be careful here about what he does next.
Okay, like you said, in comes the Vigoroth here. It's gonna have to absorb one of these surfs. Shouldn't be any issue whatsoever. The question is, can you get to another surf? Actually, we see the Protect Shield coming out, so that's a little bit interesting. Here comes the counter down, but no, not before you get to another surf. So while Motiques will go into this next matchup with a lot of energy, is gonna sacrifice a bit of HP.
Does cost a bit of HP, but the impact is undeniable because the Surf does peel away that first Protect Shield for Motiques. Coming with the Whiscash now, this is an interesting position to be in because as Dapper Dish, you have to make a read about that third Pokemon. And you haven't seen Azumarill, you haven't seen Gligar or the Charjabug. He decides to leave his own Gligar in the back, which actually could end up being the right play.
Okay, well, we've seen a lot of Whiscash action this entire tournament, and you have to respect that Shadow Scald damage. So actually this time, Dapper Disc just going for the Mud Bomb, able to peel away that last Protect Shield. Lots of energy on the side of Vigoroth. I think that this Whiscash is going to be just in range that one Body Slam is able to knock out. If not, this would be huge for Dapper Disc. Does he hang on? Yes, with just 1 HP. Can he make a move? I'm not sure that he had one ready to go.
This is a little bit tricky though because the Vigoroth still has a ton of stored energy, going to fire up these Body Slams, and you can see Dapper Disc looking at the team sheet, trying to make that prediction about what Pokemon is in the back. Comes in with the Altaria, and the Dragon Breath is going to start to apply pressure. We talk about the Dragons and how powerful they can be in neutral situations. Well, Altaria is definitely going to show that off here because the fast attack pressure combined with the sky attack pressure is really tough for Gligar to handle.
Yeah, I think that's one of the things that people have been sleeping on is just Dragon Breath damage. We see it very well represented with the Shadow Dragonairs, although I don't think we've seen any at this tournament. But don't sleep on Altaria as well. It is able to power its way through a lot of matchups due to its Dragon Breath oppressive damage, and then the combination of its bulk, it's able to easily tank 2 of these aerial aces. Let's see if it's able to fully take out this Gligar.
You can tell Gligar and Dapper Disc really want to stay in this series. Goes for the Protect Shield, fires off the aerial aces, not enough. In comes a Whiscash, can't even muster the Mud Bomb before Altaria just burns through the rest of its HP.
All right, well, game number 1 going to Motiques there. I like the play from the Altaria. You know, I even thought that Annihilate play was able to mostly neutralize that Lantern, which could have been a threat here to some of those backline Pokemon, but overall, I don't think there was any really one-sided matchups there. I think that was just nice, concise play from both trainers. At the end of the day, when you have a Altaria versus a Gligar, I think that Altaria, you got to give him a little bit of an advantage too.
Taking a look back at game number 1, these were the final moments where the Gligar succumbed to the Dragon-type pressure. Our trainers here are so creative at finding ways around the typical standardized meta. Bringing Dragon types, bringing Skarmory, bringing these answers for these staple picks is definitely something that these trainers invest a lot of time, energy, and effort into doing, and it really shows there because Motiques chose the perfect moment for the Altaria to come in. You know, he could have let it, he could have tried to burn through a switched-in matchup, or he could have closed with it. He chose the latter.
I think for Motiques, I think Vigoroth seems to be a must-bring at this point just because of how dominant or neutral a lot of these matchups are. As long as it can stay away from that Annihilate, it seems very, very strong. Yeah. Motiques says double punchers is what makes him his team special. That's going to be referring to the counter fast attack from both the Annihilate as well as the Vigoroth. In many cases, it seems almost necessary to have at least one counter user on your team. Yeah. We've seen winners without it, but we've seen so many winners with a Medicham, with a Vigoroth, with now Annihilates, Poliwrath. Seems necessary. He's got not 1, but 2.
I just got flashbacks, Jim, when you mentioned Medicham. I got flashbacks to the Medicham dominance that we saw for so many months.
That's
but
right.
Now the pool has opened up. We see Annihilate, we see Poliwrath, we see Vigoroth, and on some teams, even more than one of those, right? In the case of Motiques. Gonna be interesting to see how he pilots this matchup. If you remember, Dapper Disc had a very surprising win over Andrew Minyaras earlier on in the stream, and it was off the heels of an unexpected Brave Bird into the Whiscash to start off game number 1. So Dapper Disc might have to reach down and pull more unpredictability out of his gameplay here in order to win game 2.
Well, I think the team that he went with in game 1 was very predictable, right? I think that it's very safe, and sometimes you have to take risks. When you know that your back is up against a wall, not a wall rain, when it's back up against the wall, sometimes you have to make those risky plays rather than the safe plays. But no, we're staying with the safe play here, which is going to be that Lantern. I believe this is going to be playing out very similarly to what we saw in game number 1. Rather than the Annihilate, though, this is the Vigoroth here on the side of Motique's team.
Dapper Disc going with 2 flying-type Pokemon in the bag. This is almost like a team that you would bring if your opponent did have a grass-type, right? And you wanted to protect Lantern. He's got Skarmory and Shadow Gligar in the back. And as you look at this matchup, I mean, you can see where he wants things to go. He wants the Gligar lined up against the Charge Bug. He probably wants the Skarmory against the Altaria, but he's got to get through this Vigoroth first, and this is really tough for him to do in game number 1. Actually switching out with tons of energy, bringing in the Charge Bug. This is really good for Motiques and awful for Dapper Disc.
Yeah, this is really tough because while you have 2 flyers, one does great versus the Charge Bug, one really struggles. And we are seeing the Pokemon Skarmory that's going to have a lot of struggles. It is able to tank one of these attacks, and one Brave Bird still does do a lot of damage, but you're able to tank this still as the Charge Bug farm down and know that you got some great value, completely neutralizing the Skarmory, maintaining switch, and moving into the next matchup with energy as well. So things going very well for Motiques, who only is 1 game away from locking his place in the winners finals.
And it didn't even cost him a Protect Shield, right? He's able to so comfortably control the pace of the matchup that everything is just falling into place. Here comes the next Scissor from the Charge Bug into the Shadow Gligar. It just does a bit of chip damage, but he can't even get to the second one because the wing attacks are too much. In comes Dragon-type Altaria. Gonna see the Aerial Ace. This is very familiar to how game number 1 ended.
That's exactly what I was going to say, Will, is we saw the Altaria versus the Gligar earlier, but what's different here is that there's 2 shields on both sides, which you have to get the advantage then to the Altaria, just knowing that you could realistically 2-shield Dragon Breath down through so many of these matchups. There is nothing on the side outside of that Skarmory of Dapper Discs that's going to be resisting these Dragon Breaths. And the fact that that's already off the field now, this Altaria looks so good.
Looks so good, and great timing there by Motiques. 1 single Dragon Breath followed by the Sky Attack takes away this final Protect Shield. Remember, he still has energy on Vigoroth. He could choose a combo play. Does not pull the switch though. In comes the Lantern. Goes for the Vigoroth right now. Heads up, here comes a Body Slam.
Dapper Discs has about 6 or 7 sparks worth of energy. 1 Body Slam is not going to knock out. You need to figure out where this destination for this energy is going to be. Actually opts to go for the Surf here, which should be enough to knock out. However, I don't think this Lantern is going to get to another charge attack once this Altaria comes in. This is just like game 1. Put everything on the back of this Altaria. Leverage that very commanding Dragon Breath damage. You're going to need to get to 2 Aerial Aces here, and I don't think you're going to be able to. No, indeed, Motiques, you can see the emotion. He is hyped up, takes a 2-0 series victory, and punches his ticket here in the winners finals.
Motiques is definitely hyped, and for good reason, because Dapper Disc is an incredibly impressive trainer on his own, taking down a world qualified competitor, and Motiques comes in there and shows you why Altaria still needs to be respected here in Vancouver this weekend.
That's right. I don't have a lot of critiques for Motiques. He just had a great series there. Thank you, Speedy. I've been working on that one for a while. That's right. Well, guys, I think that we're going to get these highlights queued up in just a second, but the first thing that I want to talk about is a little bit of a surprise for me. We talked about the different flyers, the Gligars, the Skarmories. I think Altaria has had a pretty solid showing so far this tournament, not only here on Motique's team, but other teams as well. Why do you think that we're seeing a little bit of a resurgence this tournament?
It just has more HP than all the other dragons, right? Maybe with the exception of Guzzlord, but it has such a unique type of combination, flying and dragon, and the Dragon Breath pressure is the real deal, right? It applies so much pressure throughout the duration of the game. But take a look back at the series, you can just see Altaria in full display, how it just burns through the closing matchups, not only in game 1, but also in game 2.
Yeah, I think specifically that matchup that was most defining, like you said, not only for game 1, but also game 2, was the Gligar versus Altaria matchup.
Yeah.
Those wing attacks, yes, they do some damage, but they're not oppressive fast attack damage. And yes, you have Aerial Ace, but you survive 2 as that Altaria as well. So you can realistically win 0s, you can win 2s. That Altaria just looked so strong as a closer there, and you love to see it if you're a Motiques fan.
Well, speaking of Motiques, let's take a look back at this series because it was definitely one to remember. Very well played against Dapper Disc there. Altaria closing out not only game 1, but also game 2. Like you said, Jim, able to absorb those Aerial Aces and keep on Dragon Breathing down, and then knocks out the Whiscash. I don't think Mud Bomb would have been enough either, or excuse me, either way, but still, nice touch.
I think the pivotal moment in game 2 was Dapper Disc swapping in that Skarmory, allowing that Charger Bug to get so far ahead in the matchup, do some nice chip damage versus that Gligar, in addition to completely neutralizing the Skarmory. A relatively neutral matchup there with that Vigoroth versus Lantern, but Vigoroth did what it needed to do to set up the Altaria, still with the shield, with the Dragon Breath damage ready to go, and Motiques celebrating in his chair, able to take the 2-0 series sweep.
I mean, when you get those wins, not only do they feel good, but it also kind of bolsters your confidence in your team and in the decisions you've made and how you continue to play through these matches. One thing that we don't talk about enough, though, Jim, is that if you run the same strategy over and over in matches, it can start to become predictable. So we saw Altaria close out both matches there against Dapper Disc. Will he choose that same strategy in this next round opponent, you know, further on in day number 2 if he does end up there? That's going to be something that his opponents are going to look out for.
Yeah, I completely agree. When you have the opportunity to go back and look at some of the tendencies of your opponent, saying, all right, Altaria in the back, I need to prepare for. I'm going to be bringing maybe my Registeel in the back, knowing that that alignment is likely. That can be something that you pick up on and may allow you to, even with a team disadvantage, still build your team in a way that you can find those advantages just with some insider information, we'll say.
Yeah, predicting the Altaria in the back, bringing that Abomasnow that might not have good matchups across the board, but recognizing your opponent's tendencies can be critical. So we're going to see how that tournament run continues to develop for Motiques. With that being said, we have really incredible trainers coming back. One, I called him out earlier for just kind of smoldering on stage. No expression, just kind of like, yeah, I'm just here for business. We're going to see that trainer come back. That's Jaco Loco.
Okay, I can't wait. In the meantime, we're going to get the perspective of Motiques. We're going to turn it over to Alpha Phoebe. Alpha Phoebe, standing by. Go ahead.
All right, well, I'm joined here with Motiques. Congratulations on that very good win. What Pokemon out of your 6 did you feel like was the most influential to your victory there?
Definitely the Altaria. It really only had the one bad matchup in Skarm, and I'm convinced that that's not that bad. So I knew it was coming every game. I was really surprised not to see the Skarm in game 1, and then I just got it where I needed it to be game 2.
It's like a storied matchup of Altaria versus Skarmory. It's been played so much, and only recently has it been kind of slightly altered with that Steel Wing matchup. What Pokemon out of the entire field would you fear the most going forward? What Pokemon do you not want to see on your opponent's team of 6?
Well, interestingly, Lantern is one of them, and I just figured that out, thankfully. I'm also pretty weak to Cresselia, which I ended up seeing in my first 2 rounds, so I think maybe I'm just getting lucky. But I know we watched Skeledirge be a dominating force right before I went on stream, and that could potentially create some issues for me, so hopefully I dodge it the rest of the way.
Well, I mean, it can't be that much luck. You've made it so far, and, you know, if you're making it this deep into a tournament run, it can't just only be luck. Any people that you'd like to shout out? Any practice partners, any scrim partners, any friends that you might know that are watching, or family?
Yeah, absolutely. My team Wing Attack is just since day 1 have always been helping me out, and also another regional winner, King Alexander, has been team building and scrimming with me a whole bunch, so I really appreciate him. And big shout out to my friend Maya as well.
All right, well, thank you so much for your time. Good luck in the rest of your tournament run. And speaking of tournament champions, we have one just behind me that we're going to hear a little bit from. It's Lyle Jeffs.
With this squad, it's actually only broken by a couple of Pokemon.
I was just trying to play as clean as possible.
Lyle Jeffs running mostly standard movesets here. Of course, Azumarill, there is that decision between Ice Beam, Play Rough, or Hydro Pump.
My thought process going in was that I'm just going to run this because I know it well and hope that I'm making the right meta choices. Going into Charlotte, I was actually very concerned about the release of Annihilate early, and because I was planning on running a Vigoroth team. I wouldn't say I had to change much because there was less of the Annihilate than I expected.
It is up to this big monkey to finish off a rabbit and a fish.
Pokemon that I was worried about going into the event, other than Annihilate, was probably Skarmory.
So Lyle Jeffs makes an immediate pivot into the Lickitung.
I was mainly relying on Lickitung to sort of just soak up damage and just kind of out-bulk it.
Lickitung definitely doing its job.
For Skarmory, I did have a Charge Bug on my team, so I did have some solid bench pressure with the Charge Bug and the Wish Cache. My toughest matches actually were my first, which was technically round 2, and round 3. I didn't quite have the best alignment in those matches.
Lyle Jeffs tried to claw that game back.
I think I kind of got away with one there. I was able to make a really good catch to win.
Decision time for Lyle Jeffs. Is he able to be? He does. He wastes the turn and catches perfectly onto the Lickitung.
And then from that point, it sort of just snowballed.
See him just breathing a sigh of relief.
In the top cut, I would say my most difficult matchup was against Tommy W. He did have an Annihilate, and he had a Mandibuzz. I really wanted to use the Charger Bug versus him, but he did have the really good pressure of the Clodsires.
For it, and now Lyles has great alignment with the Whiscash onto the Clodsire.
I wasn't able to play as neutrally as I wanted to versus him. I kind of had to take a little bit of risk.
And Lyle Jeffs moves to the winners finals.
If Lyle wins this one, he's on to the grand finals already.
Lyle Jeffs understands how the Charger Bug and Frost last matchup works.
But I knew going into that grand finals that I was going to try to be aggressive, and I was able to get like a very good alignment game one. After I took game one, I felt very confident that I was going to be able to just seal the deal, but it was just sort of translating the mental aspects of the game to the in-person tournaments and the long grinds that these regionals are.
And he's done it! Lyle Jeffs with a 3-0 victory is your regional champion!
Hello trainers, my name is Caleb Pang. As Pokemon Go entered its second official season in the Championship Series, trainers from around the world were looking for their opportunity to rise to the top. While some trainers were looking to expand on their performance in the first season, others were preparing to make their debut. With the former Seniors Division combined with the Masters Division, top-tier trainers like 2022 third-place Worlds finisher Wadaj asserted their dominance against all age divisions. With 6 top 8 finishes in the regular season prior to Worlds and first-place finishes at the Hartford Regional and NAIC, Wadaj's prowess transcended age divisions and was a clear favorite going into World Championships in Yokohama, Japan. Joining Wadaj in the exclusive back-to-back Worlds qualified trainers was Isaacson, the 2022 NAIC champion and highest finishing North American trainer at Worlds 2022 in 7th place. Although Axon had quite the extensive competitive resume, he was hungry for that world champion title, finishing the regular season with 4 top 8 finishes and qualifying for Yokohama, Japan with a first place finish at the Portland Regional. At Portland, Axon encountered a trainer who would change the balance of Championship Series competition, Rubik's Master. Despite being completely unknown, Rubik's Master in his first and only regular season tournament fought his way to the grand finals to face off against Axon. He lost in a grueling series, but his real victory was earning a World Championship invite. Axon mentioned in his winner's interview that of all the trainers he didn't want to face in Yokohama, Japan, Rubik's Master was at the top of his list. At the World Championships in Yokohama, Japan, Wadaj and Axon sat comfortably on the winner's side of the bracket going into day 2 of competition, and Rubik's Master surprised many with his own place by their side as all 3 started the day undefeated. In the winner's semifinals, Axon and Rubik's Master got their fated rematch. Going into a decisive Game 3, Axon pulled off a game-changing Stone Edge catch on his Lantern, followed by a massive no-shield call on Rubik's Master's Mud Bomb bait attempt, solidifying his winner's finals matchup against Wadaj. The winner's finals of Axon and Wadaj was highly anticipated, featuring a matchup between the 2022 NAIC champion and the 2023 NAIC champion. The best-of-5 series seesawed back and forth between the trainers, culminating to a decisive Game 5.
Knockout Lantern and give Wadaj the first game win. Up and catch from Wadaj, taking the Thunderbolt on the Medicham with a great catch from its Axon there, sending in his Lantern to take the serve from Wadaj's own Lantern. The Altaria is so close, the Medicham just can't quite get there in time.
Game 5 saw both trainers weave in and out between catches and switches with their Pokemon before Axon finally took the game with a single fast attack. Meanwhile, Rubik's Master stormed through the losers bracket until he finally earned himself a spot against Wadaj in the losers finals. He came to prove to the world that he could stand up against the likes of Wadaj, and in 5 close games, Rubik's Master and his signature Deoxys defense closed out the series. Championship Sunday featured the grand finals between Axon and Rubik's Master, a rivalry that seemed unavoidable. In Rubik's Master's incredible Portland and Worlds runs, he had only lost to one person, it's Axon. And of all the trainers Axon didn't want to face, his final opponent was that player, Rubik's Master. Relying on his signature Pokemon Deoxys defense, Rubik's Master tried to core break Axon's team, but Axon was one of the few trainers to bring Sableye, one of the hardest counters to Deoxys defense. Foiling Rubik's Master's plans, Axon headed into Game 4 on match point with the bold strategy of leading Shadow alone Sandslash, doubly weak to Deoxys defense. Axon's gambit paid off, catching Rubik's Master's Altaria in the perfect lead scenario for Axon. Rubik's Master utilized his Umbreon as a safe swap, but Axon countered him with his Medicham. Rubik's Master responded with a resisted Ice Punch catch onto his Azumarill, but Axon kept the pressure up, and with some final Shadow Claws from Axon's Sableye, he solidified himself as the world champion of Pokemon Go. With the world champion title, its Axon proved that consistency and hard work are the keys to success. However, Rubik's Master's second place performance opens the door for newer trainers to enter the scene and show the world how an underdog can compete with the very best. Thank you for watching the story of a champion and the rivals he met along the way. Be sure to check out Pokemon.com/compete to learn more about how you can join in on the action.
Those were some big rivalries we saw there in that recap video of Worlds 2023. And I think our pins represent a little bit of a rivalry as well. I'm representing Tinkaton here. And Tinkaton and Corviknight have quite the interesting relationship, don't they, Alpha Feed?
It's a little bit unfortunate for me. I think Corviknight takes a little bit of the loss there against Tinkaton being smashed up into its hammer. But, you know, like Corviknight, we have some Canadians up on stage, which I'm very excited to see. Of course, Lyle Jeffs being the one of them and Jacko Loco being the other.
Yes, Lyle Jeffs looking for another tournament win. He is trying to get all the championship points, all for him, none for anybody else. And Jacko Loco is here looking to put a stop to his tournament run. We are going to be looking at the winners finals for Group A. The loser of this next match will still be in the tournament, but it is a much steeper hill to climb.
I was talking to Lyle Jeffs before our interview, and he was saying that he isn't coming here with so much confidence that he knows he's going to win, but you see how well he's performing. He's so humble, which is so great about him, but he's performing so consistently across a number of different regional events, and you know, I think it can up that confidence just a little bit.
Consistency is key. It is key to get the championship points. It is key to make your way through a bracket run. And I am very excited to see what these two trainers are going to have in store for us.
And it's also key to securing victory. Let's see who secures victory in this matchup. Players already up on stage. As I had mentioned, it is Lyle Jeffs III versus Jacko Loco 2. Two very consistent battlers, top level players here. Looking at the teams, I can't stop talking about that Shadow Sableye. So much damage. Sableye doing so well against a lot of the meta, except Jacko Loco's team is a bit loco itself. It has two normal types, and both of them are going to do fairly well against that Sableye, resisting the ghost type fast attack damage. However, the Vigoroth can't fight back too hard itself because it's using counter and body slam. Both are going to be double resisted by ghost typing. Counter, of course, super effective against Dark, ends up being only singly resisted there.
What we have here in front of us is a bunch of neutral damage, and that is going to be coming from those wing attacks from this mirror match of Shadow Gligar. So we are going to have to see, if you were in this matchup, Alpha Feed, would you be trying to work for switch advantage or maybe an energy advantage? Let your own Gligar go down and get some energy for the next matchup.
It varies from season to season, but in this season, I think, especially with Shadow Gligar, the story has been energy advantage. We see a charge attack tie here, and I wouldn't be surprised if we see Jacko Loco. Oh no, I'm wrong. I love to be proven wrong. Shielding up here. Unfortunately for him, it was a charge attack tie, so he's forced to throw his energy here. And now I would expect Lyle to no shield. This is going to allow him to come in with that Lickitung, get a massive farm down. And if we look at Jacko Loco's side, oh no, I'm wrong. 2 times in a row here, coming in with Sableye to get a farm down, but unfortunately, that allows the Gligar to reach an aerial ace, and now Jacko Loco has clawed back that shield disadvantage back to shield neutrality with those Gligar's pincers.
And And then we have the Whiscash coming in. It is going to be trying to build up energy. Now, again, something interesting that I don't think you and I at least have talked a lot about today is that this is a Shadow Sableye running power gem. So those foul plays are going to be doing a ton of damage. And then Sableye just has some interesting coverage with that power gem. Not going to be helpful in this particular matchup, but could be very interesting down the line.
Yeah, of course, if it ever got paired up against that Charge Bug, super effective rock type damage is fairly uncommon. Great recognition there from Lyle of winning charge attack priority. Jacko Loco actually no shielding here, letting the Whiscash go down. Going to be coming in with that Charge Bug, and I think Lyle's in a pretty good spot here, going for the foul play, not a charge attack tie, because I expect him to pivot out. Lickitung is going to be able to very comfortably soak up this additional energy that Jacko Loco's Charge Bug has.
Oh, stays in here, throws the Shadow Claw, which allows Jacko Loco to knock out the Sableye here with that Axe Scissor. Now coming in with the Lickitung. This Lickitung has a long road ahead of it because this Charge Bug, I think, had a little bit of energy advantage going into the matchup.
Yeah, reaching 2 X Scissors before the Lickitung goes to its first body slam. However, Jacko Loco doing an additional Volt Switch, getting even more energy, has 2 X Scissors loaded. The question becomes, can he throw a third before the lick down occurs, or an additional body slam is reached from Lyle?
All right, there is that body slam that is going to knock out the Charge Bug, and it is going to call that game for Lyle Jeffs III.
As a solid victory for Lyle there. So much health remaining on that Lickitung, and Shadow Sableye is going to be a bit of trouble for Jacko Loco if he does not bring answers to it. He brought 3 Pokemon that are very neutral to it in that first game. Will he bring that Lickitung to better respond, or is he going to be forced away by Lyle Jeffs, Poliwrath, and Registeel?
And here we see that Aerial Ace, 1 HP and a Dream going in there. That Shadow Sableye. We'll have to talk a little bit more about that. What advantages and disadvantages that Shadow Sableye is going to have for Lyle going into this match. But it was the Lickitung that had the advantage there in that Charge Bug matchup.
And if we see Jacko Loco pair his own Lickitung against Lyle's Lickitung, boy, you better watch the time, because that is going to be a very long matchup.
That it will, and we have our trainers making that decision right now to lock in and go into game number 2 of this series. Remember, this is the winners finals for Group A, and we have a Shadow Sableye versus the Shadow Gligar. Let's see if these trainers do appear to want to stay in this matchup.
It's a very interesting team compositional choices from both Lyle and Jacko Loco. Lyle opting to bring Cresselia this game. Jacko Loco bringing Skarmory, which, if it gets matched up against it, will be quite solid. Shielding up the first foul play, Jacko Loco's in a position where he can outpace 2 the charge attacks, actually going for the dig here. A bit interesting, maybe expecting Lyle to no shield, but Lyle correctly predicting the dig is going to shield this up, and now is going to outpace to the next charge attack.
Yes, and there it is. There's the foul play, which Jacko Loco is actually going to shield and stay inside of this matchup with the Shadow Sableye. We can see now we have 0 shields for Jacko Loco. There is 1 left for Lyle Jeffs. However, going to use it now, and that Shadow Gligar is just about out of move, too.
It's at the move, but because Lyle just got a Shadow Claw through, it's actually a charge attack tie, and Jacko Loco might have forgotten that the Shadow Claws to foul play is 6-6-5, and it's a charge attack tie on that third one, and foul play comes through, and throwing that dig costs Jacko Loco that lead matchup. Able to come in with Skarmory. However, if he gets a full farm down here before another foul play is reached, that's massive. That's so much energy, and neither Pokemon wants to switch into Skarmory.
Yeah, so Lyle has a decision to make, waiting the timer out fully to make his decision, and goes for the Lickitung. We've talked about this before, but this is a fairly neutral matchup. However, this Skarmory has so much energy. It's going to be able to go for back-to-back Brave Birds. There are no Protect Shields remaining, so all of these moves are going to hit with full force. There is Brave Bird number 1, and we are going to see a quick switch out actually into the Charge-a-Bug, preserving a bit of that health on the Skarmory.
Yeah, that insta-switch makes sense because of the defense drop with Brave Bird. Coming in with Charge-a-Bug, we see Lyle actually staying in. It makes sense. Cresselia's in the back. Cresselia really has nowhere to go. Jacko Loco saying, oh, if that Cresselia, if you're not mine, I'm not letting you go anywhere against my team. Bringing 2 hard answers to Cresselia, which didn't even really make that strong of an appearance so far in this matchup.
Yeah, Cresselia just seems to be weighing Lyle Jeffs down in this matchup. It is just going to be absorbing all of this energy from the Charge-a-Bug. Is going to have to tank another X-Scissor, and that Charge-a-Bug, I think, is just 1 volt switch away from a 3rd.
Yeah, that pacing, as you've been talking about so much today, is so fast. Grassnut coming through, going to be able to pick up the knockout. However, the Skarmory, if you recall, still has a good amount of energy left, and that Cresselia is well within the Sky Attack range.
Yeah, but could potentially is getting all of the energy possible and then going for the Sky Attack, waiting until the last possible second to throw that charged attack.
Yeah, Sky Attack coming through, knocking out the Cresselia. Lickitung still in the back, actually really close to a Body Slam. Skarmory's still outside of Body Slam range, so I was a little bit surprised to see such an incredibly patient play from Jacko Loco there, really farming up to the charge attack tie. Though it ended up being very much the right choice. You know, in that situation, as a player, I'd rather see you push your potential as much as you can rather than going for maybe the safer play of throwing a bit early.
And here we can go ahead and maybe take another look at that play. There's the Cresselia that really did not do a lot for Lyle Jeffs here. And we see that Sky Attack go through. And then there is the next, and there is that Wing Attack down just about at another Sky Attack as well.
Skarmory really showing why it is one of the premier flyers here. Able to handily counter Cresselia so much better than any other flyer in that meta. Steel typing being so great defensively, as I had mentioned before. It resists Grass, Psychic, as well as Fairy. All of the options that Cresselia typically runs. Of course, you can't forget Cresselia still has access to Aurora Beam. It could opt for that Ice-type charge attack, but it never does. It never does.
No, Aurora Beam, not a great charged attack, and I really do think that the coverage of the other 2 moves is quite good. And here is that matchup that we've talked about quite a bit today, and that is Lickitung versus Skarmory. You would think, again, a normal type against a steel type, you would think Lickitung would be at a massive disadvantage. However, that lick damage is going to be putting on a lot of pressure for Skarmory.
However, for Lyle Jeffs, if I play this matchup out as Lickitung versus Skarmory, if I want to play it out, I want to play it out in the lead, because the Skarmory, in order to threaten to win the Zero Shield matchup, it has to throw a Brave Bird, which will debuff it and allow for a Force Switch out or for a farm down from Lyle Jeffs later. Getting to 2 Body Slams, I expect to see a no shield from Jacko Loco and probably going for a Brave Bird, and then Lyle has a decision. Do I shield this up and try to win this matchup in this format, or do I no shield and allow for a potential farm down for myself later?
That actually looks to be a Sky Attack coming from the Skarmory, which is enough to knock the Lickitung out. So Shadow Sableye thinking it's going to get some healthy farm. However, Jacko Loco surrendering switch and going for the Shadow Gligar instead.
Yeah, the pacing is going to be in the favor of that Shadow Gligar. Shadow Gligar, one of the safest switches in the meta when there are no options for Ice-type damage. Lyle Jeffs has the option, I believe, to no-shield this. It will probably put the Sableye very deep into the red, but I think it'll hold on, able to get off this next foul play, which will threaten a knockout. And then Lyle's own Shadow Gligar looks very good against Jacko Loco's last Pokemon.
Yes, Gligar versus Charjabug is not fun for that Charjabug whatsoever. So I'm wondering if Jacko Loco can see the writing on the wall, is going to be trying to get as much damage onto Lyle's Shadow Gligar as humanly possible, because that Charjabug is going to be able to do next to nothing.
And typically in late game situations like this, you might feel pressured to switch out, but I like the call not to, because he's actually able to reach this last Aerial Ace, forcing Lyle Jeffs to throw his own energy in order to knock out so that he does not have to take any damage. I think Lyles has perfectly predicted that it is going to be the Charjabug in the back. The question is, can Jacko Loco catch a charge attack at any point onto that Skarmory? Does the Skarmory still give him some play in this matchup?
I don't think so. I don't think Lyle is going to fall for it, because we've talked about that Volt Switch is a 4-turn move. So all Lyle has to do is throw in the middle of that Volt Switch animation, and Jacko Loco has no shot at making a catch. Does bring in the Skarmory to try to use those Steel Wings to get rid of the Shadow Gligar. However, even though this Aerial Ace is resisted, it will be enough to knock out the Skarmory. Just doesn't have enough health left.
Just immaculate play from Lyle there. Knowing the energy counts on the Skarmory from the very beginning of the game, where Jacko Loco had overfarmed, able to throw those 2 Aerial Aces, one into Skarmory, one into Charjabug. That is a really impressive win there from Lyle Jeffs.
It is, and he is on his way. He's going to have another top cut finish here in the 2024 season.
It's so impressive. It can't be understated the amount of mental fortitude required to take information from a matchup that happened maybe 2 or 3 minutes ago. The counts of a Skarmory. Okay, the Skarmory threw maybe 15 Steel Wings, threw 2 Sky Attacks. What's the number of Steel Wing energy remaining? It's so much mental math, so much mental energy going into remembering every single detail like that. That is why Lyle Jeffs is such a great battler.
Yep, and I certainly do not have the mental maths and memory to do all of that on my own in my head. So let's go ahead. We can play back the video. Let's go ahead and watch the replay.
All right, and this is the mirror lead matchup where Jacko Loco decided to no shield and still reaching a Aerial Ace, pulling back that shield disparity.
Yes, and then we are going to see that Shadow Sableye knock the Whiscash out of play here in that game 1. Charjabug X's are knocking out the Shadow Sableye, but it was Lyle Jeff's Lickitung at the very end that just had so much health that Charjabug could not overcome.
And then Cresselia in game number 2 had nowhere to go. Somehow, I don't even know what she does now, not having play in either matchup, throwing Jacko Loco throwing the Sky Attack, perfect timing, Charge Attack tie with that Future Sight, and then getting that farm down afterwards.
And here is that game number 3, the decisive game 3. We had the Shadow Gligars up against each other. Jacko Loco had to get as much damage done on Lyle Jeffs' Gligar as possible, because the Charjabug had such a bad matchup, but it wasn't enough. Lyle was able to walk away with that win and is going again to his next top cut here in 2024.
We have had a number of people throughout the Pokemon Championship Series that we've called Mr. Top Cut, and my memory is not serving me super well. I think either in Knoxville and Charlotte, I had talked to my co-caster there and talked about, oh, who's Mr. Top Cut now, or Mrs. Top Cut, and I think Lyle is really making a great name for himself this season.
He really is. Just showing clear, consistent performance across multiple regional events really is going to serve him well at Worlds this year. And maybe you out there watching, maybe you want to get involved. You're seeing Lyle and you're thinking, I can take on this guy. Well, playing the events out in Pokemon Go is super important. Being able to collect the Pokemon, train them up for battle. So let's take a look at the events in Pokemon Go that are coming up in March and April.
Yeah, there's so many events going on, so many great raids. You can see it on the screen now. We just, not that long ago, had those Primal Kyogre raids. Primal Groudon raid day is happening right now, so make sure you go out there, utilize those free raid passes, and try to get yourself a shiny Groudon so that you could potentially use it in Master League. And of course, one of my favorite Pokemon to use in general, Shadow Mewtwo raids are coming up next weekend.
They are. Something else that is coming up in April, we do have a Community Day Classic. Community Classics are great because so many different Pokemon have those Community Day charged attacks. Like we talk about how Swampert has the Hydro Cannon, or Feraligatr, for example. I will never stop talking about it. Feraligatr with Hydro Cannon. We have Bagon here who has a Legacy move as well. So being sure you're getting out there, you always have that second chance to get that Pokemon.
It's outrageous how good these Community Day moves are and how frequently you see them being used, both in raid counters as well as in the Go Battle League and PvP in general.
Yes, and we have a couple of PvP experts who you're going to be watching coming up next. The next matchup that we have is going to be Magmar Man versus Cindy. This is going to be a very fun matchup because Magmar Man is bringing a ton of spice, as he is known to do, where Cindy is bringing a much more traditional team.
Yeah, so let's go ahead and move to the stage where our players are ready and take a look at those teams. It is going to be Magmar Man on the left. We've seen his team before. Has 4 or 5, depending on how you count, maybe not traditional picks. Obstagoon, Unova, Stunfisk, Jellicent, Abomasnow is kind of making a name for itself nowadays as well, so that was kind of the fringe pick I was worried about there. And on the other side, Cindy, it's a bit of a more staple team, however, also running in Abomasnow, and maybe we'll get to see through this matchup whether Shadow Abomasnow or Standard Abomasnow is the way.
Yes, and of course, you mentioned earlier the Shadow Abomasnow. It really just benefits from the inherent attack of that Pokemon. However, I prefer the defense from the non-Shadow versions of Pokemon. You're able to tank a hit. I love those 1 HP and a Dream matchups, and that's much more likely on a non-Shadow.
Looking at the teams a little more closely, I think Magmar Man really has to be careful of where he aligns that Obstagoon. Of course, it's going to have pretty decent play against Cresselia, and we look at Cindy's Cresselia. It is running Future Sight, so it does not have super effective damage. And starting off in game number 1, it's a great lead for Magmar Man. A swap into Cresselia for Cindy, and it's answered by that Obstagoon.
Yeah, Obstagoon is running Cross Chop and Night Slash. I would say that that's a pretty standard moveset for an Obstagoon. Of course, I love that Gunk Shot animation. It is one of my favorite things in Pokemon Go PvP.
And no Obstruct on Magmar Man's side, so he can't really lower the defense of this Cresselia. And Cresselia, so bulky, is very handily able to take 2, maybe even 3 Night Slashes, and actually in a very interesting charge attack tie from our trainers there. Both trainers had over-farmed by a few fast attacks, so it's kind of just a random luck of the draw charge attack priority there.
All right, and this Cresselia is going to have to throw a Grass Knot into the Obstagoon, doing quite a bit of neutral damage, as Cindy did not opt for Moonblast, which would do that super effective.
And now another charge attack tie. This one exactly when Cindy reached that Grass Knot. So now maybe fighting a little bit for switch advantage. However, the Grass Knot from Cresselia is always going to get outpaced, and both Pokemon are doing resisted or double resisted fast attack damage to each other, so neither person's going to be able to completely farm down. We'll be curious to see if either one attempts a catch here.
Let's go ahead and see, and no, they actually go for the tie. So Magmar Man is going to be throwing the charge attack. Cindy shields, and does the Cresselia faint? It doesn't. It had more than 1 HP, 2 HP and a Dream, actually.
Yeah, I think both you and I were a little bit concerned about that shield use there because of how low that Cresselia was on health. Of course, Cresselia having a very large health pool had more than one health when that shield was deployed. So able to hold on, get off that grass knot, pull away all shields, which I think is Cindy's plan here. Registeel in the back looks pretty good into actually both of Magmar Man's Pokemon remaining. Focus Blast for that Abomasnow and Zap Cannon for the Talonflame. Talonflame coming in. It's going to be curious which Pokemon outpaces who, and actually Zap Cannon reached right before the Flame Charge because Magmar Man did a Powder Snow before switching.
He did, and there is the Zap Cannon, and Talonflame gets knocked out. It did a substantial amount of damage to Registeel. However, this Focus Blast is going to be super effective. Magmar Man is going to throw, a Hail Mary charged attack, but he knows, and Cindy knows, that this is not very effective. And here comes that Focus Blast.
Yeah, Focus Blast is going to do a large amount of super effective damage. I don't believe it quite picks up the knockout. Never mind, it does. I was gonna say against the non-Shadow variant, but it still does against that standard Abomasnow. Maybe a point where, even that extra bulk you get from not being the Shadow variant, not coming into play.
But, it would help in a variety of other matchups. You have to trust that Magmar Man knows what he's doing. But let's take a look back at the replay. That Zap Cannon, just with no shields remaining, that is tough. This is where Registeel thrives, is in the shields down scenarios.
Yeah, and we often talk about how actually it was Magmar Man himself who had designed team compositions around putting the Talonflame in a shields up scenario. 2 shields up Talonflame is so powerful. This time around, Cindy concocting a end game scenario where she's removed all the shields from play so that Zap Cannon and Focus Blast can land was a very smart team compositional choice from her.
It was. Now we have to see, how is Magmar Man going to adjust going into the next game? He brought Abomasnow, Talonflame, and Obstagoon. So he has to decide, am I going to try this again and maybe just do a different setup? Or do I bring something in off of the bench? The Cresselia, the Jellicent, something, even the Unovan Stunfisk that we saw him use previously.
I don't know about the Jellicent. The Jellicent has so many poor matchups here. It's going to do well against the Annihilate, and it's going to do well against that Shadow Gligar. But against Lantern, against Cresselia, against Registeel, against that Shadow Abomasnow, it's going to struggle a lot. Water typing is very prominent, but I feel like if you don't have that sub-ground typing, you're oftentimes leaving yourself open to too many types to be weak to.
Well, certainly one thing this Annihilate is weak to is flying, and Magmar Man's Talonflame swoops in and starts doing a lot of Incinerate damage. Instead of going for the fly, goes right for the Flame Charge to start to ramp up that attack. We do see an early shield from Cindy, and we can hear the sound of the Talonflame's attack rising throughout this battle.
Cindy just made a bit of a grimace on stage because she accidentally only did 1 counter instead of 2, slightly unoptimal timing. However, she's still able to pace to this Night Slash at the same time that the Talonflame would have been able to get off a charge attack. So Magmar Man recognizing this is not a Shadow Ball, I can comfortably no shield here, and actually goes for the full farm down, coming out with almost, actually 2 flies, not almost 2 flies. Fly coming through, going to do a lot of resisted damage, but Lantern, extremely bulky, going to feel quite comfortable here.
Yeah, so throwing the fly and then swapping out into the Obstagoon, and Lantern is kind of forced to stay in here because Obstagoon is not exactly what Registeel wants to see when there are still shields in play.
Yeah, and we'll see if Cindy's able to strip away that shield with the Lantern. Lantern very bulky, so the charge attacks don't really quite threaten a Pokemon like Obstagoon that much. We see Magmar Man actually putting up the shield. He was debating for a while if that was going to be the right choice. I'm curious to see, actually, great catch here by Cindy. you know, you didn't want to necessarily switch in the Registeel earlier, but if you're able to take a Night Slash, which is only neutral damage, instead of that super effective cross chop, you're putting yourself in a great spot. And with the shields down now, this Registeel is going to be able to one-hit KO the Obstagoon. However, in the back, Magmar Man does have a Unova Stunfisk.
He does, and that Unova Stunfisk is going to be able to do super effective damage against both of Cindy's remaining Pokemon. Here's where Registeel thrives. Focus Blast, no shields remaining. The Obstagoon goes down, and there is that Stunfisk, where Registeel doesn't have anything super effective to throw in exchange. So this Mud Bomb is more than enough to topple that Steel Titan.
And no shield coming from Cindy. I think she recognizes that even if a Focus Blast were to land, I think it's a little bit too tough for her to find a win condition in this game with the amount of health that Unova Stunfisk has. Actually, looking at the energy that this Lantern has, it might have been possible if she had shielded up there. It would have been a little bit tight in the end game, I think.
And here we go, because the match is not quite over yet. Cindy is going to throw a Surf. It is not going to be enough, though, to knock out this Pancake Pokemon. Unova Stunfisk is going to be able to hang on and then just be able to fast move down the Lantern, just as you said, Alpha.
Unova Stunfisk, very bulky, actually has the same stat distribution as the Galarian Stunfisk. The biggest difference are the typings as well as the known fast attacks and charge attacks. I paused for a second there because both of them use Mudshot, but however, Magmar Man's is on Thundershock, and the Galarian Stunfisk does not learn Thundershock, it learns Metal Claw.
It certainly does. Now we have to take a look at the recap of that game. Here you can see that Focus Blast clearing out the Obstagoon. Obstagoon needs shields for that matchup, but there is the Stunfisk knocking over the Registeel and the Unova Stunfisk, which is going to be able to fast attack down the opposing Lantern. So we are now in a tied series in a decisive Game 3 for Winners Finals Group B. The winner makes that top cut performance. The loser of this match is not out of the tournament yet, but has to have a few more battles to go down on the loser side of the bracket.
Yeah, Magmar Man really fighting for Spice here, and Cindy pushing her way, trying to have a repeat performance from that 2022 Vancouver Regional where she was champion. Has to try to find a team composition that she can run to better account for that Unova Stunfisk. It gave her a little bit of trouble in that game number 2.
It did. So now she has to make that adjustment, and also Magmar Man now has the momentum on his side, going to try to carry that into decisive game number 3. Like you mentioned, Jellison doesn't have a lot of great matchups here and is probably going to stay on the bench. However, Magmar Man has really utilized the other Pokemon on the team. Let's go ahead and see, will the Cresselia maybe come out this time?
And Cresselia has been put in so many bad matchups in these past few series against Skarmory, against other Pokemon that resist its charge attacks. Instead here, it finds a pretty good matchup in Annihilate. However, Moonblast, I don't think threatens a knockout from this health range, so I think Cindy could potentially no shield here. Instead, opting for a shield, we'll have to see if she goes for a Night Slash potential boost later, which might allow her to win even shield matchups later on.
And going for the Shadow Ball right away. We're looking for heavy damage here in Vancouver. No shield, and the Shadow Ball connects against the Cresselia. Cresselia is desperately going to try to get to the Moonblast. However, Cindy waits until the charge attack priority to throw the Night Slash, but Magmar Man says, no, I'm going to be able to hang on through this charge attack, through this shield, to throw a Moonblast in return. If I am going down, I am taking that last shield or the Annihilate with me.
Moonblast comes through at this range enough to knock out, and Cindy has given up switch advantage, comes in with the Registeel to get that farm down. However,
Magmarman has no place to put his Talonflame. If he comes in with Talonflame right now, he's going to have to worry about a Zap Cannon. Instead, coming in with the Unnovan Stunfisk, but the Unnovan Stunfisk would have preferred to be on that Lantern in the back.
Yes, I think Magmarman is recognizing this is a tough call, probably a coin flip decision for him, which Pokemon to put up against this Registeel. I think he is going to feel crushed when he sees that Lantern in the back.
Cindy has to be hoping for Talonflame in the back, and she is correct in that statement. Mud Bomb coming through, not quite doing enough damage to get a 2-hit knockout. This Mud Bomb, I think Cindy can very comfortably no-shield. She'll be able to land a heavy-hitting Focus Blast here, and then I expect to see an instant swap into that Lantern. Oh, actually a great catch from Magmarman.
Yeah, but Cindy is smiling through it. She's like, yeah, you know what? Go ahead, take that energy, because I am going to come in with my Lantern and start ramping up my energy counts.
It's actually very interesting, this position that we're in, because Lantern now does more damage with Spark. It's going to provide Cindy an easier time with this farm down. If you recall, the Talonflame had maybe a bit more than 50% of its health left, and this Lantern is nearly full on energy now. Cindy has got more than 2 Surfs loaded. The first one's coming through. I don't think it'll do 50% of the health pool that remains, just a little bit less, so she does need to reach 3 or 2. Maybe the Sparks do enough, but they are not just double resisted, they're triple resisted.
Oh my goodness, that triple resist. We're gonna Speediest Chief is going to have to go back to that video he made and add this match to it. We're going to need a re-edit here, folks. There is that Mud Bomb attacking the Lantern, and we see getting a little bit more, trying to get a little bit more energy because that Registeel was still in the back. So Lantern here is going to surf away that Unnovan Stunfisk, and Cindy is going to take the win. Perhaps we are going to see her reclaim her Vancouver title here in 2024.
Well, in order to see that, we're going to have to wait for tomorrow, as she has punched her ticket to day number 2. Congratulations, Cindy. That was a wonderful performance. Magmarman really put in everything he could at that end game. Catching the Focus Blast onto that Talonflame was a great play. It just wasn't quite enough.
But the fight for Spice is not over yet. He will be going down to the loser side of the bracket in Group B. I think Magmarman still has some fight in him.
Of course, he loves the Spice. He never does not bring it, and gotta make sure that I'm using my double negatives correctly in that instance, but I think I did it correctly.
All right, let's go ahead and take a look at the recap of this very exciting 3-game series. We are going to go ahead and start off with game number 1.
Yeah, it's a long series, so you might have forgotten exactly what happened, but we have the recap here for you. The Lantern farming down that Obstagoon, and then Zap Cannon able to one-hit KO that Talonflame, and then the Focus Blast also picking up the one-hit KO into that non-shadow Abomasnow.
Yeah, Registeel thrives when the shields are down, and down Obstagoon goes. However, Magmarman is able to fight back in game number 2 by bringing in the Unnovan Stunfisk. Flapping around down there, just knocking out Cindy's remaining Pokemon, but she figured, I am not done yet. I am going to make a prediction that you have Talonflame lurking back there.
Moonblast coming through, picking up that knockout, and then Registeel almost had enough in the tank, but catching that Focus Blast, the massive farm down from the Lantern. I think we saw Magmarman maybe go for a Flame Charge there instead of Fly. I think Fly would have been the correct choice, but the amount of health left on that Lantern was still quite significant. It was not on its last legs.
It certainly was not. That was a fantastic showing from both of those trainers. We are all very excited to see. Like I mentioned, will Cindy reclaim her title? She is coming in from the winner's side of the bracket, which makes for a much shorter, more direct path. When you come in from the loser side, your road to day 2, it's a much more winding road.
It's also the road less traveled by for a good number of our winners finalists, or of course all of the winners finalists. I meant the grand finalists and the winners of these tournaments. It's so much easier. You have to expend a lot less energy on your day from start to finish. If you have maybe 3 or 4 fewer matches than your opponents, you're a little bit more fresh by the time you get to those key and critical matchups at the end.
The trainers are fresh, and fresh off of social media, we have some of the posts from you, the listeners, so we can go ahead and take a look at those.
This is one of my favorite things of the day, and look at these outfits. When picking an outfit for today, it's like choosing your starter Pokemon. So fire, water, or grass. You in chat, guess what Wanjo brought today, and if I get a chance to catch him back behind the stages in production, I'll let you know later on.
So thank you, Wanjo, for showing us your wardrobe. Oh my goodness, LUD4X, pretty happy about this one. I think most people would be. That is a Shadow Hundo Raikou from the Shadow raids that take place on the weekends.
Yeah, and Shadow Raikou, one of the best electric attackers for raids, so getting the 100% is a very valuable pickup for having those for your battle team. And speaking of battle teams, we have an elite battle squad here. Nighttime Clasher, first top 2 in a cup, plus 40, almost 900 CP. That's almost double the requirement to qualify.
Yes, so he, again, looking for that travel award. When you hit the qualification mark, that is not the end of the road. You can go for greater heights. He says, whimsy is bad. And shout out to Teehee Risa there. We absolutely love seeing our trainers post on social media, so be sure to use that hashtag #PlayPokemon. Wherever you are posting, you can check out all of those social media platforms here on the screen.
And if you happen to be watching the action with your cats and dogs and all sorts of pets, take photos of them as well. I make the shout out each and every stream that I'm on. I just love seeing pictures of cute pets.
I do too. So be sure to follow on those social media platforms and use that hashtag #PlayPokemon. Share your pets with us, share your Pokemon with us. You know, we don't have a preference.
We don't have a preference indeed, but you know what I prefer? I prefer getting into more action. We have our 2 trainers for winners finals of Group C setting up on stage, but they don't have their headsets on quite yet, so we won't talk too much about the teams, but we can talk about the teammates that they have up on the stage with them. That is a Pikachu, which looks like it has like a raspberry purse, or maybe is that a Pokemon? I can't quite tell. It's a little too small. And on the other side for Mushroom Queen, she's got a Mew and a Dratini clutch bag.
That Dratini clutch bag is adorable. So very, very fun picks coming up on the stage. The Pikachu also a very fat, looks like it's rocking some fashion. I think it's got some like glow glasses on there. Looks very, very good. Both of these trainers are going to be looking to punch their ticket to tomorrow. This is the winners finals for Group C.
You know, we talk a lot about the trainers. I wanna and we compliment the trainers a lot. I wanna compliment myself there. As someone who does not own any purses and also struggles with word recall frequently, I'm very proud of myself that I used the word clutch to describe that purse.
Very, very impressive, Alpha Phoebe. Much more impressive than perhaps some of your Cup and Challenge performances in the locals.
Yeah.
You brought yourself up, and I just had to bring you right back down, right back down to earth.
I can't get that too big of a head. It'll get too big for the camera, and I won't be able to fit on stream. So.
Exactly. So here our trainers are putting their headphones on. I will be very excited to start breaking down this matchup. We saw both of these trainers have very exciting victories earlier today, and now they are here to face each other. The loser, I think, might have to face Rubik's Master, who is another trainer here today, really looking for that championship victory.
And that's a matchup that, if I was in these 2 trainer spots, I would not want to have to play at all. Going up against the previous Worlds finalist is really daunting. But our trainers are ready. They are exchanging team sheets, and we are looking at the teams. A little bit of spice on both sides. For Mushroom Queen, she's got that Giratina. For Chenyu, he's got that Wigglytuff. So that Dragon Ghost type really has to watch out.
Yes, I am looking forward. That does look like a little bond suite, though. On the, I don't know if it's a berry or a bond suite on that purse. Now that I can see it a little closer, it's very suspiciously bond suite shaped.
I would have to agree. And then, like, continuing to look at the teams, of course, Chen Yu has Guzzlord, and I talked about it so much. So when looking at these two trainers, I have to think to myself, well, Mushroom Queen doesn't have Guzzlord. Well, do I wish her the best? Of course, I'm a caster. I'm back behind the desk. I gotta be professional. I can't let my bias towards the individual Pokemon that these two trainers have chosen bias me in my casting. I have to remain unbiased. I have to speak my mind in an analytical manner.
All right, and we have also analyzed Chen Yu's team. When we had Chen Yu on the broadcast earlier, we talked about how many of these picks we would say, oh, that is their spice pick. They have 5 meta Pokemon and then 1 spice pick. But Chen Yu has really brought them together to be one cohesive team, really with the Lantern being the glue, being the one meta staple, bringing all of these Pokemon together. Mushroom Queen, when I interviewed her, talked about that Giratina origin, really taking inspiration from Inadequence and his run at the special event in Utrecht.
Yeah, he made a really great run there, and his team also included Wigglytuff, which has been gone for so much of the meta. And me thinking about the meta and Wigglytuff not being it, I think to myself, do I actually miss her? And the answer is always no. I love when the meta does not include Charmers. I like metas that have Steel and Poison types to prevent that kind of one-dimensional play. I do have to apologize, though. I've been a little bit misleading. I also brought Wigglytuff to 2 of my local cups recently, so I would prefer it to not be in the meta, but I may have utilized it a bit myself.
Oh my goodness. Hypocritical a little bit, Mr. Alpha Phoebe. Let's take a look, though. Our trainers are locking in to this match. Again, we have Chen Yu on the left, Mushroom Queen on the right, fighting for that top cut performance into day number 2. There is so much on the line, and we have a Guzzlord into a Whiscash. What do you think about this matchup, Nick?
This is a very solid matchup for the Guzzlord. Guzzlord, of course, going to be happy that it's avoided that Abomasnow, but also Chen Yu's Guzzlord looks pretty safe in general. Mushroom Queen going to be okay with this matchup because Mud Bomb does do neutral damage, and that means that you're able to really quickly pace to these charge attacks, so you can really threaten a lot of fast damage.
Yes, I think Mushroom Queen might need to try to fight for the switch advantage, because I'm taking a look at that Talonflame that she has in the back, and I'm looking at that Lantern and the Wigglytuff that are sitting behind this Guzzlord. So switch advantage could be crucial here.
It will be, but I think it's going to be hard for her to win because she lacks fast attack damage here. Going for the shield, I think if Chen Yu wants to win switch, he can very comfortably shield up this Mud Bomb and get a Dragon Tail down, which he does opt to do. It makes a lot of sense. He's running Wigglytuff. He wants to make sure he has proper alignment.
Yes, that is going to be crucial for the Wigglytuff. There is nothing worse as a Wigglytuff user being locked in against something like a Registeel, something where your charm damage is just going nowhere. What would be the worst case scenario for the Wigglytuff on Mushroom Queen's side?
The worst case would probably be the Giratina because it only has options for ghost damage, but thankfully she opted to not bring it this game. Getting the farm down, Mushroom Queen does now have an energy advantage, which is going to be beneficial because I have to imagine that Chen Yu brings in the Wigglytuff. It's a very comfortable matchup. You can no-shield a dig, and you do a lot of neutral damage with your charms, and unfortunately for Mushroom King, she recognizes it's a Lantern in the back. This is the Pokemon she wanted to see the least.
Yeah, this is a rough one for Mushroom Queen in the opening game of this series. Talonflame is just going to do what it can, try to get a Flame Charge followed by a Fly, and is actually going to be allowed to throw this charged attack into the Lantern and get it to pretty low health.
Now, this is going to be a one-stage boosted Fly, still not very effective, and going for almost a full farm down at 100 energy now. Chen Yu throws the Surf. going to pick up the knockout. Mushroom Queen is in a really tough spot with almost 2 surfs loaded. It actually gets a charge attack tie. Now Chenyu is going to be forced to shield an aerial ace. I think based on the energy counts, Chenyu might outpace to another surf, but it's really close. I can't tell if that's 2 or 3 wing attacks, excuse me, from Mushroom Queen's Gligar to reach. It's actually 2. It would have been a charge attack tie, but Mushroom Queen going for another wing attack.
Yeah, and there was still that very, very healthy Wigglytuff in the back for Chen Yu. So Chen Yu does take that first game very comfortably with that pink wall hanging out in the back.
Yeah, the Wigglytuff, with that matchup that it found, she had hearts in her eyes, happy to see anything other than that Talonflame. Really great stuff there from the lineup. And we see at the beginning of the matchup again, that Guzzlord able to win switch advantage was so key for Chen Yu.
Yes, with that switch advantage early on in the matchup, Chen Yu was able to position the Wigglytuff where it needed to be. Wigglytuff up against the Talonflame would have been a much tougher road. However, with the Wigglytuff being able to align on the Gligar, putting the Lantern on the Talonflame, that made it a very easy, just set Mushroom Queen up to knock her down.
Knock her down and knock that Talonflame out of the sky. Unfortunately, that lineup in the back ended up being a little bit one-sided. I'd like to see Mushroom Queen maybe choose a team team composition that is a little bit less reliant on hard winning matchups and maybe more reliant on energy management. I think really leaning into her Gligar would be key, because up energy, it does really well into a lot of Chen Yu's team. Probably the worst matchup being Guzzlord, but Shadow Dig into Guzzlord still does a heck of a lot of damage.
Yeah, and I really think that Giratina Origin did so well for Mushroom Queen the last time we saw her on stage. However, with that Wigglytuff there, it's just difficult to bring it. So that Wigglytuff is providing a lot of, it could provide just simply bench pressure. However, Chen Yu is opting to take it off the bench and bring it right into the battle.
Yeah, it's very scary anytime you go up against a hard wall Pokemon like that. The matchups that it gets into, if it's very one-sided, are really tough. And speaking of one-sided matchups, it's Skeledirge into Abomasnow. This is an awful matchup for Mushroom Queen.
Yeah, Mushroom Queen trying to go as quickly out of that matchup as possible, bringing in the Talonflame, and it is met with the Guzzlord. And I am surprised bringing that Giratina Origin in the back, which is rough, because Chen Yu did bring that Wigglytuff. That Wigglytuff is going to have a feast later on.
Mushroom Queen needs to win switch advantage here. She needs to fight tooth and nail and talon for it, but Dragon Claw coming through means that 2 more Dragon Tails are going to take her out as she gets to the fly, and unfortunately, it's looking rather dire. Chen Yu winning switch advantage is able to line up that Skeledirge into that Abomasnow and Wigglytuff into Giratina.
It is, and again, just that really rough loss in the lead is just really rough for Mushroom Queen, but great for Chen Yu being able to utilize Pokemon, being able to align the Skeledirge right up against the Abomasnow. Gonna wait out that switch timer. So really appreciate the patience. That is a good skill to have. And then that Skeledirge comes in. There is Giratina and there is Wigglytuff. And Mushroom Queen's just shaking her head because she knows this is, like you mentioned, the worst case scenario for this Giratina Origin.
As casters, as players, this is the type of game that you don't want to see. Hard walls everywhere for Mushroom Queen and not much play. A bit unfortunate. Chen Yu going to be able to go for either a full farm down on this Wigglytuff or potentially saving both of his shields. Really up to him.
Yeah, so I think we're gonna save the. Actually gonna go for an icy win here. Mushroom Queen, I think, sees the writing on the wall. That is so tough. It's just taking hands off the phone. Oh, going back to typing now, but just recognizes game over with all shields left in play. That is tough. Like you mentioned, Alpha Beat, it is tough when all you see are those hard walls.
And it really goes to speak for the strength of Wigglytuff in the current meta, where people are extremely hesitant to bring steel types and poison types. Why? Wizcash. Wizcash does so well against those two typings. Ground, super effective against both poisons and steels. It's really pushed them out of the meta, which has given fairy types a moment to shine here.
Yes, and Chen Yu has had his moment to shine going into day 2. Let's look ahead at that shining performance from Chen Yu, a dominant 2-0 victory.
Yeah, really great lineups, really great team compositions. You know, if I had to call out one thing there, it had to be his team composition prediction. Really getting everything exactly where it needed to be. Skeletor's a great lead going into game number 2, catching that Abomasnow, and I think maybe a bit unfortunate for Mushroom Queen there, opting for putting Giratina in the back, but it caught the Wigglytuff, and that's just a feels bad man moment.
Feels bad man is right, but congratulations again to Chen Yu. I am ready to go ahead and watch those again. Not that your explanation wasn't great, Alpha B, but I prefer the visuals. And we can go ahead and see how Chen Yu had such perfect alignment throughout this series.
Yeah, and in game note 1, it wasn't completely alignment dominant because I think there might have been some play for Wizcash to win that initial matchup, but after that played out, it was completely alignment dependent. The Talonflame really not having much fun against Lantern, and then Wigglytuff having the bulk, having the damage to take it out. In game number 2, Abomasnow not in the right spots either.
No, and you can see Mushroom Queen kind of at several different points, just with a laugh, just recognizing that I can go nowhere with this alignment. I have left myself no wiggle room with that Wigglytuff.
And you know, as a competitor here, you have a lot of love for your team, and you could see on stage her love for her team. She loved that Giratina, and unfortunately, just didn't get quite the matchups that she was looking for. But that's going to be enough for us. We have a short break where we can listen to Tomahawk UK, one of our European co-casters, and also a highly skilled competitor. Let's hear from him.
My name is Tomahawk UK. I'm a British battler and I've been playing PvP since 2020. I remember when Pokemon Go came out in summer of 2016 and it changed everything because there were so many people who downloaded this game, and you've got a combination of people who knew and loved Pokemon, but people who had never seen it before also downloading the game. And I remember running around the streets chasing and catching, and so many people talking and knowing that they were all playing the same thing. And it was one of those summers that you look back on and the world was at peace. Everyone was happy, everyone was friendly, and it's been really nice since COVID to have something like that we can slowly move back towards. And these events have made it a lot easier to find that camaraderie and friendship, and that's why it's still such an exciting game to play. I do have some memories of running out and it was getting a little bit late, and I was thinking normally, you know, there's no way I'd go outside at this kind of time in this temperature. And someone had messaged me and said, there's a Dragonite pretty close to you, a wild Dragonite. And this was back in the day that these didn't happen ever. And I thought, this is my only chance. I might never get to see one of these again. And back then you didn't know what was coming for the game. And I was like, the opportunity to get a Dragonite was incredible. And I took my younger brother, and he's 12 years younger than me. And when I got home, that did not go down well with my parents. And I'd been disappeared, and it was like 9 p.m. And I've come back with a 4-year-old kid. And it was like, something's not right there. But So the first event of this season was a special event in Barcelona. I thought it was a really good opportunity to try out the championship point system for the first time. We were having a new meta coming in just in time for Barcelona, and I brought Mantine and Diggersby as two of my picks. That caught a lot of people by surprise, and I got into the top cut and did very well. I'm very proud of that. And then most recently, I also top cut in Stuttgart. I think when I approach my team building, I make a real effort to not copy or follow a team that I've seen before. And sometimes that does make it difficult because it automatically rules out certain calls. There are certain Pokemon that I will just have an aversion to because I'm like, it's been done before and I want to bring something a little bit fresh. And I really enjoy that there have been times where I've brought something that I have then seen that being used in different events around the world. And I want to continue doing that. I'm really excited to try and keep doing that. So one big thing that changed for me this season is open team sheets were introduced middle of the season. When I competed in Barcelona at the beginning of the season, they were closed team sheets. That allows me to use things like Diggersby with Hyper Beam and catch people off guard. We're not able to do that anymore. Our opponents get a lot more information, but so do we. And that really does change the way in which you build a team, but it does also make it very exciting because you can more reliably and more consistently play teams and strategies knowing that you're unlikely to be caught off guard by a gunk shot from an Obstagoon, for example. So I competed in Worlds last year in Japan, and I'm really excited to see what Worlds in Hawaii is going to bring. There have been so many changes that have been made to the season, not just open team sheets, but also the championship point system. That's going to see so many different players competing that we may not have seen before. Players who have qualified primarily through their local events and have only appeared once or twice perhaps in a regional scene. I'm also really interested to see how the international championship players then go on to perform at a much bigger event. Hawaii is going to be an incredible place to play, and I can't wait to be there.
If you're able to get that energy advantage, a shield advantage, that can potentially flip these negative matchups. And Abhinav, just an absolute mastery of that kind of playstyle here.
I like playing flexible Pokemon. I don't like playing like a rock, paper, scissors format.
Mr. I don't care about switch advantage again, opting for shield advantage.
I went to San Antonio, the regional before this, and I ran a team that many people would consider like a really good team, which is like most of the main meta mons of like Shadow Poliwrath and Registeel. It was a team that didn't suit my playstyle.
I think this Poliwrath doesn't stand a chance.
What I used in Portland was probably developed 2-3 weeks earlier in the Chicago locals that I did, and that I think was the biggest key to my success. I fear Pokemon that are dynamic and flexible, just like my Pokemon are.
This is super effective damage onto that Cresselia.
I fear Pokemon that have incredible power when they have an energy lead.
Charge Bug is 4 turn fast attacks. It makes catching really hard, but he does it anyways.
I was surprised to see Accent's triple flyer.
The triple flying types. He has the Skarmory, Shadow Gligar, and Altaria.
I thought the San Antonio meta was like not very friendly to flyers. Cresselia, I realized in Portland actually. I had never faced one outside Portland.
In comes Cresselia, and this is actually so good for Abhinav. He got switch advantage anyways.
Abhinav will be the winner of the winners finals in a 3-2 series. He has not lost a best of series this entire tournament.
The only time I think nerves got to me was against Caleb in the grand finals. That was the one time in the tournament I think I got lost. Like I'm sure Caleb will tell you that in game 1 of the first set, he thought he had won that game. And I thought he had won the game too, but I played to my win condition and was able to pull off a miraculous win.
And Bastiodon is an incredibly tanky Pokemon, but actually does feint to that dig. And Abhinav out of nowhere taking that first game.
Yes, I think all my lines are weak to Azumarill. But I told myself, Azumarill is only one Pokemon. It can't take out my entire team. And once the Azumarill is gone, how is he going to deal with the other Pokemon I have left, right?
He tries to call the Body Slam, and it's almost a knockout in Azumarill, so it comes down to fast attacks, and Lickitung wins with the one-turn fast attack.
So I stuck to my playstyle, and the moment I saw the Poliwrath come in game 3, I was like, okay, now the game is over. I think you can see relief on my face at that time.
And Abhinav will be your Portland Regional Grand Champion.
We're moving into the latter half
off of our day one coverage of the Vancouver Regional Championships. It's been a treat to see these trainers try their very best to reach the same goal as trainers like Abhinav, trainers like Lyle Jeffs, become a regional champion. And we're getting closer and closer, Jim, because there's only a few rounds left today, and then we move on to Top Cut tomorrow.
That's right. We've already seen a few of the winners finals actually be able to punch their tickets to day 2 as well and lock in, I think, some prizes as well. So that's very, very cool for those trainers. But we still have some spots, and we still have a lot of very talented trainers left here in this pool trying to stay in the winner's side of the bracket and not have to face that gauntlet in the loser side.
Well, speaking of trainers that have moved on to day number 2, Cindy, right? We weren't sure about those last-minute signups. Cindy came into the tournament this weekend, and she will move on to our Top Cut tomorrow, which is really exciting, right? Because she was our first ever Vancouver Regional Champion.
Right. Yeah, no, I'm looking forward to seeing how she performs, and there's going to be plenty of stiff competition, without a doubt, within that day 2. And I'm very curious to see some of the other trainers that we've seen featured here that have had lots of success as well. We did see, again, some of those winners finals, some of those folks drop down to the loser side of the bracket, and I'm very curious to see what their storylines look like for the rest of the tournament too. But I think we're going to be focusing on Group D winners finals here in just a moment.
That's true. I think our trainers are actually ready on stage. Just take a look here. So familiar faces returning here in Vancouver. We've got Blob NA versus Motiques.
Okay, well, I think we last saw Motiques having that very clean 2-0 sweep. I think that we saw the Altaria being the featured Pokemon for him with that impressive Dragon Breath. Now, Blob, on the other hand, we got to see, I think, that Skeledirge absolutely shredding through an entire team as well. So both of these trainers seem to have momentum on their side. Now, the question is, how are these signature Pokemon going to perform? Do they maybe have to completely pivot and try to go for maybe another highlight Pokemon? Let's look at these teams.
That's not the real question, Jim. The real question is, are we going to see Shadow for Alligator? That's what I want to know.
That is the question I think all of the various stream chats want to know as well. We haven't seen any on stream that I'm aware of whatsoever, and it's just such an interesting Pokemon. The Pokemon that we never got to see in any previous metas whatsoever. Now with one moveset update, very, very strong. We see a hello from Motiques. Hello. That said, back to the Shadow for Alligator.
Yeah.
What's really interesting is that very few Pokemon can tank 2 Shadow Hydro Cannons, regardless of whether it's resisted, super effective, neutral, etc. It's just such a strong move paired with such a strong fast attack and a relatively high attack stated Pokemon. I'm very, very curious to see if it gets brought here in Game 1.
Well, outside of those matchups, we also have Guzzlord and Altaria. This is the duel of the dragons between Blob NA and Motiques. Altaria takes the field here in the lead, a switch up that we've seen from Motiques here as he moves deeper into the Vancouver bracket.
That's right, and the one thing that we need to keep in mind is Blob is running Moonblast on his Cresselia, making this matchup for the Cresselia much, much safer. Whereas if you have to rely on Future Sight, it can get a little bit closer there. But that said, here comes the first Moonblast. No need to bait whatsoever. Does have an attack debuff chance, and we actually see it there.
Wow, attack drop occurs onto the Altaria, which is going to slow it down even more. Going to go for a Sky Attack here to try to chip away at the Cresselia, but if you look at the back line here from Motiques, he doesn't want to send in the Azumarill because of that Cresselia's Grass Knot, and if he sends in the Charge Bug, he opens himself up to that Skeledirge that Blob NA has been known to bring. We've seen some swap-ins of Grass types before, and if there's a Skeledirge on the opposing side, it just always seems to find it, and it's absolutely going to burn through your HP. So getting the knockout there might actually be intentional. Out comes Skeledirge, counter swap into Azumarill.
You know what? I like this play here because this saves the Cresselia to then be that Azumarill answer later on. You don't necessarily want to have your Skeledirge lined up versus this Azumarill, but thanks to its great coverage, you're able to get at least one Shadow Ball, maybe even 2 Shadow Balls off, and due to your unique typing as well, you actually resist all of the charge attacks from this Azumarill. So you should be able to at least get to 2 charge attacks, threaten to shield, and then set up your Cresselia later on.
Great timing by Motiques. 3 bubbles for 9 turns in the midst of 2 Incinerates for 10 turns. So like you said, Jim, I mean, resisting all the charge attacks is tough, but Azumarill's bubble is really where the impact sets in. This is a great call as well to shield up the Shadow Ball. This could have potentially been a disarming voice, but recognizing Blob NA can only get to 1 charge attack here, that was a great decision to make.
Yeah, you come out of this matchup with lots of energy as well. And even if this Cresselia comes back in, you're now in a position where you have this energy advantage. Keep in mind, though, the bulk of this Cresselia, you're not going to be able to one-hit knock out this Cresselia. You're probably going to need 2 charge attacks. I wouldn't even be surprised to see 2 Ice Beams maybe instead of this. But no, a quick swap now into the Charger Bug. You've got the answer, and it's the Vigoroth up a shield as well. Keep in mind the energy on this Charger Bug, though.
Let me ask you this, Jim. If we have 1 Protect Shield on Motique's side and you have a Vigoroth coming in here for Blob NA, what's stopping Blob from just going back-to-back for Rock Slide?
Yeah, I don't think there's really anything stopping him. The question is, will the Rock Slide knock out? After these counters, maybe the second one, if we see a shield here, will be close to knocking out. But I think there's no other strategy. I think that your lose condition at this point for Blob would be going for a body slam, just like you're saying.
Agreed. Vigoroth does fire up the first Rock Slide. The final Protect Shield for Motiques comes up. A lot of charge attacks being thrown back and forth here, right? And every single time a charge attack is fired off, there's about a 10-second mini-game animation where these trainers are kind of stalling out the clock, and you have to keep an eye on that. The switch timer is not available for either of them yet. Rock Slide will connect, and things are getting a lot more complicated for Motiques.
Yeah, here comes the Rock Slide. Super effective damage. It may barely hang on, yes. The question is, can you get the full farm down before you get countered down? Looks like the answer is going to be yes. You come out with 2 charge attacks, but only a sliver of HP. You still need to crack one of these Protect Shields. Here comes the first X-Scissor. This will use the final Protect Shield from Blob and A.
I think he's got it. Motiques needs to hang in there over this Psycho Cut. Does do it, gets to the second X-Scissor back to back and chops up this Cresselia very nicely with these bug type attacks.
Don't even need that Azumarill still. Just this charge bug doing it all. Great game from Motiques. We see the wink on camera there. That's right.
The confidence.
All right. Well, you know what? Taking a look back at that first game, I perhaps would have liked, instead of bringing in that Skeledirge, maybe bring in the Vigoroth instead, saving that Skeledirge to try and realign versus that Charge Bug, because that Charge Bug was an absolute menace there in the late stages of that game.
The Charge Bug was definitely the game winner there for Motiques, and the problem historically with Electric-type Pokemon is that they've not been very bulky, right? Alolan Raichu, I know Magmar Man has it on his hat. It's a fun Pokemon to play, but it just isn't practical because it's not bulky. Charge Bug is a complete game changer, right? Because it is that middle tier evolution. You're able to power it up to a very high level, pack in a lot of HP, and if you don't remove it from the field, it can be so problematic. And even though the Skeledirge was on that team for Blob, wasn't able to deliver the final bit of pressure to knock out the Charge Bug, and that ultimately led to his loss.
I like the swap out though. I think that the swapping out of your Cresselia to realign it versus the Azumarill made a lot of sense, but I just would have liked to maybe see the swap to the Vigoroth instead of the Skeledirge. Skeledirge then gets just no value versus that Charge Bug, so you know, could have gone a lot differently here. But that said, Blob still got another opportunity. We've seen a lot of people actually come back from being down one game and just finding their momentum, finding their stride, and being able to close out a 2-1 series lead instead. Now, I'm kind of curious here. Now that you're down 0-1, does that make you play more risky? Does that maybe say, hey, Shadow for Alligator, it's your time?
No, if anything, you play safer, right? I think if you're Blob NA, because you recognize the Motiques changed up the pacing, changed up the formula, led that Altaria. And if you look at these core breakers for Blob, heading into game number 2, he's got Guzzlord, he's got his Skeledirge. What's the antidote for that? It's Azumarill, and we did see Azumarill in game number 1 for Motiques.
Right.
So the pressure is kind of on Blob here. You've got your own Charge Bug, you have your Cresselia, which was pretty useful in game number 1. I think he brings one, if not both, of those Pokemon to address the Azumarill.
Yeah, I think just in general, the Charge Bug Cresselia core, we can call it, I think there's really nothing that's just going to completely dominate that on the side of Motiques. Obviously, you have to watch out for that Gligar lined up versus your Charge Bug, but Cresselia can handle that just fine. And I think Cresselia overall is just going to be a must-bring for Blob. Let's see if he ends up bringing it here versus Motiques. We're moving into game number 2. This is a must-win for Blob to avoid the loser side of the bracket. We're going to be seeing the Skeledirge lined up versus the Shadow Gligar here. Needs to watch out for these digs. This could be a game of baits.
Yeah, we got more Skeledirge gaming on your screen here. Gonna gear up for a potential Shadow Ball, but the Gligar gonna fire for Charge Attack first. This is an Aerial Ace bait. Does Blob make the call? He's thinking about it, but he uses that Protect Shield early on.
Yeah, wants to make sure that he's not in a scenario where he loses a game simply because he didn't shield one time. We actually have a nice little play there, catching this Shadow Ball. This could have been a bait, but this is still going to be very respectable damage. What this does set up now is Blob being able to swap in his Cresselia. This is some nice chip damage, but I don't know that it's in single Grass Knot range yet, Speedy.
How do you feel about the instant switch there? I know you're going to take a lot of damage from the Azumarill, but it feels tough to bring the Skeledirge out with barely any energy. What do you think?
Yeah, in many cases, you actually want to be able to come back into that matchup with a move loaded. I think you probably could have stayed in there for a while. You don't really want to take bubbles, but you're not going to get bubbled down in just a couple Incinerates. Yeah, so to your point, I think that could have been a smart play, but we're going to see how this ends up playing out here. Grass Knot number 1 comes through. That's the issue, though, is that you realistically are going to need another Grass Knot. I would like to see a lot of over-farming here, knowing how strong this Cresselia can be into this entire team of Motiques. I think it has a lot more mileage left in it.
That's an incredible point, right? I think that Blob is recognizing he's seen the Azumarill, he's He's seen the Gligar. He knows that Cresselia has a solid matchup against both, so why not get the most potential leverage out of it? And if you leave your Skeledirge in that matchup against the Azumarill gets you a second Play Rough, a second Ice Beam, and your Cresselia is a lot weaker. So definitely well played by Blob. Like you said, recognizing the leverage that he has in this composition.
If I'm if I'm Blob, seeing this Gligar come back in, to me tells me that Motiques does not have that Charge Bugs, which is very valuable information. I think it means that, okay, maybe my Skeledirge isn't going to be quite as good. Maybe I want to lean in on this Vigoroth, but nonetheless, you've got this Gligar very low here, actually going to be probably tanking this dig at this point. Now, the question is, what is in the back for Motiques from Blob? He has not seen the Altaria yet.
It's so tough to take the dig there for Blob, but Motiques is just rolling, brings in the Dragon-type Pokemon with 2 Protect Shields. Now, this Vigoroth does have the Rock Slide. We've seen trainers sneak in these hard-hitting charge attacks between Protect Shields. Does Motique make the call?
Well, the thing we have to keep in mind is, okay, here comes the Rock Slide. Super effective damage, but it only does roughly half of the HP. There is 0 fast move pressure coming from Blob's team. Resisted counters, resisted incinerates. Maybe there's a potential, though, to just get up just enough in to somehow get through Motiques' Altaria.
Well, if you fire off 2 Disarming Voices here as the Skeledirge trainer, that means you can burn both Protect Shields, and hopefully you can send in your Vigoroth to clean things up. But at the same time, the Dragon Breath is just powering through this Fire and Ghost type.
Yeah, you still need 1 more Incinerate to get to this next one, and I don't know that you're going to get to a third. I think you might just get absolutely farmed all the way down. You come out of this matchup with a move as the Altaria, I think, and I don't think that this Vigoroth has any residual energy. Things are looking great for Motiques' Altaria yet again.
10 Dragon Breaths. You need to hang on through 10 Dragon Breaths of your Skeledirge. Can you do it? Trying to get there, doesn't get there. Altaria burns through the Fire-type Pokemon. Out comes Vigoroth, and it is defenseless. Motiques 2-0 over Blob NA.
That is 4 straight games on stream that we've seen from Motiques. 3 of them closed out by this Altaria. You can just see him feeling it right now, just totally feeling himself. Amazing plays there by Motiques. I think that Altaria has just been very surprisingly good for me today, and it's clearly working for Motiques.
Yeah, one of those Pokemon, again, that we kind of undervalue, we don't talk about as much. We talk about, Shadow Dragonair or Guzzlord or any of the other Dragon types, but seeing the Altaria have so much leverage in these tough matchups because it has that bulk factor, right? And its combination typing means that you can't throw a dig at an Altaria the same way you can throw it against a Guzzlord. You have to throw the Aerial Ace if you're playing as a Gligar, so it's really tough to work down that Pokemon, and Dragon typing is just so incredible, right? Your matchups against electrics, water, grass, all the elements the Dragon types can resist.
Yeah, defensively, super, super strong, and offensively has a lot of nice coverage as well. Just need to avoid those fairies, especially the double resist, just like we saw in your video, Will.
Yeah, indeed. I actually saw a lot of positive comments in the stream chat as well. Thank you all so much. I hope you enjoyed that video. Hope you found it informative. Yeah, production knocking it out of the park like always.
All right, well, let's take a look at the highlights from game number 1 and game number 2. Again, a 2-0 series sweep there for Motiques, but Blob had a lot of great plays that we saw there as well. In fact, that Cresselia looked super strong, landing a lot of those Moonblasts. We saw a couple Shadow Balls come out, but a nice shielding decision there by Motiques to get a lot of that energy. Cresselia comes back eventually into the Vigoroth, but it's not quite able to knock out that Charge Bug, which leads to a full farm down. Not only 1 X-Scissor, but 2 X-Scissors ready to go. All that's left is 1 shield into Cresselia. After the shield is cracked, down goes the Cresselia, and game number 1 goes to Motiques. A little wink to kick it off as well.
A little wink. You can feel the confidence surging. Grass not taking down his Azumarill, though, so he pivots into the Gligar. Shadow Gligar dig is enough to get the knockout against the Cresselia, and then Altaria wraps this up nicely with the bow, extinguishing the Skeledirge and firing off a big Moonblast to win this series.
Let's not forget the Moonblast. I believe that we saw right at the beginning of the game, actually with that debuff as well. I think that was from Blob's, Blob's Cresselia, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, exactly.
Despite that debuff, still able to take the win. So even when you're down, finding ways to rise back up, Motiques is absolutely on fire. We are seeing some of these trainers that they seem unstoppable right now. Motiques is right up there with them.
Well, final thing I want to mention is that sometimes when you head into the latter part of a matchup, you just have to recognize that you only have maybe 1, maybe 2 win conditions, and you have to just tunnel vision in on that. That's what we saw in game number 1, just allowing the the counters from the Vigoroth through onto Charge Bug, and then the final Psycho Cut. He knew Charge Bug was his only chance to win that game, and he doubled down on it. But speaking of tunnel vision, Jim, we had some predictions. I tunneled in on Guzzlord and Skeledirge as being 2 Pokemon I thought were going to be really, really special. What were your predictions?
Well, we have the Cresselia. We've seen lots of it. Let's be real. It hasn't necessarily been the Pokemon that has been in the spotlight and featured in every single win, but absolutely absolutely, I think it's been on a lot of solid teams. The Giratina Origin's been, you know, some good, some bad.
It was fun.
I'll be honest, the Dugong I'm a little disappointed in. Haven't seen it. Maybe it's a European thing, right? Nighttime Clasher, he's not here right now. He's over in EU.
I think there are more Dugongs than there probably are Clodsires. I'll say that.
Okay. So, you know, a little bit of hit or miss for all of us here. I got to say, though, Stephanie's predictions, maybe outside the Feraligatr, looking really, really solid there.
Very solid. She might have the best resume out of the 4 of us.
I think we're all disappointed by that Feraligatr, though, right? The 3 of the 4 of us.
Well, I don't know. We'll see. There's still time, right? There's still four rounds that we're going to show you today, and then we have the entire top cut tomorrow. So if you've been enjoying this action, make sure to follow our channels and then get engaged on social and let us know. Let us know what you like about the tournament.
So I had a question for you as we start to move into some of these next matchups. When we look at Pokemon in general and team compositions, for the most part, I feel like a lot of Pokemon have things that they hard wall, things that they have very clean matchups. Do you think that in your team, do you normally try to pivot towards those Pokemon that have those hard wins, hard losses, or Pokemon that are just flexible around the board and allow for more finesse play?
Well, I mean, if you listen to Abhinav's interview, all he talks about is flexibility and being able to be dynamic, right? Those two things are really important. But in my opinion, if you drill down a little bit deeper, I think you need to look at fast attack pressure and charge attack pressure. If you have Pokemon like Registeel and Whiscash, those are charge attack oriented Pokemon. But if you look at Skeledirge, Altaria, those are fast attack oriented Pokemon. And when you kind of burn through an opponent's HP over time, I find it's really valuable to have a mixture of both. You can't just all rely on charge attacks. You can't all rely on fast attacks. And some of these teams, if you look at them really closely, I think they've got both. I mean, even here with Mipichu's team, you've got Incinerate on the Skeledirge, Dragon Tail pressure on the Guzzlord, even Spark on the Lantern is really strong.
Even Steel Wing now is starting to add up. Yeah.
And then the 2 charge attack oriented Pokemon, Cresselia and Whiscash.
Yeah.
There's a mix.
I think it's a balance, we can say, no doubt. And it's interesting to see some of those Pokemon that they're not necessarily leaning too far into either category. Pokemon like Lickitung that have Lick, that you can absolutely lick a lot of Pokemon down, especially withstanding some charge attacks.
Or Vigoroth.
Vigoroth's a great example too. But when they have those body slams, which are incredibly efficient damage to energy ratio type moves, you can still add those up relatively quick. There's a lot of Pokemon that, hey, after those counters, after those licks, 2 body slams will knock out.
Exactly, yeah. You want to put your opponent into knockout range, and you don't want to let those Protect Shields be a barrier, right? Either you want to break those Protect Shields like we saw the Charge Bug do, or you want to sneak under the Protect Shields and just charm down a Guzzlord like we've seen on stream as well. So all those strategies are viable, and finding the right one in the right situation is the mark of a very talented trainer.
All right, well, I'm curious to see now on the side of Jay Bransey's team. I think we saw a little bit of some Mantine action earlier. Curious to see how that's going to perform versus the teams that we're seeing here. Actually, taking a look here, we actually see more Cresselia, more Skeledirge, more Guzzlord. That's 3 for 3 there for Stephanie, actually.
It is.
But it's going to be paired with the Lantern, the Skarmory, and the Shadow Whiscash as well here on the side of Mipichu.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of the strategy with maybe a Lantern lead and 2 Pokemon that beat grass-type attackers, and we've seen kind of the inverse. We've seen ABA flying types as well. All those tools are available, and Jay Bransey, like we called it earlier on stream, running his Ice Beam Aerial Ace Mantine, just kind of lacks closing power. So what I really want to see here from Jay Bransey in this series is closing out matches. Maybe the Annihilate is the answer. Maybe Shadow, Alolan Sandslash could be an answer for that kind of situation.
All right, well, I've been looking at a lot of teams here today. I've been trying to figure out, okay, what is the meta? Have things changed? And I'd say there's been some change, but I haven't been absolutely blown away by the amount of change. It's not like this is a new time zone that we're in here, right?
That's true.
Relatively a lot of similarities. Now, the one thing that I would say is analyzing an individual Pokemon. When I look at Charjabug now, it's maybe not new, but Charjabug seems to have been elevated now to one of those best Pokemon, which is really interesting because a year ago, no one played Charjabug whatsoever. And now it seems to be one of the best Pokemon in the meta.
It's interesting because we saw LAIC this year. Hardjeff brought in a double electric team of Lantern, Charjabug, and after that, the Charjabug wave was in full effect. Heading into our game number 1, Mipichu versus Jay Bransey. We've got the flying type Pokemon on the field. This is Skarmory versus Mantine.
Yeah, interesting matchup here because both of the fast attacks are resisted. The wing attacks are going to be resisted by the Skarmory, and then the steel wings are going to be resisted by the Mantine. Now that said, you do have access to Brave Bird, which is the big question mark here in this matchup. Do you go straight for it? Earlier in the stream, we saw a Brave Brave Bird get unshielded by a Vigoroth. We're going to see another Brave Bird land here from the shiny Skarmory. That's a lot of damage into the Mantine.
Jay Branzy's Mantine just lost so much HP, and here comes an Ice Beam, but due to that Steel typing from Skarmory, this isn't going to hurt as badly as you would think. Skarmory withstands it. We're going to see a pivot out into the Lantern, simultaneous switch into the Annihilate, and this is a Night/Annihilate.
Yeah, this is interesting because this is relatively neutral across the board. Even taking a peek at those back matchups, the Whiscash versus Whiscash, this is still anyone's game at this point, and this really is a huge shield. If you're able to shield at this Shadow Ball, this is going to put your Lantern in a great spot because you now can just start spamming out these charge attacks. You have a huge energy advantage, and you've shielded absolutely the hardest hitting move that you're going to be facing in these matchups of 3 Pokemon.
I like the way the momentum is kind of being swung between these two trainers because we saw the full send Brave Bird. Now we're seeing the full send Shadow Ball, and Jay Branzy, unable to get that charge attack through, is going to offer the Night Slash on his try now. And this will deal some meaningful chip damage and almost put the Lantern within counter range, but the Sparks deal so much damage as well.
That's the one thing that I think was added to Lantern's toolkit was that Spark change. Some people thought it was going to be a nerf. I would argue that it made it more flexible with the increased damage to the Spark. So you can just see that what it lacked before in fast attack pressure, it's now able to get that consistent farm down.
Nerf or buff? Hard to tell. Surf does connect into the Whiscash, and another Surf in quick succession here as the Lantern tries to avoid getting knocked out before it can throw its charge attack energy. I got to tell you, this match is really snowballing in the favor of Mipichu. I feel like Jay Branzy's on his back foot.
There's just not a lot of HP left for Jay Branzy. You have 2 Protect Shields, yes, and the nice thing is there's not a lot of fast attack pressure on the side of Mipichu. It's mostly just Mud Shot and resisted Steel Wings. Here comes the Scaldus. Will take the Skarmory out of the sky. You still have the Lantern, which could be used as a catch maybe later on, but you're going to need to work your way through Mipichu's own Whiscash here, which is very healthy.
And that's why, right, for the catch, that's why Mipichu waited down the entire switch timer, because he's trying to play towards his win conditions later on in the match. You need to burn every single second of time you possibly can to give yourself a chance. Low HP, however, like we talked about with our fast attack and charge attack oriented Pokemon, Mudshot barely does anything in this mirror matchup, so able to go for the Scald here, which is a bit surprising. I expected a Mud Bomb bait.
Yeah, no, here we go. Actually a no shield, so this is going to work out nicely for Jay Branzy. You know what would work out even nicer would be a debuff. That's exactly what we see. Here comes the Aerial Ace, though, from the Mantine. Actually had a lot of energy still stored. We saw it through the Ice Beam, but still had over an Aerial Ace stored, and this is a great matchup for the Mantine.
I was going to say, we talked about late game energy management. If you would have told me that Mantine had that much energy, I would have been shocked, but what's even more surprising is the switch in from Mipichu to soak this Aerial Ace and keep himself in this game.
We were predicting it 60 seconds ago, but you still have to execute, and that was a great execution. I don't know that a Mud Bomb is going to be enough to knock out here. This is double resisted. It is Shadow Whiscash, though. This is going to be very close. Maybe even sets you up to get a little bit of additional energy if this doesn't knock out. But yes, it is just enough double resisted to take out the Mantine. You have a Scald stored, but you still need to break this last Protect Shield. Double Mud Bomb here. Did we see a charge attack priority here?
We did. I think that's going to be the game changer because Jay Branzy fired off his Mud Bomb, locking in this Shadow Whiscash. Mipichu goes for the first Mud Bomb, takes the final Protect Shield, but it's a charge attack priority tie, and Jay Branzy's able to get off his own Mud Bomb and win this game.
Early on, we said of how close of a matchup this was going to be. There's no alignment-based victories. It really just came down to energy management. Mipichu one fast attack away from winning that game, but Jay Branzy able to hold on, get some good value from that Mantine later on, despite the catch from Mipichu, able to rely on that Whiscash. Do you remember how much HP that he had with maybe a minute and a half left in that game?
Yeah.
He had a Whiscash in the yellow and a Mantine in the red, and he withstood all of that and able to take the victory. What a comeback.
I didn't feel like it was possible. For a moment there, I was really, I didn't think that there was any way that Mipichu didn't win game number 1, but he actually, Jay Branzy was able to pull it out there. And we also saw the Shadow Whiscash win the charge attack party tie against Jay Branzy's own Whiscash. So honestly, 1 second, one Mud Shot was the only differential there, because if it would have come down to a tie in any other situation, Mipichu would have won. Heading into game number 2, Jim, what do you want to see?
I am hoping to see maybe a little bit of a different strategy, maybe a little bit of some Guzzlord action here. Let's take a look at the replays, though, before we speculate. We saw that Mantine early on. It did have some play, landing that Ice Beam into the Skarmory, but we saw that amazing catch later on in the game with that Lantern. Able to knock out with that double-resisted Mud Bomb was the Whiscash, but at the end of the day, we saw that charge attack priority. Jay Branzy able to use that last Protect Shield, unleash the Mud Bomb, and take game number 1. Going back to your question, Speedy, I'd probably like to see a little bit of Guzzlord. There are some risks, of course, right? You have Ice Beam on the Mantine. You have Charge Bug that's going to have the super effective X Scissors, and I'll need to take a look here, but I believe this Annihilate is running Night Slash. So that actually makes that matchup not so bad. But Guzzlord has great play specifically into that Lickitung, and if you can punish a Lickitung safe swap and get ahead in the matchup, that could be the key for Meepichu to win a game.
I think it comes down to a question of risk, right? If you're already down a game in this series, you're in the losers round 6, right? This is the loser side bracket. If you lose again, you're knocked out of the tournament. Meepichu needs to win this next game to give himself a chance to stay in this series. Meanwhile, Jay Branzy needs to do the same, wants to close this series out and move on to that next round opponent. Pressure really on Meepichu. Does the Guzzlord make an appearance? I mean, we saw Whiscash, we saw some Annihilate action in that game number 1. We're gonna find out.
Yeah, I think that's a good call out. I don't know that we implicitly called out that this is losers. This is win or go home. There's no additional game for Meepichu. Here we go, game number 2. This is win or go home for Meepichu. We have the Cresselia into the Annihilate. This is an interesting matchup because while you are taking super effective Psycho Cuts, they don't really add up that fast. You need to land that Shadow Ball though. Oh, and actually we see a quick swap out, getting a lot of energy, then bringing in the Lickitung.
This is so tricky because if you look at Meepichu's team, he doesn't have any single Pokemon that is going to dominate this Lickitung matchup. He doesn't have a hard answer, so he's got to get creative here. Maybe the Skeledirge is the right play. Maybe you leave in Cresselia for a moment. He actually banks the charge attack, goes into the Skeledirge, but is this energy advantage too much for the Skeledirge to handle?
So the energy is not going to go that far. Oh, and an entire Incinerate sneaks through as well. That is huge for Meepichu. I don't know that this energy is going to go that far, especially if you're throwing double resisted body slams. The Power Whip is going to be the way to go here, and we actually see another Power Whip coming out at this point. Yes, these licks are super effective. Yes, these are only single resisted, these Power Whips, but look how much energy the Skeledirge has now. I think that after these Incinerates, this Disarming Voice is going to be close to knocking out. Oh, and actually going for a potential undercharge here. Yeah, wants to maybe go for an Incinerate down, go into that next matchup close to 100 energy. This may be too much though.
Too much undercharge. Lickitung hangs on through the Incinerate, forced to throw a second one in lieu of the body slam damage coming through. So a little bit of a miscalculation. You can see Meepichu shake his head. He wanted a little more juice in that Disarming Voice in order to get the Incinerate down, but he doesn't quite get it done. In comes the Whiscash, but this is a nice prize though. You get to land 1 against the Whiscash.
I call this a consolation prize. I think that if he had not undercharged at all, would have been able to make it actually to a Shadow Ball, would have given the Whiscash a little bit more energy. So it's, you know, maybe some pros, some cons here, no doubt. But this Whiscash now has less energy. But oh, and actually a Grass Knot already loaded. I'm a little surprised that we didn't see the Grass Knot get thrown. Jay Branzy's Whiscash now able to get to the Scald. Won't threaten to knock out, but has a chance for a debuff.
Scald connects, no debuff occurs. Trying to catch the Grass Knot, but goes for the Night Slash on charge attack priority.
This could be really interesting. There are some mind games. You have to get into the mind of your opponent here as Jay Brands. Oh, actually, we thought that was a charge attack priority. I think he waited a turn and wasn't able to fire it. That's exactly what happened. Here comes the Moonblast now, and now since it wasn't a catch in a traditional sense, you now feel like, okay, this is a shield. We actually just saw an attack debuff from that Moonblast though.
Another debuff, which means the Shadow Whiscash can hang in this matchup a little while longer. Shadow Ball coming through here. Another no shield by Meepichu as the same type of tech bonus Shadow Ball rattles through the HP of the Whiscash. Going for a Scald here for the knockout. This is going to be very close if it connects, but still protection for Jay Branzy.
Okay, actually deciding, it looks like, to let this one go. I don't know that it's going to quite knock out. Hanging on with 1 HP. Do you have the Night Slash? No, unable to get there. Mudshot is going to be able to farm down. Here comes the Whiscash though. Able to get to the Scald is Meepichu's Whiscash. This is not debuffed at this point. This is going to be a full Scald. I think that you have to try and shield this one, yeah.
I mean, but the Cresselia has Grass Knot, right? If you protect shield there, then you're just very vulnerable to the Cresselia. Now we see a Mud Bomb connects from Meepichu's Whiscash. This is not going to get the job done. The question is, can Jay Branzy's Whiscash pull off another win in losers round 6 against Meepichu? We're going to find out.
All right, you have lots of energy as Jay Branzy. You don't have the Grass Knot ready to go yet. This would be a huge no shield if you end up letting this go through. Here comes the Scald. What's the decision here? Lets it go. Scald comes through. Not enough to knock out. Will you be able to get to the Grass Knot? Yes. Here it comes. Grass Knot, double super effective, taking out the last sliver of HP. This is going to be Meepichu evening up the series 1-1. His tournament hopes still alive.
Wow. And it's come down to Whiscash. Both Game 1 and Game 2 came down to the water and ground type Pokemon. Jay Brancy's Whiscash could not get the job done. It was so troublesome, right? Because Cresselia was just outside of Mud Bomb range. I mean, the Scald wasn't even enough. Maybe the Shadow Whiscash could have changed
Maybe the
that.
answer was 3 Mud Bombs. It's hard to tell at that range. And you talked about this earlier, but Mud Shot just has no fast attack pressure, so it's really hard to close out games, except with charge attacks. If your opponent has a shield, it really puts you in a tough situation. We were seeing so many debuffs from Moonblast here, which has been really interesting. We saw one from Cresselia last match. We saw it from here again. Game number 2 going to Meepichu, and now it all comes down to this. We did not see the Guzzlord. I said I wanted to see the Guzzlord to be that punish to the Lickitung, and Jay Brancy actually in Game 2 swapped into that Lickitung. I would have loved to have seen that. That could have been the hard punish. He still won the game, but maybe he could have got ahead even more.
That's the question, right? I was going to bring it up, but that's the question. Where is the Guzzlord going to go, and where's Lickitung appear, right? Jay Brancy can put it in the lead, he can save switch it, he can leave it in the back, because Guzzlord is nowhere to be found. So honestly, in this situation, Jim, if you're Meepichu, do you just bet on Guzzlord and just call it and say, this is how I'm going to stay in the tournament?
Meepichu seems to like this Whiscash quite a bit. That's what he seems to think is going to be his ticket to success. Jay Brancy seems to really like the Annihilate, so I'm curious to see where these line up. We do see the Shadow Whiscash yet again from Meepichu, but it's going to be met with the Lickitung. Not something that it wants to see. Absolutely has to avoid this Power Whip. One Power Whip without a debuff should be enough to knock out, especially the Shadow.
Great awareness here by Meepichu to throw the Scald as soon as physically possible, because he wants to slow down the damage from the Lickitung, the lick damage, the body slam damage, all of it. Does not get the debuff though, which is really tough for him. Gonna look for another charge attack here soon. Actually, excuse me, gonna make a pivot.
Okay, I don't mind this at all. If you're looking for a target to absorb some body slams, this is probably your best possible target. What's really interesting to see is, will Jay Brancy swap out? I don't know that you necessarily want to bring in any of these other 2 Pokemon, so you might just play this out as long as possible. The question then becomes, will this Mantine get aligned versus this Lantern? That would be absolutely devastating for Jay Brancy.
Yeah, that would be a worst case scenario. Gonna look for another charge attack here at any moment. Lickitung firing off the body slam into the opposing Cresselia. And as you look more at this team, Jim, I'm looking at the Mantine pick here for Jay Brancy in game number 3. It's not for Skeledirge, it's not for Skarmory. He's calling the Guzzlord, and it's not there either.
There's no Guzzlord, but you do have a Shadow Whiscash that this Mantine lines up very nicely against, double resisting those Mud Bombs, although we did see a Mud Bomb take out the Mantine earlier on in this series. But here comes the Cresselia, tries to get to one more charge attack, but no, not before this Lickitung gets to a Body Slam. A little bit of a confusing play here.
Really tough. Body Slam will knock out the Cresselia, so he does decide to use a Protect Shield, wrestle away control, a switch advantage, withstanding the lick, Psycho Cutting all the way down.
Things you don't see every day, a Psycho Cut down on a Lickitung. Okay, but
then he gives up switch again by bringing in the Shadow Whiscash.
After the full farm down, dedicating a shield for the farm down, giving the switch right back up. I'm getting a little confused here, Speediest Chief. We get a debuff though on the Skull, trying to turn things around with all this energy from the Shadow Whiscash. We said he wants to lean on the Shadow Whiscash, and we're seeing that right here.
Shadow Whiscash is going to have to endure the Aerial Ace here from the Mantine, but after the Scald, does not do that much damage. Mantine gets another wing attack through as the Scald gets queued up here for Meepichu, looking for another attack drop to slow down this already slow Mantine even more, and he gets it.
I like to look at the alternate realities that could have existed here. We could have seen this Lantern lined up versus the Mantine. That was the alignment that you fought for as Meepichu, but you give that up. You now get your Whiscash onto this Mantine. Mantine goes from having 0 play to having tremendous play.
Or we might see a full Spark down. I mean, the switch timer is available, right? So Jay Brancy can escape that Lantern versus Mantine matchup whatever he wants to, but still, it feels like a missed opportunity. Spark connects, in comes the Annihilate almost immediately.
How much energy do we have on this Cresselia? It was loaded with energy. Now the question is, can you force one Protect Shield from this via this Lantern now onto this Annihilate? And are you going to be able to get to a maybe double Moonblast? You resist the counters, but look how little HP you have on a Cresselia. This is a super risky play to try and maybe make a combo play here, Speedy.
You have to call this, and you have to bait Thunderbolt if you're Meepichu. Yes, he makes the call. Step number 1 complete, right? You make the call in the Night Slash. Now you have to throw the Thunderbolt to take away that final Protect Shield. Actually, charge attack priority tie, but I think this is okay. I think you can let this go as well.
You want to maybe save, oh no, uses the shield here. I can see reasons for and also for not shielding. You for sure, I think, pull the shield at this point. And then you have the combo play ready to go. Well, keep an eye on switch clocks, though. Is this Mantine still around? Here comes the shield. No, switch clock is not up. We have the combo play. Counter goes through, but no, the Moonblast is loaded, ready to go. Super effective damage. This will be enough to knock out the Annihilate. Mantine still on the field. It will likely be able to get a farm down. Is a Grass Knot ready to go? No, it's not. No, but it gets there.
Grass Knot coming through here. This is neutral damage, water and flying. Jay Branzi's Mantine might be able to barely hang on. Grass Knot connects. It doesn't hang on. That's a knockout. Meepichu somehow finds a way to win.
The Cresselia doubters are in shambles at this point, able to clutch out a game there. The caster predictions swinging back in my favor here, Will. What a game, what a series we just witnessed. Unbelievable there. We saw some really, what we were considering questionable decisions when it came to Meepichu there. Swapping, after winning switch with Cresselia against that Lickitung, swapping in the Whiscash, getting lined up versus that Mantine. But the Cresselia just put everything on its back, able to get the Moonblast off, able to reach for that Grass Knot and secure the victory.
Confusing or calculated?
That's right.
It felt very calculated, and even I was calling out the Night Slash, right? Because the Annihilate got off one more Night Slash against the Lantern. I thought, okay, maybe you don't shield this because you want to protect you against an Aerial Ace, but the Night Slash is going to do more damage than either the resisted charge attacks from the Mantine. So it made sense in terms of relative damage to protect your Lantern just in case you needed it. But Cresselia, like you said, put the game on its shoulders and got the job done.
Yeah. You know what? When we look at decisions that trainers make, you call this. This was a great, great call. Just win condition, calling a Night Slash, step number one. You have to look at the two paths that your decision makes. Path number one, trainer shields that Night Slash, puts you in a really good spot. Path number two, though, is that they no shield and open up win conditions. I think if you go straight for Shadow Ball, might have been a safer play with a higher overall total win percentage. But that said, it's a game of risks sometimes, and you have to make those calculated risks. For Meepichu, it paid off. For Jay Branzi, it did not.
Well, let's hear from the most surprising trainer of Vancouver so far. This is Meepichu. Excuse me, we're going to look here at the replays really quickly. Mud Bomb does connect into the Mantine to get the knockout there in game number one. Jim, I was telling you before, I'm just not super impressed with the Mantine play.
The Mantine is a liability. I'll just be honest. I think that there are some things that it does well against, like that Whiscash. However, I don't think that it really we got to see that much value out of it. With Whiscash now having access to Scald, it can actually just make that matchup from a really bad matchup to a relatively neutral matchup. And after those Scalds, yeah, it really wasn't too bad. But I really have to give credit to Meepichu here. Seeing that Cresselia time and time again be able to get energy and then use it late game to unleash that Moonblast, get to that Grass Knot. For me, it was the MVP of that series.
Definitely the MVP, and in a decisive game three, that's when it matters the most. Moonblast KOing the Annihilate after some crafty Lantern play, and you know, Lantern's waiting in the back, says, I want to see this Mantine, let me at it, I want to spark it down. Doesn't even need to come out because the Cresselia Grass Knot is enough to get the knockout into the water flying type, and Meepichu, again, pulling the proverbial Bundlebee out of the hat, is able to get the win.
All right, well, that is going to be the end of the tournament run there for Jay Branzi. So a very impressive run without a doubt. I mean, we're talking in some cases one fast attack away from getting to the next round, or just one decision away. But I think that really speaks volumes to some of these trainers. The trainers that we see make every decision correct versus maybe 95. And correct is a subjective term. Let's be completely honest here, right? There's lots of possibilities and times where you never really know what's going to happen. We actually saw some very interesting attack debuffs from things like Moonblast as well, which can turn the tides of these matchups.
Yeah, maybe a better phrase is playing towards the win condition, right? If every single play is intentional and leads towards the outcome which you want, which is victory, then we could say that's, you know, technically the right play to make in that situation. But as we saw, there are so many creative ways to play around your opponent to create your own win conditions that as casters, you know, 4 eyes looking at the screen, we still don't even know where these trainers are headed sometimes.
Sometimes we are baffled, and sometimes we look like fools after we see just some win conditions appear, like pulling a rabbit out of a hat, it feels like sometimes.
Exactly.
Now that said, we're going to take a quick check-in here for social media at the X formerly known as Twitter, and see some of the posts coming from the community.
Master Professor Becca says, many laughs and valuable lessons at the hashtag Play Pokemon Professor Seminar in Vancouver today. What a great group of individuals who contribute so much to our game, to our tournament experience, and to our overall lives as Pokemon players.
Yeah, you don't always get to see behind the scenes and how much work really goes into some of these people that are really, you know, giving up their time, giving up their energy to come here and act as these professors. So big thank you to all those. We have, oh, Will, is this you?
No, different Will.
Different Will, okay. We've seen the Zarude research, and a lot of trainers are trying to get that second chance at that, you know, perfect Zarude. Not quite there, but I think that most people would be very happy with that. Wasn't expecting it to turn out so good. Congratulations, Will, that's a nice Zarude.
I have the mythical curse as well. I have a very tough time getting good mythicals, but let's hear from King IV. My dog's cheering on their mom on stream at Play Pokemon. Good luck to Cindy.
Well, Cindy did lock in her spot in top 8 and day 2, so congratulations to her. She's trying to repeat her performance from Vancouver 2022, which is, I would argue, one of the most iconic regionals as far as changing a meta as an individual. We saw with that Shadow Kanto Ninetales, what a moment that was.
I mean, she was, as far as my knowledge goes, right, she was the first one to really succeed at a high level with Shadow Kanto Ninetales, and then we saw it in the World Championship Finals with Godon Hada. I mean, come on, that Pokemon left a mark on the Championship Series, and so did she.
What's interesting is Rubik's Master, actually known for his Shadow Kanto Ninetales as well, running it to second place in Portland, actually running Fire Spin rather than Ember though, so everyone has a little bit of a twist that they might apply to some Pokemon maybe that they have kind of yoinked from someone else, we'll say.
Well, we have 2 new trainers on the stream. One has made their second appearance. The other one, I believe this is the first time on stream this weekend. Heidonis Actual on the left and Ryblet on the right.
We've seen Heidonis several times top cut. He's definitely got some accolades under his belt already. Definitely a well-respected trainer, someone that we see very high capabilities. Very clearly, you know, has had at least one struggle here today, down here in the loser side of the bracket. I'm very interested, though, by his team composition. He's actually helping out my caster predictions yet again.
Yes.
It's the Dugong.
He saved you, Jim. He saved you with the Dugong pick here.
We made it.
we're clear, right?
I don't know that anyone had Goodra on their list, however. That's a really interesting Pokemon. We haven't talked a whole lot about it, but it's one of the Pokemon now that actually had a little bit of a buff, not necessarily to it as a Pokemon, but with access to Aqua Tail. Aqua Tail itself as a move does slightly more damage now, making this matchup just a little bit better.
Let's talk a little bit more about it, right? It's a pure dragon-type Pokemon, but it has so much HP. We talk about Guzzlord, we talk about Altaria. It doesn't have a subtyping like Dark or like Flying, respectively, so it doesn't carry those inherent weaknesses. Goodra is such a neutral Pokemon. I expect that Pokemon to be used as a safe switch, a lead, and maybe even as a closer. But speaking of closers, there's a powerful dragon there for Ryblet.
Well, when I asked you about dragons, what makes Altaria so good? You said it's a bulky dragon. Goodra, another bulky dragon. What's not a bulky dragon, though, is the Shadow Dragonite. Totally different playstyle, relying singularly on its oppressive Dragon Breath damage, but also pretty quick access to the Dragon Claw and Superpower. Looking at the rest of the team, though, we also had the Charjabug, Whiscash, Skarmory, Vigoroth, and Cresselia. These trainers are getting locked in here. This is another losers round. We're in Group B here. This is win or go home. Tournament dreams on the line. Let's move into game 1, Will.
Interesting wrinkle here. The Cresselia for Ryblet does run Moonblast, so he does have an answer for any kind of dragon-type Pokemon that Heidonis decides to bring. We saw a great lead there for Heidonis, an instant switch into Whiscash for Ryblet, followed by the counter swap of Dugong, and right now it feels like Heidonis is in control.
I've actually seen some trainers go for the Skull, knowing that even though it's resisted damage, a debuff can sometimes be more impactful than actual damage here. Ryblet not opting to go for that strategy, goes straight for the Mud Bomb before this debuff comes through. Both of these moves are neutral here on the side of Heidonis' Dugong. The Icy Wind, despite having the same type of attack bonus, actually does a little bit less damage, but how impactful this debuff is definitely helps secure and make your matchup a bit safer.
Great timing by Ryblet there to not allow an additional Ice Shard to come through, because like you said, charge attacks don't do a whole lot of damage, but they do add up over time. And again, perfect mechanics there. One Mud Shot and the Mud Bomb is applying maximum pressure to the Water Ice type for Heidonis.
Yeah, what's a little scary though is for Ryblet is that, okay, yes, this Dugong is out of the way, but now where does your Cresselia go? I think this was the one target, so Heidonis has to be feeling pretty good. I don't know that he's necessarily fully, hasn't seen the whole team here at this point, but you know about your 2 Pokemon, Skarmory and your Charjabug, are going to have great play into that Crest.
Yeah, I'm looking at the closing power for the Charjabug from Ryblet's side in particular, I think it does have a lot of potential here as the Dugong goes down, because now Ryblet's taking control of switch advantage. He's got his Whiscash lined up against his Skarmory. He can get off a Scald here with the potential for the debuff, bring in his Charge Bug, and then kind of move the pieces around.
Well, this is scary, though, because you might get a full farm down here as Haydonis. Yes, there is a potential for a debuff. We do see it. Will this actually allow this Whiscash to get to another Scald? I think so, yes!
Wow, that's a second Scald getting fired off here by Ryblet's Whiscash, which is going to probably slow down this Skarmory even more. Second Scald does trigger the debuff there. Double debuff Skarmory has a ton of energy, but it's met by Charge Bug.
I would have liked maybe to see a swap out here. I mean, this does put you in a situation, even after 2 debuffs, maybe you're now in single X's range, but no, that double debuff was just so impactful. And now for Ryblet, you're actually ahead in energy, pretty significantly ahead in energy. Haydonis Fortune is still able to get that Volt Switch through. This is going to do some nice chip damage here, and actually I think Ryblet's only 1 Volt Switch away from getting to that next X-Scissor as well. He may not even need this Cresselia if he can manage his energy. Oh, but whoa, a risky swap in here.
I think a second reason why Haydonis did that is because he knew that if he threw the Charge Attack, he could reset the fast attack timing and get off that entire Volt Switch in the Charge Bug mirror match, which is very, very high level play that we don't talk about enough. Here comes another X-Scissor from the Charge Bug into the Cresselia. Not going to be enough to knock out, but Ryblet knows that his own Charge Bug is really the answer here.
Yeah, realistically, this Cresselia, we mentioned it much earlier, doesn't really have any play versus this team. You'll take what you can get here, which is just going to be a Grass Knot. Haydonis is probably thinking to himself, well, I really need to rely on this Charge Bug. I don't want to be put in a position where I could get Volt Switch down, maybe even going for his own full farm down now.
No way.
Will he be able to get to the Grass Knot? No! Takes out the Cresselia, loaded up on energy, even shields at this point, but you have a huge energy advantage as Haydonis' Charge Bug.
I appreciate the Grass Knot there from Ryblet. I think he was trying to go for the double Grass Knot to try to chip away at the Charge Bug, but it backfired in a massive way, as now Haydonis has so much additional energy that he can probably just Protect Shield this and throw another X-Scissor. And Ryblet, meanwhile, I think is 1 Volt Switch behind.
Oh yeah, no, I think he's pretty significantly behind at this point. I think that Haydonis had 2. I think Ryblet only had 1. Here comes the X-Scissor, and it may not be quite enough to knock out, but all you need to do is get 1 more Volt Switch through, and game number 1 going to Haydonis. Great answers to that Cresselia. I like the way that he built his team.
Yeah, very nicely played there by Haydonis. We didn't see the Goodra, but we did get to witness the Dugong matched up against the Whiscash in the mid-game. Solid lead there for Haydonis, leading Skarmory into the Cresselia from Ryblet, but kind of giving away switch advantage, and sometimes it makes me nervous, right? When trainers do that, it leads me to believe they might be giving up control of the matchup, but Haydonis just piloted things really well.
Yeah, and even when responding to some adversity, we'll say, having 2 debuffs there onto his Skarmory, still able to figure out those win conditions was Haydonis and able to secure game number 1. He's 1 win away from day 2 at this point. Okay, so I'm very interested to see, do we see a repeat from Haydonis? Do we see more of that Dugong? It seems like it's been working for him relatively well. In fact, you can actually see he last faced and defeated Ryblet at Portland back in 2023. So this is not his first rodeo going up against Ryblet.
And I think as the trainer on the right, if you're Ryblet, you probably have that in the back of your mind. You say, oh, well, this trainer might have my number. They might be able to just know what I'm leading, know what I'm switching, and be able to find ways around my team composition. You just have to push that out of your mind, right? Play your game as well as you can and try to find your own win conditions. I gotta tell you though, Jim, if I were Haydonis, I'd be tempted. I'd be so tempted to bring Goodra after seeing the Whiscash safe switch in game number 1.
Well, the thing is, what does Goodra really need to look out for versus Ryblet's team? The Skarmory, yeah.
And the Moonblast Cresselia.
And the Moonblast Cresselia. Even non-Moonblast Cresselia still has some challenges. I'm very curious to see how the Dragonite versus Goodra matchup goes as well. Obviously, the bulk advantage goes to the Goodra, but that Shadow Dragon Claw, you have to respect that. You have to have shields if you're going to be able to make your way through that matchup.
R-E-S-P-E-C-T. Here we go. Skarmory for Ryblet on the right side versus Shadow Gligar for Haydonis. This is a tough lead for the trainer on the left, so he instant pivots into Annihilate. Here comes Shadow Dragonite. Dragon Breath pressure already melting through the Annihilate, and there's no Ice Punch it can reach for.
He's trying to bait the Ice Punch, but even without the Ice Punch here, this Night Slash does do a significant amount of damage. Counter, despite being resisted, does do a lot of damage. I'm curious to see if Haydonis is willing to invest 1 Protect Shield here. Can he simply just counter down and turn switch? I think it may be worth it here. Let's see what he wants to do. Does go for it. Are 6 counters enough to knock out? That's going to be the question here. 1.
This is a flying type Dragonite, so it does resist the counter damage, but I think that the charge attack intervals don't line up, and Annihilate is able to take control of switch like you called out, Jim. very, very good awareness by Heidanis. At the cost of a Protect Shield, I think that's fine.
Well, we got good news and bad news. Good news is you won swap. Bad news, well, there's two answers to that Gligar. Not only is there the Skarmory, but there's also the Whiscash as well, coming in with those Scalds. This is going to be a tough spot for Heidanis' Gligar. He's really going to need to lean in on this Dugong if he's going to try and find a win condition.
Well, talk about the value, though, of that Annihilate, taking control of Switch Advantage, knocking out the Dragonite, and landing a Shadow Ball into the Skarmory, coming in now with his own Dugong. You need to avoid a Brave Bird at all costs if you're Heidanis.
Yeah, no, I realistically think that if you're able to hang on as this Dugong, that you can actually still win this matchup. You might even be able to farm down at this point after, you know, if we see a shield here from Ryblet, I think that you can shield your own Dugong, farm down, and permanently debuff that last Pokemon in the back. We could see a swap out here from Ryblet, knowing that you might get farmed down after this Brave Bird. I think as Heidanis, you really want to shield this. How many Pokemon are you going to be doing really well with as your Gligar? You have to either hope for the Charge Bug, but no, says I'm going to be going for these debuffs. I think this is a smart play.
I bet he's so glad he did, right? Because now that he sees the Whiscash, he knows this is going to be a tough matchup to win. The question is, based on the Charge Attack interval timing, can this Dugong get to a second Icy win before this Whiscash gets to double Mud Bombs? Actually, we're not going to find out. We're going to see the pivot into Shadow Gligar.
Yeah, at this point, you're just going straight Scald. Two Scalds will absolutely KO. You're going to desperately try to get some damage out here. Dugong, I don't know, without a shield, if it's going to be able to hang on even versus a Mud Bomb after a couple Mud Shots. Now, you try and, I think, go for a Charge Attack priority. That was a little strange here, but no, go straight for the Aerial Ace. Will get this last shield. But I think that you're still in the driver's seat as Ryblet with all of this energy.
Hoping that Ryblet has lost track of the counts, Heidanis goes for the Aerial Ace bait, but doesn't get to the second one as Ryblet dials in another Scald here against the opposing Gligar. Gonna come in here with the Dugong, hopefully for Ryblet, this Whiscash can outpace. It's gonna be close, Jim. I think Ryblet still has a chance.
All right. Well, no, I think Ryblet's in the driver's seat here. I think he's still got his Skarmory here as well. Here comes the Mud Bomb. I don't know that it's quite enough to knock out, but you're not going to be able to fully farm down. You might even be able to Steel Wing down. All right, tries to somehow farm down, maybe get some good timing, but no, at this point, you have the Mud Bomb ready to go as Ryblet. Yeah, I think that at that point, I mean, even early in the game, I think that Ryblet was in a really, really good position there. Like I said, that Gligar just had nowhere to go. Even after the debuff from the Dugong, realistically, that's still a really bad matchup for that Gligar. And yeah, absolutely a hard punish there. Ties the series up 1-1.
I mean, if you think back to it, not only did the Annihilate switch in from Heidanis, KO the Dragonite, it also landed Shadow Ball into Skarmory. All that impact, all that damage, all that progress was just completely undone by Ryblet in the final moments of that matchup.
I think that Heidanis had as many things go right for him as he possibly could and still was unable to win. And like I said, I just think it came down to Ryblet's team that he had that just had all of the answers. He was able to have two answers to that Gligar, both in the front as well as in the back, and that Gligar just not really able to get any sort of value. So Heidanis might be thinking to himself, do I bring that Gligar again? It has some good matchups, right? Especially versus that Charge Bug, which is just so strong. But when you're going up against things like a Skarmory versus a Whiscash, it becomes hard to justify bringing. Now the question then becomes, okay, well, what do I bring instead? I do like that Dugong. I'd like to see it again. You mentioned the Goodra. It's got some really good and some kind of okay matchups as well.
Well, what beats Whiscash and Charge Bug? Goodra.
Yeah.
Right? That's the core breaker.
Well, I'm curious to see how well that Goodra does do into that to that Whiscash. I could absolutely see someone going for a Scald just to kick things off to drop that attack. All right, well, let's move back to game number 2. We saw that Dugong unable to get that charge attack off. The Whiscash able to unleash that Mud Bomb, taking out Heidanis' final Pokemon and tying up the series 1-1. So at this point, these trainers, I think they're still trying to figure out, okay, well, what is going to be the answer for me? What is going to be my most valuable Pokemon? Is there anything maybe that can be my secret sauce, we'll say, that could maybe switch gears and throw my opponent off pace?
That's a big question, right? Whoa! Well, we're going to find out what Heidanis decides to do. Hopefully, he wasn't too flustered by that, but we're going to see what happens because Heidanis, again, a very storied trainer, very accomplished trainer, has had a lot of close calls, right? Last season, I remember there was a tournament where he competed against Wadaj and a lot of other very talented players, couldn't quite get the job done, and I think it weighed on him. I don't think he was very happy, right? He knows what he's capable of, and a lot of these trainers like Lyle, like Abhinav, who we've heard from today, they want to prove to themselves that they can do it. And when you're already in the losers round for Heidanis, I mean, his back is against the wall. He's going to do everything he can to win.
Yeah, no, I think to your point, I think that so much of Pokemon Go comes down to your mental, and I think the people that can take care of their mental and stay composed when they're facing adversity, I think do have advantages versus people that maybe don't have that same skill set. So some of these trainers that it's their first tournament, I think that it can be a little bit imposing, a little bit daunting when you're especially up on stream here for the very first time. But this is not either of these trainers' first rodeos. So like I said, I think that both of these trainers here feeling relatively composed. They know their skills, just like you said. It's just a matter of execution.
Just for context, Portland matchup between these two trainers was actually a 2-0 for Heidonis. We talked about this earlier, right? A trainer that kind of has your number, kind of has, if we look at Axon and Rubik's Master, right? That's a pair where Axon always seems to get the better of his opponent. I think that in this situation, Ryblet is really trying to rewrite that story, right? He said, yeah, you know, I lost the first time, but I want to improve. I want to prove that I can beat Heidonis as well. And you might seem, you know, a little bit more cheery, a little bit happier, but there's a lot of pressure on both of these trainers.
Yeah, thanks for adding some color there, Speedy. To add a little bit of clarity here for the audience on what's currently going on, we are having our match under review. We're taking a look at that, I think that end game there for the Dugong matchup. We're going to have to allow the judges some time to figure out what did happen, what did not happen. So we won't be speculating on that at this point, but I got to say that the Dugong does seem very solid into this team. We've seen it 2 times brought by Heidonis. Assuming that we do go to a game 3 here, I think that is going to be, okay, well, let's take a look. We have the replay. We see the Dugong trying to reach for that Icy Wind, does not throw the Icy Wind right away. A little interesting here. I didn't necessarily see something at first glance.
It's tricky, right? Because I think that if you throw the Icy Wind there as Heidonis, it gives you a chance, because if you can knock out the Whiscash, you do have the Skarmory in the back. The question becomes then, can the Ice Shard KO in lieu of 2 Steel Wings? And if it's not enough, then the 3rd Steel Wing will surely KO the Dugong there. So a little bit of a tricky situation to be in, and I think that if he intended to throw the Icy Wind, you know, that was his intention. He's probably just expressing that to the judge.
Yeah, I'm sure that that's probably what's being looked at, is was there an intention to throw that Icy Wind? Did it not fire? Perhaps we'll have to see. But that said, looking at the hypotheticals, right, I think that Skarmory may have had just enough HP that 2 Steel Wings may have still been able to knock out. So yeah, we are going to leave it up to the judges here. We can see Dunebug and CCO on stage taking a look at what's going on here frame by frame.
Frame by frame, you know, we want to get this right, and we want to have the trainers have a fair outcome no matter what. So I just want to shout out to production as well. This has been a really, really fun tournament to cast. It's been incredibly smooth, and I love the graphics, love the videos, everything that's been going on. I mean, these shows just get better and better. So if you're a Pokemon fan and you've been watching these regional championships and you have other friends that maybe don't know about these tournament streams, please let them know. We have a few more this season, and we'd love to have you join us.
Yeah, absolutely. And what's really cool to see as well is some of the evolutions mid-season through some of the things like the metas and the moveset updates. I know we were talking a little bit about Goodra with access to Aquatail. Some of the things that we haven't seen or talked about too much, though, some that I think actually have some play. Empoleon, access to Steel Wing. We saw how transformative Steel Wing was for a Pokemon like Skarmory. Empoleon, not necessarily going to be your game breaker, but it does open up some possibilities and change up some matchups, and that's the key there. Does it actually influence some matchups and change things in a way that is meaningful? Maybe not for our current meta, but who's to say that that couldn't change in the future?
I was going to say, Jim, where you're going, I can't follow. I can't get on the Empoleon train here, and I just don't see it in Open Great League. However, I do think in Ultra League, I think that Empoleon has a ton of play. Steel Wing actually is very interesting because it puts it on pace to match other primary partner Pokemon like Venusaur, right? 6, 6, and 5. We always talk about the turn cycles for the Frenzy Plant. Empoleon is now on the same frequency. 6 Steel Wings to the first Hydro Cannon, 6 for the second, and then only 5 for the third. So the pacing improves a lot.
What's encouraging to me, though, is a Steel fast attack that is relevant in the meta. And you can, Steel Wing absolutely is relevant. Now, the question is which Pokemon are going to be relevant, but for so long, Steel was something that we were only seeing in the form of Galarian Stunfisk, which uses Mudshot, the Registeel, which uses Lock-On, the Shadow Alolan Sand Slash using Shadow Claw or Ice Punch, and even the Skarmory at the time using Air Slash. Steel fast attack pressure was nothing that was being represented. All right, we're getting even slower here, Speedy. We take a look at the first Ice Shard come through. Here comes the second Ice Shard. Hard for us to see any attempt to go for the Icy Wind there. Maybe, yeah, very curious to see what's being reviewed here.
It is interesting, right? Because we do have the signifiers for the taps on the screen. A lot of times you can tell when a trainer's finger moves down to that charge attack, and it looked like there were 2 fingers on the screen there for Heidonis at the top left and the bottom right, respectively. does not appear that those taps are occurring there. But of course, the judges have a much closer look at this than we do, so they will make the ultimate decision. But speaking of Steel Wing, that Dugong is still, in spite of its impressive HP, in spite of its water typing, it still has that ice subtyping. So the Steel Wings would still be neutral.
Right.
They would still do a meaningful damage over time. And even if the Icy Wind would get fired off there, then the question becomes the third matchup. Skarmory versus Dugong.
Yeah, that's the hypothetical that we'll never know. But I just want to talk a little bit about ice typing in general, because it's amazing how much offensive prowess ice typing has.
Yeah.
Hits super effective versus a lot of different, especially common types. At the same time, it has so many vulnerabilities as well. And I think that you mentioned this earlier. Dragon typing, relatively good defensively, resists all of the fire, electric, grass, water, etc. Ice is kind of on the other end of the spectrum when we look at liabilities, that it's taking super effective from fighting, from steel, from rock, from fire. Now,
yeah.
The nice thing with Pokemon like Dugong and also Walrein is the water does a pretty good job of neutralizing some of those weaknesses, including steel and fire as well. But still a lot of vulnerabilities there for sure.
Well, I mean, that's why Walrein was so successful in our first season in the Championship Series, because it was a water and ice type Pokemon. Not only did they have above average HP, but it also had great pacing as well. So the Icicle Spear pressure, the Earthquake knockout potential, it was all there. That's why that Pokemon really succeeded. So again, these Pokemon typings will always remain, but the question becomes, do they have a window to succeed?
Well, we're going to be waiting a little bit more detail and color for you guys, but we have the outcome at least for you right now, and the outcome is going to be a rematch here. So we'll work on getting some additional color for you for now, but let's set the stage here. We are back to 1-0 for Haydonis. So Riblet, again, 2-0, got 0-2'd, we can say, back in Portland. He's now on a win or go home situation yet again here versus Haydonis in Vancouver.
Yeah, long day of battling, a lot of stress, but these two trainers are going to have to throw down at least one more game. Like you said, Haydonis might go for that 2-0 sweep that he got last year in Portland, but Riblet looking to rewrite the story here. Going to this next game, though, again, I'm thinking of the Whiscash and the Charjabug from Riblet. He brings it constantly. Are we going to see the Goodra answer here from Haydonis, or is it too obvious?
Yeah, I think that's something that he has to think about, right? Goodra, yeah, I mean, where do you really want to see it outside of the Whiscash? I think that it just has mostly neutral matchups across the board. I guess versus the Charjabug, you have some solid play. You're resisting those Volt Switches, but I'm curious to think, if you're building a team around Goodra, what are you specifically targeting that is going to be just that core breaker to a lot of teams? Yes, I think it's going to have good matchups versus the Shadow Gligar, which we don't see on these teams, but anything that has Aqua Tail is going to be threatening that Shadow Gligar. But I don't know that it's going to be winning any of those matchups versus things like Lickitung. Lantern is going to be the obvious answer.
Lantern is a very strong matchup for the Goodra, and although we don't see it here, I do think in a tournament setting overall, it's definitely a really, really solid Pokemon to bring. But that being said, a little more clarity here as our trainers lock in for game number 2. That rematch was granted because Dugong lost a turn against the opposing Whiscash and was prevented from getting to the Icy Wind earlier. The judges determined that if the Icy Wind would have landed and knocked out the Whiscash, then the Skarmory and Dugong would have simultaneously KO'd, resulting in a tie.
Ah, yes, the tie. One of 3 possible outcomes of our matches. All right, Speedy, we're moving into game number 2 here as we see. And actually, okay, a quick swap out here. We actually have now the Annihilate versus the Whiscash. This could be a battle of baits. We immediately see the Scald coming from the non-Shadow Whiscash. Scald's not enough to knock out, but it can turn the tides of these matchups. Haydonis opting to use a Protect Shield. We do see an attack debuff come through. This is going to make this Whiscash a lot more able to take the Shadow Ball, but still, you may not want to tank a Shadow Ball. Haydonis banking on that, opting to go for the Night Slash. This could lead to a boost, though. You never know.
Yeah, after the debuff there from the Scald, I think Riblet decided it was very safe to allow the Shadow Ball through, because even if the Shadow Ball connects, because it's debuffed, he could still get to a second Scald in the matchup. Very, very great awareness there by Riblet in the situation. Scald comes through, no second debuff occurs, but because of the first, I don't think the Night Slash is enough, and now we finally see a shield from Riblet.
Well, the good thing you have going here for Haydonis is that if you are able to get this Whiscash neutralized and off the field, it frees up your Charjabug quite a bit, which has relatively good matchups, especially into that Skarmory, but also a little bit into that Dragonite as well. A lot of Volt Switch pressure going into both Pokemon, but down goes the Annihilate, and this Whiscash is still relatively healthy. You're not going to be able to fully farm this down before it gets to a Scald. We saw this happen actually last time in the original game number 1, where we saw not only 1 but 2 Scalds thanks to the attack debuff coming from the Scald.
Scald does connect into the Skarmory, and it does deal some damage, a lot more than you think, right? Because this Whiscash from Rivlet was not debuffed this time. Gonna go for a Constellary Mud Bomb here. Does not get Protect Shield. A great awareness by Haydonis to know this is not a second Scald coming through, and that will deal a bit of chip. Now the question becomes, the 2 Flying-type Pokemon, can Chargebug pull this matchup out for Haydonis? Is there a chance?
Yeah, you have to like where the Shadow Dragonite is right now, though, because you've already gotten this the Skarmory mostly out of the way. In comes the Chargebug. That brings out the Shadow Dragonite with this energy disadvantage. This is a huge call here, Speedy. I know that you're feeling this. Rivlet might be thinking this could be my only win con is no shielding X Scissor, but no, the huge bait for Haydonis. This allows him to now outpace to 2 charge attacks. He should be able to get to this discharge before Dragonite's able to get to 2 Dragon Claws.
Massive X Scissor bait there by Haydonis. Actually, he's going to throw up his Protect Shield here to save his Chargebug from a devastating Dragon Claw. Going to fire at the discharge because he does not want to take any more Dragon Breath damage. And Dragon type or not, Shadow Dragonite is a flying type Pokemon, and that discharge will be enough.
Okay, but look at the energy that you still have on the Skarmory. You need to be flawless now as Rivlet. You still need to try and land it. Okay, actually just going for any chip damage you can possibly do. This is going to be, I believe, double resisted X Scissor at this point. So this is not going to do much damage whatsoever. Does this set up the Skarmory to get enough energy to not only take out this Chargebug, but take out this opposing Skarmory as well? Here comes the Sky Attack. This will take out this existing Chargebug. You still have your Skarmory. The question becomes, does a Brave Bird knock out, and how much energy does your Skarmory have? Here comes Brave Bird. This is going to be close here, Speedy.
If the Brave Bird doesn't knock out, Haydonis only needs the Sky Attack to win this game. Brave Bird against the opposing Skarmory. Rivlet can't. Actually, he does get the job done. Gets the knockout, wins game number 2, and sends us to a decisive game number 3.
That's got to be such a relief for Rivlet after such a long review process there. I'm sure your emotions are at an all-time high in this win or go home type of game. Now able to get that relief. I've tied up the series back to where I was, 1-1. I got to say there, looking at that matchup towards the end game, I like the way Rivlet played, but I think Haydonis had some additional options. I think that throwing that X Scissor was just such a miscue. Knowing that it's double resisted, it becomes so non-impactful. You either need to force the Skarmory to throw its energy into your Chargebug early on, or you commit to getting to that discharge. I think that was a really tough spot there for Haydonis.
That might be the misstep that he looks back on. I think he was anticipating the Sky Attack a bit earlier from Rivlet, and in that context, it makes sense to just throw the X Scissor, but Rivlet mastered the energy management there and played exactly to the win condition, like you called out, Jim. Just immaculately done.
Yeah, no doubt. I'm curious to see now what the strategy becomes, because we've seen so much of the Skarmory from both trainers. Taking a look at this replay, we did see, I believe this may have been from, from middle matchup right there with that Annihilate. Going down, Whiscash able to get to a Scald still, but Skarmory loaded up on energy. The Chargebug looked like the MVP for Haydonis, but no, it was unable to take out the Skarmory. Ended up throwing that X Scissor, allowing Rivlet to get enough energy to not only take out the Chargebug, but get to the Brave Bird versus the Skarmory as well. And here you can see it coming through, just enough to knock out and secure game number 2 for Rivlet, evening up the series 1-1.
And that's so tough, because if you are Haydonis and you do one more Volt Switch, Rivlet knows it's the discharge, and he is forced to throw his Charge Attack energy. Haydonis was only 2 Steel Wings away, and the Skarmory there for Rivlet was practically within Sky Attack range. So yeah, I do think that Haydonis will look back on that matchup, maybe think of a few things he could do differently, but what stands out to us the most right now is definitely the Chargebug play at the end.
Yeah, obviously it's very easy for us on the caster desk to evaluate in real time, not being in that moment ourselves, kind of what's that optimal play versus what's not, but you have to look at what do you gain versus what do you give up. You gain a little bit of damage, but you give up so much energy to your opponent. Let's move into this decisive game number 3. This is the losers round 6 in Group B, win or go home. We have the Battle of the Dragons here, Speedy. Finally, we might even see a full fast attack pressure. Goes straight for this Dragon Claw with the bulk advantage. I think Haydonis can just shield this and farm all the way down, secure switch advantage, but then do you throw the Power Whip? Do you throw the Aqua Tail? Oh, and actually a quick swap, bringing in now the Chargebug. Interesting play. It's going to be able to absorb this Aqua Tail, no problem. The Volt Switch went through, but I don't know that's quite enough to knock out, but it's low enough that I don't think this Goodra really has any more value outside of maybe a catch later on.
The Goodra comes out, and there is Chargebug and Whiscash in the back, and it barely finds either of them because it's locked into a Shadow Dragonite lead. Tough sledding so far for Haydonis actual, but he's still very much in this matchup. Did use a Protect Shield against the opposing Dragonite, so he's kind of down in this Charge Bug matchup, not only in energy, but also in Protect Shields, but he does have the powerful Dugong in the back, which he's really relied on, really leaned on, and I think he's got a lot of win conditions still.
You know what? That's such a risky play by Rivlet there, because that Gligar could be hanging out in the back for Haydonis. He just called it, it's not there, brings it in, says, look, I'm up a shield, I want to get an energy advantage as well. I really like that play. Now Haydonis is trying to steer the ship back in the right direction. He has his own Charge Bug that's matching here, going to be throwing this X-Scissor. This is enough to knock out, but you need to get to one more attack. How much Dragon Breath damage can you get from your Dragonite here?
I thought about it. I thought about bringing in the Shadow Dragonite and trying to sneak between the Volt Switch and get the knockout, but I don't think it's going to happen. Actually, a Simul Switch, and the Shadow Dragonite gets absolutely frozen out by the Dugong. Not much of an impact there. Now the Dugong has a 1 Ice Shard lead in the Whiscash matchup.
Let's not forget the energy that Charge Bug has. If I'm not mistaken, it has an X-Scissor ready to go. Now, what's really good for Haydonis here, if you take a look, there's only one Pokemon left on the side of Rivlet. Every time you land one of these Icy Winds, that is essentially going to be a permanent Icy Wind. There's no swapping out of these matchups at this point. Every time you're debuffed, it's going to be sticking that way for the rest of this matchup here, which are going to make things harder and harder for Rivlet.
Yeah, trying to bog down this Whiscash, slow it down, and reduce the impact that it's going to make in the matchup. Mud Bomb does connect into the Dugong, obviously, because no Protect Shields remain for Haydonis, but he still has the 3 Pokemon. So not only can he just fire off the Icy Winds, maybe he can get cheeky here. Maybe he can make a catch on a potential Mud Bomb from Rivlet's Whiscash.
Yeah, absolutely stalling out the switch clock. You can see it is almost up at this point. After this charge attack, it will be up. I don't even think 2 Mud Bombs knock out. I think you're going to need 3 Mud Bombs to knock out. And Rivlet, keep in mind, still has to watch out for that combo play potential from Haydonis with that X-Scissor still loaded up. I think if Haydonis is able to strip this last Protect Shield, he has that combo play that he can pull off. The question becomes, will Rivlet be able to get to 2 Mud Bombs and knock out this Dugong before it reaches an attack?
Mud Bomb connects yet again. Dugong going for the Icy Wind. Rivlet has no other options. Back against the wall. Has to use his final protection here to stay in this game. And like you pointed out, Haydonis, the combo play is impending. Doesn't reach for it yet. Once this Whiscash has spent some of its energy, Haydonis looking for another charge attack, but he's going to get cut off by the Mud Bomb.
You're not able to reach 2 there before that Dugong gets to its own move. You're forced to throw the energy, kind of similar to what we were seeing in game number 2. Forced to throw that energy. You have the X-Scissor ready to go, and that is going to do it. That is a GG, a good game. Haydonis just needs to hit these bubbles here, and he will be knocking out that Whiscash, securing the series 2-1, and he is going to be moving on, I think, to the next round of losers. A great series by Rivlet. What a tough, hard-fought series. But Haydonis, yet again, will be eliminating Rivlet.
Yeah, Haydonis, very impressive there. Dugong saving your caster predictions wholesome. I mean, you owe a lot to Haydonis there for not only bringing the Pokemon, but also making it look phenomenal, especially against the Whiscash. Even in the Skarmory matchup is definitely very close, and that was kind of one of the caveats. We talked about ice types earlier, Frost Slash, Shadow Low, and Sand Slash. The Dugong is one of the only ice types due to its water subtyping that can go toe-to-toe, flipper to wing against the Skarmory.
Yeah, not only does it do well versus the Skarmory, but versus Electrics as well with access to that Drill Run. It becomes such a versatile Pokemon. And then if you can get it lined up versus something like a Gligar as well, which is such a common meta Pokemon, is just a great meta pick. Yeah. That said, let's take a look at some of the highlights. I think we have plenty to show you here. I think we have 4 games that we got to see from. Let's see if we can pick through game number 1. Initially, we saw that Mud Bomb come through, knock out that Dugong, but Haydonis is able to get a lot of good value with his own Charge Bug and fully farmed down that Cresselia. Had 2 X-Scissors ready to go. Not quite enough to knock out Rivlet's Pokemon there, but still had 1 X-Scissor, or sorry, still had 1 Volt Switch to knock it out.
Mud Bomb does KO the Annihilate there in game number 2, but the discharge from the Charge Bug KOs the Dragonite in return. Out comes the Skarmory, and this is the point we talked about that was so critical. Not throwing the discharge, trying to get in chip damage with X-Scissor, ends up backfiring because he's just 1 Steel Wing ahead. Rivlet takes game 2.
What defines a great trainer sometimes from a good trainer is, can you get back up after you get knocked down? That's exactly what we saw in game number 3. Haydonis picking himself back up despite a kind of an interesting early game. We saw that simultaneous swap right there, setting up the Dugong to get fully aligned versus that Whiscash. Whiscash had nowhere to go. Debuff after debuff after debuff, unable to take out the Dugong, and we saw that combo play at the end there. Haydonis able to move on.
Able to move on in the bracket. We have many more exciting matches coming up here shortly. Hold on. Jim, I'm getting word from production. We have a Squishmallow update from the Pokemon Center. Let's go to our field reporter, Gabby Snyder.
welcome Pokemon trainers to the first ever Pokemon Sweep Run here at the Pokemon Center pop-up store at the North American International Championships in Columbus, Ohio. I am joined here by two incredible trainers, Trainer Polaris and Trainer Cyrus, as they will be competing for their opportunity to win as many unique items from this Pokemon Center as possible. Trainers, you have 60 seconds each to run through the Pokemon Center and pick out one of whatever item you fancy. It has to fit in the bags that are provided, but feel free to get a little bit creative as what fit actually means. And you have two incredible coaches to help you as well. So Coach Necra and Coach Spraggles, please use this time to coach your trainers.
Wait, this is actually a Pokemon Center.
Yes, it's actually a Pokemon Center. This is it right here. All right, so remember our plan. We're small, but we're mighty, okay? We need to get in there. We need to get aggressive handshake. Let's do this thing. Boom, boom, boom. Nice, we got this.
All right, we got the height advantage, so we gotta get all this stuff on the top shelf, right? All right, so it's TCG cards over here. We got our plush over here. Got the big Squishmallows in the back. Oh yeah, I think that's a good plan. We've got the good plan.
All right, we have 60 seconds on the clock. Cyrus, Polaris, are you ready?
Yes.
All right, I love the energy. Let's get started in 3, 2, 1, sweep.
All right, let's go. Let's do this.
All right, it looks like our trainers are hitting up the Pokeballs first. I see a Cherish Ball from Cyrus, very nice. Polaris going for the Funko Pops, very, very stylish. And now it looks like Cyrus has made a beeline for the plush. Polaris is not that far behind, picking up the Togepi Squishmallow. Oh no, Koraidon just fell on the floor, but Cyrus saved him and gave him a beautiful home. Trainers, the clock is ticking. There is 30 seconds left. We're skipping the keychains, it looks like, going straight for the Charmander, Squirtle, and Gengar hat. Oh, we got the Charmander hat and backpack from Cyrus. Now that is a very bold play.
Oh, how about the exclusive merch?
10 seconds left. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Trainers, that is time. Please take your items up to the front. Trainers, congratulations. Polaris, let's start with you. What you get?
I got a bunch of playmats, deck boxes.
Oh, dump them all out. Let's see them all. Yeah, there we go. Oh, and a Cherish Ball too. That's very special.
Got it.
Woo! All right, Cyrus, let's see your haul.
Incredible stuff. Look at that, 2 backpacks.
Wow.
We've been running this for about 3 months every other day, doing this run. So a lot of great stuff. We kind of knew what we wanted coming in.
Oh, I see that.
Really big. This was a big one for us.
Oh, is that Koraidon? Yeah, let's see it all. Look at all those plush.
I also got the Koraidon and the Miraidon.
You did? Are those your favorites?
Yeah, and this is how we were planning to win today.
Well,
Sorry, I don't know if we can still see you, bud, but it's huge.
Team Cyrus, you drive a very tough competition with that incredible Altaria plush. But Polaris, your love of the trading card game and Pikachu and Bulbasaur really shines through. Well, guess what? Everybody is going to be a winner today. So why don't you all pick out your favorite item, as you can get all of this exciting merchandise and more at the Pokemon Center.
So for new players at home looking to start competing, I would strongly recommend visiting your local league, because your local league has a whole bunch of great mentors, professors, and other players among you who are like-minded and absolutely want to get you into the game better than you could ever be on your own.
For new players, I'd recommend starting and just watching the stream, seeing what people use, and even just copycatting a team. And for me, it's just like using Pokemon that I know I'm gonna have fun with is the big thing. Because if I am having fun, then I'm way more likely to win.
For people that want to start competing, I would say start playing online, look for guides. Personally, I watch a lot of Wolfie's videos and a lot of Harry's videos as a French player. So if you understand French, you should go look at his channel. Or Wolfie, it's a lot of help, and just play online. Like, if you build a team and start playing, write down your notes, look at your mistakes, try to analyze your games. It's a lot of help, and you know, find a friend that can play. It's gonna be a lot of fun.
Advice that I would give to somebody wanting to start playing the TCG is to look up local game card stores in your area and see if any of them are running any Pokemon events, and just go talk to the people around. And there's tons of friendly people in the community. They'll help you get started.
Some advice I would have for people looking to compete at home is really get connected with your community. Practicing with other battlers is one of the best things that you could do out there. That's personally how I started as well. So I know Go's big on community, so that definitely would be the number one.
The advice I have for people at home looking to start would be to just jump in and do it. I was very nervous, and I still am nervous today to play, but the only way you're going to get better is to actually play, get out there, get the experience, and you're going to have fun no matter what happens.
Welcome back, trainers, to the Pokemon Championships series. We are here in Vancouver, and we just had so much wonderful advice from trainers of all three games. Of course, Pokemon Go is what you're watching here in the stream, but the video game as well as the trading card game, both sets of trainers had really applicable advice. I'm Alpha Phoebe. I'm joined here by Steph.
This too, you definitely can. There are so many different ways to get involved and get started. So be sure to check out Pokemon.com/compete for all of those different ways.
And as I think someone a little bit earlier into that video said, checking out your local events is a great way to get your toes into the water, starting the competitive scene. Of course, the online ladder for Go is Go Battle League, so that's another way that you can get in some practice reps in. You know, you can utilize a team of 3 there that's based on a team of 6 that you'd like to bring to a local event and get a lot of practice and become more comfortable with the team so that you can go into that tournament feeling better. I know you were talking a little bit about how you felt much better yesterday because you had spent a lot of time utilizing your team and practicing with your team.
Yeah, so I had a lot of fun last night playing, and one of the Pokemon that I was up against that I was not confident against was Goodra, which I think we're going to get to see a little bit more of Goodra down on the stage.
Yeah, a little bit sooner than you think. Here it is on Dr. Roast Beef's team. It's going to be this dragon type of choice, and it's going up against a massive opponent, Rubik's Master. We've talked about it so much. Finalist of Worlds this past year, and it was to its accent, and finalist in Portland also last year to its accent. So he's got a little bit of wiggle room here, but he's in the loser side. Both of these trainers are in the loser side, so they're fighting to make it into day number 2 here.
Yes, and that Goodra with the update to Aquatail that came in this most recent Go Battle League season update, this wondrous season that we have. Aquatail was changed a little bit, and now Goodra is able to access it much better than that muddy water that it had previously.
It's a little bit of a pain to my heart that you say such mean things about muddy water, but Aquatail being able to pace a little bit quicker, it makes a lot of sense, especially with the additional damage it was given. On the other side of the table, we have Rubik's Master, the Cresselia running Future Shot Moonblast, a Shadow Alolan Sandslash, a Pokemon that us casters had predicted to not show up at this tournament, has shown up. It's turned out, and it's doing well for Rubik's Master. It's put him in such great positions, and looking at Dr. Roastbeef's team, he doesn't have too many hard answers to it, but we are ready. We are locked and ready to go into game number 1, Dr. Roastbeef versus Rubik's Master, Lickitung versus Altaria.
We've seen this matchup a little bit already today, Lickitung versus the Altaria, and I believe what we have said is the Altaria is in a little bit more of the driver's seat. It has a few more options on how it wants this game to go, because Lickitung can only fight back with Body Slam. It is not useful for it to go for that Power Whip, where Altaria can decide to go for the heavier hitting Moon Blast, perhaps try to get it that debuff, or just go straight Sky Attack.
Yeah, you're very comfortable with Altaria in this position because you can shield Body Slams, you can do more damage with your Dragon Breaths. The next Body Slam coming through, Dr. Roast Beef pushing the pressure, pushing the pace on Rubik's Master. No shield coming through. Altaria going to survive, but actually a immediate dual switch, and Dr. Roast Beef grimacing a bit. It's going to be Charge Bug into Lantern, and that's not the best spot. However, you know, he might be grimacing now. He needs to think in the future. He could have potentially even had Skarmory here, so I think Lantern is the better of those two options.
Yes, so maybe grimacing now, but I think he will be thankful later on. Taking a look at the back, Rubik's Master saving that Shadow Alolan Sandslash in the back is a really interesting choice because he's kind of doomed it to whatever Dr. Roast Beef has, and it could have been the Whiscash in the back, but Rubik's Master is making a prediction that that's not the backline Pokemon on the side of Dr. Roast Beef.
In comes the next Surf. This is going to do a lot of damage, good neutral damage to the Charge Bug, not quite enough to knock out. The question is, which Pokemon will get the fast attack down first? And it's actually the Lantern winning the Zero Shield matchup, but providing the Alolan Sandslash one Shadow Claw advantage in the future matchup.
So Dr. Roast Beef makes the decision to bring in the Skarmory, pressuring the Shadow Alolan Sandslash with some neutral Steel Wings.
Steel Wing doing a little bit more damage than the Air Slashes would. Ice Punch coming out. This is a Shadow boosted Ice Punch, going to put the Skarmory just into the red, and now the Shadow Claws are really starting to add up. Rubik's Master does have some opportunities to catch here, but Dr. Roast Beef opting what seems to be going for a potential fast attack down. It's going to be tough because he took a Ice Punch already, so he's lower in health than the Shadow Alolan Sandslash.
I'm not sure a fast attack down is going to work. Yeah, that is not going to work. He lets it go and then brings in the Lickitung instead, and going to have to rely on the power of that Lick damage to take out the Shadow Alolan Sandslash, and that Altaria is still back there with 2 shields.
Yeah, 2 shields is going to be great. In comes the Altaria. It has plenty of health to reach the Sky Attack, and Sky Attack will definitely do enough damage to knock out. Question, I think, is, could Dr. Roast Beef have thrown 2 Sky Attacks with Skarmory, maybe pulled away those shields, and then swept with Lickitung? It would have been a bit tight. There was a lot of health still remaining on Rubik's Master's Altaria, and he had so much energy on that Shadow Alolan Sandslash.
I had the same question. I was wondering, because you can only get 100 energy on your Pokemon in Pokemon Go. There are very few situations in this game where it's beneficial to you to try to essentially go above 100 energy, which isn't technically possible. We say like go past 100 energy, which is a bit of a misnomer.
Yeah. Into the replay we go. Surf doing lots of neutral damage, allowing for Lantern to get the full spark down and win switch advantage for Dr. Roast Beef. However, it was not enough. The Sky Attack coming in the final moments of that battle to secure victory for Rubik's Master. It's tough, because in situations where you need to go for a full fast attack down because your opponent has shields remaining, it is optimal to never throw your charge attacks because you're always giving your opponent 1 free turn when that happens. So you put yourself in a situation where, oh, I didn't throw my charge attacks because I was trying to get all the fast attack damage as I could have, but maybe you eventually get enough energy that you could have gotten 3 charge attacks off. But that's enough about that. Let's go into game number 2.
And we have another more neutral matchup here to start with some flexible Pokemon. We have Lickitung and Charjabug coming in to start, and I am very excited by what Dr. Roast Beef has in his back line, and that is a Goodra. What do you think? Does Goodra have play here into what Rubik's Master has brought?
I think it depends on where it lines up and how much energy it has. If Dr. Roast Beef has it lined up against the Altaria, I think it's going to struggle a lot because its 2 charge attacks are resisted by that Altaria, or double resisted for the grass one. If it gets lined up against the Poliwrath, if the Poliwrath has an energy advantage, it's going to be able to hit super effective damage with Icy Winds. Goodra does have some counterplay there, again, because of that grass type power whip it can throw, which really will threaten that Shadow Poliwrath. This matchup, however, in the lead is usually won by Lickitung because it has a little bit more bulk than Charjabug. Although Charjabug does outpace, you don't threaten to knock out quite yet.
Yeah, and the Lickitung able to comfortably get to a body slam here. Rubik's Master has to make a decision, decides to let the Charjabug go, recognizing that he can get some additional energy here, get that one additional counter from that Shadow Poliwrath. Now, Dr. Roastbeef has a good answer in that Lantern. That is the one major reason I think that Poliwrath has really fallen off in the meta is that Lantern, because look at how much these Sparks are doing. Looks like trying to make a catch on the Altaria, but was unsuccessful. Dr. Roastbeef being very patient and going right for the Thunderbolt.
I actually thought Dr. Roastbeef was in a bit of a precarious situation, but now that the Thunderbolt lands, he can switch into the Goodra, and even though Goodra cannot hit for super effective damage or even neutral damage with his charge attacks, he has the opportunity to get a complete farm down after shielding this Moonblast. He could also potentially opt for a no shield, which he does, and go for a farm down with the Lantern, and that will also provide him a potential opportunity to land 2 Thunderbolts into that Shadow Poliwrath in the back.
And I cannot overstate how impactful that Spark buff was seasons ago, just how much easier that fast attack down was here in this situation. So Dr. Roastbeef shielding an Icy Wind, not exactly what he wanted to have happen, because now that Lantern's attack is lower. Rubik's Master shielding this Surf. Can Dr. Roastbeef get to a Thunderbolt in time?
Ooh, it's going to be a charge attack tie. Scald going to be resisted. However, the counter damage has added up even with the shadow bonus. It did so much damage putting that Lantern within Scald range, and that is going to be a 2-0 victory for Rubik's Master, knocking out Dr. Roastbeef.
Yes, I am going to be very much looking forward to going over these battles in the replay. Rubik's Master having a dominating 2-0 performance to take him into day 2.
And I think the utilization of that Shadow Poliwrath really was great. You know, you were definitely correct. Lantern has a great matchup there. Resists all of the charge attacks that the Poliwrath typically runs, unless you're running Dynamic Punch Poliwrath, which is not too common these days. And he was able to soak up that energy, but because the Thunderbolt was no shielded into the Altaria, it provided some more play for Dr. Roastbeef to bring in the Goodra, but it just quite wasn't enough.
Well, let's go ahead and see that back in the replay to really get a handle on how that all played out.
Game number 1, Surf coming through, not enough to knock out, but to put the Charjabug within Spark down range, securing Dr. Roastbeef's switch advantage.
And there is that knockout that takes us into game number 2. We saw that the Lickitung typically does, like we mentioned, win that match. We saw the no shield from the Goodra, the no shield on the Goodra to knock it out. And here we can see the Lantern having this opportunity to fast attack down. And then the Scald, because Poliwrath's counters were able to whittle down the health of this Lantern, that really kind of sealed the deal for Rubik's Master today to lock in day 2.
I would have been a bit curious in that endgame if Icy Wind would have been enough to get the knockout. I think it might have, because that Lantern had such little health, but Rubik's Master, understanding perfectly the counts for that Lantern to reach that Thunderbolt, knew that he could actually go for the harder hitting Scald and more guarantee the knockout into that Lantern. So really well played there.
Yes, I've been thinking about, was it the correct move to just let the Goodra go with that Moonblast? Because that was another decision point. Because maybe that Goodra could have gotten a little bit more of that fast attack pressure with the Dragon Breath. That's another thing I'm kind of curious about. But again, I'm not the one making the decisions on there. It's interesting to go back and watch. Hindsight is 20/20, as they say.
Yeah, with the ability to provide a lot of extra fast attack damage, it would have been a really nice farm down. The thing that makes it tough for me to kind of play that out in my head is that I believe the Poliwrath had a loaded Icy Wind, so the exact dimensions of that endgame would have been really, really close.
Yes. What we are excited to see, though, is this last match of the stream today. We are going to end up with Dapper Discs versus Andrew Manjarrez for Losers Round 6 in Group D. These two trainers, again, are looking to lock in a performance for day number 2.
Yeah, and that's where their minds have to be focused right now. You know, you come to these events, you typically fly out on a Thursday or Friday. If you come early enough, you can potentially participate in a cup or challenge on that Friday. Saturday is a long day of battle after battle after battle, and if you don't quite get that performance, then Sunday, unfortunately, all you're doing is watching. But on the bright side, watching the battles here is still a lot of fun. It's definitely something that I enjoy doing backstage.
For sure. You can definitely hear me whooping and hollering backstage for different battles. These Pokemon Go is so unique in how fast-paced the battles are. It's really easy to get sucked in.
You know, if any of those battlers are up on stage and they hear you shouting and screaming back, they must be thinking, she was rooting for me all the time.
Yeah, I was definitely their cheerleader going into the battles. But again, really excited to see Dapper Discs and Andrew Manjarrez.
Yeah, this is a exciting matchup that we have. A lot of Pokemon on these two teams we've seen a lot of, but we can't quite get into the nitty-gritty quite yet. They're still getting ready on stage. They are still looking at those teams. If you had to choose a Pokemon on Andrew Manjarrez's team that really stuck out to you that you would want to use on your own team of 6 at a regional event, which one would you choose?
Well, I can tell you what I would definitely not choose.
Oh,
and
okay.
that's easy because it's Registeel. I just don't tend to enjoy using Pokemon that are so inflexible.
Yeah, it's really tough to utilize a Pokemon where the fast attack damage is so low. You really don't have many opportunities to get large farm downs that can put you in really positive situations, but that's not necessarily the case for all of the Pokemon that are being used here. You know, Whiscash, a Pokemon that typically doesn't do too much damage with those mud shots, has ability to get major farm downs. We've seen it time and time again of flying types even, especially if it's that shadow variant, and all of that energy that you can get there can be utilized so great. If you're looking at Andrew Manjarrez's team, there's no Pokemon that resists Scald, only neutral damage or super effective damage against that Shadow Gligar.
Yes, and then if again we're taking a look at Andrew Manjarrez's team, what I would definitely use instead is that Vigoroth. The only thing that is really tough is if you are up against an Annihilate, which is what we have on Dapper Disc's side of the field.
We've talked a little bit about Sableye, and it's interesting to see how it's kind of resurged back into the meta, but oh, what's this? We're locked in, ready to go into game number 1, Dapper Discs versus Andrew Manjarrez. Annihilate into Shadow Whiscash.
Yes, and we can take a look and see how those counters are taking down the Whiscash slowly but surely. And we are going to see Dapper go ahead and shield up that Scald, building up already at over 2 Night Slashes, that approaching that 100 energy mark.
And Andrew Manjarrez is feeling pressured to shield here because a Shadow Ball would be more than enough to knock out. Charge attack tie there. Another Night Slash coming through. I don't think this is quite enough damage to pull up a knockout. Great knowledge from Andrew Manjarrez there. No shielding. Scald coming through. This is going to do a lot of neutral damage to that Annihilate.
that it will. Scald comes through and connects, and Dapper and to boot the attack drop. However, that might not be a bad thing. Gets a little bit more energy going into that next matchup. Might be able to here reach a Night Slash to throw in, or maybe make an immediate swap out. Yeah, was able to actually reach the Night Slash. So maybe that attack drop was a blessing in disguise.
Yeah, the additional energy that was able to be gained there by that Annihilate, definitely solid. Gligar going for the full farm down, and in the back, it's actually another pretty neutral matchup. It's going to be that Sableye versus that Gligar for Dapper Discs.
Yes, and we are going to see the dig connect here on the Lickitung, but Lickitung is just known for being so bulky. It can handle that dig with ease and is able to crank out another body slam. This is much more threatening for the Shadow Gligar on the side of Andrew Manjarrez. Now we can see in the back line, we have that Shadow Gligar on Dapper's side of the field, and then we have the Sableye waiting in back for Andrew.
Aerial Ace not enough to knock out, but Dapper Disc still able to reach a body slam. This is going to do a lot of neutral damage to the Shadow Gligar. I don't think it's quite enough to pick up the knockout, but an immediate switch by Dapper into his own Gligar for the farm down, and now it's one shield for Dapper against Andrew's Sableye, and Sableye does not want to take a Shadow Dig.
Does not at all, but goes for the Aerial Ace here instead, even though there are no Protect shields remaining. That takes about half of the remaining health. So maybe recognizing I might have needed 2 moves anyway, goes for the cheaper 2.
Yeah, that's a great call from you as well as from Dapper. Recognizing 2 Aerial Aces is going to be significantly less energy than an Aerial Ace and a Dig. And a bit of a note from production. This is actually a bit of a rematch. Both production, our co-caster Will Dunphy, as well as you on the tournament sheet as well. This is going to be Dapper who sent Andrew down into the losers. Let's go ahead and replay that first game. Scald coming through, doing so much neutral damage in that lead matchup.
Yeah, and there was that attack fall that, again, kind of allowed that Annihilate to get to the Night Slash because the counters were doing less damage. Here we have the Shadow Gligar knocking out, and like I mentioned earlier, when you need 2 charged attacks to knock out your opponent and you recognize that you need 2, then it's better to go for the cheaper 2.
Definitely. Aerial Ace, so much quicker. Dig taking a few more fast attacks to get to it. And we are going to lock into game number 2 here. And it's going to be Vigoroth for Andrew Manjarrez and Shadow Gligar for Dapper Discs.
I would definitely put this in favor of Dapper. You can see that the counters are not very effective here, and being able to get to those Aerial Aces and even the digs if you want to do a bit more damage. However, Andrew Manjarrez is going to be able to start cranking out these body slams, which do so much damage on the Shadow Gligar. Dapper going straight for the heavy hitting dig. Andrew decides to let it through.
It's going to do a lot of neutral damage, and actually Dapper's got to be really happy with this. The Gligar has done its job. It's taken out so much of this Vigoroth, and that opens up his Lickitung in the back. Switching in the Whiscash is great for Andrew Manjarrez. It's going to be spreading out the damage a little bit, but now in comes Lickitung, able to avoid that Vigoroth, but at the same time, Andrew Manjarrez has brought out the Lickitung, freeing up his Cresselia in the back.
Yes, and just take note as well, the switch timers are a little bit misaligned. So it looks like if Andrew wants to get out of this matchup, he can and maybe bring something in if that's the route that he wants to take.
Shielding up the power-up is the correct decision if he wants to pivot out. A second Scald, not going to necessarily threaten a knockout quite yet, but going to put that Lickitung extremely low, maybe really close to a Mudshot down.
There is the Scald. It connects. Will we see that mud shot down? No. Going for the mud bomb instead, which is a lot of energy when you only need that little bit of Lickitung's health.
Lickitung faints, and I have to imagine it's going to be that Annihilate coming in, trying to get an energy advantage, but in the back is Cresselia for Andrew, and catching the Night Slash. Great catch from Andrew, really neutralizing the energy that was built up from the Annihilate, but a complete undercharge going to allow Dapper to get one more counter's worth of energy in.
Yeah, so I imagine we are gonna, it's tough to say because that Annihilate can get to that Shadow Ball, and even Cresselia doesn't necessarily want to take that on the chin, or perhaps on the beak.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I don't know if it has much of a chin. Beak seems the right call, but I don't know. I also don't really think it's a bird, so I'm just all sorts of confused, but that makes sense because it's a Psychic type.
Yes, yes it is. And because it is a Psychic type Pokemon, using Psycho Cut, that is going to be super effective on the Fighting type Annihilate. It throws the Grass Knot, getting it really, really low, and then Annihilate able to win the charge attack priority, throw the Night Slash to clear the Cresselia off of the field.
Dapper Disc's just in complete control of the wind conditions here, recognizing I need to no-shield a Grass Knot to have a chance here. Scald reached by Andrew Minhares, and it's going to pull the shield for Dapper Discs. I don't know how much energy that Gligar has, just reaching the Aerial Ace before another Scald reach from Andrew Minhares.
Yes, so Dapper with a 1-2 victory. Not first time around, Andrew Manjarres was able to take one game off of Dapper, but not this time. Dapper said, I did it once, I will do it again, and even more efficiently this time. And that is the end of Andrew Manjarres' tournament run here today. Dapper has secured his day 2 performance.
That's really great performance there. Both battlers played out of their minds in all of those games. Lots of switching around, making sure to spread energy and damage, and I think that's really the key for making it this far in a tournament, is recognizing how to mitigate your opponent's advantages in those ways.
Let's go ahead and take a look at how Dapper was able to secure the ticket to day 2 here. We can see the Scald really lowering the attack of the Annihilate, allowing it to get kind of an extra counter or two in there. And then we can see the Lickitung and Shadow Gligar matchup. Dapper bringing in his own Shadow Gligar.
Aerial Ace coming through, knocking out the Sableye, and that secures game number 1. In game number 2, the Mud Bomb able to be reached at the charge attack tie from Andrew, but it just wasn't quite enough. Even a catch onto the Vigoroth still didn't fight back quite enough.
No, it was not, and there is the Night Slash to end the Cresselia's run here today. And here we have that final blow of the final match here of Saturday here in Vancouver for the 2024 season. That really wraps it up here at the desk. We are going to be wrapping up the entire day very, very shortly over in the lounge. But first, let's go ahead and take a look at Potomon, who was our Gdansk champion, and see what we can gather from his performance.
My name is Leo Marin Torres, and Potomon in the game.
So many times he's tripped up, but now he wins this! Potomon is your Gdansk Regional Champion 2024! Give it up for Potomon, resetting the record and then finally winning it! After getting second place twice, he is now the champion!
My motivation right now is kinda crazy, you know, because this is my third grand final. I lost twice, now it's great to finally take it all. With the experience of the other regionals, I thought, okay, I have to be focused, I cannot be sad for this, and let's try to win that 3 matchups in a row.
Please give a huge cheer for our champion. It is Potomon!
Tonton is a great player, He has so much level. He's the UAC champion of 2023. It was a complicated opponent to beat. I will try to go to more regionals. Also, UAC will be a great option because that could give me great points. And then if I can get maybe that travel award, will be nice. And then I will have to prepare for Worlds. Let's see.
All right, welcome back, everyone. We are wrapping up here in Vancouver, British Columbia, Canada. What a day one that we just experienced. I'm joined by all the casters here as we wrap up our incredible day number one. I think that for me, a little bit of a continuation from what we've been seeing all season. Not too many surprises, but a good amount of spice as well. In fact, let's take a look quickly at our bracket here for day number one. We're going to look at the winners bracket. We saw Lyle Jeffs continuing his successful run. Chen Yu as well, doing very strong. But let's not count out our 2022 champion of the Vancouver Regional, Hasanir, also known as Cindy, and then we saw that incredible run by Moteeks as well. What a start to our tournament that we've had. Let's get some impressions for you. We'll start with Stephanie. Anything that stuck out to you here today that you wanted to mention?
Oh, of course. It's got to be all of the spice that we saw. We saw some Feraligatr, the Skeledirge, some Wigglytuff, some Giratina Origin. I absolutely loved some of the variety that we saw in these matchups. This has been such a fun meta in this new season of Wonders with all of those updates. We even saw a Goodra today. Who would have thought Goodra would have been a great Pokemon to use? So I have been thrilled with all of the fun matchups here today.
Alpha Phoebe, impressions from you.
I want to apologize. I want to apologize to you, Guzzlord, because I didn't believe in you. My other co-casters did, and it's shown up, it's turned out, and it's done so well, and from the bottom of my heart, I'm sorry.
All right, and Speedy, last but not least, what do you think of today?
I was just going to piggyback off your point, Phoebe. You were big on Guzzlord for Guzztober, right? Well, maybe it's Guzz March. I'm not sure how to describe it, but Guzzlord, Stephanie, your picks were on the money. Cresselia, Guzzlord, Skeledirge. I picked Registeel. We have seen a couple of those as well, but what's interesting to me, honestly, is that we have the meta standard teams. You know, we have the Whiscash, the Lickitung, the Gligar, Pokemon that are around 40% usage, and then we have teams that are built specifically to take down those teams. Skeledirge, Wigglytuff, Abomasnow, these trainers are trying everything to core break the current meta.
Well, I can't wait till tomorrow until we actually get to see what that day one versus day two comparison looks like. Speaking of day two, though, if we take a look, our start time is going to be 9:45 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. So make sure that you guys tune in. We had a great day number one, but day number two is going to be even better. Lots of great names. That said, let's take a look at our schedule for the entire season, though. Speedy, walk us through what we have left.
Well, obviously, we're here in Vancouver this weekend. We have the Europe International Championships in London, followed by Orlando, Indianapolis, Los Angeles, and then NAIC in New Orleans. As you and I pointed out, Jim, there's a West Coast Regional Championship, an East Coast Regional Championship, and even a Central North America Regional Championship that you can participate in. So definitely make sure to get those championship points because Worlds is getting closer and closer.
Thank you, Will. All right. Well, guys, we had a great day number one. We saw some of your tweets, some of your X posts on stream as well. Make sure you guys follow along with the action and engage with us on social media. You can follow us on X at #PlayPokemon, @PlayPokemon, on YouTube as well, /Pokemon, on Facebook at /Pokemon, as well as engage with us on Instagram using that #PlayPokemon as well. All right, well, guys, any final impressions, any final call-outs that we have here for day one or things to look forward to maybe for day two? Alpha Phoebe, start with you.
Oh, you caught me off guard. I was expecting one of the other two on either end, but I think a Pokemon that both you and I chose for our caster predictions, Dugong, we didn't see it all day until the very end where Haydonis brought it, and I'm hoping to see a little bit more Dugong action tomorrow.
Okay, Stephanie, over to you.
We've just seen such exciting battles today. So many that left me on the edge of my seat. And I am looking forward. We have some fantastic battlers in tomorrow, not just in the winner's side, but in the loser's side of the bracket as well, that are going to be finishing out their play tomorrow. And I am just looking forward. The energy here in Vancouver is phenomenal.
Speedy, things to look forward to, or any final thoughts from day one?
I'm going to make a bold prediction here.
Right.
A bold prediction. I think that the first matchup of the day between Lyle Jeffs III and Chen Yu is going to be probably the best matchup of the entire tournament. So you want to make sure that you tune in at 9:45 a.m. Standard Pacific Time because it's going to be a banger.
Okay, a bold prediction from one of our trainers known as Bold and Famous. All right, well, that's all we have here for day number one. Make sure that you guys tune in for Championship Sunday. Again, we'll be kicking off at 9:45 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. We will see you guys there. Thank you for tuning in today. We're going to go ahead and raid out.
I just hope someone would